Rebirth, my wife is still alive. May 20th, 2020. Royal Cemetery. This is the largest cemetery in Haishur, nestled between mountains and water, reputed to possess the finest feng shui. Its name commands respect, and its prices are exorbitant. A single grave plot could sustain a person's lifetime of toil. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow, stood before a tombstone, lingering for an extended period. This man is none other than the real estate magnate, Yu Chung. In 2013, he bid farewell to his mother-in-law, Ms. Yi Mei. In 2015, he laid to rest his father-in-law, Jiang Haichuan. In 2017, he mourned his father, Yu Dafu. Today, he has said his final goodbye to his mother, Pan Dafan. He interred all 4 elders here, hoping they might keep each other company and find a good reincarnation in the afterlife. Yu Chung bowed thrice in respect to each of them before turning to leave. His life's mission was complete at last. He could seek her out. Yu Chung arrived at the seaside, the very place where he first met his beloved wife, Jiang Yumin. The vows they once exchanged, those joyous days, felt as if they had occurred only yesterday. He gazed at the vast expanse of the tumultuous sea, stepping deeper into the waves. Soon, he was engulfed by the relentless surf. My head aches terribly. Yu Chung felt a searing pain in his head instinctively. He rubbed his forehead, and his mind began to clear. Instead of the bitter taste of seawater, he detected a strong scent of cheap liquor. He checked his attire was dry, and he instantly opened his eyes wide. Yu Chung was astonished to find himself sitting up. What did he see? He beheld a familiar rented room, spotting the woman he had longed for, sitting at the bedside, gazing at him with disappointment, her beautiful eyes revealing a glimmer of sorrow. Yu Chung realized he was not dead, but had returned to 1996, the year when he was 26 and his wife, Jiang Yumin, was 23. He scrambled toward her, embracing Jiang Yumin, who sat there. Feeling the warmth of the woman in his arms, tears streamed down his face. Memories flooded back, one after another. He could never forget that day. It was June 12, 1996, his wife Jiang Yumin's birthday. Yet, gambling had clouded his judgment, making him forget everything. That day, after finishing his late shift, he returned home in a drunken stupor. Upon waking, he recalled the money he had lost over the past few days, feeling uneasy, and decided to test his luck. He glanced at his wife, who seemed hesitant to speak, and uttered, "It'll be out for a moment." Jiang Yumin called out to him just as he was about to step outside. "Yu Chung, I have something to discuss with you. Let's talk when I return." Yu Chung replied impatiently, pulling the door open without looking back. He went straight to his usual spot to play card with his friends, wagering 10 yuan a hand, a considerable sum back then, and continued playing until dusk, neglecting to return home. He lost a few dozen yuan he had in his pocket. At this moment, his wife, Jiang Yumin, sought him out. "Yu Chung, let's go home," she said, gently tugging at his sleeve. "Wait a bit longer." "You go home first," Yu Chung responded with annoyance. His luck was poor, his mood was dismal, and naturally his tone reflected his discontent. He had just requested an advance of 300 yuan from his boss at a small foundry, which, to put it plainly, was merely a processing factory. The factory was situated in close proximity to a convenience store, frequented by many single men who enjoyed playing cards there. Jiang Yumin did not leave instead. She tugged at his sleeve once more. "Yu Chung, it's getting dark, let's head home. I have something to tell you." "Are you ever going to stop?" Yu Chung barked impatiently. "Yu Chung, you lost pay up 10 yuan, shouted one of his card-playing friends, nicknamed Matzi. "What are you yelling for? Do you think I would skimp on you?" Yu Chung retorted brusquely, flinging the 10 yuan at Matzi's face. Matzi, unfazed by Yu Cheng's rudeness, chuckled and tucked the money into his pants. Jiang Yumin turned her face away, retreating behind Yu Chung. "Matzi, do you really have to keep your money in that filthy place?" Another friend called out. "It's safe here. There are several dishonest folks in the dormitory. If you think it's smelly, I don't mind. I'll take as much as I can get," Matzi replied with a sense of righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Indeed, these single men resided in factory dormitories, mostly from out of town, and hardly knew one another. Some had experienced theft. The group returned to their game, and Yu Chung lost again, tossing out another 10 yuan. "Damn it. I'm really having a streak of bad luck. I've lost several rounds now," Yu Chung cursed. "How can you expect to have good luck? What kind of man plays cards with a woman at his side?" Matzi chimed in without hesitation. "Yu Chung, why not call it a night and take your wife home? Otherwise, you'll end up losing even more, another friend suggested. Initially, Yu Chung had felt somewhat annoyed with his wife after hearing Mozi's comment, but with another friend stoking the flames, his anger intensified. Zhang Kai, are you trying to run away with your winnings? Yu Chung spat angrily. Who's trying to run? Yu Chung, don't go barking like a mad dog just because you lost some money, Zhang Kai shot back, rolling up his sleeves as if ready for a fight. Jiang Yamian watched with concern, tugging at Yu Cheng's arm. In a fit of youthful pride and a desire to save face, Yu Chung flung his arm, causing Jiang Yamian to fall to the ground. In that moment, both were taken aback. Though he had a penchant for gambling and was somewhat of a rogue, he had never laid a hand on her before. A few card friends sensed the tension and offered some perfunctory advice before dispersing. Yu Chung wanted to reach out to her, but his pride held him back, and he thought that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have lost so much money today. Any lingering guilt vanished in an instant. I told you to stay home, but you wouldn't listen. Not if I gone home. Would I have lost so much money? You're nothing but a jinx. Yu Chung unleashed a torrent of insults, completely oblivious to Jiang Yamian, who sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Yamian said nothing, slowly rising to leave. Yu Chung, still seething with anger, did not pursue her to tea this moment. He remains oblivious to the fact that his wife carries their unborn child, unaware that she has gone an entire day without a morsel of food. The household is devoid of rice and vegetables, for he has squandered every last penny on gambling. Upon returning home in a state of inebriation, he collapses into bed and succumbs to slumber, failing to notice that Jiang Yuman is not at home, but has instead spent the night on the rooftop. The following day, upon awakening, he discovers Jiang Yuman's absence with the door ajar. It is then that he senses something amiss and steps outside. Yuman, where are you? Yuman. No response echoes back to him. At that moment, he suddenly hears a commotion ahead and rushes out. A crowd has gathered, murmuring. How could this young woman have jumped from the building? Yu Chung ponders who could be so despondent as to take such a leap. Surely, enduring life's hardships is preferable to the finality of death. Suddenly, someone uttered a statement that left Yu Chung utterly bewildered. It seemed to be the spouse of Yu Ching, who resided on the first floor. Initially taken aback, Yu Chung quickly regained his composure and pushed through the crowd. He beheld Jiang Yuman, lifeless and covered in blood, lying there in a horrific state. He rushed to her side, knelt down, and embraced her, repeatedly calling out, "Yuman, wake up, please wake up." Yet, no matter how fervently he pleaded, she remained unresponsive. Later, upon reaching the hospital, the doctor simply stated, "She has long ceased to exhibit any signs of life." Subsequently, he gave up gambling entirely and never touched it again. He also refrained from remarrying, even when wealth came his way. His wife was an only child, so he devoted himself to honoring both sets of parents until their natural demise. He never anticipated that fate would grant him a second chance at life. At this moment, Yu Chung was filled with gratitude. How wonderful it was. His wife was still alive. Chapter 2. I will ensure you can indulge in braised pork every day. Jiang Yuman attempted to push Yu Chung away, the scent of alcohol making her feel unwell. Wife, wife, Yu Chung choked out, calling her name. Indeed, heaven had been exceedingly kind to him. He had returned to the day before his wife's tragic leap, avoiding gambling and merely succumbing to intoxication. Although Jiang Yuman sensed that Yu Chung was somewhat different today, she did not dwell on it. Yu Chung, you should take a shower first. There's food on the stove. She began, but before she could finish, she rushed into the communal bathroom to vomit. Realizing the implications, Yu Chung reacted quickly. His wife was pregnant. In his previous life, she had already been over a month along when she took that fateful leap, and he, as her husband, had been oblivious. At this thought, he struck himself twice, cursing, "What a wretched human I was." He swiftly retrieved a basin, poured some hot water from the stove, adjusted it to a comfortable temperature, and grabbed a washcloth hanging by the door. He brought it to her, wringing it out before offering it to her. Jiang Yuman, having expelled the bitter contents of her stomach, was taken aback by his thoughtfulness. When had Yu Chung become so caring and gentle? She vaguely recalled a few instances during their courtship. "Wash your face. It will make you feel better," he encouraged with a smile, seeing her still in shock. At that moment, Sister Zhang, a fellow tenant on their floor, approached with a sardonic tone, saying, "If you two want to be intimate, Go back to your room. Why monopolize the bathroom? Sister Zheng, named Zhang Xiaoli, lived on the same floor. Her husband worked for a state-owned enterprise and was rumored to soon receive a two-bedroom apartment, which led her to look down upon Yu Chang, a rural man with a penchant for drinking and gambling. She held a particular disdain for Jiang Yumin, who, despite being a city dweller and an only child, had lowered herself for a man she deemed a mere lump of clay. It baffled her how Jiang Yumin could have been so blind as to choose a man like Yu Chang, who possessed little beyond a handsome exterior. Feeling embarrassed, Jiang Yumin smiled awkwardly at Zhang Xiaoli and said, "Sister Zhang, I will be stepping out now." She took the washcloth from Yu Chang's hands, turned slightly, and placed the basin into the communal sink, which was shared among the tenants on their floor. As Jiang Yumin washed her face, tears fell uncontrollably. Fearing that others might see, she quickly rubbed the towel over her face, hoping to conceal her emotions. "Sister Zhang, I heard your family has divided the house and will be moving soon," Yu Chang inquired casually, feigning small talk. After speaking, he returned to the room, poured a cup of hot water from the thermos, and handed it to Jiang Yumin. "Wife, have some warm water." The term wife caught Jiang Yumin off guard. Yu Chang seldom addressed her this way, yet she obediently accepted the enamel cup. Zhang Xiaoli's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing Yu Chang mention their family's house division. "Yes, we have, but it won't be so soon. Probably after the new year," she replied, her excitement palpable. "So we'll still be living here for another 6 months." Yu Chang helped wash the towel in the sink, wrung it out, and hung it on the clothesline outside. "That's right," Zhang Xiaoli replied without further thought. "In that case, is the bathroom and sink shared among everyone?" Yu Chang asked again. Of course, Zhang Xiaoli finally grasped the implication of Yu Chang's question. It dawned on her that he was protective of his wife, a surprising revelation. "Wife, did you hear what Sister Zhang said? You can use it however you like from now on," Yu Chang declared loudly to Jiang Yumin. She lowered her head, stifling a laugh, yet nodded obediently, feeling a twinge of warmth in her heart. Zhang Xiaoli, seething with jealousy, could only endure. Suddenly, she caught sight of the steaming enamel cup in Jiang Yumin's hands, the vapor rising gracefully. A pang of bitterness struck her heart. "Xiaoman, look how much your husband dotes on you," Zhang Xiaoli remarked with a hint of envy. Her own partner, despite his good fortune, lacked tenderness, demanding she serve him like a deity. He treated her like a servant, requiring assistance with everything from dressing to dining, and would even strike her when in a foul mood. She dared not resist. "My wife, naturally, I must cherish and protect," Yu Chang said deliberately in a loud voice. He wanted the entire building to know that he, Yu Chang, loved and shielded his wife, hoping to deter anyone from bullying them in the future. Loving and protecting one's wife was not merely about sharing daily meals. It meant treating her to a bowl of braised pork occasionally. "Anyone can boast. It's not illegal," Zhang Xiaoli retorted defiantly. Upon hearing her words, Yu Chang halted, his expression darkening. Jiang Yumin glanced at him anxiously, fearing he might lash out. Yet, Yu Chang was not angry. He harbored resentment towards himself for not providing a better life for his wife. Jiang Yumin had defied her parents' wishes to marry him, severing ties with her family out of love. Over the past 2 years, she had longed for her parents but never uttered a word about it. He could see her silent suffering but chose to ignore it. He felt utterly unworthy. Her parents had been astute in their judgment. Indeed, he was a thoroughgoing scoundrel. If not for his second chance at life, if not for Jiang Yumin's sacrifice, he would have remained a mere drunkard and gambler forever. Yu Chang called out softly to Jiang Yumin, noticing that he seemed to be on the verge of tears. He quickly concealed his emotions and smiled, saying, "I am fine. My dear, who said we have no braised pork? Today, we shall indulge in braised pork, and not only that, but we will also savor some rib soup. Not just today, but whenever you wish to have it, I shall prepare it for you." His words were not only directed at Zhang Xiaoli outside, but also intended for everyone on the floor, particularly for his wife. Zhang Xiaoli scoffed inwardly, thinking, "What a boast. I shall wait for your braised pork today." It was well known that on their floor, the aroma of braised pork wafted through the air, unmistakably enticing. Back then, pigs mainly fed on wild vegetables and sweet potato vines mixed with rice bran, making the pork exceptionally fragrant when cooked. Everyone was gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. And few believed his proclamation. Even Jiang Yumin regarded it with skepticism, dismissing it as mere bravado. After all, Yu Cheng was a notorious drunkard and gambler, and his meager salary barely sufficed for his own needs. With her own limited income, she often had to support Yu Cheng's parents in the countryside. By mid-month, she was usually left with little to no money. Monthly expenses such as rent, utilities, and coal for cooking, along with the cost of food, left her finances stretched thin. Since Yu Cheng had become engrossed in gambling, he had not brought home any money, showing no concern for their financial predicament. This was why, after 2 years of marriage, she had refrained from having children, yet unexpectedly, she found herself pregnant. Just yesterday, she had spent $1 on a pregnancy test, only to discover that she was indeed expecting. Once inside, Yu Cheng placed the basin on the wooden rack and took the enamel cup from Jiang Yumin's hands. Setting it on the dining table, he guided her to the edge of the bed, grasping her hand, and earnestly promised, "My dear, trust me. I will ensure you can enjoy braised pork every day from now on." Chapter 3. Yu Cheng. Thank you. Jiang Yumin fixed her gaze on Yu Cheng, questioning whether she had truly heard him right when he said he would provide her with braised pork daily. In the privacy of their room, there was no need for pretense. Yu Cheng chose not to elaborate, for actions spoke louder than words. It was only natural for his wife to doubt him, considering his past misdeeds. Silently, he vowed, "My dear, in this lifetime, I will make sure you enjoy a good life. Please rest for a moment. I will head to the market to buy some meat and vegetables," he said. Feeling the several bills in his pocket, he was relieved to find he had some money. Jiang Yumin wondered if he truly had enough to buy meat, thinking he must have been joking earlier. "Don't worry, I have the money for meat," he reassured her, contemplating returning with a birthday cake for her special day. After speaking, Yu Cheng checked the rice container and the oil jug, only to discover the rice was depleted and the oil was nearly finished as well. Lifting the lid from the pot, he found merely half a bowl of tofu soup, devoid of any oil sheen. He seldom ate at home, as he usually spent his time outside gambling and dining on inexpensive takeout meals. Although it was merely a boxed meal, it included a salted duck egg, a small portion of minced meat stir-fried with chili, a vegetable, and a generous serving of rice. They worked in a small city called Kyoto, where the cost of living was far less than that of major cities like Beijing and Shanghai. Upon noticing the half bowl of tofu soup on the table, Yu Cheng felt a pang of discomfort, staring at it for an extended period. Jiang Yumin, observing Yu Cheng standing motionless, assumed he was about to express his displeasure over the food. Thus, she spoke up, "Yu Cheng, I managed to prepare a little something for myself this month. I also sent some money back home." Yu Cheng turned to her and smiled. "It's fine. In the future, I will send money back home." Jiang Yumin was taken aback, having expected him to be upset, not to hear such words. Filled with perplexity, she nodded, thinking about how he loved to gamble and wondered how he could still afford to send money back. "I will head to the market to buy groceries now. If I delay, the vegetables won't be fresh." Yu Cheng walked over to the corner and picked up a bamboo basket, crafted by his father, which they had brought along. Jiang Yumin nodded. Yu Cheng gently kissed her forehead before heading out with the basket. Jiang Yumin touched the spot where he had kissed her, feeling an odd sense of unreality. She was inexplicably elated and surprised by her husband's sudden tenderness, yet feared it might all be a dream. Shaking her head, she decided not to dwell on such thoughts. She had intended to share the news of her pregnancy with him, but ended up saying nothing at all. Glancing at the broom resting in the corner, she began to sweep. Although it was just one room, it was their home now, and she took pleasure in keeping it tidy. After finishing her chores, she opened the windows and doors to disperse the lingering smell of alcohol. After leaving, Yu Cheng first visited a bakery to buy a small cake, which was presented in a charming little flower basket adorned with a few blossoms and a tiny pink umbrella. The cake cost 3 yuan. At his request, the baker had also written "Happy Birthday, Wife" on top with fruit jam. Yu Cheng carefully placed the flower basket inside the larger vegetable basket, grateful for its ample size, and then made his way to the nearest market. This market was quite small, offering limited varieties of produce, mostly homegrown vegetables, with only a few greenhouse items available, as they were more expensive and less frequently purchased. In 1996, most shoppers hailed from rural backgrounds, as rural households predominated. Yu Cheng headed straight for the meat stall, which was the only one in the market. In those days, in such a small city, meat and bones were sold together without being separated. Pork ribs were priced at 3 yuan per jean, fatty pork at 2 yuan 50 per jean, and pig trotters at 2 yuan per jean, the latter being less popular due to their low meat content. Xiaoyu, why are you the one buying meat today? Isn't your wife with you? Old Zhang, the butcher, called out upon seeing Yu Cheng, having visited once with his wife. Old Zhang recognized him. Businessmen often have remarkable memories. Otherwise, how could they retain customers? Uncle Zhang, my wife is at home. I have some free time today, so I came to buy groceries. Yu Cheng chuckled and replied, So, how much meat do you wish to buy today? Guests are always welcome. Whether you purchase a little or a lot, it is all business. Lao Zhang continued to greet him with a hearty laugh. I would like 2.5 jean of ribs, 1 jean of pork belly, and 1 front pig leg. Yu Cheng quickly listed his desired cuts of meat. Lao Zhang, after clearing his ears in disbelief, thought to himself that this young man would only buy half a jean at most. Typically, his wife would merely purchase 2 liang of fine meat. Young Yu, you spoke too quickly just now. My age makes it hard for me to hear. Would you kindly repeat that? Lao Zhang's face was still beaming with laughter, though his eyes darted to Yu Cheng's pockets. Yu Cheng, unfazed, patiently repeated his order and then produced 2 10 yuan notes, placing them on the meat stall. The moment Lao Zhang saw the money, his eyes sparkled brighter than a 50-watt bulb. Young Yu, just a moment. I will prepare your meat. Lao Zhang cheerfully grasped a hefty cleaver and began to chop the meat. All right, Uncle Zhang. Could you please help me trim the ribs and chop the front pig leg into pieces? It would save me quite a bit of trouble carrying it home. Absolutely. I guarantee to do it perfectly. Lao Zhang's voice resonated with excitement upon encountering such a substantial customer. He had initially thought he was dealing with a small fry, but it turned out to be a big catch. He swiftly cut and chopped the meat, even generously wrapping each piece in oil paper and placing it into Yu Cheng's basket. Typically, he would be reluctant to do such a thing. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Could you please tally up the total? Yu Cheng mused to himself about how a person's demeanor transforms with wealth. 2.5 jean of ribs, 7 yuan and 5 jiao, 1 jean and 2 liang of pork belly. Let us say 1 jean, 2 yuan and 5 jiao, and 4 jean of the front pig leg, rounded to an even 4 jean, 8 yuan. The total. Before Lao Zhang could finish calculating, Yu Cheng interjected. That comes to 18. Here's 20. Please return 2 yuan to me, correct, Uncle Zhang? Lao Zhang calculated once more in his mind and confirmed, indeed, it was correct. With a jovial grin, he returned 2 yuan to Yu Cheng, who merely glanced at it before slipping it into his pocket. Having sold so much in one go, Lao Zhang felt as if he had struck gold, his face blossoming with joy. Yu Cheng continued on his way, basket in hand, to purchase other vegetables. And he could still hear Lao Zhang calling out, Young Yu, do come again. He bought a jean of carrots, a jean of cucumbers, then turned to the fruit stall, where he acquired 2 jean of tender lotus pods, recalling that Jiang Yuman enjoyed them. He then purchased 10 jean of rice and 5 jean of peanut oil. Having completed his shopping, he hurried home. Upon arriving, he pushed the door open and saw his wife seated at the head of the bed. His heart finally felt at ease. This was no dream. His wife was still there, and everything was in order. Jiang Yuman, noticing Yu Cheng's return, quickly stood and approached him to take the basket from his hands. Wow, this is rather heavy. The market was quite a distance from their home, and with rice, oil, and an abundance of vegetables, it must have been quite a task. She placed the basket on the ground, pulled out her handkerchief, and tiptoed to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, then grinned foolishly. Wife, I'm not hot. Quickly, take a look at what I bought for you. Yu Cheng set aside the rice and oil, then gestured towards the basket of vegetables. Jiang Yuman glanced down to find an abundance of vegetables, including the vibrant green lotus pods, which were among her favorites. She was pleasantly surprised that he remembered. A warmth spread through her as her cheeks flushed, and she softly said, Thank you, Yu Cheng. To clarify, the place names in this narrative are entirely fictional. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 4. Happy birthday, my love. Upon hearing Jiang Yuman's gratitude, Yucheng felt a pang of distress, acutely aware of how much he owed her. He had merely purchased some of her favorite foods, yet she was profoundly touched. Stepping closer, he gently embraced her, the familiar fragrance calming his heart significantly. Jiang Yuman sensed a change in him, something different from his usual demeanor. She remained in his embrace for quite some time until he finally released her. Inhaling deeply before bending down to retrieve 2 lotus pods from the basket, placing them into her hands. My dear, do try them. Are they to your liking? Jiang Yuman accepted one and handed the other to Yucheng. You should have one too. He graciously accepted, knowing there were still plenty in the basket. You eat first. I'll tidy up these items. Jiang Yuman nodded and took a seat on the square stool. Yucheng meticulously arranged the items on the shelf, which had been crafted by his father, a carpenter by trade. After setting everything in order, he discreetly hid a small cake, preparing to surprise his wife later. Reflecting on the day's meal of braised pork and ribs, he realized it would be too much for the two of them to finish, especially with the rising temperatures of June. Therefore, he decided to remove some of the pork shoulder and the cuts from the front ribs. Yuman, there's quite a bit of meat. I fear we won't finish it all before it spoils. I'll leave it at Uncle Zhang's store for now, and I can retrieve it when needed, Yucheng informed Jiang Yuman. All right, Yucheng, go ahead, she replied, nodding in agreement. She understood his familiarity with Uncle Zhang's small shop, recognizing that it would indeed be a shame for food to go to waste in such heat. I'll be back shortly. Oh, and Yuman, remember to remove the seeds from the lotus pods when you eat them, otherwise, they can be bitter. He reminded her as he turned to leave, concerned she might forget if she took too long. Okay, I know, she replied, not lacking in common sense. However, she chose not to discard the seeds, intending to save them for tea, having heard they were beneficial for cooling the body and nourishing the lungs. Yucheng carried the meat to the small shop, first purchasing a pack of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes before broaching the main topic. Uncle Zhang, I've bought some meat for my wife, but we want to finish it today. May I store it in your freezer? Uncle Zhang, also known as Zhang Laojiu, a retired soldier with somewhat traditional views yet possessing a pragmatic nature, considered Yucheng's request. Seeing the young man had taken the initiative to buy meat for his wife, he nodded in approval. You may store it, but be careful not to damage my items. Due to his previous participation in the Korean War, where he sustained injuries, he received considerable care from the state, often expressing his gratitude for the new china in the presence of others. Mr. Zhang, unmarried and now in his 60s, without children, established a small convenience store with government assistance, thus achieving a degree of self-sufficiency. Ah, I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Yucheng replied with a hearty laugh. He tucked a pack of cigarettes into his pocket. While they held significant value, he intended to quit or at least reduce his consumption. He soon returned home, calling out, Wife, I'm back. The term wife was the latest fashionable address, while most people typically referred to their spouses as daughter-in-law or by their names. Jiang Yuman felt her cheeks flush. Yucheng's voice was so loud that the entire floor could hear him. You're back. Take a break. I've just started cooking, she replied. At that time, they did not own a rice cooker. Instead, they boiled water in a small aluminum pot, added rice, and stirred it occasionally with a long spoon. Once the rice had taken on the shape of cooked grains, they used another aluminum pot with a measured amount of water, slightly higher than a finger's width. Placing a cloth-wrapped aluminum steamer over the water, then carefully drained the rice and placed it on the steamer, continuing to steam over a coal stove. The rice would be ready in about 15 minutes once the water began to boil. Yucheng stepped outside to check on the rice, finding it still uncooked. So he returned indoors to wash the meat and ribs in the basin. The so-called kitchen was merely a makeshift area in the corner outside the house, designated for cooking. Yuman, from now on, when I'm home, I want you to leave these chores to me. Don't take it upon yourself, he said while carrying a basin of vegetables to the door, then went outside to wash the meat and vegetables. Jiang Yuman was taken aback. Did he seem a bit displeased? Normally, she handled these tasks herself. Yucheng contemplated that the house was too small, lacking a separate restroom, making it quite inconvenient. Furthermore, many people exhibited poor hygiene. Cooking in such a manner was excessively cumbersome. He resolved that purchasing a rice cooker would save time and effort. Just take it slow. Things will improve. Keep going, Yu Chung. While mulling over these matters, he finished washing the meat and vegetables. In no time, he prepared a cucumber salad, a carrot and rib soup, and a bowl of braised pork. Instantly, the entire floor was filled with the enticing aroma of the braised pork. Everyone couldn't help but gather around to take a look. Yu Chung, your braised pork smells divine. Old Kai from the first floor, drawn by the fragrance, emerged, unable to resist complimenting it while swallowing hard. Of course it smells good. Just look who made it, Yu Chung replied. Recalling his past experiences of cooking alone and for his in-laws and parents, which had honed his culinary skills. Wow, Yu Chung, you actually bought meat to make braised pork for your wife, Zhang Xiaoli said with a hint of envy, her eyes fixed on the vibrant dish. Naturally, a man's word is his bond. I wouldn't jest about such matters, Yu Chung said, glancing towards the door and catching his wife's eye with a playful wink. Immediately, Jiang Yumin felt so embarrassed that she retreated back into the house. Zhang Xiaoli, upon witnessing this, angrily swayed her ample figure into her own room and slammed the door with a resounding thud. The onlookers, drawn by the enticing aroma of braised pork, reluctantly returned to their own abodes, for after all, none of the delicious dish belonged to them. Wife, dinner is served. We are having braised pork. Yu Chung deliberately raised his voice, then brought 2 dishes and a soup to the dining table inside. He ladled a bowl of rib soup for Jiang Yumin, while he himself served rice. The rib soup was intended to nourish his wife, who was now carrying their child. Yet, she had yet to confide in him about her pregnancy, leaving him to ponder her thoughts. Was she perhaps worried about something? He refrained from inquiring, hoping she would share the news with him in her own time. Yu Chung, why aren't you drinking the soup? Jiang Yumin asked upon noticing that he had only served her the broth. I don't particularly enjoy it, he casually replied. Then, as if performing a magic trick, Yu Chung produced a beautifully crafted birthday cake from the cupboard and placed it before Jiang Yumin. The sight of such an exquisite little cake nearly made her cry out in surprise. Leaning closer, Yu Chung gently kissed her forehead and whispered in a husky voice, "Happy birthday, my dear wife." At that moment, Jiang Yumin's eyes reddened. She had not anticipated that Yu Chung would celebrate her birthday. She had almost forgotten it herself. Tears began to fall, one by one. Yumin, please don't cry. I'm so sorry for not remembering your birthday all these years. From now on, I will celebrate it with you every year, he said, his own eyes glistening as he turned his head away. Thank you, Yu Chung. Jiang Yumin softly embraced him, lingering in the warmth of the moment before finally releasing him. Let us eat the cake together, Yu Chung suggested, wishing to lift the somber mood. All right. Jiang Yumin nodded with a radiant smile, perhaps the most genuine smile she had worn in a long time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, Yu Chung sang as he divided the cake, and together they indulged in the sweet treat. On that day, both of them felt elated. Chapter 5, Director. Perhaps I could give it a try after the meal. Yu Chung began to clear the dishes. Jiang Yumin, feeling a bit shy, stood up and said, Yu Chung, you've worked hard today. Let me wash the dishes. Yu Chung gently guided her back to the bed and insisted, Yumin, you should rest well. Today, you are the birthday girl. You need not lift a finger. Unable to argue with him, Jiang Yumin acquiesced. Yu Chung swiftly gathered the dishes into a basin and filled it with warm water from the kettle before taking it to the sink, where he began to wash the dishes with a sponge. The neighbors were astonished, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. Since when did Yu Chung become so diligent? Is this not the epitome of a good husband? The sun must be rising in the west, they exclaimed, exchanging banter. Yu Chung, unbothered, wore a cheerful smile on his handsome face. Today is Yumin's birthday. I must make a good impression, realizing the cause of his newfound diligence. They peered into the house, only to see Jiang Yumin resting elegantly on the edge of the bed like a lady of refinement. Envy and admiration swirled among them. After Yu Chung finished washing the dishes and drained the water, he placed the utensils into the cupboard. Yu Chung, you should rest a bit. You have work tonight, Jiang Yumin said as he entered after washing the dishes. Yumin, I'll add some water to the large jug, Yu Chung replied with a smile. He adjusted the coal stove's vent slightly, leaving a small opening for airflow, ensuring the stove would not extinguish and would continue to emit warmth. He then scooped 2 generous ladles of water from the aluminum bucket, preparing hot water for the evening. In this era, many items were made of aluminum, and with a slight exertion, they could easily become deformed. Observing Yu Cheng's adeptness in these tasks, Jiang Yumin felt a sense of bewilderment. He had never done such chores before, yet he appeared as though he had performed them countless times. Once he completed these activities, Yu Cheng washed his hands in the sink and dried them with a towel hanging behind the door before finally settling beside Jiang Yumin. "Yumin, do you have something to say to me?" he gently inquired, noticing her hesitance. Jiang Yumin shook her head. "Yu Cheng, you should rest." She wanted to inform him of her pregnancy, but considering his work schedule that night, she decided it would be better to wait until tomorrow. Yu Cheng sighed inwardly. Was she still unwilling to share this with him? "All right, let us rest together." She needed to sleep more, especially now that she was expecting. Jiang Yumin nodded obediently, feeling increasingly drowsy over the past few days. Yu Cheng stood up to close the door, then lay down with her, fully clothed. They rested on a cool summer mat, woven by his father from bamboo he had personally cut from the mountains. Though it lacked the aesthetic appeal of store-bought mats, it provided a refreshing respite during the heat of summer. Perhaps due to her pregnancy or other reasons, Jiang Yumin soon began to softly snore, while Yu Cheng, who had been busy all morning, found himself wide awake. He pondered how to earn his first bucket of gold. With the knowledge of Yumin's pregnancy, he thought about taking her to the city hospital for a thorough checkup. He also considered renting a 2-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom in a better environment. Jiang Yumin needed various nutrients during her pregnancy, and he intended for her to resign from her job to rest at home, not wanting her to endure hardship. All of these aspirations required financial resources. Currently, he found no particularly good methods, as everything he wished to pursue necessitated initial funding. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only option was to work more overtime to earn extra money. He was a machinist, specializing in the precision processing of various automotive parts. Though tiring, the pay was decent and based on piecework. Previously, he had often slacked off, taking frequent days off, and by the end of the month, his earnings were meager, often diminished to almost nothing by the time payday arrived. Fortunately, it was only mid-month, and he had yet to advance any wages. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yu Cheng found himself unable to sleep any longer. He gently withdrew his slightly numb hand, then covered Jiang Yumin with a thin blanket. Searching through a rusty toolbox, he found paper and a pen and wrote a note, placing it on the dining table, pressing it down with an enamel cup. The note read, "Wife, I've gone to work. Heat up the dishes for dinner." He contemplated that a simple meal at the factory cafeteria would suffice for the evening. Jiang Yumin was pregnant, and he felt uneasy about her being alone at home at night, fearing that the terrifying events he dreaded might recur. He needed to stay by her side for a while. Riding his dilapidated second-hand bicycle, he headed straight to the factory. He made his way directly to the manager's office. Manager Gu Dehai furrowed his brows upon seeing Yu Cheng enter. Wasn't he supposed to be on the night shift? Glancing at his Shanghai brand quartz watch, he noted it was only just past 4 o'clock. This lad's early arrival could only spell trouble. He suspected that Yu Cheng was once again short on cash and had come to request an advance on his salary. Gu Dehai had mixed feelings about this young man. While he was the most exceptional worker, consistently delivering flawless results, he was also extraordinarily lazy and had a penchant for gambling, often working less than 20 days a month. Truly, a waste of potential, a feast without flavor. Yu Cheng, noticing Gu Dehai's displeasure, seemed unperturbed, as if he had grown accustomed to it. He stepped forward and offered a cigarette, saying, "Manager, I need to discuss something with you." "Speak your mind. Get to the point," Gu Dehai thought, momentarily stifling his impulse to be coarse. "I would like to adjust my night shift hours, starting from 4 in the afternoon until midnight," Yu Cheng stated his proposal. "Why?" Gu Dehai sighed with relief, glad it wasn't a request for an advance. However, salary day was only a few days away, on the 18th of each month. "My wife is pregnant, and I'm concerned about her being frightened alone at night. Plus, I need to take care of her during the day," Yu Cheng explained candidly. Gu Dehai, astonished, dug his fingers into his ears, hardly believing what he had just heard. He had heard rumors of Yu Cheng's gambling addiction, that his monthly wages were insufficient for his own needs, and he never lifted a finger at home. It seemed that the impending fatherhood had transformed him. Regardless, this was a positive development. I approve your request, Gu Dahai thought, considering that since the pay was based on output, no one would object. At that moment, Director Liu, the head of the CNC workshop, entered the office. Lu Wenfeng was quite esteemed in the factory. Manager Gu, you need to come and see. It appears that there has been a programming error with the CNC machines, and all the products produced are substandard, Lu stated, panic-stricken and sweating profusely. This batch must be delivered by tomorrow morning at the latest, and it is destined for Shanghai. This is the first batch of trial products. If it passes inspection, we could secure significant orders. What are you waiting for? Call Engineer Xiao. Gu Dahai responded anxiously. The fate of the factory's future depended on this batch, and whether they could establish connections with major companies in Shanghai. However, Engineer Xiao was unavailable. His wife had given birth 2 days prior, and he had taken leave to return to his hometown, making it impossible for him to return in time. Manager Gu, you approved his leave request. It was for a week, Lu Wenfeng remarked, stunned by the turn of events. Just yesterday, everything was fine. Who could have anticipated such a predicament today? This batch of goods has encountered an issue. It is not just the director who will face consequences. Even the factory manager will find it difficult to escape the repercussions. So, what now? Gu Dahai is at a loss. There is only one engineer in the factory. Who can they turn to? The most pressing matter is that the goods must be shipped by tomorrow morning. Yu Cheng, standing at the door, has listened intently and grasped the situation. He recalls that the factory manager, Gu, had received a severe reprimand over this incident, while Director Liu was dismissed. As for Engineer Xiao, he was naturally let go. These details were communicated to him later, as he had departed from this place after his wife's tragic demise. Seeing Yu Cheng lingering at the entrance, Gu Dahai waved his hand impatiently. Yu Cheng, why are you still standing there? Go to work. Perhaps I could give it a try? Yu Cheng replied nonchalantly. Remaining in place, Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng exchanged incredulous glances. Yu Cheng, are you asking for trouble? Hurry up and leave. Gu Dahai could no longer maintain his composure. His anxiety had reached a boiling point, and this young man seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, making jokes at an inappropriate time. Though Lu Wenfeng was not the head of the precision machining workshop, he had heard enough about Yu Cheng to approach him with a serious demeanor. Giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, young man, the factory manager and I have urgent matters to attend to. You should focus on your work. Yet inwardly, he felt a twinge of frustration at Yu Cheng's towering height, approximately 185 meters. What did he consume to grow so tall? Was it pig feed? It was said that pigs grew quickly on such feed. Gu Dahai, noticing Yu Cheng's unwavering stance at the entrance, grew even more agitated. He approached and gave him a gentle kick. You, hurry up and leave. However, he did not exert much force. He simply had no time to indulge this impudent youth. Unfazed, Yu Cheng shrugged. Factory manager Gu, Director Liu, if I leave, will you have a solution? Are you trying to drive me to madness? We have no solution. Do you? Gu Dahai was taken aback by Yu Cheng's words, his expression darkening. Although the young man spoke the truth, it felt as though he had publicly slapped the two of them in the face. Lu Wenfeng observed that despite the reprimands, Yu Cheng showed no signs of leaving. Could he truly possess a solution? Yu Cheng, do you genuinely have a plan? There truly is no alternative left. The goods must be delivered tomorrow. Failure to do so will not only incur penalties but could also spell the end for this factory. Old Lu, have you lost your mind? This reckless boy knows nothing. And you do not either? Gu Dahai exclaimed loudly, his voice drawing the attention of others from nearby offices. In a fit of anger, Gu Dahai pulled Yu Cheng inside and slammed the door shut with a resounding thud. I need to assess the situation before I can determine if I can resolve this. One should never speak too definitively. This is wisdom gleaned from years of experience in business. Old Lu, do you truly believe in him? A mere high school graduate cannot possibly comprehend such data programming. He likely cannot even interpret the blueprints. Gu Dahai thought old Lu had lost his senses in his desperation. Factory manager, do you have any suggestions? Is there a better candidate? At least there was one person willing to give it a try. Regardless, if we fail to produce a satisfactory product, we shall all be packing our bags to go home by tomorrow. Whether we extend our necks or retract them, it amounts to the same peril. We might as well treat this dead horse as if it were a live one. Who knows? It might just survive. Gu Dahai found himself at a loss for words when questioned. You, young man, do your utmost. If you manage to get this task done, you shall not lack rewards from the factory, he sternly directed at Yu Cheng. Director Gu, will there be a bonus if I succeed? Yu Cheng inquired with a playful grin, desperately in need of funds. You scoundrel, all you think about is money. Stay away from that temptation, or you may find yourself in a precarious situation one day, he chided, bemused by the young man's antics. Initially, he had contemplated nurturing Yu Cheng into a team leader, but seeing his lack of seriousness, he abandoned that notion. As the trio conversed, they arrived at the second floor of the factory, which housed the CNC machining workshop. The workers sat idly chatting. Due to a programming error, all their produced items had failed quality checks. Upon seeing the factory director and the supervisor, they hastily ceased their banter, yet their eyes were fixated on Yu Cheng, astonished. What is this lad, not from the precision machining workshop, doing here? And he came alongside the director and supervisor. Where is Engineer Xiao? They were unaware that Engineer Xiao had taken a leave of absence. Yu Cheng glanced at the CNC machines, recognizing them as multifunctional units. He examined the product blueprints and quickly discerned the nature of the item. This product was a newly developed type, characterized by its exceptionally high precision requirements. Even the slightest deviation would render it defective. After reviewing the blueprints, he proceeded to the computer to check the programming data. With his long, slender fingers deftly striking the keyboard, he navigated the programming codes he had memorized in his previous life. Upon delving in, he discovered an error in the fourth program, one that allowed for no margin of error. I've located the issue. Once I make this adjustment, we can proceed with the testing, he thought. The occurrence of such a basic mistake seemed deliberate. In his previous life, he had heard that Engineer Xiao was dismissed and subsequently employed at another machinery factory, perhaps even at Eternal Machinery, a fierce competitor of Huaya Machinery. It seemed there was more to this situation than met the eye. Gu Dahai and Director Liu were left astounded by Yu Cheng's adept handling of the task. Was this truly the same Yu Cheng they knew? Upon closer inspection, he appeared unchanged. The others looked on as if witnessing a ghost. Excellent, Yu Cheng. Hurry and make the changes. I shall treat you to a drink later. Gu Dahai's demeanor shifted dramatically, his previous skepticism evaporating. Yu Cheng, I too will treat you to a drink, Lu Wenfeng added swiftly, eager for Yu Cheng's approval. I have grown weary of drinking. I prefer bonuses, Yu Cheng replied. Yu Cheng wore a mischievous grin on his face. You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Gu Dahai playfully slapped the back of Yu Cheng's head. Director, you've muddled my brain. I'll forget everything soon. Yu Cheng exaggeratedly threatened. You little scamp. Hurry up and stop messing around, Gu Dahai chided with a smile, contemplating whether to recommend this lad for a bonus. As for that Engineer Xiao, he would need to think twice about it. Before long, Yu Cheng rectified all the erroneous programs and then inspected the blades, discovering they were also poorly sharpened. The quality of the product hinges significantly on the sharpness of the blades. Director Liu, have all these blades reground. Those that do not meet standards shall not be used. Yu Cheng handed the substandard blades to Lu Wenfeng. Upon seeing them, Lu Wenfeng's expression changed drastically. You all better sharpen your blades. Any that are subpar will result in a deduction from your wages. With Lu Wenfeng's proclamation, everyone hurriedly took their blades for sharpening, and soon the workshop was filled with the sound of grinding. No one wished to face a wage deduction. After all, that money was hard-earned. Half an hour later, the blades were sharpened, and the CNC machine began to operate. The three of them then exited the workshop and arrived at Director Liu's office. The so-called office was merely a small room partitioned off from the workshop, containing an old desktop computer, bulky and outdated, but a rarity in this era. Yu Cheng, how do you know so much? Gu Dahai could hardly believe it without witnessing it firsthand. I have an uncle who runs a machinery factory in Yunnan. I learned a little there. Yu Cheng casually fabricated an excuse. He did indeed have such an uncle, though not by blood. He was said to be a child adopted by his grandfather, who had later married and moved to Yunnan to establish a machinery factory. However, he had never returned, and it was presumed that Yu Cheng's grandfather had long considered him lost. Yu Cheng, I truly must thank you this time, Lu Wenfeng expressed with great emotion. His job was secure now. He had a family to support, with both elderly and young to care for. Director Lu, let us hold off on the thanks until we see the quality of the products, Yu Cheng said, though he was confident that this batch would undoubtedly meet expectations. Half an hour later, the freshly produced items were presented before the three of them. Director Lu personally measured each one with a micrometer, and his smile grew wider with each measurement. Gu Dahai anxiously inquired, Lao Lu, how is the quality of these goods? Director Gu, I have never seen such precise products. Lu Wenfeng replied excitedly. Given that products can have a margin of error, these items exhibited none whatsoever. Is it really that good? Gu Dahai questioned skeptically. Director Gu, I can assure you that even the headquarters cannot produce such quality, Lu Wenfeng declared, thumping his chest with pride. Yu Cheng touched his nose. Knowing full well the quality was excellent, as he had made slight modifications to the data to enhance precision. Wonderful. Now I can rest easy. Gu Dahai finally felt reassured. Having concluded his business, Yu Cheng prepared to head to the workshop for work. He had already squandered considerable time. Earning money was of utmost importance. What work are you still doing? Come, let us go drink instead. Rest assured, your wages will not be docked. You will receive your full pay. Gu Dahai jovially draped his arm over Yu Cheng's shoulder. Today, the lad had truly opened his eyes. Indeed, when he chooses to make a mark, he does so impressively. Chapter 7. Darling, trust me, I shall never gamble again. In the end, Yu Cheng graciously declined the invitations from Director Gu and Director Lu. Nevertheless, Gu Dahai granted him a day off, considering it as though he had worked for the day. Yu Cheng closed the office door and stepped outside, though in truth, he remained close by, eavesdropping on the conversation within. Old Lu, what do you think has caused this lad to become so intolerable all of a sudden? Gu Dahai mused, still in disbelief as if in a dream. Director Gu, you are unaware. I am even more perplexed. Previously, I only heard tales of this fellow being a good-for-nothing, known primarily for drinking and gambling. Lu Wenfeng, an immigrant from Sichuan, often infused his speech with a touch of his regional dialect. Indeed, if not for his technical skills, despite his tendency to be inconsistent in his work, I would have dismissed him long ago. The factory would not retain someone who does not take their responsibilities seriously. Thankfully, you had the foresight, Director. Otherwise, I would have truly faltered this time. Lu Wenfeng finally felt a sense of relief. Tomorrow, a shipment was due, and it would be interesting to see how headquarters would respond. This lad had made a significant contribution and deserved proper recognition. Certainly, certainly. Lu Wenfeng nodded vigorously. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Director, why not transfer that lad to my workshop as a temporary replacement? Once the transition period is over, we can promote him to a permanent position. To keep such talent in the fine processing workshop is a sheer waste. Such a move may not adhere to protocol. Some might object. His educational background is modest, and he often appears lackadaisical. I suspect many in the factory would disapprove. Moreover, his reputation is not particularly stellar. Director, rules are rigid, yet people are dynamic. Besides, if we adhere strictly to the rules today, we might face ruin. I fear that if we do not retain such talent now, we may lose the opportunity forever. Skilled individuals like him are highly coveted wherever they go. Indeed, old Lu, you make a compelling argument. Let us proceed as you suggest. Tomorrow, I shall summon him and inquire about his thoughts. Gu Dahai expressed his agreement, albeit with some trepidation regarding Yu Cheng's work ethic. He was keen to retain talent, but also harbored concerns. However, he was eager to see the final results of this batch of trial production. I believe this lad is changing. He even refused our invitation to drink, Lu Wenfeng reflected, sensing that Yu Cheng was not as hopeless as rumored. Let us hope so. It would be most advantageous if he could turn over a new leaf. Director, I shall return to the workshop to oversee them. Please update me tomorrow, Lu Wenfeng stated, knowing that the workers tended to slack off without supervision. It seemed he would need to exercise stricter control in the future. Very well. Off you go. Gu Dahai nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng swiftly departed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Should he indeed assume the role of team leader, an additional 200 yuan in leadership fees each month, along with various bonuses. would significantly augment his earnings, bringing his monthly total to approximately 7 or 800 yuan. In contrast, the average salary for ordinary employees hovered around 4 to 500 yuan, occasionally reaching 600, but sometimes dipping to 400. Previously, Yu Qing's own monthly earnings barely amounted to 300, largely due to his laziness and frequent absences. Humming a cheerful tune, Yu Qing pedaled his bicycle, anticipating a delightful evening spent with his wife. It was still early enough for him to return home and prepare dinner. "Yu Qing, aren't you working today?" Ma Zi called out. He distinctly remembered that this fellow was scheduled for the night shift. "The factory manager granted me a day off. No work today." Yu Qing replied nonchalantly. Ma Zi, not only unattractive but also cunning, made Yu Qing resolve to steer clear of such individuals in the future. "Not working? That's splendid. Come join us for a game." Ma Zi lamented his inability to find a third player. "No, I'm heading home. You all enjoy yourselves. By the way, Ma Zi, please refrain from inviting me to such things in the future," Yu Qing stated bluntly, hoping to deter any future solicitations. "Wow, Yu Qing. The sun must be rising in the west. Are you giving up gambling?" Ma Zi scoffed, his face a mask of mockery, believing he had just heard the greatest joke of the day. If Yu Qing had truly abandoned gambling, then even a sow could climb a tree, and the moon could be plucked from the water. Ignoring Ma Zi, Yu Qing pedaled away. As Ma Zi spat derisively at Yu Qing's receding figure, he muttered, "I'll be waiting for you to beg me to play cards." Yu Qing arrived home around 6 o'clock, finding Jiang Yumin seated at the edge of the bed, her gaze distant, lost in thought. "Yumin, what is troubling you?" Yu Qing approached and took her hand. Reflexively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but upon realizing it was Yu Qing, she remained still. She had been so engrossed in her thoughts that she hadn't registered his words. "Yu Qing, why are you home so early?" she wondered, suspecting that he had not gone to work, but rather to gamble. "Is he not working today again? How can one earn a living like this? The factory manager granted me a day off, and my salary remains intact." Yu Qing cheerfully relayed this good news to Jiang Yumin. "Oh," Jiang Yumin responded softly, her tone ambiguous. Whether she doubted his words or simply did not care about his presence at home remained unclear. "I'll go steam the rice." Yu Qing observed the house and realized his wife had yet to eat. "No need, I'll handle it." Jiang Yumin hurried over, but Yu Qing stopped her. "Yumin, from now on, when I'm home, I will take care of the cooking." His tone was earnest, leaving Jiang Yumin puzzled as to why he insisted on this new arrangement. Previously, he would simply wait for meals without ever lending a hand. Disregarding her astonished expression, Yu Qing moved to the aluminum pot, loosening the leftover rice with a wooden spoon before transferring it to the stove for steaming. In just 10 minutes, along with reheating the side dishes, they would be ready to dine. After completing his tasks, Yu Qing took out all the money he had left in his pocket. To his surprise, he counted 35 yuan. He calculated that with 5 days until payday, he should be fine for the month. He set aside 5 yuan for himself and handed the remainder to his wife. Jiang Yumin looked at him in bewilderment, for he had never given her his salary before. "Darling, take this 30 yuan and buy whatever you wish. From now on, my salary will be entrusted to you." He had once believed that it was unmanly for a grown man to hand over his earnings to his wife. Yet, he now realized how ignorant and foolish he had been. "Yu Qing, you've given me all this, but what will you use?" Jiang Yumin's eyes brimmed with tears as she held the warm notes in her hand. The day's revelations had been overwhelming, almost beyond her comprehension. "Did I not leave 5 yuan?" Yu Qing had set aside 2 2-yuan bills and 1 1-yuan bill. She wanted to ask him if he would cease gambling, but the words escaped her. Gently, Yu Qing wrapped his arms around her waist. "Trust me, my love, I will never gamble again." Chapter 8. The first evening stroll with his wife. Listening to Yu Qing's earnest vow, Jiang Yumin felt uncertain whether to believe him, yet she nodded obediently. Regardless of her doubts, these were words he had never uttered before. A glimmer of hope ignited within her, especially with the life growing inside her. "Yu Qing, you are going to be a father." Still, she decided to leave the decision in his hands. "Yumin, is that truly the case? I am to become a father?" Although Yu Qing had known for some time, hearing it from Jiang Yumin felt profoundly different. "It is true," Jiang Yumin replied, gently leaning against his shoulder and affirming with a nod. She could sense his emotions. He held her tighter but then released her, concerned not to press upon the child. Yu Cheng felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. Jiang Yumin couldn't help but chuckle. In her heart, she thought, it's merely a tiny little being. What difference does it make? What are you laughing at? Yu Cheng asked, perplexed by her mirth. The child is so small, she retorted, her smile fading slightly, revealing her charming dimples. Unable to resist, Yu Cheng leaned in and kissed the corner of her mouth, for he adored her smile, especially when her dimples appeared. Yumin, you should resign from your job at the mall. He wished to spare her from hardship. He had heard his mother say that the first 3 months of pregnancy were critical, and women with weaker constitutions were at higher risk of miscarriage. Jiang Yumin was taken aback by his suggestion. If I quit my job, how will we manage? She knew her monthly salary at the mall was only around 200 yuan, but it still contributed to their household. Realizing this, she shook her head. Yu Cheng, you are aware of our current situation. If I quit my job now, what will we do? Yu Cheng's mother suffers from hypertension and cannot afford to miss her medication, while his father has heart disease and requires monthly prescriptions. His elder brother has a leg ailment, making it difficult for him to find work and earn a decent income. Each month, Yu Cheng diligently saves money to send home. I assure you, the family situation will improve. There is no need for concern. Yu Cheng feels a deep sense of guilt, having never truly worried about these matters before, living each day in carefree joy. He has never confronted the responsibilities that rightfully belong to him. Yumming, in a few days, I will receive my salary, so do not worry, he thinks, planning to hand his earnings over to his wife. Yu Cheng, allow me some time to consider, Yumming responds. In truth, Jiang Yumming believes she could manage for a few months, saving up for a child. After several years of marriage, it is indeed time to start a family. Otherwise, not only would others notice, but even Yu Cheng's parents would likely be anxious. All right, Yu Cheng nods. He understands that gaining Yuming's trust all at once will be challenging. After speaking, he steps outside to check on the food, finding the rice ready. He reheats the pork rib soup and, with the remaining braised meat, prepares an additional dish of stir-fried cucumbers. Yumming, it's time to eat, Yu Cheng calls out. After serving the food, they enjoy a hearty meal together. Yumming, it's a bit warm inside. Shall we take a walk outside? Yu Cheng suggests, placing the washed dishes away while addressing his wife, who stands at the door. Jiang Yumming, surprised by his proposal, turns back. In her memory, Yu Cheng has never been fond of taking walks. I heard that walking after meals is beneficial for the baby, he offers, using the child as an excuse to avoid raising her suspicions. Jiang Yumming responds with a soft "oh," realizing it is for the sake of the baby. Walking ahead, Yu Cheng leads the way while Yumming follows closely behind, maintaining a foot of distance between them. They soon encounter Zhang Xiaoli. Yu Cheng, out for a stroll with your wife? Zhang Xiaoli greets them cheerfully. Yes, Sister Zhang, my wife is pregnant, and I'm accompanying her for a walk. Yu Cheng casually replies. Oh, Yumming is pregnant. You must be cautious, especially during the first trimester. By the way, Yu Cheng, you must not touch your wife during this time, Zhang Xiaoli says with a serious expression. Jiang Yumming, feeling shy, blushes instantly. Yu Cheng responds, thank you for your concern. Sister Zhang, I understand. Regardless of the situation, it is a kind reminder. Although Zhang Xiaoli can be somewhat petty and opportunistic, her heart is not malicious. Therefore, Yu Cheng does not hold her flaws against her, considering they live on the same floor. Jiang Yumming, feeling embarrassed, quickens her pace ahead. Yu Cheng chuckles. My wife is feeling shy. Sister Zhang, we shall continue our walk. With that, he hurries after her. Their residence, strictly speaking, lies on the outskirts, quite far from the city. Nevertheless, the scenery is delightful. Not far ahead, they come upon a river, with a bridge leading to a natural park beyond. They stroll leisurely, eventually arriving at the park, which is adorned with numerous large trees and benches. Yumming, are you tired? Let us sit and rest, Yu Cheng suggests, dusting off a bench with his sleeve. The chair was crafted from cement, its coolness somewhat refreshing. However, the weather was quite suitable, rendering the seat comfortable. Thank you, Jiang Yumin gently murmured before settling down. Yu Cheng observed that his wife maintained a politeness tinged with distance towards him. He sighed, thinking that it would take time. He too sat beside her. A cool breeze swept by, invigorating his spirit. The cicadas in the trees occasionally chirped. Jiang Yumin wore a smile, her mood evidently bright. Yumin, do you truly enjoy this place? Yu Cheng pondered, reflecting on his previous ignorance. Jiang Yumin nodded, not denying her fondness, though she had once refrained from expressing it, as Yu Cheng had not shared the same sentiment. The air here is truly delightful, she exclaimed, the words escaping her lips. Perhaps directed at Yu Cheng or merely a thought aloud. If you like it, I shall accompany you here when I am not on the night shift. He resolved to spend time with his wife whenever he could. Is that true? Jiang Yumin turned to him, her eyes shimmering like stars, illuminating the depths of Yu Cheng's heart. Was she so easily contented by a simple stroll amidst nature? He realized he had failed to provide her with even this modest joy in the past. Reflecting on her despair in a previous life, sitting atop the rooftop as the night wind whipped around her, he understood the profound depths of her anguish that had driven her to such a drastic awakening and growth. It is indeed true, my dear, Yu Cheng's voice quivered, resting his head on Jiang Yumin's delicate shoulder. Sensing his melancholic emotions, Jiang Yumin gently patted his back. Unaware of the sorrow that burdened him, she chose not to inquire, believing he would share when he was ready. She refrained from asking, fearing it might deepen his unhappiness. Chapter 9. The arrival of Director Qian. The following day, Jiang Yumin went to work at the mall. Yu Cheng wandered to the roadside near their rental home to purchase a handful of green beans. This area only offered vegetables cultivated by local villagers. There were no meats available, though occasionally fresh eggs from their chickens could be found for sale. Upon inspection, he noticed some fresh tomatoes and reached for the 2 yuan bill in his pocket to pay. To his surprise, the design on the bill was that of a mechanical worker. Yu Cheng recognized this 2 yuan note as part of the third series of renminbi from 1960, featuring the image of a mechanical laborer. This particular note had appreciated significantly in value over time, now worth several thousand yuan. Observing that the bill was still in good condition, excitement bubbled within him, and a smile unconsciously spread across his face. Young man, do you still want those tomatoes? The elderly vendor inquired, noticing Yu Cheng's silly grin without any payment forthcoming. I don't want the tomatoes anymore, ma'am, Yu Cheng replied, sheepishly placing the 2 yuan back into his pocket. What kind of young man are you? If you're not buying, then hurry along. The vendor's demeanor soured as she began to shoo him away. Aware of his awkwardness, Yu Cheng quickened his pace to leave. Behind him, voices could be heard. That fellow seems a bit off. I think he might be a bit slow, just standing there smiling. He is quite handsome. What a pity. Yu Cheng paused briefly at the remarks, then continued on his way. As Yu Cheng passed by the small shop, he picked up a piece of meat, cooked some rice, and stir-fried a dish of green beans with meat, accompanied by a cucumber he had purchased yesterday, leaving one behind. Dining alone at noon, he took a few casual bites, but suddenly realized that without his wife by his side, his appetite had diminished. He lay down on the bed to rest. As he had to go to work in the afternoon, unable to resist, he pulled out 2 yuan, ensuring they were from the same edition, and carefully placed them beneath the bamboo mat. He recalled that the 2 yuan from 1953 held significant value, and if given the chance, he might collect a few. This could serve as a small fortune in the future, he chuckled to himself. Such currency was likely more abundant in the countryside, where many elderly folks lacked the habit of saving money and preferred to hide it beneath the floorboards of their homes. In many old houses in the countryside, a wooden platform was constructed about a meter high, often used to store coffins, prepared by the elderly for their eventual passing. At that time, burials were primarily conducted in the ground, but reforms later mandated cremation. This outdated practice has since been rectified, though that is a topic for another time. For now, Yu Cheng was most concerned about the news regarding the batch of goods at the factory. It was still early, so he decided to take a brief nap. He set his alarm clock for 3:30 and quickly drifted into slumber. Ding, 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 the alarm rang punctually. Yu Cheng sprung up like a fish leaping from water. He picked up a wash basin and briefly rinsed himself at the outdoor sink. After a moment's thought, he left a note for Jiang Yumin, informing her of his departure for work and that the rice and vegetables were warming on the stove. He closed most of the stove doors, ensuring the coal fire would not extinguish, and there was water in the aluminum pot. This way, she could return to a hot meal. Having completed these tasks, he rode his bicycle to the factory. As he approached the factory entrance, he spotted Gu Dahai standing at the large iron gate, craning his neck as if in search of something. Upon seeing Yu Cheng, a broad smile spread across his face, and he jogged over. Yu Cheng was puzzled about why the director seemed so cheerful. Had he perhaps found money? Yu Cheng, you finally arrived, Gu Dahai exclaimed. Having waited for more than half an hour at the gate, clueless about where this young man resided. What's up? Director, I hope I'm not late. I got caught up with some tasks today, but I shouldn't have delayed too much. No, you're not late. I need to talk to you. Come to my office. Gu Dahai replied with a cheerful demeanor. Director, I still have to work, or I will truly be late. The foreman will take attendance before the shift starts. And if I'm late, they'll deduct 2 yuan. What work? I've already taken care of it. Don't worry, your wages won't be deducted, Gu Dahai chuckled. It seemed that this young man had become unexpectedly diligent about his work schedule. All right then, let me just park my bicycle first, Yu Cheng said, moving to push his bicycle towards the shed. Oldly, come over and give me a hand with this bicycle, Gu Dahai called out to the gatekeeper. Oldly hurried over, taking the bicycle from Yu Cheng's hands. Yu Cheng felt a bit embarrassed and said, Thank you, Uncle Li. Oldly, in his 50s, was indeed worthy of the title. Oldly remained silent as he pushed his bicycle towards the shed. At that moment, the workers on the first floor stood outside, awaiting to convene the meeting. Upon seeing the factory manager and Yu Cheng, they exchanged curious and envious glances, whispering amongst themselves. How did Yu Cheng become so close to the factory manager? What could the manager possibly want with him? Perhaps he was facing dismissal. What are you talking about? Yu Cheng, hasn't he offended you? One retorted. What do you mean I'm wrong? With his lackadaisical attitude, I wouldn't keep him if I were the boss. Enough with the bickering. If you have that much time on your hands, focus on your work, came the voice of their Zhang Tao. Immediately, silence fell over the crowd. Zhang Tao understood that Yu Cheng was likely about to leave. He probably couldn't stay here much longer. Despite his laziness, Yu Cheng was a skilled worker, producing quality work at an impressive rate. Yu Cheng was practically dragged by Gu Dahai to the third-floor office. Factory manager, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you pulling on my clothes? He protested. 2 grown men tugging at each other looked rather absurd. It's just a work uniform. It won't be needed anymore, Gu Dahai remarked cryptically. Once inside the office, Gu Dahai closed the door behind them. You sit here, he commanded, pressing Yu Cheng onto a wooden sofa before taking his seat behind his desk. Just as Yu Cheng was about to speak, a knock echoed from the door. What are you waiting for? Open the door, Gu Dahai gestured to Yu Cheng. Rising. Yu Cheng opened the door to admit 2 individuals, Director Liu and a sharply dressed gentleman in a perfectly tailored suit, his polished shoes gleaming. Judging by the quality, Yu Cheng surmised this must be an important figure. Upon seeing the man following Director Liu, Gu Dahai quickly rose from his chair and approached him briskly. Chairman, he exclaimed, extending his hand for a handshake, his demeanor exuding utmost respect, as if the man were his father. Yu Cheng thought, could this be Chairman Qian Minghuai from the Dongguan headquarters? He was already about 70% certain, yet maintained an air of calmness. Chairman Qian merely returned a symbolic handshake to Gu Dahai before casting a scrutinizing glance at Yu Cheng, who stood aside. This young man is Yu Cheng from the Precision Processing Workshop, Gu Dahai introduced hurriedly upon noticing the chairman's inquiry. Upon hearing that Yu Cheng was an employee from the Precision Processing Workshop, Chairman Qian simply responded with a nonchalant "Oh." The chairman had come personally because the batch of products produced by Huayan Machinery Factory was exceptionally impressive, surpassing even those from their Dongguan headquarters. They had sent samples from both the headquarters and the branch factory to clients, and to their surprise, the clients had unhesitatingly chosen the branch's samples. The sample they provided has secured an order worth 300,000, with the possibility of increasing the unit price by 2 dimes. This is indeed a remarkable opportunity, however. Qian Minghuai, being a seasoned veteran in the marketplace, did not allow himself to be swept away by excitement. He refrained from immediately agreeing, opting instead to take 2 days for consideration, primarily due to concerns about meeting the quality standards and the potential financial ruin from penalties if he failed. To his surprise, The client indicated that they were in no hurry and could wait. Such patience is unprecedented, illustrating the client's satisfaction with the goods. Director Gu, your products this time are commendable. He came to personally assess whether the goods were indeed produced by them. He recently visited the workshop, where he observed the production of several items on the spot and was astonished to find them identical to the samples they had submitted. I wish to meet your engineer, Xiao. Qian Minghuai speculated that perhaps their engineer had manipulated some data. Otherwise, how could their main factory fail to achieve such precise quality? Although the products from headquarters met the required standards, they fell significantly short compared to the quality from the Huaya branch. Chairman, Engineer Xiao has long taken leave to return to his hometown. The reason for his absence is that he made a mistake with the data, nearly jeopardizing our delivery. Lu Wenfeng retrieved several defective products from his blue work uniform pocket to show Qian Minghuai. Upon hearing this, Qian Minghuai inquired about the situation. Could there be an expert here? He knew that headquarters had assigned 2 engineers due to its larger scale and workforce, as most orders were fulfilled there. While this branch had only 1 engineer, handling merely a fraction of the workload. Examining the defective products in Lu Wenfeng's hand, he confirmed they were indeed unusable. Yu Cheng casually plopped down on a wooden sofa, relishing the idle moment, especially since the director had assured him that wages would not be deducted. Gu Dahai, what on earth is happening? How can an engineer take leave at such a critical juncture? Who will resolve the issues that arise? Qian Minghuai's expression darkened. Aware of the severe implications, Chairman, this was my oversight. I believed he had corrected the data and that there would be no issues. Considering his wife was giving birth, it was only natural to grant him leave. Little did he know that Gu Dahai had mentally cursed engineer Xiao countless times. We will settle this later. You must promptly bring forth that capable individual. Why keep him hidden? Qian Minghuai had already surmised that they had indeed engaged a skilled expert. Otherwise, how could such products have been produced? You rascal, get up. Gu Dahai kicked Yu Cheng, who was nonchalantly lounging with his legs crossed, observing the commotion. Yu Cheng feigned ignorance, asking, Director, once you are finished discussing, may I take my leave? Yu Cheng, you cannot leave now, Lu Wenfeng remarked meaningfully. It seems this young man may not remain here much longer, especially with the chairman present. And concerning that order of 300,000, not even headquarters has ever received such a substantial order. You impudent lad, where do you think you're going? Gu Dahai glared at him. The young rascal possesses quite a few cunning tricks and plays his role convincingly. Chairman, it was Yu Cheng who rectified the data and led the team in producing this sample. Gu Dahai cheerfully pushed Yu Cheng in front of Qian Minghuai. Qian Minghuai's eyes sparkled, and his first remark was, this young man looks quite impressive and spirited. Yu Cheng replied with a calm demeanor that was neither overly familiar nor disrespectful. Thank you, Chairman. Why say such things? What use are they? Let us get to the point. Tell me, do you wish to go to the headquarters? I can take you there. Talents like you can only flourish at the headquarters. Gu Dahai remarked. Well, this chairman is trying to poach talent right from the get-go. Lu Wenfeng thought, as expected, fearing that this young man would not be easy to retain. Nobody anticipated that a mere troublemaker would turn into a coveted asset. The 3 of them fixed their gaze on Yu Cheng, waiting for him to speak. Noticing Yu Cheng's silence, Qian Minghuai quickly added, once there, your responsibility will be quality control, with a salary of 1,500 a month, not including various holiday benefits and insurance year-end bonuses. 1,500? That's quite substantial. And there are so many additional benefits? Insurance? Year-end bonuses? These advantages far exceed what the branch factory can offer. Yu Cheng felt a moment of temptation. Yet he thought that heading to the Dongguan headquarters might not be feasible for now. His wife was pregnant, and he needed to care for her, while he wished to make proper arrangements for his parents in the coming years. This place was also closer to them, just a couple of bus rides away. He also thought of his brother, who had a leg ailment. Moreover, Manager Gu had been quite considerate towards him, and he could not abandon his post. At least not at this moment. With him around, he believed the factory would gradually improve. You young man, the chairman is asking you something. Internally, he felt an intense nervousness. If this young man left, they might not receive even a drop of water. Chairman, I've decided to stay here. My family is nearby, and I want to take better care of them. Furthermore, Manager Gu has been quite supportive of me over the years. Yu Cheng made his decision and stated it plainly. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's words, Gu Dahai was nearly moved to embrace him, glancing at Chairman Qian, only to suppress his impulse. He told himself, stay composed, stay composed. This young man has said he wants leave. Lu Wenfeng suggested, let us promote him to team leader directly. Qian Minghuai pondered saying something further. But upon seeing the earnest look in Yu Cheng's eyes, he realized that any words would be futile. He truly did not wish to lose that significant order, which would inevitably lead to even larger ones in the future. This was all about money. After some contemplation, he devised a compromise. How about this? You and I go to Dongguan to help adjust the data. Once everything is stable there, you can return. How does that sound? This was the only feasible course of action at present. To directly hand over the technology to the engineers there might not be agreeable to them. This was a request for his opinion. All right, Chairman, that works. It should only take 2 or 3 days and won't cause any delays. What about the salary? He still needed to clarify the financial aspect. Qian Minghuai's hearty laughter echoed to the rooftop. This young man was straightforward yet refreshing, and he held him in high regard. Gratitude and reciprocation are indeed rare virtues. Gu Dahai could not resist giving him a kick. This young man truly seems to be blinded by the allure of wealth. Your salary, calculated at headquarters, amounts to 1,000 per month, plus an additional 1,000 as a bonus for this product, and a commission of 1% from this substantial order. Qian Minghuai spoke decisively. He was not stingy, for this deal was secured thanks to Yu Cheng's efforts. As a businessman, he envisioned the long term, recognizing that this young man was no ordinary talent. He was destined for greatness. Yu Cheng could hardly believe there was a commission. He felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the chairman warmly. How generous! However, he merely smiled modestly and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Chairman. Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng were equally astonished, yet they understood the chairman's intention to retain talent. Chairman Qian waved his hand generously, and the finance department promptly provided Yu Cheng with 1,000 yuan in cash. Sister Li from the finance department trembled as she handed over the stack of bills. Just like that, 1,000 yuan was given to this rascal. Chapter 11. Dear, I've come to pick you up from work. Gu Dahai wished to invite Yu Cheng to dinner, as they were already set to entertain the chairman. Yu Cheng hesitated, wanting to return home early. Seeing the factory director signaling him persistently, he glanced at the clock on the office wall. It was only 4:30. Calculating the time, he realized Jiang Yuman finished work at 5:30, and he would likely make it home by 6. Noticing that Yu Cheng did not refuse, Gu Dahai refrained from showing any displeasure. If this young man did not show respect to the chairman, he would surely face consequences upon his return. Thus, Chairman Qian, Director Gu, Director Lu, and Yu Cheng entered the best restaurant in the city, Wanghua Pavilion. Young man, work diligently. Chairman Qian clapped Yu Cheng on the shoulder after a few rounds of drinks. Yu Cheng nodded mechanically, yet he understood that this was far from his final destination. Yu Cheng, report to the CNC workshop tomorrow as the team leader of one of the shifts, Lu Wenfeng said with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. The CNC workshop had 2 shifts, one of which lacked a team leader. All right, thank you, Director Lu. Yu Cheng thought this arrangement was quite satisfactory for the time being. Progress would come gradually, and things were bound to improve. Yu Cheng, you rascal, refrain from reckless behavior and focus on your work, Gu Dahai said meaningfully. He feared this young man might stray from the right path and jeopardize his bright future. Director, I understand. I want to let you down, Yu Cheng responded, offering Gu Dahai a sense of reassurance. Gu Dahai nodded contentedly, rising to his feet. Yu Cheng raised his glass. I owe my current success to the nurturing provided by the chairman, the director, and the supervisor. I promise to work diligently in the future. This toast is for you. The 3 esteemed gentlemen drank heartily, feeling a sense of relief from Yu Cheng's words. Yu Cheng glanced at Gu Dahai's plum blossom watch and realized that it was already 5 o'clock. He thought about Jiang Yuman finishing work soon. Chairman, Director, Supervisor, please enjoy your drinks. I must go pick up my wife from work, he said, standing once more, anxious not to be late. Why the rush, Yu Cheng? As your wife finishes her work, isn't there a bus available? That fellow seems utterly oblivious. Even the chairman remains here, indulging in his drink. Such a splendid opportunity, one that others would yearn for. Typically, this lad has not been particularly attentive to his wife. Why, in these past few days? Has he transformed into a model husband? Lu Wenfeng anxiously tugged at his trousers beside him. Director Lu, why are you pulling at my trousers? Yu Cheng exclaimed, somewhat oblivious. He adjusted his trousers, nearly exposing himself. If he remained silent any longer, he would indeed find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Lu Wenfeng's face flushed with embarrassment as he shot a glare at Yu Cheng. You fool, are you truly so dim-witted? Such a marvelous opportunity. Qian Minghuai nearly choked on his drink upon hearing Yu Cheng's words. Chairman, I apologize, but I must take my leave. My wife is pregnant. And I need to pick her up, Yu Cheng expressed once more, filled with regret. Qian Minghuai nodded. Young man, go ahead. I have these two to keep me company. Little did anyone know, he too was under the thumb of his wife. He cherished her deeply. Without her, he would not have achieved his current standing. His admiration for the young man grew. A man may possess great prowess outside, but true merit lies in nurturing one's family. Yu Cheng cheerfully remarked, Thank you, Chairman. He glanced at the displeased Gu Dahai and the awkward Lu Wenfeng, quickly adding, Thank you, Factory Director. Thank you, Director. He then opened the box door, ready to step outside. Suddenly, he recalled that he had money now and could take his wife for a checkup tomorrow. Initially, he had planned to wait until the 15th to take her, but the time had come sooner than expected. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you say you were in a hurry? Gu Dahai observed Yu Cheng's hesitation at the door. Unable to restrain himself, he commented, Hey, Factory Director. May I take a day off tomorrow? I wish to take my wife for a checkup. Yu Cheng turned around, grinning mischievously. You and your endless requests. Consider it granted. Now hurry along. Gu Dahai chided, albeit pleased internally, glad to see the lad finally acting responsibly. Yu Cheng joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Factory Director. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Gu Dahai retorted, Who would care for your meal? In the end, it's still you footing the bill. Yu Cheng glanced at Lu Wenfeng, who promptly stated, I will ensure the handover procedures are completed for you. You can assume your position the day after tomorrow. Yu Cheng made a gesture of affirmation before swiftly departing. After Yu Cheng left, Qian Minghuai instructed them that should Yu Cheng have any further requests, they could escalate them, and the headquarters would endeavor to accommodate. Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng nodded in agreement. The dinner concluded with everyone in high spirits. Qian Minghuai departed that very day, returning to the Dongguan headquarters. Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng remained in a daze, pondering how this lad had seemingly become their little deity, yet they welcomed it, hoping for more such blessings. Yu Cheng pedaled his bicycle with urgency, arriving at the department store. Habitually, he lifted his wrist only to chuckle softly, realizing it was devoid of adornments. In his previous life, he had purchased a wristwatch solely to keep track of time during business dealings. At that moment, employees began to exit the mall in succession. Most of them carried aluminum lunch boxes. As the establishment did not provide meals, they brought their own to eat, utilizing a designated room for heating their food. The majority of the workforce here consisted of women, with only a few men in managerial positions. When they noticed a bicycle parked at the entrance, curiosity sparked, and they cast glances towards it, discovering a youthful and handsome young man. Some of the women, unable to resist stealing a few more looks. Yu Cheng, however, remained indifferent, as it had no bearing on him. At that juncture, Jiang Yuman emerged, holding a cloth bag, which naturally contained her lunchbox. Yuman, Yu Cheng called out. Jiang Yuman paused, as if she had heard his voice. A colleague beside her nudged her arm and pointed to the right of the entrance, saying, That young man is calling you. This colleague did not recognize Yu Cheng and was unaware of his relationship with Yuman. Turning her head, Yuman exclaimed, Is that you, Yu Cheng? She then addressed her colleague. Hongjia, that's my husband. I must be going. Hongjia immediately waved her hand, urging, Hurry along, don't keep him waiting. In her mind, she thought, Yuman's husband is truly handsome. Yuman felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks as she approached him. Darling, I came to pick you up from work, Yu Cheng said, taking the cloth bag from her hand and hanging it on the front of the bicycle. Why didn't you work today? Yuman inquired, curious about his absence from work. Yumin, hop on. I will explain everything on our way home, Yu Chung replied, patting the cushioned seat he had prepared on the back of the bicycle, ensuring a comfortable ride. Yumin felt touched that Yu Chung had come to fetch her after work, displaying such thoughtfulness. Noticing her moment of contemplation, Yu Chung gently called out again, Yumin, let us head home. This brought her back to reality, and she obediently took her place on the back seat of the bicycle. After a moment's hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Yu Cheng's waist. Let us go home, Yu Chung joyfully announced, pedaling away amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. As Yumin rested her head gently against his broad back, a subtle smile graced her lips. Yu Chung beamed, reflecting on how meticulously he had penned this narrative, sometimes spending considerable time verifying a single detail to render it more authentic. He hoped it would resonate with someone. Chapter 12. My wife agreed to resign tomorrow upon returning home. Yu Chung secured the bicycle. Yumin, take a moment to rest. Dinner will be ready shortly, he said, then proceeded to wash his hands at the sink. The food simmered in an aluminum pot, layered with water at the bottom, rice in the middle, and vegetables on top. Neighbors observed how Yu Cheng seemed to have undergone a transformation in recent days, evolving from a gambler, a drunkard, and a sloth into a devoted husband. The women were particularly curious and envious. Just as Yu Chung bent down to serve the dishes, he heard someone speaking to him. Yu Chung, why haven't you been to work these past few days? The question came from none other than Zhang Xiaoli's husband, Fu Wentai. While his name was quite pleasant, his appearance was rather unfortunate, overweight and unattractive. Yu Chung thought to himself, why does it matter to you whether I go to work or not? Is your family name Hai? You certainly meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Well, I haven't been to work. The factory manager granted me a leave. Yu Chung had no intention of engaging with him, yet considering they would encounter each other frequently, he opted for a civil response. This man was even more insufferable than his wife, Zhang Xiaoli, acting as if he were superior simply because he drew a government salary, looking down on others with an air of arrogance. While he might have some justification for his attitude, it was intolerable to witness him venting his frustrations on his wife and children. If he had been dismissed from the factory, I might suggest he come work for us. We are in need of a sanitation worker, after all, considering we are neighbors. Fu Wentai wore a condescending expression, seemingly anticipating Yu Chung to express gratitude. Yu Chung, is dinner ready? I'm starving, came the voice of Jiang Yumin from within the room. Ah, dear, it will be ready shortly, Yu Chung called back, raising his voice. Fu Wentai, could you please step aside? My wife is hungry. With a cheerful demeanor, Yu Chung took the dishes into the room. Knowing his wife had likely overheard their conversation, thus providing him an escape from the awkwardness. His wife still cared for him. How delightful. Fu Wentai, infuriated, spat outside, "Tch. How ungrateful. Don't come crawling to me later." Discontented, he retreated to his own quarters. Soon, the sounds of a child crying echoed from his room, indicating he was once again taking out his frustrations on his wife and child. As Yu Chung ate, he muttered under his breath, "What a despicable person. Yumin, there's something I wish to discuss with you," he said, placing a piece of lean meat into Jiang Yumin's bowl. Go on, Jiang Yumin replied, curious about what Yu Chung had to say. Given that he had not been to work these past few days, she partially believed Fu Wentai's words, as Yu Chung had previously exhibited a lack of consistency in his employment. After all, a company would hardly appreciate such an employee. I have been promoted to team leader, and my monthly salary will be 1,000. He wished for Yumin to know that his earnings could support both her and their baby. He truly did not want her to struggle so much at the department store, earning merely 200 a month, standing all day, such a taxing endeavor. Sometimes, she had to conduct inventory, which was genuinely exhausting. 1,000? That's quite substantial, exclaimed Jiang Yumin, astonished. That's nearly half a year's worth of my salary. She was skeptical, questioning whether Yu Cheng's work ethic would earn him such a title. It seemed implausible. There were no other employees left in the factory, and even if he were a team leader, it was unlikely he would earn such a sum. After all, the manager at their store only made 500 a month. This was certainly not a major metropolis like Beijing or Shanghai. Jiang Yumin found it increasingly difficult to believe Yu Cheng's claims. Sensing her disbelief, Yu Cheng patiently clarified, Yumin, My salary is dispersed by the Dongguan headquarters. It has nothing to do with the factory. But why? She asked, perplexed, as it defied both reason and logic. Jiang Yumin pondered if it was possible that Yu Cheng had gotten himself into trouble outside, leading to his dismissal from the factory. Yu Cheng, have you done something wrong out there? After uttering these words, she lowered her head and began to eat fervently, avoiding his gaze. Yumin, Yu Cheng called out helplessly. He understood that such a drastic change was hard to accept all at once, yet he felt a profound sadness. His wife still did not believe in him. He longed for her faith, for her to trust that he could protect her for a lifetime, granting her everlasting happiness. Yumin, tomorrow I will take you to meet our factory manager, all right? Surely, you would believe his words. Ah, meet your manager? Jiang Yumin exclaimed, lifting her head in astonishment. Could it be that what Yu Cheng said was true? Otherwise, why would he propose taking her to meet the manager? Yu Cheng nodded. However, Jiang Yumin shook her head, concerned about how others would perceive Yu Cheng if that were the case. Suddenly, Yu Cheng recalled the 1,000 yuan in his pocket. He set down his bowl and chopsticks. Wife, come here. He pulled Jiang Yumin to the edge of the bed and had her sit down. Then he rose and walked to the door, closing it, and drew the floral curtains shut. Jiang Yumin looked on in confusion, suspecting he was about to engage in something inappropriate, and thought to refuse since their child was only a month old. Before she could voice her objections, Yu Cheng produced a stack of banknotes. Here is 1,000 yuan. A bonus from the headquarters, he said, gesturing to the money. Jiang Yumin was utterly astonished. His transformation was so immense that she struggled to process it. Yumin, please listen to me. Let us quit our jobs tomorrow, shall we? There was a pleading tone in Yu Cheng's voice, mixed with a hint of sorrow. He feared losing their child, losing her. He wanted to witness their child safely enter this world. Only then could he be assured that his wife had not abandoned him, that she was alive. Jiang Yumin felt completely bewildered. She could sense Yu Cheng's sadness and fear. He seemed exceedingly cautious, as if he were afraid of losing her. Perhaps it was merely her impression, but she had a strong feeling that Yu Cheng bore a sense of atonement. Yet, she couldn't recall any grievous sins he had committed against her. Although he had been somewhat irresponsible and neglectful, causing her emotional and physical exhaustion, it was not unforgivable. Ultimately, she acquiesced to Yu Cheng's request. All right, Yu Cheng, I promise you, I will resign from my job tomorrow. Jiang Yumin gazed at the money in her hands, feeling as if it were unreal. Just days prior, she had only a few coins left, and now Yu Cheng had given her a significant sum. 1,000 yuan was indeed a considerable amount for working-class individuals like them. Make sure to keep the money safe. If you're worried about security, consider depositing it in the bank, leaving just enough for household expenses, Yu Cheng added. He recalled that in 1996, the interest rates were quite favorable, with a 6-month fixed deposit yielding approximately 7% and a 1-year term around 9%. The longer the deposit, the higher the interest accrued. Jiang Yumin gently nodded. Although she had no spare funds to deposit, she was aware of the high interest rates at banks and found Yu Cheng's suggestion quite sensible. With care, Jiang Yumin stored the money away. As Jiang Yumin carefully arranged her money, Yu Chengkai approached and opened the door. It was summer, and even at 6 o'clock, the daylight remained bright. After dinner, Yu Cheng took it upon himself to wash the dishes. Yumin, shall we take a stroll? He suggested, contemplating a leisurely walk to aid digestion after their meal. Jiang Yumin shook her head, her gaze drifting towards the corner of the bed. Realization dawned on Yu Cheng, and he chuckled softly. Jiang Yumin shot him an annoyed glance, as if she were a miser guarding her treasure. Yu Cheng, accustomed to her usual gentle demeanor, found a certain delight in witnessing this different side of her. That night, the two embraced and fell asleep early. Chapter 13. Yu Cheng. I believe in you. The following morning, the couple rose early. Yu Cheng opted not to prepare breakfast and instead ventured to a nearby breakfast shop. Remembering Jiang Yumin's fondness for Tianjin's renowned Gubuli buns, he entered a well-known bun shop. This establishment served authentic Gubuli buns, a place Yu Cheng frequented on his way to work. As he entered, the owner greeted him warmly. Yu Cheng, back for more buns? Yes. I brought my wife to sample your culinary skills, Yu Cheng replied, settling at a table in the back. It was only then that the owner noticed the quiet, beautiful young woman accompanying him, reflecting on how fortunate Yu Cheng was to have such a lovely and obedient wife. A fine cabbage indeed, squandered on a pig, he thought, casting a sympathetic glance toward Jiang Yumin. Noticing the owner's gaze, Yu Cheng shifted slightly to block it. "Su Fatty, hurry up with the buns," he called out. The owner, named Su Sambao, was a bit plump, and everyone affectionately referred to him as Su Fatty. Coming right up, Su Sambao quickly redirected his attention to retrieve the buns. "Su Fatty, your bun shop must be quite profitable. It's time for you to get married," Yu Cheng remarked meaningfully, implying that Su should settle down and stop coveting others' wives. Jiang Yumin suppressed a smile, amused by Yu Cheng's teasing, which effectively cornered the owner. Su Sambao chuckled in agreement. "You're right, brother Yu." He then brought over 2 plates of buns, clearly eager to please, for offending a customer, especially a regular like Yu Cheng, was not an option. Yu Cheng chose not to say more. Sometimes, words are unnecessary when the point is made. "Darling, do try these buns," he urged, taking one, dipping it in vinegar, and placing it in Jiang Yumin's bowl. The gubuli buns were indeed delicious, succulent, and savory, though the name sounded rather odd. "Yu Cheng, you sly fellow," quietly stepping into the role of class leader in the CNC workshop, spoke none other than Zhang Tao, the former class leader of Yu Cheng's workshop, who had also come for buns. Yu Cheng's reaction was subdued, while Jiang Yumin felt a surge of excitement within her. Yu Cheng had not deceived her. Everything he had said was true. He had genuinely changed from the man he once was. Unable to resist, Jiang Yumin glanced up at Yu Cheng, her heart fluttering with inexplicable joy and exhilaration. "Class monitor, are you here for breakfast too?" Yu Cheng looked up upon hearing the voice, and to his surprise, it was Zhang Tao, the class monitor from the precision machining workshop. Yes. Please don't call me class monitor anymore. We are equals now." Zhang Tao patted Yu Cheng on the shoulder and then seated himself at another table. He had assumed Yu Cheng would merely be transferred to the CNC workshop, never anticipating that he would be directly promoted to class monitor. This young man, who often appeared unassuming, turned out to be a hidden talent. It seemed he would need to get closer to Yu Cheng from now on, and he felt relieved that he had never made things difficult for him. "All right then, I'll just call you by your name. How did you know I became class monitor?" Yu Cheng inquired, puzzled that he hadn't even taken office yet. "Not just me. Everyone in the factory knows. Manager Gu has posted an announcement," Zhang Tao replied, munching on a steamed bun, his cheeks puffing up like a frog. "Oh, it's not a big deal. Manager Gu is making it all so dramatic," Yu Cheng remarked nonchalantly, taking a bite of his bun. Zhang Tao nearly choked on his food at Yu Cheng's words. Was this young man doing it on purpose? The class monitor of the CNC workshop earned several hundred more than him each month and didn't even have to work night shifts. The benefits were considerably better than those in their workshop. If he knew Yu Cheng's salary was calculated at the Dongguan headquarters, he probably would have coughed up blood in shock. "Darling, are you full?" Yu Cheng offered a napkin. "I'm full," Jiang Yumin replied softly as she accepted the napkin he handed her. "Then let's go," Yu Cheng said, and proceeded to pay for the buns, deciding to cover Zhang Tao's share as well. It wasn't out of generosity. It was a rare encounter, and he wouldn't be working in that workshop anymore. Besides, a breakfast didn't cost much, with the buns priced at just 20 cents each. The total for the 3 of them was only 3 yuan. He called out to Zhang Tao, "Take your time eating. I've already paid for breakfast." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao felt a bit embarrassed. His salary was higher. Yet Yu Cheng treated him to buns. "Thanks, Yu Cheng. I'll treat you to drinks next time," Zhang Tao quickly replied. After Yu Cheng and Jiang Yumin left, Zhang Tao murmured, "This guy is becoming more adept at socializing." As the couple exited the bun shop, Yu Cheng noticed Jiang Yumin appeared to be in high spirits. "Darling, let's get in the car. We need to go to the mall first to resign from your job." He had meticulously planned their itinerary for the day. "Yu Cheng, I want to go to the bank first," Jiang Yumin said softly. She had quite a bit of money in her fabric bag and was uneasy about carrying it on her person, fearing it might get lost. She intended to deposit 900 yuan and keep 100 for herself, as Yu Cheng had said he would take her to the hospital for a checkup. Initially, she was reluctant to spend the money, but Yu Cheng insisted, saying it would ease his mind. He mentioned that the examination would help prevent any potential deformities in their child. After considering it, She chose not to oppose him, as it was for the sake of their unborn child. All right, I will listen to you, darling. Yu Qing cheerfully agreed, adjusting the direction of his bicycle. The bank was in the opposite direction of the mall. He understood that Jiang Yumin, holding such a large sum of money, was feeling anxious. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the agricultural bank. At this time, it was around 8:30, and the bank had only just opened its doors. In this era, not many people saved money, especially in the early hours, resulting in a rather desolate atmosphere within the bank. They proceeded directly to one of the counters. Upon noticing their approach, the clerk immediately greeted them with a warm smile, inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you today?" During this period, there were no lobby managers or consultants present. Depositing money was done through passbooks, as bank cards had yet to be introduced, though they would soon emerge. The first bank card, known as the Great Wall Electronic Debit Card, was launched in August 1996. "I would like to deposit some money," Jiang Yumin said timidly, her voice tinged with nervousness. Upon hearing the word deposit, the clerk's eyes brightened instantly. With enthusiasm, she asked, "May I ask how much you wish to deposit?" 90, Jiang Yumin replied, handing over the cash and her identification through the small green window. She understood that identification was necessary for making a deposit. The clerk's face broke into a beaming smile. "Please hold on for a moment and take a seat." Observing their modest attire, she realized they were hidden gems. At that time, the average worker's salary was just over 200, while those employed in larger cities earned around 600 to 700. In smaller cities like theirs, piecework wages were about 300 to 400, which was still considered decent. Soon, the green passbook was prepared, and after a series of procedures, it was completed. "Here you go. Please check if everything is correct." The clerk cheerfully handed the passbook to Jiang Yumin. She examined it carefully, noting the clearly printed amount of 900, along with the date and her name. "Correct, thank you." Jiang Yumin nodded in approval after confirming its accuracy. "All right, take care, and we welcome you to visit us again," the clerk said with genuine warmth. After successfully depositing their money, Yu Cheng and Jiang Yumin exited the bank. "Yu Cheng, the passbook's password is 6. Jiang Yumin began, but was interrupted by Yu Cheng. "My dear, there's no need to tell me the password. I trust you. As long as you trust me, that's enough," he replied, feeling an overwhelming desire to give Jiang Yumin the world. He placed immense faith in her, hoping that she would come to trust him in return. "Yu Cheng, I believe in you," Jiang Yumin softly replied, fully convinced of his words. He truly had become the class monitor. He had not deceived her. Hearing her affirmations brought tears to Yu Cheng's eyes, and he gently kissed her forehead, saying, "Wife, you finally trust me." Their relationship gradually progressed, with Yu Cheng's actions steadily earning Jiang Yumin's trust. Chapter 14. My wife is expecting twins. Jiang Yumin carefully placed the small green passbook into her cloth bag. "Darling, let's get in the car. Our next stop is the mall," Yu Cheng said, patting the back seat. Jiang Yumin nodded and climbed in, gripping the cloth bag tightly. As Yu Cheng rode his bicycle, he asked, "Yumin, why didn't you opt for a fixed-term deposit? The interest rates are much higher. I'm worried that my parents might need money, and if I have a fixed deposit, it might be difficult to withdraw," Jiang Yumin explained softly, fearing that Yu Cheng might be displeased. Here, her parents referred naturally to Yu Cheng's family. Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Jiang Yumin was thinking of his parents. A wave of emotion washed over him, realizing how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife after several lifetimes of cultivation. "Yumin, I harbor no resentment towards you. It is my fault for causing you such worry," he expressed, filled with guilt. "Yu Cheng, your parents are as dear to me as my own. Do not overthink it." Jiang Yumin discerned the remorse in his words. "Next month marks my mother's birthday, and I would like us to visit them together." Suddenly, Yu Cheng recalled that the 20th of next month was his mother-in-law Yi Mei's birthday. "All right," he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion. Feeling a sense of responsibility, he vowed to earn the respect of his in-laws and mend their relationship, ensuring his wife felt no regrets. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the shopping mall. It was already 9:30 in the morning, and employees were entering the building. Yu Cheng parked his bicycle in a corner to the right of the entrance, and they proceeded inside, heading directly to the office on the second floor. Yuman, are you truly determined to resign? The store manager, Lu Kaihong, adjusted her glasses, incredulously inquiring. She was perplexed. After all, this was a public institution. And while the benefits were not the best, many aspired to work here. If it weren't for Jiang Yuman's diligent work ethic and industriousness, she would not have kept her on. Jiang Yuman nodded affirmatively. Manager, I am indeed resolute. Please assist me with the necessary paperwork. My wife is pregnant. And working here is too arduous for her. Yu Cheng stated plainly. In that case, please sign here, and then proceed to finance to settle your salary. Lu Kaihong pushed a contract of termination in front of Jiang Yuman. It was evident that she could not compel someone who wished to leave, especially under such circumstances. Jiang Yuman glanced over the agreement, confirming there were no issues, and quickly signed, followed by Lu Caihong's signature. All right, you may leave now, Lu Kaihong said, her impatience evident as she began to usher them out, as if they were bothersome flies. The couple paid no heed to her demeanor, knowing they would have no further dealings with her. Jiang Yuman took the termination contract to the finance department to collect her salary. Last month's pay, combined with the earnings from the first half of this month, amounted to 280 yuan. Adding this to the 100 yuan she had saved and the previous few tens, it was a delightful little sum. A smile crept onto her lips at the thought. Yuman, let us head to the hospital now. Yu Cheng observed her cheerful demeanor, likely a result of receiving her salary. He was unaware of the exact amount she had received since he had not entered the finance department with her, as it was against the rules. However, he estimated it would not exceed 300 yuan. The couple then made their way to the city hospital, where they underwent a series of swift examinations and tests. The process was relatively quick, except for the ultrasound, which took longer. The struggle of holding in her bladder was particularly torturous, as Jiang Yuman had consumed 2 bottles of water, yet had to wait for her turn. She could not relieve herself just yet. As they awaited their turn, Yu Cheng noticed that if they delayed, the ultrasound would not be clear, potentially compromising the accuracy of the results. Yuan man, bear with it. Your turn will come soon. There's still someone ahead of you. Yu Cheng glanced at the rankings. Next, Jiang Yu Man announced a female doctor as she opened the door to the ultrasound room. Yu Cheng promptly responded, I'm here, and quickly assisted Jiang Yu Man into the room. You need to step outside. Male companions are not allowed in, the doctor asserted, pushing Yu Cheng out, which elicited laughter from several pregnant women waiting outside. Yu Cheng, unfazed, chuckled lightly, and settled onto a nearby bench to wait. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door swung open. Yu Cheng hurried over as the doctor handed him an ultrasound image along with a report. This is for your wife. You've done quite well, haven't you? Remarked another female doctor, unable to suppress her laughter. Yu Cheng was oblivious to her words, merely responding with a silly grin. At that moment, Jiang Yuman emerged, having attended to herself, and dashed toward the restroom. After a few minutes, she returned, visibly relieved. Today, she finally understood the discomfort of holding in a desperate urge. Are you all right, Yuan man? Yu Cheng inquired, approaching her. I'm fine, just had to hold it in, Jiang Yuman replied softly, feeling a bit embarrassed given the crowd around them. Yu Cheng lamented the absence of a non-pressing ultrasound option, wishing they could avoid such discomfort. Together, they proceeded to the attending physician's office. Upon entering, they found a patient consulting with the doctor, who quickly departed. Yu Cheng glanced at the nameplate on the white coat, which read Chief Gynecologist Su Min. Director Su. Could you please examine this for my wife? Yu Cheng placed the ultrasound image and test results on the desk. Su Min instructed Jiang Yuman, please take a seat for a moment. Jiang Yuman expressed her gratitude and settled beside Director Lu. As Su Min reviewed the images, a look of surprise graced her face. Congratulations, young lady. You are expecting twins. You are currently 8 weeks along, and the development of the babies appears excellent. I will prescribe some folic acid. Ensure you maintain a nutritious diet and avoid excessive fatigue. It's quite rare to encounter a twin pregnancy these days. Even among those who conceive twins, often only one survives. However, it seems the fetuses are progressing well. Jiang Yuman, overwhelmed with excitement, asked, Director Su, I'm truly having twins? You're not mistaken? She could hardly believe the news. My dear, How could I possibly make such an error? Su Min replied with a smile, understanding the joy that accompanies a first pregnancy, especially with twins. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng stood there, frozen in disbelief. Jiang Yuman gently tugged at him. Are you all right? Finally, it dawned on him. Wife, this is incredible. I'm going to be a father. It was then that he comprehended the earlier remark from the doctor about his impressive skills. It turned out she was alluding to the fact that his wife was expecting twins. Chapter 15. The joy of expecting twins. With the news of twins, both Yu Cheng and Jiang Yuman were overjoyed. As the clock approached midnight, the two individuals returned home. Yumian, please take a moment to rest. I shall prepare dinner, Yu Cheng said, turning to retrieve an enamel cup and walking over to the table. He filled it with warm water from the kettle and handed it to Jiang Yumian. Here, have some warm water first. I will run to the convenience store to fetch a pork leg. Yu Cheng intended to make a nourishing pork leg soup for his wife. All right, go ahead. Jiang Yumian nodded obediently, cradling the warm water, her heart ablaze with warmth. This was the life she had always yearned for. Yu Cheng then made his way to the convenience store. Old Jiang, are you eating? I've come for the meat, he called out cheerfully. At that moment, Old Jiang was having his meal and responded casually. Help yourself, but be careful. Ah, Old Jiang, I will be careful and one tea break your things. Yu Cheng replied with a bright smile. You're grinning like that. Have you been gambling again? Old Jiang mused, suspecting that Yu Cheng might have won some money. Old Jiang, I've quit gambling, my wife. He almost let slip that his wife was expecting twins, but recalled a saying from his hometown that one should not speak of such things before 3 months had passed. He promptly held his tongue. What about your wife? You mischievous lad. Have you been bullying her again? Old Jiang scolded him. Yu Cheng's wife was a kind-hearted woman. Knowing that Old Jiang was a lonely elder without family, she would often bring him a portion of her delicious meals and even mend his clothes from time to time. However, Yu Cheng was often seen as rather aimless. No, truly, I have not bullied Yumian. I am done with those things. I simply wish to live a good life. Yu Cheng asserted earnestly. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Old Jiang refrained from further admonishment. Hurry back with the meat. It's late. And you should be cooking for your wife, he urged, his gaze filled with disdain. Not taking offense, Yu Cheng understood that Old Jiang was a good man. On his way back, he encountered an elderly woman selling tomatoes, the very same woman whose tomatoes he had intended to buy but hadn't tea on a previous occasion. Grandma, I'll take all your tomatoes, Yu Cheng said, estimating about 2 pounds. The tomatoes, with their sweet and tangy flavor, were perfect for soup, scrambled eggs, or even as a snack. Is it really you? Young man, do you really want them all? The elderly woman exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief. Yu Cheng chuckled, realizing she might think he would change his mind again. He quickly pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket, prompting a wide smile from the elderly woman as she hurriedly began to weigh the tomatoes. 2 pounds and a little more, let us just call it 2 pounds. You can pay me a yuan, she said. Yu Cheng agreed, handing over the money. At that time, tomatoes were still somewhat rare and priced at 50 cents per pound. The elderly woman thanked him profusely, her face beaming as she picked up her basket and walked away. On his way home, Jiang Yumian had insisted on giving him 20 yuan earlier, saying it was for his personal expenses. After purchasing the tomatoes, Yu Cheng hurried home. Upon entering, he glanced at Jiang Yumian, who was seated on the bed. To her surprise, she found him gazing back. Yu Cheng, feeling a bit embarrassed, remarked, Yuman, I just bought some tomatoes on my way back, which is why I'm late. He promptly grabbed the largest, ripest tomato, rushed to the sink to wash it, and returned to offer it to Jiang Yuman. Have a tomato to settle your stomach. It's beneficial for both children and women. Although Jiang Yuman initially intended to decline, she accepted it upon hearing that it was good for the child, despite not feeling particularly hungry. Seeing her take it, Yu Cheng grinned foolishly. He swiftly began rinsing rice, placing it in hot water to cook, occasionally stirring with a spoon. Before long, the rice was steaming. He contemplated that the pig leg would need to be simmered slowly, but it was too late for that now. Thus, he turned to Jiang Yuman, who was nibbling on the tomato, and proposed, Yuman, it's getting late. I'll just stir-fry some tomatoes and eggs, along with some green beans, if that's all right. The green beans are from the other day and still need to be used. Sounds good, Jiang Yumin mumbled, her words muffled by the food in her mouth. 15 minutes later, the rice was ready, and Yu Cheng began to fry the dishes. Before long, the two dishes were served at the table. Yumin, it's time to eat, he called out, turning to ladle 2 bowls of white rice. Noticing the beads of sweat on his forehead, Jiang Yumin instinctively took out a handkerchief to wipe it for him. Yu Cheng, concerned that his height might make it difficult for her, slightly lowered his head, which created an awkward position. Through the neckline of Jiang Yumin's garment, he caught glimpses of her fair skin and was enveloped by her unique fragrance. Closing his eyes, he thought that if he didn't look, it would be fine. He was not foolish enough to push his wife away. Such an opportunity was rare. After wiping the sweat from Yu Cheng's forehead, Jiang Yumin took the handkerchief to wash it, entirely unaware of his unusual emotional state. When she returned to the table to eat, she found Yu Cheng staring at her intently. Yu Cheng, what's wrong? You seem to be getting hotter, she remarked, puzzled. It's nothing, just the heat, he replied, making a concerted effort to mask his feelings. He reflected on his own life. Having not been intimate with a woman in decades, it felt as though he were parched. In the past, he had lived a monk-like existence, despite having unlimited wealth. Aside from being dutiful to both sets of parents, he would visit orphanages and nursing homes. To him, women held no distinction from men. Each time his partners dragged him to such places, he would inadvertently drive the women to tears. They would openly declare that Yu Cheng was no man. Over time, they ceased to send women his way, assuming he was uninterested. He never explained himself, believing it to be for the best, sparing him the need to navigate such situations. When a person's heart has withered, nothing can spark their interest, even if the other party were a celestial being. Jiang Yumin remained oblivious to Yu Cheng's thoughts as she glanced at the broken table fan beneath the bed. The electric fan has remained unfixed since it broke, discarded beneath the bed by Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, let's go buy a new fan someday, I remarked, as the heat grows increasingly unbearable without one. Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, pondering how the conversation had suddenly shifted to purchasing a fan. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged the necessity of acquiring one, especially as the temperatures rise. He had heard that pregnant women are particularly sensitive to heat. Yes, we will venture to the mall to procure a fan soon, he resolved. Yu Cheng served a portion of tomato and egg to Jiang Yumin. You are now eating for 3, so it's imperative you consume more for the baby to thrive. Yu Cheng, do you prefer a boy or a girl? Jiang Yumin inquired shyly, aware that twins often share the same gender and may even resemble one another. Yu Cheng chuckled, my dear, as long as it is our child, whether a boy or a girl, I will cherish them equally. Jiang Yumin nodded, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. She harbored a fear that he might not favor a daughter. What if they were to have a girl? Chapter 16. Subduing Liu Xiaobo the following morning, Yu Cheng rode his bicycle to fetch a bowl of lean meat congee and a steamer of small buns, leaving a note on the table. Seizing the opportunity, he munched on a couple of deep-fried dough sticks and sipped some warm water, making do with a light breakfast. Noting that Jiang Yumin was sleeping soundly, he refrained from waking her, instead planting a gentle kiss on her forehead before closing the door and heading to work. He was not concerned about Jiang Yumin going hungry. There was still a considerable amount of the pig leg peanut soup left from the previous night, stored in the refrigerator of the small shop. She could simply retrieve it at noon and reheat it for her meal. When he had delivered it the night before, they had also set aside a bowl for Old Zhang, which contained several generous pieces of meat. Old Zhang had been unable to refuse the offering, accepting it with a cheerful demeanor. As Yu Cheng entered, pushing his bicycle, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Good morning, Yu Cheng. Good morning, Zhang Tao. Yu Cheng replied, lifting his gaze to see a familiar face. As the time for the class meeting approached, their exchange was brief. Yu Cheng clocked in and hurried to the second-floor workshop. Upon entering, he observed individuals scattered about, one on the east side, another on the west, one to the left, and another to the right. Some were smoking, others engaged in idle chatter, some trimming their nails, and a few even enjoying breakfast. Yu Cheng shook his head in disapproval. He chose not to speak immediately and walked further inside. The others, noticing his arrival, continued their activities, seemingly indifferent. It dawned on him that they intended to establish their dominance over him. Just days prior, many of them had been less competent than himself. Yet they now resented his ascension to class leader. One individual, who appeared to hold some sway among the group, sauntered over and bellowed, "Everyone, gather around. The new class leader has arrived." New class leader? Where? Another chimed in. Indeed. How did I miss him? The group engaged in a chorus of banter, treating Yu Cheng as though he were invisible. Remaining silent, Yu Cheng turned and retreated to his office, though one might more aptly call it a tool room. As he stepped inside, the voices of the workshop echoed behind him once more. "Behold, this young lad has capitulated after just a few words from us." Indeed. What qualifies him to aspire to the position of class monitor? A mere gambling addict, yearning to lead us. I dare say he has likely never even laid hands on a CNC machine, let alone mastered its intricacies. Ha ha ha. I suspect he wouldn't even know how to sharpen a blade. Yu Cheng chose to feign ignorance, surveying the room instead. It was filled with various essential measuring instruments, such as micrometers, alongside an array of tool blades. A modest writing desk occupied one corner, upon which lay a ledger recording the names of all employees. A clock adorned the wall. Yu Cheng took a pen and the ledger, stepping outside. Upon witnessing Yu Cheng emerge with the ledger, the others instantly recognized it, the very book used to deduct their points. A single point lost equates to a monetary penalty of 1 yuan. I am aware that many of you harbor doubts about my leadership. Thus, I challenge anyone who disagrees to step forward and contest me. Should I be vanquished, the role of class monitor shall be yours. Yu Cheng understood that true respect is earned through prowess. I shall compete. Who fears whom? The speaker was none other than Liu Xiaobo, the first to voice dissent. Liu had been the longest-serving member in this workshop, possessing commendable skills, and had hoped to secure the position of class monitor. However, he was irked by the unexpected emergence of Yu Cheng, a notorious gambler. Today's display of strength was a prearranged challenge. "What is your name?" Yu Cheng inquired, unfamiliar with the personnel in the CNC workshop. "I am Liu Xiaobo." Liu replied with confidence, exuding an air reminiscent of a gallant hero. "Very well. What shall our contest entail?" This young man would not yield easily. He needed to be humbled. Such individuals resemble untamed wolfhounds, unrestrained and likely to bite. Yet, once tamed, they could become unwaveringly loyal allies. Thus, they would commence with sharpening blades. Liu Xiaobo dismissed Yu Cheng outright, viewing him as a mere ornamental figure lacking substance. "We shall have witnesses, should you lose. You will be obliged to heed my directives at work. Do you have any objections?" It was prudent to lay the groundwork for what was to come. "Agreed. A gentleman's word is his bond. If you lose, the position of monitor shall be mine." Liu's confidence radiated, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The entire workshop was aware of Liu's superior technical prowess in every regard. Yu Cheng nodded. "No problem, let us begin." At this juncture, there were no pre-formed blades available. They would need to sharpen them themselves, as the branch factory had none. Yu Cheng surmised this was likely a cost-saving measure, given the high expense of a box of high-speed steel blades. Yu Cheng discerned that this young man possessed considerable skill, otherwise he would not be so brazen. Mastering the art of blade sharpening often takes years, and while some may grasp it within a year due to innate talent, others may require 2 or 3 years, or even longer. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before both Yu Cheng and Liu Xiaobo presented their sharpened blades on the tool tray for all to see. The results would speak for themselves. Everyone looked at Yu Cheng in disbelief, for in this workshop, no one could rival Liu Xiaobo when it came to sharpening knives. Liu Xiaobo examined the blade sharpened by Yu Cheng from every angle, recognizing that such precision was beyond his own capabilities. Even machines might struggle to achieve this level of finesse. Yet his inherently competitive nature would not allow him to concede defeat. "What about the quality of the products we produce?" Liu Xiaobo pondered, suspecting that Yu Cheng might not even know how to operate a machine tool. "All right, let us settle this with a best-of-3 challenge." The data programming had already been meticulously calibrated. Yu Cheng affixed the blade and, after checking the accompanying blueprints, commenced his operation. Half an hour later, both had completed their products. At that moment, the workshop's quality inspector, Lu Donghui, approached, first evaluating Liu Xiaobo's creation, which yielded a 90% success rate. He then turned to Yu Cheng's product, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Well, Lu Dongwei, is there even one that qualifies? Liu Xiaobo smirked victoriously at Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng remained silent as others began to urge. Come on, Lu Dongwei, speak up. The results are 100% compliant. And the precision is absolutely flawless, Lu Dongwei declared. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that someone could produce such exacting work. Impossible. Let me see for myself, Liu Xiaobo retorted, moving closer to inspect Yu Cheng's product personally. After a prolonged silence, he admitted, I concede, class leader. From now on, I will heed your every word. In that moment, he was genuinely convinced, believing that no one in the entire CNC workshop could achieve such a standard. Listen up. From now on, if anyone disregards the class leader's directives, I will deal with you, Liu Xiaobo proclaimed, shaking his fist at the group. Now, everyone, return to work. Remember, quality comes first. Yu Cheng realized that today he had made an impression on them. Class leader, today's idea was mine. If there are any deductions, let them come from my pay. Liu Xiaobo was aware that his suggestion had caused a significant delay that day. No worries. Today no one's pay will be deducted. But let this not become a precedent. Keep up the good work. You're doing quite well, Yu Cheng reassured him, patting Liu Xiaobo on the shoulder. With that, Liu Xiaobo cheerfully returned to his tasks. Chapter 17. The chairman's phone call. Seeing that everyone had resumed their work, Yu Cheng began to conduct an overall inspection of the workshop. Overall, things were satisfactory, though he sensed a certain laxity among the employees. To ensure product quality, he resolved to establish a system of rewards and penalties. He noted that in the CNC workshop, employees received fixed salaries without bonuses or penalties. The most that could happen was a deduction for tardiness or disciplinary infractions, leading to a sense of complacency. The class leader earned 150 more than the employees, who received a fixed wage of 350. During busy periods, the class leader also had to pitch in personally. However, his salary was funded by the main company, making it distinct. It was even less favorable than in the precision machining workshop, where employees were paid per piece, fostering a greater sense of motivation among them. In the precision machining workshop, wages are based on piecework. Those who are diligent can earn as much as 500 in a month, while others, like him, who occasionally slack off, might only make 300. His efficiency and quality of work were commendable. During that period, he would manage to work a maximum of 20 days each month, with the rest spent in leisure. Reflecting on those times, Yu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle at himself. Recognizing his own follies, he resolved to discuss matters with Director Liu. Should Liu oppose him, he would seek an audience with Factory Director Gua. Procedures must be followed, and one should not bypass ranks, as it reflects a lack of respect for others. Offending people is unwise, thus a step-by-step approach is essential. Moreover, he noticed that everyone's knife sharpening skills were lacking. He intended to set aside some time for training the team, for the quality of the sharpened blades directly impacts product quality and the durability of the tools. In other words, well-sharpened knives ensure quality, enhance speed, and reduce costs, a trifecta of benefits. A plan began to take shape in Yu Cheng's mind. He also contemplated appointing a vice team leader, so that when he traveled to Dongguan, there would be someone to manage the workshop. Human nature tends toward complacency. Without supervision, most would become lazy or lax in quality, content with merely meeting standards rather than striving for excellence. Additionally, he harbored a personal ambition to cultivate a loyal and capable assistant, making his own management easier and allowing him more time to spend with his wife. While Yu Cheng pondered these matters, Lu Wenfeng entered. Yu Cheng, hurry to the factory director's office. Chairman Qian is on the line and wishes to speak with you personally. All right, Director Lu, I will be there shortly. Yu Cheng set down what he was holding and followed Lu Wenfeng out. Before leaving, he called out to Liu Xiaobo. Liu Xiaobo, I'm heading to answer the call. Keep an eye on the workshop. Liu Xiaobo was overjoyed. Sure thing, team leader. You can count on me to keep things in order here. It felt as though he had been entrusted with a prestigious task. As soon as Yu Cheng departed, the others began to converse, though their hands remained busy. Did you all hear? The chairman personally called the team leader. Yes, and he wants the team leader to answer. It seemed the team leader truly possessed remarkable capabilities. Oh dear, we certainly offended him before. What are you worried about? Isn't Lu Xiaobo here to back us up? Laughter erupted among the group. Why are you all laughing? Get back to work. Lu Xiaobo felt a bit embarrassed. Don't take it to heart, Lu Xiaobo. Losing to the team leader isn't such a shame, one person remarked. I also heard that engineer Xiao misprogrammed something and nearly caused a problem. Thankfully, the team leader resolved it, and I heard the chairman even came in person, likely to secure a major deal, another chimed in swiftly. You're all just jumping on the bandwagon. Why didn't you mention this before the team meeting? Now I look foolish in front of the team leader. Lu Xiaobo shot a fierce glare at them. Despite his words, Lu Xiaobo found himself increasingly admiring the team leader. He has always been reluctant to easily submit to others. But this time he has made up his mind to follow the squad leader's lead from now on. All right, everyone, let's not discuss this any further. When we return later, we might find ourselves in trouble. Someone casually remarked, and upon reflection, the group agreed, thus ceasing their discussions and hastening to commence their work. Although they were on a fixed salary, there were daily quotas to meet. Failure to accomplish these would result in penalties. Today, they had already squandered a considerable amount of time. Yu Chen was completely unaware that his subordinates had begun to gossip about him. Upon entering the factory director's office, he saw Gu Dahai waving him over. Hurry up, you rascal. The chairman has been waiting for you for a while now. Gu Dahai's words referred to the chairman, who could hear the conversation on the other end of the phone. Yu Cheng responded, Am I not on my way? He picked up the receiver. Hello? Chairman. Oh. Yu Cheng. Listen, you need to come to Dongguan tomorrow. Is it that urgent? It can't wait. The previous order of 300,000 has been directly revised to 1 million. Upon hearing this figure, both Gu Dahai and Lu Wenfeng felt their hearts race. Goodness. 1 million. Exclaimed Gu Dahai. I need to find a place to calm down. Lu Wenfeng added, Am I dreaming? Even Yu Cheng was taken aback for a moment. But he quickly regained his composure. Chairman, that's certainly agreeable, but I must discuss it with my wife first. What is there to discuss? Hurry over. If it weren't for him waiting for the client to sign the contract, he would have driven over himself to fetch you. Yu Cheng, you must go tomorrow morning. If not, I'll give you a good thrashing, Gu Dahai quipped, delivering a playful kick to Yu Cheng. This young man was getting a bit too cheeky. Just thinking about a 1 million order could make one smile in their dreams. What about travel expenses? Accommodation? Yu Cheng was unwilling to bear the costs himself. The chairman on the other end couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you rascal, you won't need to spend a single penny. You'll stay at the finest hotel. I'll treat you to a seafood feast. Gu Dahai was nearly tempted to crack open this young man's skull to see what was inside. He seemed to be perpetually consumed by thoughts of money. Why didn't he care about money before? All right, I'll take the bus tomorrow morning. Yu Cheng finally replied with a smile. Great, I'll be waiting for you here. With that, the chairman felt relieved enough to hang up the phone. Old Lu, this is a 1 million order. I have never seen the company take on such a large contract, Gu Dahai exclaimed, shaking Lu Wenfeng's hand with excitement. Having worked together for many years, the two shared a relationship that was both hierarchical and amicable, with Lu Wenfeng being someone Gu Dahai had mentored. Indeed, I have never seen anything like it, Lu Wenfeng echoed, unable to hide his exhilaration. Director Gu, Director Lu, since you are both here, I have something to discuss with you, Yu Cheng interjected, needing to break into the animated conversation between the two. Now that both of them were present, it was the perfect opportunity for him to speak. You are always so full of matters. What is it? Speak quickly, Gu Dahai said, though his face couldn't hide the excitement bubbling within. Director Lu, it seems I will frequently need to travel to Dongguan. I wish to propose an assistant team leader for my shift. Yu Cheng does not want to return and face the mess alone. Gu Dahai contemplated and found merit in this idea, considering that this young man might need to make several trips to Dongguan within a month. Lu Wenfeng shared this sentiment. The two exchanged a glance, and Gu Dahai remarked, We shall comply with your request, but the salary increase can only be a modest 100. As for who to choose, that is entirely up to you. This young man undoubtedly had someone in mind. Otherwise, he would not have brought it up at this juncture. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chief. I will make the arrangements now, and I would like to return home early to prepare for my wife. He was uncertain how many days he would be away, as there were matters he needed to organize. All right, once you have arranged the work for your shift, you may head home. Gu Dahai perceived that this young man was now entirely preoccupied with thoughts of his wife. He was not an unreasonable leader. This year's year-end bonus might be significantly larger. And with that thought, Gu Dahai's mood brightened. Lu Wenfeng would certainly benefit from this as well. Yu Cheng turned and headed to the workshop. Lu Xiaobo, come here for a moment. Yu Cheng called out to Lu Xiaobo, who was diligently working. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. Team leader, did you call for me? Lu Xiaobo paused his machine and jogged over, his tone notably more respectful. I need to go to the headquarters in Dongguan tomorrow and will likely be away for several days. For the time being, I entrust the quality control of the products to you. The young man's tone and demeanor had improved significantly since the morning. It appeared he was indeed teachable. Yes, team leader, I assure you I will complete the task. Lu Xiaobo responded cheerfully. It seemed the team leader not only held no grudges, but also placed considerable trust in him, which only deepened his admiration. There's also some good news regarding you. Take a look at this. Yu Cheng handed him the appointment letter directly. He had asked Director Gu to prepare the document and stamp it before leaving, just in case Gu Dahai might change his mind at the last moment. Lu Xiaobo took the paper, initially puzzled, but his eyes widened in disbelief upon reading it. Team leader, I've been promoted to assistant team leader. Lu Xiaobo exclaimed, his eyes glistening with emotion as he touched the red seal, which bore the name of the director. He understood that this must have been the team leader's suggestion. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted after such a lengthy wait, especially since it coincided with the team leader's visit to the office. The salary increase is modest, but do not dismiss it as insignificant. Many matters take time to improve. Yu Cheng reassured him, patting his shoulder. It's not insignificant at all. Thank you. Team leader, Lu Xiaobo expressed sincerely. This acknowledgement was more about validation than the amount of money involved. Upon hearing the news of Lu Xiaobo's promotion, everyone was filled with envy. Yu Cheng went over a few more work-related tasks before taking his leave. Chapter 18. I am going to Dongguan tomorrow after arranging matters at the factory. Yu Cheng rode his bicycle away, making a detour to the market. He purchased pork, beef, chicken, and eggs, along with some vegetables and apples. Although apples were relatively expensive during this season, he bought them nonetheless, as they are beneficial for pregnant women. He was not at the factory, nor did he need to worry about his shift, for Lu Wenfeng, the director, would undoubtedly take responsibility if something went awry. Upon returning home, Jiang Yumin was diligently washing the clothes she had changed out of. Yumin, leave the clothes there. I shall handle the washing, Yu Cheng called out promptly. Hearing his voice, Jiang Yumin looked up. Yu Cheng, how come you're back? It seemed as though he had not been working lately. As Yu Cheng parked his bicycle in the corner, he quickly approached to take the garments from her hands. I had a matter to attend to, so I returned. Let me wash them. Jiang Yumin felt a wave of embarrassment. The clothes were those she had changed out of that morning after waking up sweaty and uncomfortable. Did I not mention that you should leave dirty clothes for me to wash when I return? With some money, I ought to buy a washing machine for convenience. Dr. Su had secretly advised him to ensure his wife did not exert herself during the first 3 months and to refrain from intimacy. Thus, he had resolved that during her pregnancy, she should not be burdened with washing clothes or cooking. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoli happened to emerge from the bathroom and spotted Yu Cheng washing clothes. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Yu Cheng, are you really washing clothes for Jiang Yumin? Her tone conveyed the disbelief akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west. Sister Zhang, do you need to ask? Surely, you can see with your own eyes. Yu Cheng retorted with irritation. The couple seemed to have no qualms about their daily lives, always indulging themselves without concern for others. This is truly remarkable. It's my first time seeing a man doing laundry for his wife. Not only does Yu Cheng cook for his wife, but he also washes her clothes. Thinking of that man at home, who only knows how to hit his wife and children, Zhang Xiaoli felt an intense sense of imbalance. Yu Cheng, let me wash. Jiang Yumin, blushing from the comments, approached to reclaim the clothes. Yu Cheng was resolute in his refusal. Yumin, go fetch the vegetables from the bicycle and bring them inside. He instructed, pointing to the bike. He had left the meet with Uncle Zhang as usual. Jiang Yumin glanced at the bicycle, noticing it indeed bore a considerable load. Sister Zhang, may I inquire if it is illegal for a husband to wash his wife's clothes? If you possess the capability, you could have your man do the same, Yu Cheng replied without reservation. After speaking, he glanced again at the bicycle and called out, Wife, carry them in several trips. Don't overexert yourself. Jiang Yumin chuckled softly, pondering how heavy a few vegetables could be. She was not that delicate. She knew Yu Cheng was intentionally trying to provoke Zhang Xiaoli, and so she playfully replied, I understand, Yu Cheng. Zhang Xiaoli was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, there was no law in the People's Republic of China that forbade husbands from washing their wives' clothes. Yet, she was unwilling to concede. A man's capability does not lie in doing household chores, but rather in making a name for himself outside. Serving a wife at home is hardly the mark of a true man, Zhang Xiaoli scoffed. Whether I am successful or not is my own affair. As for whether I resemble a man, my wife knows all too well, though I may not possess great talents. At least I do not resort to violence against my wife and children. After Yu Cheng concluded his words, he joyfully began to sing. Sweet, sweet, you smile so sweetly, just like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. As he sang, he gazed at Jiang Yumin, who was smiling. Zhang Xiaoli, trembling with anger, stamped her foot and retreated to her own room, slamming the door shut. Jiang Yumin could not help but laugh. She took a clothes hanger, and the two of them began to hang out the clothes together. Oh, why do you have such a sharp tongue? Knowing that Sister Zhang feels that Yu Cheng has gone a bit too far, she remarked, that is her own doing. She can't manage her own man, yet she meddles in others' affairs. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Yu Cheng replied nonchalantly. He was indifferent to the feelings of others. Considering the diverse personalities within the building, he felt the need to acquire a place of his own. Currently, property prices were low. Even in large cities, it was merely under 1,000 per square meter. Yumin, I need to discuss something with you. Yu Cheng felt a twinge of guilt as his wife was newly pregnant, and he couldn't be there for her. What is it? I'm listening. She sensed that Yu Cheng was becoming increasingly decisive, and his consulting her was a sign of respect. I must leave for Dongguan tomorrow morning and will likely be away for several days. He grasped his wife's hand, feeling truly reluctant to depart. Why the sudden trip to Dongguan? Jiang Yumin felt a sense of upheaval recently. Yu Cheng seemed to be improving, yet he also appeared to be drifting further away. She wondered if it was merely her illusion. The company headquarters is located there, and they secured $1 million contract. Don't worry, all expenses will be reimbursed. You won't need to spend any of your own money, Yu Cheng stated candidly. But why must you go? Jiang Yumin questioned, perplexed. Even if you are the team leader, there are still supervisors and managers above you, right? It was the chairman himself who called for me to go. I must see it for myself. He refrained from mentioning that he was going to oversee quality issues there, fearing it might alarm Jiang Yumin. Oh, then be careful on your journey. I will wait for your return at home. Jiang Yumin thought that since it was the chairman's request, he had to go. After a moment's consideration, she retrieved 100 yuan from beneath the mat and handed it to Yu Cheng. Things are different over there. Take this just in case. She understood that one could not venture out without a bit of money. Yu Cheng intended to refuse, but reconsidered, thinking that if he found something suitable for Yumin there, he could bring it back for her. All right, I will take it. Yumin, I just can't shake off my worries about you. Yu Cheng was concerned about Jiang Yumin being taken advantage of and held back his apprehensions. He also feared any unforeseen circumstances. Why don't I send you back to your hometown in Daxing for a few days? After all, your parents are there, and I would feel more at ease. Jiang Yumin shook her head. Yu Cheng, I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for you here. She thought that traveling back and forth would incur expenses, and she didn't want to trouble her elderly parents. Besides, Yu Cheng would only be away for a few days, not months. She was under 2 months pregnant. So what was there to fear? She felt Yu Cheng was being overly cautious. Many rural women worked in the fields even when they were 7 or 8 months along. She didn't have a job to worry about and could stay at home, perhaps cooking a meal or two, but nothing that would truly exhaust her. Fine then. Seeing that Jiang Yumin was unwilling to return, Yu Cheng decided to let it go. Yu Cheng swiftly prepared lunch for the two of them. Jiang Yumin, perhaps due to her pregnancy, succumbed to slumber and soon leaned against Yu Cheng, drifting off to sleep. With utmost care, he carried her back to bed, tucking her in with a light blanket. He then retrieved the laboratory results from the cloth bag, slipped them into his trouser pocket, and quietly exited. Closing the door behind him, he rode his bicycle towards Chiao Tower Middle School. Chapter 19. Yu Cheng's plea to his mother-in-law. Yu Cheng pedaled directly to Chiao Tower Middle School, securing his bicycle nearby before strolling to a nearby convenience store to purchase a bottle of orange soda. He approached the security office and peered through the window. "Sir, may I kindly request that you place a call for me to teacher Yi Mei, who teaches Chinese to the first-year students?" Yu Cheng politely addressed the elderly guard, handing him the soda. The old man received it with a warm smile. His expression softened with sincerity. "Young man, what is your relation to teacher Yi? I must inquire to ensure responsibility in case of any issues." "Sir, I am her son-in-law. Please inform her that my name is Yu Cheng and that I have an urgent matter to discuss." Yu Cheng feared that if he did not specify, his mother-in-law might refuse to see him. The old man made the call, and a gentle female voice answered on the other end. "Hello, who are you looking for?" "Teacher Yi. This is Zhao, the gatekeeper. A young man named Yu Cheng wishes to speak with you. He claims to be your son-in-law." Suddenly, the line went dead with a sharp click. Yu Cheng realized that his mother-in-law, Yi Mei, had hung up. The old man chuckled apologetically. "My apologies, young man. I was unable to assist you. Mr. Zhao, I genuinely have an urgent matter to discuss with teacher Yi. I beseech you to call her once more," Yu Cheng said, hands clasped in earnestness. Zhao, recalling the soda he had received, decided to help one more time, sensing the urgency in Yu Cheng's plea. After a brief moment, Zhao redialed. Approximately a minute later, someone finally answered. "Teacher Yi, the young man insists he has an urgent matter. You should meet with him." This time, Zhao was wise enough to convey the urgency directly. There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by, "Tell him to wait at the school gate. I will be there shortly." The call ended. Zhao smiled and said, "Young man, it's settled. Wait at the gate. Teacher Yi will be here soon." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao," Yu Cheng replied, standing beside his bicycle, awaiting her arrival. He contemplated his situation. Since Yumin was unwilling to return to their hometown of Daxing, he had no choice but to rely on his mother-in-law, Yi Mei, for a few days. Even if she harbored resentment towards him, she could not possibly disregard her own daughter. With his wife being cared for by her mother, Yu Cheng felt a sense of relief. After about half an hour, a woman emerged, clad in a mid-sleeve batwing blouse and a skirt, her feet adorned with wedge sandals. Her hair was elegantly styled, and she sported a pair of black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. This woman was none other than Jiang Yumin's mother, Yi Mei. She was a teacher at Chiao Tower Middle School, and naturally, she looked down upon someone like Yu Cheng, who seemed aimless and unambitious, especially given his rural background. Yi Mei nodded at old Zhao and walked directly towards Yu Cheng. "Mom," Yu Cheng greeted enthusiastically, despite knowing that she looked down on him. He couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. After all, she was Jiang Yumin's mother. "Please don't address me in that manner. You may simply call me Miss." Yi Mei's icy words doused Yu Cheng with a chill that penetrated to his core. "Mom, that is not appropriate. You are my elder," he could only endure, recalling how he had once been a cad. "Suit yourself, just speak your mind. What is it?" Yi Mei had no desire to linger over titles. If he wished to call her that, so be it. She would simply not respond. This scoundrel had spirited away her once obedient and gentle daughter. Was it merely a single act of saving her that so utterly captivated her soul? "I wish to invite you to see Yumin. She has been longing for you," he ventured, eager to gauge his mother-in-law's expression. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Mei's demeanor softened. "That girl has severed all ties with us. Her well-being is no longer our concern. You must be short on funds, seeking a loan from me?" Yi Mei mused, thinking that her daughter, too ashamed to come herself, had sent this young man in her stead. "Mom, Yumin is pregnant." Yu Cheng, sensing her dismissal, cut straight to the crux of the matter. "Pregnant?" Yi Mei gasped, taken aback by the revelation. Yu Cheng nodded affirmatively. "I am not here to ask for money. I am asking you to care for Yumin for a few days. I cannot leave her alone." He stated his purpose plainly. "I have classes to teach. I am too busy. Your wife is your responsibility." Yi Mei turned away, unwilling to engage further, fearing she might relent. Previously, her husband had been so enraged over their daughter that he had ended up hospitalized. Mom, I have a business trip to Dongguan tomorrow. I am worried about Yumin being alone at home, Yuqing called out. He understood that the elderly couple had been deeply affected by their daughter's situation, and he bore no ill will towards them. Yimei hesitated momentarily, but continued to walk away. Mom, I was wrong in the past, but Yumin is innocent. I implore you, just a few days of care. She is carrying twins, and I fear for her. Yuqing suddenly knelt down, his eyes reddened and filled with unshed tears. Passers-by glanced over, but he remained undeterred. Kneeling resolutely, Ms. Yi, the child recognizes his mistakes. Please forgive him. Old Zhao could no longer bear to watch, and spoke up. Yimei turned around to see Yucheng kneeling, his eyes swollen with emotion. Suddenly, she recognized that this once carefree son-in-law had transformed. Yes, the change was palpable. His demeanor, his gaze, his eyes brimmed with remorse, and his plea was utterly sincere. He cast aside his pride and knelt there imploring her to care for her daughter. He was genuinely worried for her well-being. Wait, he mentioned a business trip. Could it be that he has changed? Realization dawned on Yimei as she hurried towards him. Get up. Aren't you afraid of losing face? I am even more concerned about mine. Yucheng hastily wiped his tears and stood up. Thank you, Mom. He knew that his mother-in-law was willing to reconsider, which indicated that the matter was almost settled. Please wait a moment. I shall go to the office to say hello, she said, as she needed to ask the principal for leave. Mom, all right, I shall wait for you. Yucheng chuckled foolishly. This was to say that his mother-in-law had consented. Yuman was being looked after. Shortly after, Yimei appeared with a black handbag, pushing a brown bicycle. Let us go. First, let's check on Yuman, she said, intending to ascertain her daughter's situation before making further plans. Upon seeing her daughter living in such poor conditions, Yimei felt a pang of sorrow. She cast an exasperated glare at Yucheng. Mom, this is only temporary. I plan to buy a new house by the end of the year. His words were not mere flattery directed at his mother-in-law. He genuinely intended to do so. Yimei dismissed Yucheng's assertion as mere boasting and did not take it to heart. Yuman, look who I have brought. Yucheng called as he entered the room. Yuman, who had just awoken and felt a bit hungry, was washing an apple he had bought for her. Feeling as though she was carrying twins, her appetite had increased considerably. When Yuman looked up and saw her mother, she was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her mother would come to visit her. Mom, Yuman rushed over and embraced Yimei. Be careful with the baby in your belly. Yimei quickly enveloped her daughter, fearing she might fall. Writing this chapter nearly brought tears to her eyes. Chapter 20. Gaining the mother-in-law's approval, the mother and daughter sat directly on the bamboo mat of the bed. Yucheng hurriedly took an apple outside to wash it, then brought a fruit platter and a stool for them. Mom, have an apple to soothe your throat. Yucheng eagerly offered a bright red apple. Yimei, feeling frustrated at her daughter's living conditions, hesitated to accept. Mom, this apple is delicious, sweet, and crisp. Yucheng specially bought it. Jiang Yuman interjected quickly to spare Yucheng any embarrassment. Only then did Yimei accept the apple. Taking a bite, she found it indeed sweet and crisp. It seemed this young man had chosen well. At least he was generous in this regard, likely purchasing it for Yuman. During this season, most people would hesitate to buy such fine apples for themselves. Seeing Yimei eat, Yucheng added, Yuman, why don't you keep your mom company while I go fetch the vegetables from Uncle Zhang's place? He considered that it was already past 3 o'clock, and both the meat and chicken needed time to thaw. Most importantly, he wanted to create a space for the mother and daughter to have their heartfelt conversation. Once Yucheng left, the two closed the door to speak privately, as it would not be appropriate for outsiders to overhear. Yuman, look at the place you are living in now. Before Yimei could finish, her daughter interrupted. Mom, I think it's quite good. Jiang Yuman understood her mother's concern. However, she was determined to walk the path she had chosen, even if it meant enduring hardship. Moreover, Yucheng was gradually improving. What is good about it? There isn't even a private bathroom or kitchen. It's far inferior to home. Yimei wondered what her daughter saw in that young man. Was it merely his height and handsome appearance? After all, he was still just a laborer. Nowadays, which girl did not aspire to climb the social ladder? Mother, I have grown accustomed to it. It is quite pleasant here, Jiang Yumin chuckled. Upon hearing the words grown accustomed, Yi Mei felt a pang in her heart. With a sigh, she lamented, "Ah, a daughter once married is like water spilled. Mother, I fear that if you knew, you would worry even more about me." How she longed to return and see her parents. Yet, one barrier was financial constraints, and the other was her own embarrassment about returning. Back then, she had been too ashamed to bring Yucheng home, especially after hearing her parents had severed ties with her. That year, after work, she encountered a rogue and was nearly harmed, only to be saved by Yucheng, who happened to pass by. From that moment on, her heart was wholly devoted to him. She was determined to marry him. Little did she know that after marriage, things would turn out this way. Countless sleepless nights found her weeping, yearning for her father and mother. Enough of this. Let us speak of you. Since things are as they are, dwelling on it will only deepen the sorrow. What is there to say? I am doing quite well. Jiang Yumin felt there was little of interest to share. Yucheng mentioned you are expecting twins. Is that true? It is quite rare these days. And I have heard that childbirth can be perilous. Yes, mother, it is true. Yucheng personally accompanied me to the hospital. As she spoke of the children, a soft glow graced Jiang Yumin's face. Did Yucheng take you for a checkup? Which hospital did you visit? Yi Mei was concerned that they might have gone to a small clinic that could misdiagnose. This is not a trivial matter. Precision is paramount. We went to the City People's Hospital. Jiang Yumin reassured her mother, sensing her unease, and presented the ultrasound image. Yi Mei took it with care and scrutinized it closely. Indeed, it was from the City People's Hospital, where the costs are not insignificant. Our attending physician is Director Su. She confirmed it was twins and mentioned they are developing well. You must trust the director's words. Yi Mei had heard of Director Su, renowned for her exceptional medical skills. How do you have so much money? She recalled that Jiang Yumin and Yucheng had not even held a wedding ceremony, merely obtaining a marriage certificate. Humph. How unfair to that scoundrel. He has such a wonderful daughter. Yucheng is now the class leader, and his salary has increased. Just the other day, he received a bonus of 1,000 yuan. Jiang Yumin said with a hint of pride. A bonus of 1,000? Is that true? Yumin, do not deceive your mother just to speak well of Yucheng. Yi Mei was skeptical. As a public school teacher, her monthly earnings barely reached 300, and her husband, the deputy director, earned around 500, despite not working at the city hospital. Year-end bonuses barely added 200 at most. Mother, it is true. Jiang Yumin retrieved a green booklet from under her pillow and handed it to her mother. Yi Mei, upon seeing it was a bank book, opened it with suspicion, and indeed, there was 900 yuan inside. This amount was what she had saved over 3 months of stringent frugality. She glanced at the date on the statement. June 16th. Wasn't that just yesterday? Yumin, you must be cautious. Where did this money come from? She knew Yucheng worked in a factory, and ordinary workers earned only about 300 a month, while piecework might yield 400 to 500. Yucheng's circumstances were previously investigated. At most, he could only earn 300 to 400, coupled with his penchant for gambling and drinking. It was no wonder she was vehemently opposed to the idea. Yuman, however, refused to believe he was of such character and insisted on marrying him regardless. The Yu family had to occasionally supplement his income, leaving them with little financial means. Mom, Yucheng is truly a good man. He would never engage in illegal activities. Jiang Yumin exclaimed, her face flushed with urgency. Just as Yi Mei was about to say something, a knock at the door interrupted. Is anyone home? Jiang Yumin hurriedly rose to open the door and found a young man standing outside, holding a rather thick envelope. Whom do you seek? She inquired, scrutinizing him to confirm she did not recognize him. You must be my sister-in-law. I am Lu Xiaobo, here to find our class leader, Yucheng. The speaker was none other than Lu Xiaobo, the deputy class leader. This afternoon, Director Lu had visited their workshop, inquiring if anyone knew Yucheng's residence, as he needed to deliver his wages and train ticket. Lu Xiaobo volunteered for the task and, after some inquiries, had just located the address. At that moment, Yucheng returned home, surprised to see a man conversing with his wife at the door. He rushed over. Class leader, you're back. This is your salary and train ticket from Director Lu, Lu Xiaobo said, displaying a broad smile as he handed the envelope to Yucheng. Thank you, Lu Xiaobo. Come in for a glass of water, Yu Qing offered. Brother, have some water. Jiang Yumin took the opportunity to step inside and poured a glass of water, presenting it as the designated cup for guests. Noticing the presence of others, Lu Xiaobo declined the invitation, saying, "Class leader, I won't intrude further. There's still work at the workshop." Yu Qing understood the situation and nodded, patting Lu Xiaobo on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work. I'll treat you to drinks when you return." "All right, I'm looking forward to it, class leader," Lu Xiaobo replied cheerfully before departing. As the deputy class leader, he felt it was imperative to lead by example and work diligently. Once inside, Yu Qing opened the envelope to find 650 yuan along with a fast train sleeper ticket. Confused, he recalled that he had only earned a little over 300 the previous month. "What's wrong, Yu Qing?" Jiang Yumin noticed his troubled expression. "There's more money than expected." "How much extra? 300? Could it be a mistake?" "I'm not sure. It's possible," he said, examining the envelope further. Inside, he discovered a note. Upon reading it, he found written, "You little rascal. Work hard and don't embarrass me, or I'll skin you alive when you return. The headquarters rewards you with 1,000 yuan. This 300 is a bonus from the branch, so don't think it's too little. Our temple doesn't have much incense. This sleeper ticket was specially purchased for you by Director Lu. Remember his kindness. Signed, Gu Dahai." As he read, his eyes welled with tears. The factory director and supervisor had truly been kind to him. "Yumin, this money is a bonus from the factory. Rest assured, the salary wasn't miscalculated," Yu Qing assured her, handing her the note. Jiang Yumin glanced at the note again before showing it to Yi Mei. Yu Qing withdrew 100 yuan and handed the remaining 550 to Jiang Yumin, saying, "My dear, you keep this 550. I'll hold on to 100 to buy a watch for convenience." "All right, you should take another 100 for the journey," Jiang Yumin insisted, pulling out another 100 yuan to give to Yu Qing. He declined, pushing it back. "You gave me 100 yesterday. That is sufficient." Seeing that Yu Qing refused to accept it, Jiang Yumin simply put the money away. When Yi Mei saw the note, she finally believed that Yu Qing was indeed different, and a smile of relief graced her lips. She had finally acknowledged her son-in-law. Chapter 21. The mother-in-law agrees to care for Yumin. Yu Qing casually tucked the money and train tickets into his pants pocket. He then retrieved a small aluminum basin from the wooden rack, specifically used for washing rice. Approaching the rice container, he scooped 2 bamboo tubes of rice into the basin. Typically, he and Yumin would only need 1 bamboo tube, approximately a liter of rice. However, with his mother-in-law present, he intended to prepare more. Turning back, he noticed Yi Mei curiously watching him, and he cheerfully remarked, "Yumin, if you feel stifled, why don't you accompany Mom for a stroll by the bridge park? I'll start dinner, and you can return when you're done exploring." The air at home surely couldn't compare to the outdoors. It was around 4 o'clock, and the sun was nearly setting. The park had a lake and plenty of willow trees, which should provide a refreshing atmosphere. With her pregnancy, a little movement was beneficial, and having her mother-in-law with her reassured Jiang Yumin. In fact, it would be more uncomfortable for her to sit idle while preparing meals alone. Noticing Yu Qing's slight discomfort, Jiang Yumin took her mother's hand and said, "Mom, the doctor suggested I should relax a bit. Why don't you accompany me for a walk by the lake?" After pondering, Yi Mei agreed, thinking that the sun was nearly down and they wouldn't be exposed to harsh rays. "Yu Qing, I'm going to take a walk with Mom." She called out to Yu Qing, who was busy washing rice in the sink. "All right, be careful. Don't stray too close to the lake, and watch your step." Yu Qing replied with a loud voice. Yi Mei glanced at Yu Qing, skillfully washing the rice, and felt a sense of satisfaction. If he weren't accustomed to cooking, he wouldn't be so adept. He managed to block the water with his hand, ensuring not a single grain of rice was wasted. Yi Mei couldn't help but nod in approval. The mother and daughter strolled out hand in hand. Yi Mei was pleasantly surprised to discover that Yu Qing could cook. This was indeed a rarity. Even Jiang Yumin's father, Jiang Haichuan, rarely entered the kitchen. "Indeed, and he cooks rather well," she mused, feeling her own culinary skills paled in comparison to his. "Really? Look at you," showering Yu Qing with compliments. Yi Mei chuckled, gently tapping her daughter's forehead. "Mom, I'm being sincere. You'll see once you taste it," Jiang Yumin replied earnestly. She wasn't exaggerating. Although she didn't understand how Yu Qing had suddenly become proficient in cooking, The food was undeniably delicious. All right, I'll make sure to eat heartily later. Is that acceptable? Yimei felt a sense of anticipation at her daughter's words. Mom, you might not know this, but Yucheng also washes my clothes. Jiang Yumin leaned closer to her mother's ear and whispered softly, a blush quickly rising to her cheeks. Yimei gazed at her daughter in disbelief. Yumin, are you truly serious? Yumin nodded. He said he feared I would tire myself. For this period, he has not allowed me to cook and has even urged me to resign from my job at the mall. Yimei was astonished by Yucheng's dramatic transformation. Were it not for his familiar appearance, she would have thought he had been replaced. She recalled how her son-in-law had knelt before her today, pleading for her to care for their daughter. Such sincerity could not be feigned. Yumin, since Yucheng has turned over a new leaf, you should embrace this opportunity to build a life with him. Yimei felt she had misjudged him initially. All right, Mom, I understand. Jiang Yumin, relieved that her mother had accepted Yucheng, felt an immense joy swell within her. Suddenly, she thought of her father. Mom, what about Dad? Take your time with him. He can be quite stubborn, Yimei reassured, patting her daughter's hand. I know Dad's temperament well, Yumin responded obediently, nodding. She recognized her father's obstinacy. As unyielding as a bull. Your father is a bull, and you, a little calf. Both equally stubborn. Truly a case of like father, like daughter, Yimei mused. Occasionally exasperated by their antics. That old man would return home each day, sighing and lamenting, finding fault with everything. Yet, deep down, Yimei understood that he missed their daughter, though he would never admit it. Mom, don't you think the scenery here is lovely? Jiang Yumin pointed to the weeping willows flanking the lake, where remnants of cicada shells lay scattered beneath the trees, their calls rising and falling in harmony. A gentle breeze stirred the air, creating delicate ripples across the lake's surface. Indeed, the scenery is quite enchanting, and the air is infused with the scent of fresh grass. Such a splendid place is perfect for a leisurely stroll. Do you come here often? She inquired. If I lived here, I would surely visit frequently. Occasionally. I will likely come more often, as suggested by Yucheng. Yimei nodded, understanding the sentiment. They resided in a subsidized housing unit, essentially a half-sale, half-gift arrangement, costing very little. The community had its own greenery, yet it paled in comparison to this picturesque locale. Yumin, I will come to keep you company over the next few days, Yimei declared, deliberately avoiding the term care to alleviate any burden on her daughter's heart. But aren't you supposed to work? Yumin recalled that her mother was only free on weekends, aside from school holidays. Yucheng would surely be away for more than 2 days. I have arranged with the principal for other teachers to cover my classes for a few days. Yimei had meticulously planned. The school would simply allocate the wages for those substitute teachers accordingly. Mom, you are wonderful. Jiang Yumin leaned against her mother, reminiscent of the little girl she once was. The two grew weary and rested for a moment on a concrete bench in the park before making their way home. Upon returning, Yucheng served the last dish at the table, where a modest spread awaited: braised pork, potato chicken stew, cucumber salad, and a tomato and egg soup. Mom, Yumin, you're back. Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready. Yucheng hurriedly removed his apron and hung it up. After washing her hands at the outdoor sink, she filled a basin with water from the face-washing bowl and brought it inside for the two of them to wash their hands. Mom, wash your hands. Jiang Yumin tugged at Yimei's sleeve upon seeing the water had been brought in. Yimei responded with a soft "oh" and proceeded to wash her hands. She felt a peculiar sense of being treated like royalty, as if she were surrounded by attendants catering to her every need. Glancing at the table laden with an array of dishes, she found them to be a feast for the senses. Just the aroma wafting through the air was enough to whet her appetite. Yucheng served half a bowl of tomato and egg soup to both his mother-in-law and wife, mindful not to let them eat too much, fearing they might not have room for the main course. Mom, Yumin, you should drink some soup first. It's less likely to make you gain weight, he said with a smile before turning to serve himself a bowl of rice. Yimei was pleasantly surprised that this young man possessed some knowledge of health and wellness. All three of them ate heartily. After finishing her meal, Yimei lingered for a while but noticed that dusk was approaching, prompting her to rise and prepare to leave. Mom, you're leaving? Aren't you going to stay and keep Yumin company? Yucheng called out, mistakenly thinking she was departing for good. I'll come by tomorrow morning. I need to prepare dinner for her father and discuss a few things with him, Yimei explained with a smile, alleviating Yu Cheng's concerns. She had yet to share certain matters with her husband and, for now, preferred to keep the truth under wraps, intending to fabricate a different excuse later. Meanwhile, the young couple would be separated for several days, and surely they would want to share some private moments. She would return tomorrow. Seeing that his mother-in-law was intent on leaving, Yu Cheng discreetly exchanged a few words with Jiang Yumin, who nodded in understanding. Mom, wait a moment. I'll walk you to the door, Jiang Yumin offered. All right. Yimei nodded, eager to have a few more words with her daughter. Jiang Yumin turned to retrieve 200 yuan from beneath her pillow and followed her mother outside. She pressed the 2 bills into Yimei's hands, saying, Mom, you must accept this money. It's Yu Cheng's intention. He wants you and Dad to know that he will treat me well and that you needn't worry. No, you keep it. Mom has money. Save it for the future use of the children, Yimei insisted, refusing to take it. Jiang Yumin, on the verge of tears, pleaded, Mom, if you don't accept it, it feels like you won't forgive me. Seeing her daughter so distressed, Yimei had no choice but to relent. Thinking she would find another way to repay her later, perhaps by adding a little extra. All right, I will accept it, but you must return quickly. And remember, tell that young man to behave. There's a child on the way now, Yimei reminded her. Mom, the doctor already said everything is fine. You needn't worry. Jiang Yumin replied, her face flushing instantly. That's good to hear. Now, I must be off, Yimei said before mounting her bicycle and riding away. Upon returning to the house, Yu Cheng was busy putting the freshly washed dishes in order. Yumin, Mom has left, he announced. She's gone. Jiang Yumin responded as she entered, shutting the door behind her. Wife, why are you closing the door? It's not even time for bed yet. Yu Cheng questioned, puzzled. Jiang Yumin then pulled out all the money, counting it meticulously, and only then did Yu Cheng realize that his wife was tallying their remaining funds. Previously, I had 30 left, combined with my salary of 280, plus 100 from the bonus I saved, and an additional 550 from today, totaling 960. After deducting 50 for the inspection, 200 for my mother, and another 200 for you, leaving 450. I still have 510. Jiang Yumin murmured to herself. Yu Cheng remained silent, gazing at his wife with a smile. Yu Cheng, we can still save 200 this month, Jiang Yumin exclaimed with delight. All right, I will heed my wife's advice. You can manage it. Yu Cheng chuckled as he leaned down to kiss Jiang Yumin on the forehead. It dawned on him that his wife was quite the little money enthusiast. Chapter 22. A Nightmarish Dream. Yumin, I will be heading to Dongguan tomorrow. Buy whatever you desire. Do not hesitate to spend, Yu Cheng said as he embraced Jiang Yumin, who was sleeping beside him. She shifted slightly and replied softly, I understand. Just be cautious while you are there. She had heard that long-distance travel could be unsafe. Yumin, do not forget, I will be taking the express sleeper train. It is quite safe. Upon arriving in Guangzhou, someone will be there to pick me up and take me directly to Dongguan. The Guangzhou train station in 1996 was rather chaotic, rife with robberies, human traffickers, and ticket scalpers, not to mention various hotels and inns vying for customers. As a man, he had little to fear, but it would be unwise for a woman to venture out alone. Many young women in the 90s fell victim to deceitful employment schemes, leading them to remote areas and impoverished mountain villages. Some were even students, trapped and forced to bear children for older men, ultimately ruining their lives. Such occurrences were not uncommon in that era. It was only after the year 2000 that the situation began to improve and security in Guangzhou significantly enhanced. How many days will you be gone this time? She asked. They had never truly been apart. I am not sure. It could be as long as a week or as brief as 3 days. Why do you ask? Yu Cheng gently tousled Jiang Yumin's soft, albeit slightly discolored hair, which was not as dark and shiny as it once was. Their brief time together had not been idyllic, but thankfully, she had recently begun to take better care of herself. It's nothing, just a casual inquiry, she replied, feeling a bit out of sorts. Previously, Yu Cheng would always return home, no matter how late it was. Do not worry, my mother will come over tomorrow. It has been a while since you two have spent time together, so this is perfect. With his mother-in-law, Yi Mei, taking care of Jiang Yumin, he felt at ease. Thank you for everything you have done, Yu Cheng. Jiang Yumin expressed her gratitude sincerely. In the past, when she missed her family, Yu Cheng, despite knowing, never inquired or offered assistance. Yumin, this is merely my duty. There is no need for thanks between us, Yu Cheng replied, wishing for his wife to feel more than just gratitude towards him. He did not want their marriage to revolve around constant expressions of thanks. He sensed that Jiang Yumin's heart was not as warm as it once was, yet he believed he could gradually rekindle that warmth. Once you arrive, please call me from a public phone and reach out to Uncle Zhang. That will put my mind at ease. In the vicinity of Elder Zhang's small shop, there exists a public telephone, the closest one to home, and indeed, the only public telephone available. Making a call from there incurs a charge, 0.5 yuan per minute for local calls, and 11 yuan per minute for domestic long-distance calls. Understood. I will call you when I get there, he assured, confident that he would not require Jiang Yumin's reminder for this. During that time, public phone booths were prevalent, allowing for the purchase of phone cards or coin-operated calls. In 1996, many entrepreneurs in major cities would carry a large mobile phone, resembling a hefty brick, cumbersome and aesthetically unpleasing, yet extraordinarily expensive, costing over 10,000 yuan. Then there were the pagers, allowing individuals to receive calls from traditional telephones by displaying the caller's number, necessitating a subsequent call from a fixed line, an exceedingly cumbersome process. Although small in size, these devices were not inexpensive, ranging from 7 to over 1,000 yuan, with many individuals opting to clip them onto their belts, which was quite fashionable at the time. Eventually, mobile phones were introduced. Though still costly, they were compact and convenient. Concurrently, the introduction of small telecommunication devices offered a more affordable and practical option. Yu Cheng shook his head, pondering why he was overthinking the situation. He resolved to take things slowly. After a while, noticing a lack of sound, he looked down to discover that Jiang Yumin had fallen asleep in his embrace. Amused, he thought how his wife had drifted off just as he wished to engage her in further conversation. He gently kissed the tips of her hair, whispering, "Good night, my dear." He too closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber swiftly. Wife, don't jump. Wife, come back quickly." Yu Cheng felt someone shaking him awake. He opened his eyes to find Jiang Yumin sitting at the edge of the bed, her face etched with worry. "Yu Cheng, did you have a nightmare?" Although she was unaware of the content of his dreams, she could tell he was frightened. "Raymond, let me hold you." Yu Cheng's voice was low and hoarse. He reached out to embrace Jiang Yumin tightly. She could feel his body trembling, and she gently patted his back, speaking softly, "Yu Cheng, it was just a dream." Though unaware of the specifics of his nightmare, she sensed it was somehow connected to her. Moments later, Yu Cheng steadied himself and released Jiang Yumin. Acknowledging that he had once again endured that haunting nightmare, he found solace in the sight of his wife sitting right before him. Glancing at the small alarm clock on the bedside table, he noted it was only 6 o'clock. With the train scheduled for 8, he still had time. "Raymond, I'm sorry for waking you," he said, realizing his nightmares had disturbed her slumber. He wondered if she had comprehended his incoherent mutterings. "It's all right. I'm not working today, remember? I can catch up on sleep any time," Jiang Yumin replied with a playful smile, blinking her eyes mischievously. "Go back to sleep. I'll get some breakfast. My mother might come a bit later," Yu Cheng said, beginning to dress. He preferred to sleep in the nude during summer for comfort. "All right. I'll sleep a little longer," he conceded, recognizing his own need for more rest. Jiang Yumin settled back down, and he tucked her in with a blanket. By 6 o'clock, daylight had fully broken, and he quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face. Then, he set out on his bicycle. The crisp chime of the bell resonated delightfully in the tranquil morning. Before long, in less than half an hour, he returned with a bag of dog meat buns and some soybean milk. This soybean milk was both nutritious and economical. At this time, it was rich in content, unlike most of the watered-down versions of later years. After satiating his own hunger, he placed the leftovers in an aluminum pot to steam. It was still early, and he hesitated to wake his wife. He then took the dirty clothes from the previous day to the sink to wash and hang them out to dry. Once these chores were completed, he glanced at the clock. It was just past 7. Biking to the train station took half an hour, which meant he would arrive around 8, just in time for ticket inspection. Yu Chung packed a few items of clothing he had organized the day before into his backpack, along with a military-style water bottle. He tucked his ID into the pocket of his jacket and stored his money in a small pocket of his underwear, as such trousers were available at that time, and he had purchased 2 pairs specifically to deter pickpockets. After preparing everything, he left a note on the dining table, walked to the bedside, kissed his wife, closed the door, and finally rode off on his bicycle. Just then, Yimei arrived, and after giving her a few instructions, he hurriedly pedaled away, fearing he might be late. Chapter 23. Encounter with the sisters selling fake cigarettes arriving at the train station. Yu Chung parked his bicycle in the underground parking lot. He then picked up the travel bag from his bicycle and headed directly to the ticket inspection area. The screen displayed that ticket checking had commenced, and he arrived just in time. He handed his ID and ticket to the inspector and placed his bag on the conveyor belt. The inspector glanced at the ID and ticket, then looked up at Yu Chung and waved him through. Aware of the gesture permitting him to pass, Yu Chung proceeded to the waiting room, where he found a seat close to the ticket inspection area. He checked the electronic screen, which indicated that his train would arrive in 10 minutes. It was common for trains to run late, especially since this was not a starting station. Ticket inspection. Ticket inspection. The train to Guangzhou, number 154, began its ticket check. The inspector stood at the entrance, shouting through a megaphone. Traveling by train during this era was quite cumbersome, requiring multiple ticket checks, even after boarding. Checks would occur mid-journey and upon exiting. Yu Chung adjusted his bag and joined the line. As he boarded, the train attendant scrutinized him for a moment, likely surprised that a young man dressed so modestly could afford a soft sleeper, especially a lower berth, which was pricier. His was bed number 5, and he found it with ease. Hot water was available, and he had already packed a bucket of instant noodles at home, saving money on food during the journey. Occasionally, vendors would approach, asking if passengers wished to purchase this or that. The hard seat carriages were even more bustling, but their sleeper compartment was relatively better. In those days, at every stop, vendors would sell sunflower seeds, fruits, chicken legs, instant noodles, bottled water, and various beverages, and their business was quite thriving. However, when discovered by the conductor, they would be promptly evicted. Yet, as soon as one departed, they would swiftly reappear, almost as if they had no bounds. It was akin to the animated antics of Tom and Jerry, where the cat perpetually fails to capture the mouse, who invariably manages to take advantage of the situation. He was aboard a fast train, taking 7 hours to travel from Chaoda City to Guangzhou. Yu Chung calculated that he would arrive around 3:30 in the afternoon, or perhaps 4 at the latest. At that moment, a woman approached him, lowering her voice as she said, "Young man, would you like to buy some cigarettes?" Yu Chung understood that her actions were illegal. Cigarettes could not be sold privately. Such sales required a government-sanctioned business license, and one could not simply sell them at will. It was likely that these individuals were peddling counterfeit cigarettes, specifically targeting the passengers on the train. As for why they chose sleeper passengers, they probably presumed that those willing to spend on a sleeper were affluent. "What brands do you have?" Yu Chung asked, feeling bored. "Everything you could want. Hongshimei, Huangshimei, Huashimei, Mutin, Kaidai," she replied, opening her handbag slightly to reveal some to him. "What are the prices?" Yu Chung inquired, glancing inside the bag and confirming that it indeed contained cigarettes, and quite a few at that. "Don't worry, young man. I can sell them to you for 50 cents less than the outside price. What do you think?" The woman believed that this deal was close to being sealed once he asked about the price. "Do you have Fazita?" Yu Chung lowered his voice. Fazita, a trendy cigarette brand that had gained popularity since 1996, featured a box with small ears marked with numbers ranging from 1100 and above. Many rumors circulated that collecting 100 numbers could earn one a ribbon or even a refrigerator, while others claimed it could yield a cash prize of 10,000 yuan. Such tales had propelled the brand into fame, making it a staple among smokers, himself included. Yet, no one had ever won a prize or cash. It was merely a marketing ploy, devoid of any actual rewards. "Young man, I'm afraid I don't have that. You know how scarce it is. Perhaps you could consider other brands, which are quite good as well." The woman appeared disappointed, but was still eager to close the sale. Then let me see a pack of Hong Shime, Yu Cheng said, wanting to check the authenticity of the cigarettes. With enthusiasm, the woman retrieved a pack of Hong Shime from her bag and handed it to Yu Cheng. He held it to his nose and took a whiff, then promptly returned it to her. Madam, if you were selling something else, I might consider purchasing it. But as for cigarettes, I'll pass. They may be slightly cheaper than outside, but at least the authentic ones are genuine. These are counterfeit. Can you even smoke them? They could be deadly. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's refusal, the woman's expression turned sour. You're so young. Why do you have such a mean spirit? You've asked me questions for so long without any intention of buying. Isn't this wasting my time and hindering my earnings? Yu Cheng chuckled lightly, madam. It was you who approached me to sell your cigarettes. I didn't drag you into this conversation. He had a strong aversion to those who sold fake goods. Earning money was one thing. Profiting from dishonest means was entirely another. You just asked me if I had Fazita, if you weren't interested in buying cigarettes. Why would you ask? She persisted, unwilling to relent. The imposing presence of the woman was unmistakable as she asserted, if you don't purchase from me today, I shall not leave. Yi Cheng, bemused, thought, why would I buy your cigarettes? Surely, you must have some awareness of your own deceit. Must I voice it aloud? He cast another glance at her handbag. The woman's eyes flickered, pondering whether this young man had discerned the counterfeit cigarettes she peddled. Observing his youth, she felt emboldened, convinced he could not identify the forgery. You have wasted my time. How shall we settle this? She demanded. Internally, Yi Cheng scoffed at her audacity, contemplating her brazen attempt at coercive sales. Are you not leaving? Do you intend to linger here until I offer you lunch? He retorted. A chuckle emanated from another passenger. But Yi Cheng paid it no heed. You are the one being unreasonable. You declared your intent to sell and then retracted it, she argued, likely accustomed to her domineering behavior at this station. Surely, you know these cigarettes are fake. Do you require me to summon the conductor for you to depart? In dealing with such shameless individuals, one must adopt a firm approach. What nonsense are you spouting? Who has claimed my cigarettes are fake? The woman's bravado wavered, and her gaze darted nervously. Yi Cheng, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue, shouted towards the front of the carriage. If you choose not to buy, then why shout for the conductor? She spat, hastily retreating to another carriage. At last, Yi Cheng reclined on his bunk. Hey, brother, how did you know those cigarettes were counterfeit? A young man from the lower bunk across inquired. A mere whiff reveals the truth, Yi Cheng replied, remaining vigilant. One must not harbor malicious intent, yet it is wise to remain cautious. Thank goodness you recognized it. Otherwise, you might have bought them. And I could have been misled as well, the young man added with a laugh. Oh, Yi Cheng responded nonchalantly. Where are you headed? What is your name? I am Qian Shaohai. The young man introduced himself, seemingly unperturbed by Yi Cheng's demeanor. I am bound for Guangzhou. My name is Yi Cheng. As the young man had shared his name, it would be impolite not to reciprocate. Thus, they became acquainted, engaging in conversation along the journey. Unbeknownst to Yi Cheng, the young man occupying the bunk opposite him held a significant background. Chapter 24. Qian Shaohai arrived in Guangzhou. Someone called out, and the train gradually came to a halt. The doors of each carriage swung open, and passengers began to disembark in succession. Upon reaching the ticket inspection point, the inspector wielded an iron punch, snipping a corner from the ticket, rendering it void. As Yi Cheng stepped outside, he noticed a young man holding a large sign emblazoned with his name. Realizing this individual was there to greet him, Yi Cheng approached and presented his identification. The other man, likely taken aback, had not anticipated that the person he was to meet would be such a youthful fellow, assuming it would be a seasoned engineer in his 40s or 50s. You are Yi Cheng? Disbelief was etched across the man's expression. The chairman did not mention to him that Yu Cheng was so young. Instead, he incessantly spoke of Yu Cheng's name, extolling this individual as if he were a celestial being. Yu Cheng nodded in agreement, remarking, Indeed, it's absolutely true. Did you not just peruse my identification? The young man responded with a hint of embarrassment. I apologize. I simply did not anticipate that you would be so youthful and handsome. He offered a shy smile. What did you expect me to resemble? An old scholar or a bespectacled nerd? Yu Cheng chuckled. Huh, Yu Cheng, you truly possess a sense of humor. The young man was further amused by Yu Cheng's wit. How shall we travel to Dongguan? He inquired, eager to complete the task swiftly and return home to his wife. The chairman has personally arrived, and the vehicle is not permitted to enter, so I must trouble you to walk a short distance, the young man explained. Oh, that is of no concern. What is your role at the factory? The young man appeared to be no more than 20 years of age. I am the chairman's dedicated driver. My surname is Li, and I am called Li Xiaojing. I have been driving for the chairman for over a year. The two engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, in a nearby parking lot, two individuals sat in a small car, Chairman Qian Minghuai and his son, Qian Xiaohai. Dad, how much longer must we wait? I am starving. Please, just let me go home. I miss Mom, Qian Xiaohai said, half-jokingly. You little rascal, do not attempt to deceive me. You think I am unaware that you plan to meet your drinking buddies? Qian Minghuai bluntly exposed his son's ruse. Dad, how could you say that? Of course. I miss Mom. I haven't seen her in a year. In truth, Qian Xiaohai was reluctant to spend time with his father, anticipating that he would be ushered into the workshop to learn this and that. Why the rush? I have a young friend I would like to introduce to you. Qian Minghuai remarked, genuinely fond of Yu Cheng, believing that his son could learn a great deal from him. What kind of friend? A girlfriend? Is she pretty? Qian Xiaohai asked playfully. If she's attractive, I might consider it. Having just graduated from university at the tender age of 21, he had yet to engage in a serious romantic relationship. You dreamer. If you want a girlfriend, pursue her on your own merit. Do not hide behind my reputation to flaunt your pursuits. If I find out, you will regret it, Qian Minghuai warned his son. Young Xiaohai, fresh out of university, was still naive and susceptible to deception. With a dismissive sound, he thought his father underestimated him. Yet today, he was curious about whom his father intended for him to meet. So mysterious and ceremonious, with his father personally picking him up. Surely, it couldn't he be a technical expert poached from another company? While lost in thought, he heard the voice of driver Li Xiaojing. Chairman, I have brought the person you requested. Qian Minghuai promptly opened the car door and stepped out, patting Yu Cheng on the arm. Yu Cheng, thank you for your efforts on this journey. Please, hop in. Chairman, it was no trouble at all. It is truly an honor to have you come personally. Yu Cheng replied politely. Chairman Qian took his seat in the driver's position, while Yu Cheng entered the rear compartment, only to discover a young man inside, who appeared somewhat displeased. Yu Cheng, this is my son, Qian Xiaohai. Qian Minghuai introduced his son to Yu Cheng. Upon observing his son with the back of his head turned towards others, seemingly engrossed in something outside, an inexplicable irritation surged within him. This boy exhibited a lamentable lack of manners. What on earth are you gazing at, you rascal? This is the young man I wish to introduce to you, Yu Cheng. Qian Minghuai reprimanded his son. Dad, why are you shouting? Qian Xiaohai finally turned his head, and upon seeing Yu Cheng, his face lit up with joy. Yu Cheng, Qian Xiaohai, what a delightful coincidence. Laughter erupted between the two. Yu Cheng, taken aback, thought it surprising that this lad was the chairman's son. Such a connection could indeed be advantageous. After all, he was the future heir of Huaya Group, also known as Huaya Machinery Factory. Yu Cheng, how did you two come to know each other? Qian Minghuai inquired. Chairman, we met on the train. Truly, life is full of unexpected encounters. Dad, you have no idea. Yu Cheng is remarkable. Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, clearly excited about their meeting. A slight cough escaped Yu Cheng's lips. What interesting events transpired on the train? Qian Minghuai asked with a smile. Qian Xiaohai glanced at Yu Cheng, waving his hand dismissively. Dad, it's nothing much. Chairman, just a trivial matter. Really, Yu Cheng chuckled as he explained. Qian Minghuai chose not to press further, contemplating that his son seemed somewhat intimidated by Yu Cheng, which was indeed a positive development. It was beneficial to have someone who could keep him in check, for this boy had never feared anyone. Yu Cheng, I shall take you to the hotel first, where you can freshen up. Later this evening, we shall host a welcoming dinner for you. The hotel had already been reserved by his secretary. All right, thank you, Chairman. Yu Cheng responded politely. Yu Cheng, may I stay with you at the hotel tonight? Qian Xiaohai expressed his fondness for Yu Cheng, feeling an inexplicable connection. He found him to be distinct from other young people, exuding both composure and charm without being overly slick. Such a rascal. He hasn't even returned home yet. and is already yearning to venture out. His mother incessantly frets over when he will come back. If she knew he was planning to dash out before even stepping foot in the house, it would surely infuriate her. Dad, I never said I wouldn't return home. I merely intend to spend the night at the hotel with brother Yu Cheng, Qian Shaohai clarified. In a fleeting moment, he had already begun calling him brother, demonstrating his natural affinity. Qian Minghuai, however, was quite pleased. Familiarity was welcome. Yu Cheng's immediate reaction was to decline. The thought of two grown men sharing a bed sent shivers down his spine. Shaohai, you've been away for so long. The chairman's wife must be missing you dearly. It's best you accompany her at home. There will always be opportunities to explore Chaodao together in the future. Very well, Qian Shaohai replied, his enthusiasm diminished. After all, I am a university graduate. Can't you discern such an obvious refusal? Shaohai, I am unfamiliar with this area. If you have the time, perhaps you could show me around? Yu Cheng expressed his need for a guide. Absolutely. Brother Yu Cheng, I am available every day. It depends on your schedule. Now that I've graduated, I am free. How shall I contact you then? Yu Cheng inquired. You can call me. Qian Shaohai took out a card, upon which was inscribed a name and a series of Arabic numerals, and handed it to Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng accepted it and promptly tucked it into his pocket. Suddenly, Qian Minghuai realized that Yu Cheng did not possess a phone, which often proved to be quite inconvenient. Should this deal materialize, subsequent opportunities would undoubtedly follow in abundance. Their perennial rival, Yongheng Machinery Factory, was seething with frustration. Initially, the client intended to award the contract to Yongheng and had even prepared to draft an agreement. Who would have thought that after reviewing the products crafted by Huaye Machinery Factory, the client would alter their decision? For years, Huaye Machinery had been overshadowed by Yongheng, primarily due to the presence of a formidable engineer at the latter. It was unexpected that they would encounter a setback. Chapter 25, Alas. Academic credentials are a stumbling block, Chairman. We've arrived at the Washington Hotel. The driver, Li Xiaojiang, halted the vehicle, then walked around to open the door for Qian Minghuai. Just as Yu Cheng was about to push the door open himself, he was taken aback when Qian Minghuai had already opened it. This left Yu Cheng's hand suspended in midair, resulting in an awkward moment. What was his status to warrant such an honor? It felt rather embarrassing to have Chairman Qian personally open the door for him. Despite being a junior, he was merely an ordinary employee. Truth be told, he felt a sense of astonishment at this unexpected courtesy. The driver, Li Xiaojiang, gazed in disbelief. Who was this young man to receive such regard from the chairman? Even the general manager did not enjoy this level of treatment. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. Yu Cheng, why are you still dawdling? Do you expect me to hold the door open for you indefinitely? Qian Minghuai chuckled, noticing Yu Cheng's dazed expression. Chairman, this is unnecessary. I am but a small fry under your leadership, Yu Cheng stammered, feeling overwhelmed, as he quickly exited the vehicle. He had not anticipated such respectful treatment from the chairman. It's nothing, just a casual gesture of opening a door, Qian Minghuai casually remarked. Yu Cheng understood that this comment was meant to alleviate any undue pressure on him. Qian Shaohai was equally astonished. When had his father ever placed such importance on someone? Even the engineers at the factory were treated with less regard. You little rascal. Why are you still sitting there? Do you expect me to carry you out on a grand palanquin? Qian Minghuai chided his son, who remained in the car. Who is your real son here? Qian Shaohai muttered under his breath. Nothing at all. Yu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Wow. The Washington Hotel. I've heard that the waitstaff here are selected through beauty contests. Brother Yu Cheng, you're in for a treat. Qian Shaohai whispered to Yu Cheng. Is that so? Make sure to take a good look, Yu Cheng quipped. At this point, all women appeared the same to him, save for his wife, Jiang Yuman. Chairman Qian led Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai into the hotel, while driver Li Xiaojiang remained in the vehicle. Approaching the reception desk, they encountered two tall, exquisite waitresses adorned with delicate makeup and striking crimson lips. Like the luscious juice flowing from a cherry, Qian Shaohai gently touched Yu Cheng's hand. What do you think? Each one is a beauty of unparalleled grace. Yu Cheng smiled silently. Had he not lived a second life, he likely would have worn a similar expression. Suddenly, he recalled his wife at home, who always appeared without makeup, and found her natural beauty far more captivating. Observing Yu Cheng's indifference, Qian Shaohai felt a twinge of boredom. If you like, you could ask for their contact information, Yu Cheng suggested softly. Pursuing a girl is the fundamental first step. Otherwise, are you chasing after a ball? Qian Shaohai's eyes sparkled, and he thought to seize the opportunity later. Don't you like them? Qian Shaojing asked, puzzled as he gazed at Yu Cheng. I have a wife. Why would I need to like anyone else? Yu Cheng successfully caught the look of defeat on Qian Shaohai's face. At that moment, a receptionist glanced their way, prompting the two to hastily fall silent. One of the receptionists cheerfully inquired, Excuse me, sir, do you wish to check in or dine? This is Mr. Yu Cheng, who has reserved a deluxe suite. Qian Minghuai pointed out Yu Cheng. Ah, you are Mr. Yu Cheng. Here is your room key. Please keep it safe. Should you need anything, feel free to call the front desk using the room phone. The charming receptionist handed the key to Yu Cheng, her eyes curling into crescent moons with a smile. It was evident that she held a notable admiration for him, as Yu Cheng's tall and handsome stature had undoubtedly captivated the young ladies around him. Yu Cheng accepted the room key, responding politely, All right, thank you. Clear and concise. With no unnecessary words. Qian Minghuai nodded inwardly, even more pleased. Yu Cheng, I will return to the company for a while. You should head to your room and take a shower. I will come by at 5:30 to welcome you. There were matters to attend to at the company, and he needed to handle them. All right, Chairman, please go ahead. The fact that someone would personally come to greet him was a significant honor. Brother Yu Cheng, I want to accompany you upstairs. Qian Shaohai immediately interjected. You rascal, hurry and come home with me, Qian Minghuai said, grabbing his son by the collar and dragging him out. Brother Yu Cheng, save me. Yu Cheng shook his head and smiled, thinking of him as merely a child yet to grow up. They then ascended to the second floor, where Yu Cheng's room was located. At 5:30 that evening, the front desk called, informing him that Chairman Qian was waiting for him in box number 5 on the first floor. Just after finishing his shower and taking a brief nap, Yu Cheng changed his clothes and checked himself in the mirror, ensuring he looked presentable before heading downstairs. Upon his arrival, he made his way directly to box number 5. Inside, several individuals were seated, 2 of whom wore glasses and appeared quite scholarly. Yu Cheng, you've arrived. Come sit beside me. Qian Minghuai beckoned, pulling out a mahogany chair. Seeing that the chairman had already made room for him, Yu Cheng walked over, knowing that failing to do so would be quite disrespectful. All seated, apart from Chairman Qian, regarded him with incredulity. Who is this young man? They wondered, since the chairman holds him in such high regard. Allow me to introduce this young man, Yu Cheng, who has been temporarily transferred from the branch factory to assist us. Qian Minghuai solemnly introduced him to the group. He is not Engineer Xiao. One of the bespectacled individuals murmured. Did you not hear the chairman refer to him as Yu Cheng? Another young man, also wearing glasses, chimed in. Let us introduce ourselves and get to know one another. Qian Minghuai believed this was a straightforward approach, primarily encouraging them to engage with Yu Cheng and become acquainted. Hello, Yu Cheng. I am Qiao Yong, an engineer at Huayuan Machinery Factory. Greetings, Yu Cheng. I am Hua Ming, also an engineer at Huayuan Machinery Factory. The other 2 gradually introduced themselves as well. One was Zhang Datu, the head of the production department, and the other was Qian Huaya, the factory manager. The 2 bespectacled individuals were indeed engineers. Hello, everyone. I am new here. I appreciate your support. Let us drink to that. Feel free to indulge. Yu Cheng raised his glass and took a sip. Fortunately, the glass was small. He was not averse to drinking, but simply preferred to abstain. Chairman, is this the individual you mentioned who will guide us in the CNC workshop? The speaker was Qiao Yong, whose barely concealed contempt in his gaze made Yu Cheng uncomfortable. Qian Minghuai nodded. Yes, you should seek his guidance often. As he want to be here every day. Qiao Yong scoffed. Brother Yu, may I inquire about your educational qualifications? Undergraduate? Graduate? He assumed he must at least be a graduate student. Perhaps this fellow was merely a college dropout. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Who dares to pose such a question directly? It was undoubtedly laden with an implicit insult. Yu Cheng remained unperturbed, replying, I am but a humble high school graduate. His educational background was indeed a weakness. He anticipated that he would be delayed in the coming days due to a family member's illness. Chapter 26. Having eaten and drunk to satisfaction, it was time for a good sleep. Yu Chung was completely unfazed by disclosing his educational credentials. It was the truth, and he felt no need to embellish for the sake of appearances. To do so would only lead to self-contempt. He had barely managed to pass high school, and he had little desire to study, finding it rather uninteresting. It was his father, Yu Dafeng, who had driven him to attend. Only later did he come to realize the true significance of educational qualifications and knowledge. Following the incident with Jiang Yuman, he began to awaken. He attended night school, eventually enrolled in university, and later pursued a graduate degree. However, that journey was interrupted as business became overwhelming and a graduate degree sufficed. In this new life, he was determined to elevate his academic standing, a goal he had long contemplated and intended to discuss with Yuman upon his return. Little did he anticipate encountering such a situation today. Upon learning that this so-called technical talent, in the chairman's words, was merely a high school graduate, everyone was left incredulous. Was the chairman jesting? Or did he believe they were all merely idle? With the company having secured such substantial contracts yet remaining inactive, they were here to welcome this inexperienced young man with a mere high school diploma. Behold, this was the Washington Grand Hotel. How absurd. The head of the production department furrowed his brow and spoke. Chairman, I understand your eagerness for talent, but we cannot simply recruit anyone. It is important to note that the ordinary employees in the workshop are all high school graduates, with some possessing only an associate degree. This puts engineers Qiao Yong and Huaming in a rather awkward position. At this moment, factory manager Qian Huaya, noticing the discontent on everyone's faces, felt compelled to intervene. Chairman, what on earth is happening? Are you seriously appointing a high school graduate to oversee production? This is preposterous. Qian Huaya, who is cousins with Qian Minghuai and holds a 10% stake in the company, was initially pleased that his cousin had secured such a significant order for the company. He recognized that the client was highly satisfied with the trial production quality, which led to transferring an order originally intended for Yongheng Machinery Factory to them. However, despite his happiness, he could not allow himself to lose his senses. Among them, only Huaming remained still and silent, quietly observing the young man who was being belittled by others. He appeared to be in his early 20s, much like himself. Perhaps because Yucheng looked youthful, Huaming assumed they were of similar age. His gaze was resolute, his expression devoid of any embarrassment or anger from the humiliation, showcasing a remarkable composure. Having graduated from university, albeit not from a prestigious institution, Huaming believed that the chairman, with his extensive experience in the business world, would not engage in such a reckless endeavor. The young man must possess exceptional qualities. Chairman Qian was quickly becoming incensed by the barrage of comments from those around him, leaving him little time to intervene. As Qiao Yong noted that both the factory manager and the department head had spoken up, he grew increasingly arrogant. Chairman, are you intending to humiliate both Huaming and myself? Qiao Yong tugged at Huaming, who sat there drinking. How can you still have an appetite for drinks? Why waste such fine liquor? It's a rare occasion that the chairman is treating us. Huaming poured himself a glass of Maotai and took a sip. My apologies. Young man, I will arrange tickets for you shortly, the factory manager, Qian Huaya, said somewhat apologetically. Yes, my young friend. I will get you some food to enjoy on the way, added Minister Zhang Dagua hastily. Yucheng did not respond, merely returning Qiao Yong's remark and continuing to drink and eat. The dishes before him were exquisite, and the Maotai was particularly delightful. Alas, it was uncertain whether there were any unopened bottles left that he could take home and save for his children, as they would surely appreciate their worth in the future. Observing Yucheng indulge in his meal and drink, the onlookers perceived him as a rustic who had never seen the world. They shook their heads, feeling embarrassed for him, as if he had been starving for a year or had just been released from prison. The chairman glanced at Yucheng and found himself somewhat satisfied. In the face of adversity, his refusal to walk away in disdain was commendable. He then looked over at Qiao Yong, who wore a mocking expression, and shook his head. Upon noticing the chairman shaking his head and regarding him with such a look, Qiao Yong felt a chill run down his spine. Everyone continued to watch as Yucheng savored his meal and drink, resembling a famished ghost returned to life. Another individual, He Ming, exhibited a refined demeanor, delicately savoring his vegetables and sipping wine. Yu Cheng, having patted his belly, found himself unable to consume any more. I am quite full, Director Qian. Could you kindly arrange my ticket? He requested. Also, please book it for tomorrow. Such a splendid suite should not go to waste, at the very least. I must enjoy it for one night. He then turned to Minister Zhang. Would you be so kind as to prepare some fruits and chocolates? My wife has a fondness for them. Both Qian Huaya and Zhang Dagua were momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in acquiescence. Of course, we shall procure them at once. Good heavens! Qian Minghua exclaimed, rising to bang the table with a resounding thud. Chairman Qian, do not be upset. It is detrimental to your health. He continued. I genuinely appreciate your generosity. Without you, I would not have had the pleasure of such exquisite cuisine or stayed in such a luxurious hotel. The brothers, Yu Cheng and Qian Minghua, coaxed the chairman to sit back down in his chair. You cheeky rascal. I invited you here solely for the purpose of enjoying this fine food and to spend a night in a hotel. Qian Minghua shot a glance at the two individuals peering in through the door. Chairman, they speak the truth. I am merely a high school graduate, a mere jester, and I should return to my post as a small team leader at the branch factory. Yu Cheng took a small sip of Mao Tai, relishing its exquisite flavor. Indeed, fine liquor is always distinguished. Today, a bottle of Mao Tai costs over 100 yuan, and Chairman Qian had ordered 2 bottles, both from the vintage of 1995. Though from 1995, in later years, it would fetch prices in the thousands. Qian Minghua cast a sidelong glance at Yu Cheng, who clearly relished the Mao Tai, noting his constant gaze upon it. What a pity that it is only from 95. If only we had some from the 80s. Yu Cheng set his cup down, deciding he could drink no more. Chairman, I shall return to the hotel now. Director Qian, Minister Zhang, do remember your promises. Yu Cheng felt a slight intoxication wash over him and thought it best to let them finalize their arrangements while he took a brief rest. You rascal. Qian Minghua pondered the late hour. The CNC workshop had closed, so he decided to address it in the morning. He Ming, assist him back to his room. Tonight, you shall stay with him. If he attempts to leave, you may return home tomorrow. Chairman Qian gestured towards He Ming, who was still indulging in his meal. He Ming readily replied, Yes, Chairman, I assure you I will keep a close watch on him. Soon, He Ming approached, assisting Yu Cheng away. The remaining individuals dared not breathe, having never witnessed the chairman's outburst in such a manner. Director Qian, if that 1 million contract falls through, you shall be dismissed. The company cannot afford the penalty for breach. The penalty amounts to 3 times the contract value, several million. How could he possibly bear that? Minister Zhang, should Yu Cheng resign, you too may leave. He then turned to Qiao Yong. Do not presume your status as a graduate grants you superiority. Remember that there are always greater heights and more talented individuals. The company can manage without you, but it cannot do so without Yu Cheng. The chairman's pronouncement left everyone in stunned silence. Chairman, are you implying that the 1 million contract hinges on Yu Cheng? Minister Zhang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If not because of him, then is it due to you? Qian Minghua retorted sharply, causing Minister Zhang's expression to darken considerably. Good heavens! What foolishness has he just committed? Cousin, are you implying that the substandard products from before were produced by this fellow and his crew? If Qian Huaya remains oblivious, then he is indeed irredeemably foolish. What exactly did he just say to that young man? Director Qian, I merely told the lad that we would buy him a ticket home. Qian Huaya replied dejectedly. It's over, Zhang Dagua slumped into his chair. Qiao Yong could hardly believe that he was the one responsible for those products. He had studied them for an extended period, repeating the data hundreds of times, yet discrepancies persisted. Although the items produced fell within acceptable limits, they were significantly inferior. Well, since you all looked down upon him and drove him away, I shall wash my hands of this. We are all doomed together. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qian Minghua departed. Let them figure it out on their own. Chapter 27. A man who cannot even care for his own wife is hardly a man at all. Hua Ming assisted Yu Cheng up to the 2nd floor, just as they rounded the corner. Yu Cheng lowered his arm from Hua Ming's shoulder. Thanks, brother. You can head back now. He certainly didn't relish having strangers share a room with him. It was only 6 o'clock. He still needed to call his wife. "You're not drunk, are you?" Huaming then realized that Yu Cheng's eyes were clear and his speech was remarkably lucid. Indeed, he was quite the adept. Putting on quite the act. Yu Cheng shrugged, as if to say, "Do I appear intoxicated?" Although he had indeed consumed a fair amount today. His alcohol tolerance was quite commendable, a skill honed through business engagements in later years. "You can return now and report back. I am not inebriated. Even if I were to leave tomorrow, I would still inform the chairman. Even if I cannot stay, I still hold a degree of gratitude towards Chairman Qian." Nevertheless, he was aware that Chairman Qian would likely not permit him to leave. Naturally, he had no intention of crossing Qian. Yet he also wished to temper the arrogance of others. Regarding the young man before him, he bore no ill will throughout. The young man had never spoken ill of him, though he had also refrained from offering any words of support. But that is human nature. How could one offend familiar colleagues for the sake of a stranger? Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly adopt a similar watchful stance. Very well then. Rest well. Huaming smiled and turned to leave. Yu Cheng did not ponder further. He simply took out his room card and opened the door. Just as he was about to close it, a figure swiftly darted inside. "My apologies, brother. The chairman instructed me. I would rather not lose my job." Huaming spoke half in jest and half in earnest. He indeed could not afford to lose this position, earning over 1,000 a month. He had spent considerable family funds during his 4 years of university, and it was high time for him to give back to his family. His father was the only one employed, working as a regular laborer, while his mother occasionally took on temporary work at the factory to help with household expenses. Huaming settled onto the genuine leather sofa in the room. This suite was indeed splendid. It boasted a large television, air conditioning, and a variety of beverages. Most importantly, there was a telephone by the bedside, capable of making long-distance calls. Today, he could indulge in this experience. He had never stayed in such a luxurious room before. As Yu Cheng observed the arrival of others, he decided that the newcomer did not appear to be a malevolent figure. "You can sleep on the sofa," he declared, "as I am not accustomed to sharing a bed with a man." With that, Yu Cheng strode into the bathroom to wash his hair and shower anew. The lingering scent of alcohol was unbearable for him to sleep soundly. "All right then," Huaming replied cheerfully, content to stay regardless of where he would sleep. After all, this genuine leather sofa was far more comfortable than the rigid beds in the dormitory. Having swiftly completed his shower, Yu Cheng emerged. "Aren't you going to wash up? Can you really sleep with the stench of alcohol on you?" he chided, rubbing his hair dry with a towel. The room was equipped with a hairdryer, but he found it cumbersome. It left his hair too frizzy. "Fine, I'll wash up right away," Huaming replied, understanding that as a guest, he should defer to the host's wishes. Yu Cheng was pleasantly surprised by Huaming's meticulousness regarding cleanliness. As Huaming entered the bathroom, Yu Cheng began dialing a number. Just as he connected, he was interrupted by a voice on the other end. "Grandpa Zhang," he attempted to say, but was cut off. "Yu Cheng, is that you?" came the voice, filled with familiarity. "Yes, it's me, you man. How did you arrive so quickly? Even if you rushed from home, it should take a few minutes." Yu Man admitted sheepishly, "I've been waiting here." "Yu Man, why are you so foolish? I told you I would call when I arrived," Yu Cheng responded, his heart swelling with affection for his wife. "It's fine. My mother and I just returned from a stroll," Yu Man reassured him, explaining that she had indeed waited for about 10 minutes, but had been with her mother during that time. "Please tell my mother I appreciate her effort," Yu Cheng instructed, knowing that Yi Mei was likely by Yu Man's side. "Mom, Yu Cheng asked me to tell you thanks for your hard work," Yu Man conveyed. And soon the voice of her mother, Yi Mei, came through the line. "I'm not tired. It's a rare moment of leisure. Have you and Mom eaten yet?" Yu Cheng inquired, uncertain if they had dined at this hour. "We've already eaten, have you?" she asked, concerned about Yu Cheng's well-being outside. "I've eaten, and had a bit of Mao Tai too," he admitted, having indulged more than he let on, but refraining from sharing that detail with his wife. "Drink less, it's chaotic outside. Be careful," Jiang Yuman cautioned, her worries not unfounded given the security situation in 1996. "All right, I understand. The chairman has arranged a hotel for me. It's quite reputable and secure," he assured her, hoping to alleviate her concerns. However, As soon as he mentioned the hotel, Yu Man's voice dwindled. What kind of special services does that hotel offer? She asked, her tone growing softer. Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that his innocent wife would think in such a manner. Huo Ming, having finished his shower, couldn't he help but laugh at the situation. Having eavesdropped for a while, Yu Cheng, engrossed in his conversation, had not noticed. He shot a fierce glare at Huo Ming, silently commanding him to be quiet. Realizing what Jiang Yuman implied, Yu Cheng hastily replied, "No, nothing like that. The Washington Hotel is a legitimate establishment." He felt a pang of anxiety. What if Yu Man misunderstood him? Just as Yu Man discovered she was pregnant, it was clear that he could no longer be in physical contact with her. Would this revelation lead her to further irrational thoughts? After all, isn't it a common notion that pregnant women tend to be more prone to such musings than others? In severe cases, it could even lead to depression, stemming from a lack of security and the fear of their partner seeking affection elsewhere. "Oh, Yu Cheng, I trust you." Jiang Yuman had just heard the laughter of a man, indicating that Yu Cheng was residing with another male, and it was unlikely that any indiscretions would occur. After all, Yu Cheng was tall and handsome, and now he exuded an even greater sense of calm and composure. "Yuman, do not let your mind wander. Focus on eating well and sleeping soundly while you await my return." He wished he could fly back immediately to be by his wife's side. "All right, Yu Cheng. I will wait for your return. Let us not chat any longer. Get some rest. Knowing you are safe is all I need." Their phone conversation primarily revolved around his safety, and she was acutely aware of the expense of long-distance calls, which could exceed $1 per minute. What she did not know was that calls from the hotel were complimentary. "Take care and rest early, Mom. Darling, love you lots." Yu Cheng playfully mimicked modern phrases as he bid farewell to his wife. "Goodbye, Yu Cheng." Jiang Yuman hung up the phone. Although she did not comprehend the meaning of his final 3 words, she felt the sincerity in the 2 words, "I love you." Yi Mei noticed her daughter's cheeks flush and speculated that Yu Cheng had likely showered her with sweet words once again. The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude to Uncle Zhang before heading home. Huo Ming, having observed that Yu Cheng had finally completed his call, seized the opportunity to speak. "Yu Cheng, you are quite devoted to your wife, aren't you?" Huo Ming remarked with an envious expression. Of course, if a man does not cherish his own wife, is he truly a man? Yu Cheng reflected on his past, acknowledging that he had once been a cad rather than a gentleman. "Indeed, you are right. When I find a girlfriend in the future, I aspire to be like you," Huo Ming declared earnestly. Having witnessed his father mistreating his mother and the tears she shed in silence, he understood even as a child that she endured for his sake. Unwilling to leave their cold home, "Then hurry and find one. Young man, remember to act on your words." Yu Cheng saw potential in the lad and offered this piece of advice. "Yes, a man of honor must keep his promises." Huo Ming vowed silently, determined to uphold his commitment. "Here, take this blanket." Yu Cheng retrieved a spare blanket from the cabinet and tossed it to Huo Ming. "Thank you, brother Yu Cheng." At that moment, Huo Ming had begun to regard Yu Cheng as a friend. Just as Yu Cheng was about to speak, the doorbell rang, echoing through the space. Yu Cheng pondered, considering that he did not know anyone here apart from the chairman and his son, who could possibly be visiting at this hour. Surely it couldn't be that rascal Qian Xiaohai. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head, thinking that the boy was likely in tears with his mother. There was no way he could be out at this time, at least not today. Could it be the so-called special service his wife mentioned? He then cast a sidelong glance at Huo Ming, who was covered with a blanket and grinning mischievously. It was evident that the young man was thinking along similar lines. His expression clearly suggested, "Is the special service here? What a ridiculous notion. Hurry and open the door. Remember, if it's a woman, do not let her in, otherwise you will have to vacate the room tonight," Yu Cheng threatened. Huo Ming resigned himself to the situation, casting a resentful glance at Yu Cheng before sluggishly donning his fuzzy slippers to answer the door. The hotel provided such amenities, and one must admit, everything was abundantly supplied. "Director Qian, what brings you here?" Huo Ming was taken aback to find it was none other than Director Qian Huaiya. He pondered anxiously, what could his visit entail? Even if he had arranged for the tickets to be delivered tomorrow morning, was it necessary to go to such lengths? This seemed excessive. "Xiaohua, is Yu Cheng around?" Qian Huaiya's inquiry sidestepped the matter at hand. My brother Yu Cheng has already retired for the night, Huang Ming replied somewhat irritably. Qian Huaiya discerned the boy's unfriendly tone, yet he had no time to dwell on it. Who goes to bed this early? He thought, convinced that Huang Ming was deceiving him. He stepped past Huang Ming into the room, only to discover Yu Cheng engrossed in a book. It appeared to be a tome he had stumbled upon in the nightstand drawer, likely left behind by a previous guest. Director Qian, have you come to deliver my train tickets? Yu Cheng inquired, showing no inclination to rise. If others did not extend him respect, he felt no obligation to reciprocate. Qian Huaiya's smile was strained as he replied, Young brother Yu Cheng, you jest. I previously failed to recognize your worth. I hope you can overlook my transgressions. He longed to slap himself for his folly. How could he have been so dim-witted as to think his cousin would engage in a losing venture? He had never witnessed his cousin, Chairman Qian, treating anyone with such deference, not even the two young engineers in the factory. How could he have spoken so foolishly? It was easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send one away, and now the situation had reversed. If this young man were to take offense and depart tomorrow, the substantial contract would vanish, and it would not only be Chairman Qian who would face the consequences, the other shareholders would undoubtedly strip him of his position. He might as well pack his things and go home. As for the 10% of shares, should the company fold, he would be left with nothing. Thus, preserving this young man's goodwill became paramount, even at the cost of his dignity. He recalled the young man's earlier remark about desiring a fine vintage from the ADS. Fortuitously, his father-in-law had gifted him a bottle of 1988 Maotai, which he had been reluctant to open. Thankfully, he had refrained, for otherwise, that $1 million contract would have been consumed in a single gulp. Director Qian, I did not come to deliver tickets. I am here to apologize. Yu Cheng observed Qian Huaiya clutching an eco-friendly bag, likely containing the wine. Yes, I am indeed here to apologize, Qian Huaiya nodded vigorously. Retrieving a wine box from the bag and placing it on the coffee table, Yu Cheng's eyes widened. Goodness. Maotai, and from 1988 no less. He had not anticipated such a treasure in Qian Huaiya's possession. Director Qian, you seem to have placed this wine in the wrong hands. Shouldn't it be taken home? Yu Cheng remarked with nonchalance. Dear brother Yu Cheng, this bottle of wine is a gift for you. I recall you mentioned it during our meal. And as fortune would have it, I have one at home. I rarely indulge in alcohol, and it would be a shame to let it gather dust. It is better to quench your thirst instead. Qian Huaiya chuckled, clearly unperturbed by the gesture. Director Qian, I cannot accept such a favor without merit, Yu Cheng replied, rising from his bed to take a seat on the opposite sofa. Brother Yu Cheng, such words suggest you have not yet found it in your heart to forgive me. I recognize that I should not have pried into matters that do not concern me, and I sincerely hope you will stay. Seeing that the young man was unyielding, Qian Huaiya grew increasingly anxious. Yu Cheng, sensing the moment was right, had no genuine intention of leaving. He could not bear to disappoint the director and the others. Moreover, Chairman Qian had been quite amiable toward him. Thus, he decided to relent. Given your insistence, I will graciously accept the wine. Tomorrow, I shall accompany the chairman to the headquarters. Yu Cheng stood, patting Director Qian's shoulder before pouring him a cup of tea. Upon receiving the tea, Director Qian felt a weight lift from his heart. He understood that Yu Cheng would not depart after all. After exchanging a few more words, Director Qian took his leave. His demeanor markedly improved compared to earlier. After his departure, Ho Ming exclaimed, Brother Yu Cheng, you truly are something. Director Qian personally came to apologize and even presented you with a bottle of Maotai. What's the fuss about? It's nothing extraordinary, Yu Cheng replied nonchalantly, nearly causing Ho Ming to choke. Take it easy while drinking, there's no rush. If you were to perish, I wouldn't be responsible. Yu Cheng leaned back on the sofa, engrossed in a book. Just then, the doorbell rang again. Are you not going to answer that? Yu Cheng gestured with his eyes. Ho Ming resignedly got up to open the door. Brother Yu Cheng, Minister Zhang has arrived, Ho Ming announced. This did not surprise Ho Ming, if the director was present. It was only natural for the minister to follow. Minister Zhang entered, bearing provisions meant for his train journey, which meant Yu Cheng's reading would have to wait. The book in his hands was about financial management, detailing information on stock funds and technical analysis. However, it seemed today would be busy with guests. Brother Yu Cheng, I am here to apologize for my earlier remarks. I spoke thoughtlessly and failed to recognize your stature. I hope you can forgive me, Minister Zhang stated, unaware of Director Qian's prior visit. Forgiveness is not necessary. After all, I am merely a high school graduate, and your words were indeed truthful, weren't they? Yu Qing emphasized the words high school graduate deliberately. One cannot judge solely by such measures. Zhu Yuanzhang was once a beggar and later became an emperor. Would you not agree? Minister Zhang chuckled, retrieving a bottle of wine from his bag and placing it on the small tea table before Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng glanced at it, recognizing yet another bottle of Maotai, this time from 1986, a far grander offering. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, "What does this signify, Minister Zhang?" "Of course, it is a gift for you, Brother Yu Cheng. I recall you enjoy Maotai. My brother-in-law works in hotel sales and just happened to have a bottle on hand, which he gifted me for my birthday last year. He hadn't even had a chance to drink it himself, and today it proved to be quite useful. However, he wondered if this young fellow would show him any respect. So, does that mean you want me to accept your wine?" What a stroke of luck today. One after another, they are rushing to deliver wine to him. "My dear brother, what I mean to convey is that I hope you will stay, as there is a significant order awaiting your guidance. As for what we say, consider it mere wind, if you will. If he doesn't go, who will produce that standard product? The compensation is one thing, but the company's reputation will be tarnished. Who would want to collaborate with them then? Wouldn't that minister just pack up and go home? He has a son in high school who needs money for his studies, and his wife is ailing and requires constant financial support. He has only just managed to rise to the ministerial position. He cannot afford to lose it like this." Seeing the sincerity in his words, Yu Cheng nodded. "Minister Zhang, I shall accept your wine and will accompany the chairman tomorrow. If the wine were not accepted, the other party would likely be restless, probably unable to sleep all night." "Very well, then, Brother Yu Cheng, rest well. I shall not disturb you further." With that, Minister Zhang left with a smile. Now, he could finally sleep soundly. Yu Cheng patted Huaming's shoulder before heading to bed. What if Qiao Yong comes later? Huaming pondered, with both leaders having arrived. Surely he would not miss the opportunity. Rest assured, he definitely will not come tonight. Qiao Yong is young and impetuous, unless he sees it with his own eyes. He will not be convinced, hence his absence this evening. Chapter 29. Proving oneself through strength. Upon waking in the morning, Huaming's first words were, "Brother Yu Cheng, you were indeed right. Qiao Yong did not come." Yu Cheng merely responded with a casual folding the blanket before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. He was contemplating whether he could get all the factory equipment adjusted today, as he also wished to stroll around the city center. He wanted to buy a watch and a gift for Yuman. No, he should purchase 2 gifts, as he needed one for his mother-in-law as well. Otherwise, he would be rather inconsiderate. However, he worried that he might not have enough money for all of this. Oh well, he would deal with it later. "Let us go downstairs for breakfast. Such a luxurious suite offers complimentary breakfast on the first floor." "All right." Huaming checked his reflection in the mirror and followed suit. After inquiring at the reception desk, they proceeded to the dining area. It was not overly crowded, likely due to the early hour. Yet, the breakfast spread was quite lavish. The selection leaned heavily towards sweet dishes, with fewer spicy options. There was 8 treasure porridge, mung bean porridge, century egg and lean meat congee, stir-fried rice noodles with meat slices, small steamed buns, large meat zongzi, rice rolls, fish fillet congee, salted duck eggs, and both spare rib and kelp soup, as well as pigeon soup. With such an array of delicacies, it was no wonder it was a grand hotel. Huaming could not help but exclaim, "Miss, can we eat all of this?" He pointed at the breakfast items. The young lady chuckled and politely indicated the food, saying, "You are free to enjoy any of these." Yu Cheng looked at Huaming as if he were a fool, then pointed at a label affixed above that read, "Please cherish food, take only what you can eat." Huaming shot Yu Cheng an exasperated glance. This mischievous lad must be deliberately trying to make him look foolish. Upon noticing the situation, he refrained from offering a word of caution, which unfortunately led to the young man inquiring with the waiter. Yu Cheng served himself a bowl of century egg and lean meat congee, accompanied by a small bowl of pigeon soup. The soup was modest in quantity. containing no more than half a pigeon. Nonetheless, it would suffice to satiate his hunger. Meanwhile, Huo Ming had taken a substantial meat dumpling and a generous plate of stir-fried rice noodles with meat. As they were engrossed in their meal, Chairman Qian arrived. "I surmised you would be here," Chairman Qian remarked as he settled beside Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng promptly rose to serve him a bowl of 8 treasure porridge and a bowl of rib soup, placing them before Qian Minghuai. "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Chairman Qian nodded appreciatively, not hesitating to take up the spoon and begin his meal. He had instructed the driver, Shaoli, to bring him to the hotel early, fearing that the young man might inadvertently return home, leaving him with no outlet for his frustrations. Once all three had satisfied their appetites, they exited the hotel. "Chairman, let us first inspect the factory. How can we proceed without an understanding of the situation?" "Well said, my young friend, commendable demeanor," Qian Minghuai remarked, patting Yu Cheng on the shoulder with a look of admiration. Huo Ming interjected, "Those 2 bottles of Matai are rather costly. Shaoli, drive straight to the factory," Qian Minghuai commanded as they entered the vehicle. Upon hearing the command, Li Xiaojing understood that work was about to commence. Though he remained unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day, all the factories were situated in the suburbs, as construction of factories was prohibited in the city center. Half an hour later, they arrived at the factory premises. Above the entrance hung a sign in gilded letters that read Huayan Machinery Factory. Li Xiaojing honked the horn, prompting an elderly man to peek out. "Old Chen, open the door," Li Xiaojing called out. Immediately, Old Chen responded. Though referred to as Old Chen, he appeared to be only around 50 years of age. The door was electronic, and the security personnel pressed a button to grant them entry. Li Xiaojing drove the car inside. The ground was adorned with tiles, and numerous trees lined the pathways, including osmanthus, camellia, and surprisingly, cherry blossom trees. Chairman Qian provided an overview. The standalone building to the left is the office building. The first structure on the right is the precision processing workshop, while the second is the CNC workshop. At the forefront are the cafeteria and dormitory. Yu Cheng nodded appreciatively. "Not bad. The environment appears quite pleasant. I wonder about the quality of the equipment, though. Chairman, let us proceed to the workshop." He had little desire to delve further into the surroundings, as he neither lived nor worked there. "Very well, Huo Ming. Please summon all personnel related to the CNC workshop to gather in the workshop." This young man was indeed astute, though youthful. He was not one to indulge solely in frivolities. Upon entering the workshop, Yu Cheng observed the impeccably polished floor and commendable cleanliness. The workers were diligently attending to their tasks, undistracted by their presence. This was a significant improvement compared to the factory they had visited earlier. "Everyone, please pause your current tasks," Qian Minghuai announced loudly. At that moment, Minister Zhang and Factory Director Qian rushed over, panting heavily. It was merely the beginning of the workday when Yu Cheng, a young man brimming with enthusiasm, arrived. Naturally, Xiao Yong was also present. Yu Cheng approached a machine tool and examined the products they had manufactured. The qualification standard for this product was 0.2, and by visual assessment, it appeared that they had achieved 0.15, which was commendable. However, it could indeed be accomplished at 0.1, with no room for error. "Are you jesting?" Xiao Yong retorted. 0.15 is already the limit. To claim there is no margin for error is quite audacious. What gives you the right to dictate from your position as a mere high school graduate? Go back to your countryside and tend to your fields. Xiao Yong, in a fit of anger, seized the product from Yu Cheng's hands and unleashed a torrent of scorn. Laughter erupted from the crowd, their amusement palpable. At that moment, whispered discussions ensued among the onlookers. "Engineer Qiao can't even achieve that. Where did this audacious youth come from? Such arrogance. As if the chairman would hire a high school graduate to oversee our work." Another wave of laughter followed. Seeing the crowd rally behind him, Xiao Yong stood there, looking down on Yu Cheng with an air of superiority. His fury stemmed from the fact that he was responsible for this particular product, which had stringent requirements. While other products could afford to be at 0.3, this one could only be at 0.2, with all the leaders present. This young man's brash comments threatened to humiliate him publicly. "Xiao Yong, get out immediately. You are dismissed." Qian Minghuai, fuming with anger, ordered. Yu Cheng had barely managed to stay, yet the public humiliation inflicted by Qiao Yong was difficult to bear. Qiao Yong stared incredulously at the chairman. After all, he was a graduate student. Everyone looked on in shock at the chairman's reaction. It was well known that the chairman valued talent and held the two engineers in high regard. What was this sudden turn of events? Chairman, please, do not be agitated. Allow me to speak, Yu Cheng interjected, concerned that Qian Minghuai's temper might take a toll on his health, given his age. Qiao Yong, I shall personally demonstrate how this product can be made. If I succeed, what will you do? Yu Cheng understood that to contend with someone of Qiao Yong's caliber, one must rely on tangible skills to win respect. If I fail, you may deal with me as you wish. Should you achieve 0, 1, I will concede defeat. Qiao Yong, skeptical, could hardly believe he could accomplish such a feat very well. It's a deal. Let this be witnessed by all. Someone, fetch me a new cutting tool. As Yu Cheng spoke, he recalibrated the programming data. Soon, someone brought him a new tool. Yu Cheng replaced the old one, adjusted it properly, and commenced his operation. 15 minutes later, the finished product emerged. Minister Zhang, please call Wang Hui over, Qian Minghuai commanded. Wang Hui, the quality inspector for the workshop, soon arrived, jogging over. Wang Hui, please inspect these products. The chairman indicated towards the items created by Yu Cheng. Wang Hui meticulously measured each one with a micrometer, repeating the measurements several times. Have you truly measured these accurately? Qian Minghuai cursed in frustration. This young man is taking far too long with his work today. Chairman, the measurements have been completed, all are qualified, and not a single detail is amiss. Zhang Hui held the micrometer, his hands trembling with excitement. After nearly a decade as a quality inspector, he had never encountered anything like this. His exhilaration was palpable. Qiao Yong rushed over, seizing the micrometer from Zhang Hui's hands to measure repeatedly, ultimately stepping back in defeat. He faltered as he exited. At that moment, Director Qian and Minister Zhang were devoid of any doubt, feeling immensely relieved that they had visited the previous day. The Maotai liquor had not been given in vain. It was truly worth it. Everyone gathered to witness. Indeed, it was markedly different from their own work, and they gazed at Yu Cheng with admiration. Yu Cheng glanced at the dejected Qiao Yong, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Chapter 30. Chairman Qian presents a watch. Subsequently, Yu Cheng meticulously examined all the CNC machine tools. To his surprise, these were imported and far superior to those in the branch factory. He merely reprogrammed one set of data while allowing the workers to handle the rest themselves. It must be acknowledged that their work was commendable. They possessed an advantage over the branch factory, as there was no need for tool sharpening, and the blades used were also imported. This, while increasing costs, likewise enhanced efficiency. Different conditions necessitate varied methods. Adapting to one's own circumstances is paramount. Half an hour later, the products created were presented to Quality Inspector Zhang Hui for evaluation. The accuracy rate reached an astonishing 98%, filling both the chairman and the factory director with immense satisfaction, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Particularly, Minister Zhang held Yu Cheng in high regard, wishing fervently that he would remain indefinitely. However, the chairman stated that he would only be here for a few days of guidance. Factory Director Qian instructed everyone to commence work on this substantial order worth millions. The client had specified a 2-month delivery timeline, and the branch factory was also required to contribute. Everyone worked diligently. Upon completion of this batch, each of you will receive a bonus, proclaimed Qian Minghuai. The moment the workers heard of the bonus, they responded in unison, their voices booming. Thank you, Chairman. We will work hard. The prospect of financial reward has always been a powerful motivator. After all, the saying goes, money can make the devil push a millstone. Observing the industrious workers, Qian Huaiye felt immense gratitude towards Yu Cheng. Thanks to this young man. All right, let us step outside for a moment. Huaming, you stay behind to supervise them, Qian Minghuai instructed the dazed Huaming. After all, as they were just beginning, supervision was essential. Huaming nodded eagerly, still feeling as though he were dreaming. He and Qiao Yong had conducted countless experiments on these products without success. Yu Cheng, let us step out. My son wants to take you shopping, he said, aware that his son wished to buy a gift for his wife. Coincidentally, the boy had been clamoring to meet Yu Cheng. It was amusing how he felt as though Yu Cheng had become a father figure to his son, leaving him feeling like an outsider. Nevertheless, Yu Cheng was indeed an impressive young man, and his son could surely learn a thing or two from him. Very well. If there is anything, please let me know. Yu Cheng nodded. He thought that observing for a few days here should not pose much of a problem. Chairman, how is Qiao Yong's work performance generally? Yu Cheng sought to understand this individual better. Yu Cheng, you need not concern yourself with Qiao Yong. He likely has no face left to remain here. Qian Minghuai presumed that Yu Cheng was still upset about the earlier incident. Chairman, I have not taken that matter to heart. I merely inquired about his usual work attitude. Yu Cheng felt the chairman had misunderstood him. He had been young once. It was natural for young people to have tempers and be impatient. Without experiencing challenges, how could one comprehend the vastness of the sky or the ocean? Qiao Yong came from a reasonably well-off family, which had instilled in him a certain arrogance. Yet he was quite responsible in his work and maintained strict standards for the products. Qian Minghuai sighed, remarking that the young man was still too competitive. I see. In that case, Chairman, perhaps you should allow him to return. After all, he is a young graduate, and such pride is to be expected. He will surely change with time. Yu Cheng believed Qiao Yong could not remain here indefinitely. He could not allow Qian, the chairman, to lose a capable assistant over this matter. Are you not angry with him? Qian Minghuai was taken aback by Yu Cheng's suggestion to retain the individual. Why should I be angry? He is merely a hot-headed young man. There is no need to make things difficult for Qiao Yong. Qian Huaiya, come here. Chairman Qian whispered a few words to Qian Huaiya. Qian Huaiya nodded and turned to head toward the dormitory. As Yu Cheng and the chairman approached the factory gate, they spotted a small car parked outside. A dark head poked out from the window. Brother Yu Cheng, get in. Yu Cheng recognized it was none other than Qian Shaohai. Yu Cheng, take this. It will be convenient for you. Qian Minghuai handed Yu Cheng a delicate box. You all should hurry along. Come to my home for a simple dinner tonight. He opened the car door and ushered the bewildered Yu Cheng inside. Brother Yu Cheng, quickly see what my dad has given you. Qian Shaohai's curiosity was palpable as he leaned over. Yu Cheng playfully pushed his forehead away. Do you want to see? Yes, yes. Brother Yu Cheng, quickly open it. Qian Shaohai nodded eagerly, his single eyelids sparkling with excitement. Yu Cheng was unsure what the box contained, but it certainly appeared to hold something of value. He actually did not wish to accept it. Chairman Qian had already shown him considerable kindness. Oh, let me do it. Qian Shaohai snatched the box and promptly opened it. After a quick glance, he returned the box to Yu Cheng. Brother Yu Cheng, take a look. Yu Cheng lowered his gaze and discovered a black leather strap holding a mechanical watch with a white face, emanating a soft blue glow with visible tiny diamonds within. It appeared both elegant and stylish. Although it was not a brand from Shanghai, it was still worth over 100. Yu Cheng closed the box and placed it on Qian Shaohai's lap. Shaohai, please give this to the chairman. I appreciate his kindness, but I cannot accept it. At this moment, Li Xiaojing, who was driving, observed the situation and spoke up. Brother Yu Cheng, the chairman has asked me to convey a message to you. What is it, Li Xiaojing? Yu Cheng shifted in his seat and inquired. The chairman said, if you don't want it, just toss it out of the car window. Li Xiaojing stifled a laugh as he remarked, the chairman is indeed astute, having predicted that you would not want it. Brother Yu Cheng, you don't want it, do you? Allow me to help you throw it out. Qian Shaohai pretended to toss it out the window. Hand it over. It seems I have no choice but to accept this watch. Is that so? Qian Shaohai, with a playful grin, returned the box to Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng fastened the watch onto his left wrist and proceeded to inspect the box. Discovering the absence of an invoice or any other labels, he pondered that Chairman Qian had likely anticipated this, fearing he might wish to return it later. Forget it. I shall remember this favor. He still had roughly 200 yuan in his pocket. Reflecting on his marriage to Jiang Yumin over the past 2 to 3 years, he realized he had given her nothing but a marriage certificate. He truly felt ashamed. After all, one typically presents a ring when marrying. The current gold prices should be quite reasonable. In the future, they may soar to several hundred per gram. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I shall open a gold shop. For instance, the brand Shanghai Laomiao is quite reputable. In the future, gold jewelry would be indispensable for weddings. Qian Shaohai, Do you know where there is a gold shop? After all, I am not familiar with this area. I am not too sure. Qian Shaohai scratched the back of his head. Brother Yu Cheng, I know where to go. I will take you there. The gold there is quite affordable, and you can customize it at the store. Li Xiaojing speculated that this fellow likely intended to buy something for his wife. All right, thank you, Xiaojing. I will check the price per gram and see later. Chapter 31. Strolling the old street to buy a gift for his wife, Brother Yu Cheng. This is the place. You two can go in here. This is the original old street, where the items are both inexpensive and practical. I will drive the car back to the factory, in case the chairman needs it. Li Xiaojing parked the vehicle at the entrance of the old street. Oh, understood. Thank you, Brother Xiaojing. Since he had warmly referred to him as brother, Yu Cheng felt it was only fitting to refrain from addressing him by his full name. No need to thank me. By the way, if you're looking for jewelry, you might want to check out Old Yang's gold shop inside. Just mention that it was recommended by Little Li, Li Xiaojing added before driving away. Got it. Brother Xiaojing, you can head back. Yu Cheng replied. Let us go. Brother Yu Cheng, let us take a look inside, Qian Shaohai said, draping an arm over Yu Cheng's shoulder. Yu Cheng surveyed the street. The shops on either side appeared rather antiquated, and the buildings were remnants of a bygone era. The ground, though paved with concrete, was riddled with numerous potholes. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant today. Otherwise, rain would likely have caused flooding. The various stalls on either side were well stocked. In addition to the shops, each had set up vendor stands brimming with goods, topped with awnings. This arrangement was quite practical, offering protection from both rain and sun, as damp merchandise would be unsellable, and sun exposure could lead to fading, making items difficult to market. On both sides of the street, vendors peddle an array of hats, shoes, and clothing. Further ahead lies a multitude of eateries, serving steamed buns, wontons, rice noodle dishes, and noodle houses. Venturing deeper, one finds more upscale establishments, featuring items such as kipeos, suits, silk, and genuine leather boots. Brother Yu, why haven't I spotted any jewelry stores? Inquired Qian Shaohai, who noticed the absence of gold shops, not to mention even ordinary jewelry stores. Patience, there are still more shops inside, Yu Cheng replied with a smile. Sensing the impatience of the recent graduate, taking his cue, Qian Shaohai remained silent and pressed forward. After walking a few more meters, they finally encountered two gold shops, each situated on opposite sides. One was named Fortune at Your Door, while the other was Old Yang's gold shop. Eagerly, Qian Shaohai intended to head toward Old Yang's, only to see Yu Cheng advancing toward the opposite shop. He hurried to catch up, puzzled. Brother Yu, didn't Xiaojing say you should go to Old Yang's? Why the rush? One should compare 3 shops, don't you think? It's not a bad idea to take a look. Asking about prices and styles doesn't cost anything, Yu Cheng replied. Upon reaching the entrance of Fortune at Your Door, the young proprietor, no more than 30, approached them with a beaming smile. Welcome, gentlemen. Are you looking to purchase jewelry as gifts for your family? He sported a neat crew cut, a white shirt, tailored trousers, and gold-rimmed glasses. Yu Cheng nodded, just browsing. In that fleeting moment, he noticed the keen intelligence behind the young man's glasses. Though the proprietor maintained a friendly demeanor, his enthusiasm seemed to be directed more towards Qian Shaohai, whose attire boasted high-end brands, while Yu Cheng donned a simple casual shirt and jeans. The denim, a fashion staple since the late 1980s, had waned in popularity by 1996, but remained a favored choice among the youth. Yu Cheng's outfit was acceptable, yet he preferred the comfort of looser, casual styles. Behold, all the styles are here. To your left are the classic designs, to your right are the new arrivals. And at the forefront, we have 24-karat gold. The proprietor gestured to the display case, detailing the various gold ornaments. How are the prices determined? Is it by weight or by piece? How does the weight pricing work? And what about per piece? Yu Cheng inquired, casting a glance at the items in the display. Noticing Qian Shaohai's silence and Yu Cheng's persistent questioning, the proprietor quickly grasped the situation. It was evident that the true buyer was the gentleman in the casual shirt, not the one clad in designer labels. Consequently, the proprietor's demeanor shifted to become even more accommodating. Sir, as you may know, gold sold in large department stores typically cost around 100 per gram. Our sourcing channels are the same as theirs. However, being a smaller establishment, We do not aspire to make exorbitant profits. How about this? I can offer you a friends and family discount at 91 per gram. The proprietor eagerly proposed. Yu Cheng let out a cold snort inwardly, truly believing he could be easily taken advantage of. 91 grams. And at a so-called friendly price? He felt as if they were treating him as a fool. Yu Cheng speculated that the proprietor must have detected his non-local accent and was attempting to extort him. Is it reasonable to charge the same for both old and new styles? Yu Cheng inquired with an air of indifference. Sir, you jest. Naturally. The older styles are somewhat cheaper, at 85 per gram, and that is the best I can offer, the proprietor replied, gesturing towards the new designs. Just look at how much more appealing these new styles are. There are several more variations. You should really consider purchasing the new ones. The shopkeeper earnestly promoted the latest collection. Feigning interest, Yu Cheng picked up a few new pieces and shook his head. My wife wouldn't fancy these, I'm afraid. He replied politely. Let us go, Xiaohai, and explore other options. He tugged at the bewildered Qian Xiaohai, who stood in a daze. Sir, if you are genuinely interested, I can offer a slight discount, 5 yuan less per gram. What do you think? The shopkeeper called out as Yu Cheng and his companion began to leave. Yu Cheng waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, but I must decline. These styles do not appeal to me. Brother Yu, aren't they quite beautiful? Why not consider them? Qian Xiaohai, unaware of the true value of gold, inquired. I simply do not like them, Yu Cheng replied succinctly. They proceeded into Old Yang's jewelry store. The styles inside were not markedly different from those in the previous shop, but this establishment featured a section dedicated to custom crafting. To his surprise, the proprietor possessed such skills. Excuse me, how much is this gold ring per gram? Yu Cheng pointed to a delicate ring displayed in a glass case. The slender fingers of Jiang Yuman would suit it perfectly. The ring bore a design of 2 hearts, reminiscent of Cupid's arrow. 70 per gram. Old Yang remarked as he approached for a closer look. Yu Cheng nodded to himself, recalling that prices around 1996 were approximately 70 to 81 per gram. Lacking sufficient funds, he could only afford a simpler piece. He refrained from mentioning that he was referred by Li Xiaojing, primarily feeling that the proprietor's prices were quite fair. Could you please weigh it? It is crucial to weigh jewelry before purchase, Yu Cheng insisted. Old Yang weighed the ring, confirming it matched the labeled weight of 22 grams precisely. Following this, Old Yang placed the ring in a small red velvet box. Here you are, 154 yuan. All correct, Old Yang verified, nodding as he placed the money into his pocket. Do you have any silver bracelets or similar items? Something a bit more elegant? Yu Cheng, with 40 yuan remaining, contemplated purchasing a silver bracelet for his mother-in-law, Yimei. Yes, I crafted these myself. Let me show you. I can offer you a better price. Old Yang replied. All right, please show me, Yu Cheng said, thinking it would be worth a look. Old Yang produced a silver bracelet with intricate openwork patterns, exuding both grandeur and classical charm. The bracelet appeared quite new and exquisitely crafted. Is this quite expensive? Yu Cheng asked, concerned about his budget. He believed his mother-in-law would surely adore it, yet he worried his funds might fall short. This is nearly 30 grams. Just give me 30, Old Yang remarked. At this price, it feels like you're practically giving it away. Are you sure you won't incur a loss? Yu Cheng noticed that one of Old Yang's legs was slightly impaired, causing him to walk with some difficulty. It seemed to be a remnant of polio. It's all right. I've accumulated this silver from the leftover bits of my silverware. I'm not at a loss. In fact, I've made a small profit, Old Yang cheerfully replied. Only then did Yu Cheng pay for the goods. The two men exited after completing their purchases. Yu Cheng had no intention of browsing further, as he had only 10 yuan left in his pocket, hardly enough to buy anything significant. Brother Yu, you are quite impressive. Things here are so much cheaper than over there, Qian Xiaohai remarked, growing increasingly in awe of Yu Cheng. Why didn't you mention Xiaogang's name? That could have made it even cheaper, Qian Xiaohai queried, somewhat puzzled. Xiaohai, didn't you notice Old Yang's leg? Besides, the prices he offers are already quite fair. We shouldn't take advantage of him. He deserves to earn a little for his hard work, Yu Cheng explained. Qian Xiaohai nodded, finally grasping the situation. Chapter 32. The missing Mao Tai. After finishing his shopping, Yu Cheng considered that it was still early for dinner, so he returned to the hotel with Qian Xiaohai. Upon entering, He noticed that the bedding on the bed had been changed, though he paid it little mind. He set aside the gifts he had purchased and glanced at the time. It was just past 4 o'clock, prompting him to call his wife. Xiaohai, feel free to grab some drinks. Yuqing gestured towards the drinks area. All right. She and Xiaohai understood that Yuqing intended to call his family as he settled on the edge of the bed. Yuqing deftly dialed the number, and the call connected swiftly. Hello, Grandpa Zhang. Could you kindly call for Yuman? Sure. Just wait a moment. A few minutes later, Jiang Yuman's gentle voice came through the line. Hello, is this Yuqing? Dear, it's me. Why are you calling so early today? I finished my tasks in the morning and went shopping in the afternoon. What did you buy? I can't tell you just yet. I want to surprise you when I return. I also got something for Mom, though I hope she will like it. Still keeping secrets? Mom will surely love it. I'll be waiting at home for you. How are you and the baby? Is the little one behaving? Qian Xiaohai, sipping his cola, nearly spouted out upon hearing Yuqing's question. Yuqing shot him a warning glance. Jiang Yuman couldn't help but chuckle on the other end. The baby is so tiny, there's no way to tell if they're being obedient or not. Then another woman's voice chimed in. Young lady, please hurry up. I'm waiting to make a call. Yuqing figured someone else needed to use the phone. Yuqing, I'll end our conversation here. Please take care of yourself, Jiang Yuman said apologetically, smiling at the side. All right, you and Mom should do the same. Yuqing replied before hanging up. He realized he shouldn't monopolize the phone, as Grandpa Zhang still needed to earn his living. Jiang Yuman quickly ended her call as well. Thank you, Grandpa Zhang, Jiang Yuman said, linking arms with her mother as they headed home. Mom, Yuqing said he bought you a gift. Jiang Yuman answered the phone, her face adorned with a radiant smile. What gifts could Yuqing possibly afford to buy for me, given his family's modest means? Such extravagance is unnecessary, Yimei remarked, yet her heart swelled with joy. The fact that Yuqing remembered her meant he was indeed thoughtful. He even mentioned wanting to surprise her, although she was unaware of the nature of this surprise. Her anticipation was palpable. Look at how elated you are, Yimei observed her daughter's happiness, feeling a surge of contentment herself. This was her only daughter. And if she couldn't cherish her, who else could she? If Yuqing continued to treat Yuman with such kindness, she would rest easy. As for financial matters, she would lend a hand when possible. After all, she had only this one daughter. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Yuqing noticed Qian Xiaohai laughing uncontrollably. What is so funny? Have you had your fill of laughter? Yuqing remarked brusquely, tossing a pillow in his direction. He rose to check on his 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, only to discover they were missing from the corner where he had placed them. Who had entered this room? Aside from Ho Ming, who had spent the night with him. No one else had been there. It couldn't have been him. Who else could possibly have accessed this room? The only individuals with a key were himself and the cleaning lady. Could it have been the cleaning lady? Xiaohai, my liquor is gone. Go find the hotel manager in the lobby for me. Yuqing meticulously inspected the room, finding no signs of disarray, indicating that the bottles had been taken impulsively by someone. Brother, what kind of liquor? Qian Xiaohai inquired, puzzled about why Yuqing would have liquor at the hotel. Unbeknownst to him, Director Qian and Minister Zhang had gifted Yuqing the bottles, leaving him oblivious to the events of that dinner. It's a bottle from 88 and another from 86, Yuqing replied casually. My goodness, Maotai from the ADS? No wonder it was stolen, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, hastening towards the front desk. Excuse me, I need to see your manager, he said directly to the receptionist. How may we assist you? She inquired. Perhaps there was no need to involve the manager. They could resolve small matters themselves. My brother lost something at the hotel. Can you help with that? Qian Xiaohai grinned at the receptionist. Upon hearing that a guest had lost something, the receptionist's demeanor shifted immediately. This was a matter concerning the hotel's reputation. Sir, please hold on. The manager will be here shortly, she said, her tone now exceedingly courteous. As anticipated, the manager arrived promptly. Sir, which room are you in? May I personally take a look? The manager wiped his brow, addressing Qian Xiaohai with utmost politeness. Follow me, Qian Xiaohai replied, turning to ascend to the 2nd floor. This suite belongs to my brother. He is waiting for you inside. He entered the room, with the manager hastily following behind. Hello, sir. What item have you lost? The manager inquired. The manager glanced at Yuqing, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book. How could he appear so unperturbed? Would anyone have the composure to read amidst such a loss? Yucheng lifted his eyelids slightly and set the book aside. The manager, a man in his 30s clad in a sharp suit, complete with a tie and shoes polished to a mirror-like sheen, exuded an air of competence. Are you the manager of the Washington Hotel? Yucheng's response was rather tangential. Indeed, sir. My name is Du Kong, and I am the manager of the Washington Hotel. Du Kong was puzzled by Yucheng's lack of a direct reply and his subsequent inquiry about his name, yet he answered truthfully. Upon hearing the manager's name, Yucheng nearly chuckled, recalling the advertisement. What alleviates worries? Only Du Kong. He pondered who else might possess the room key, realizing that without it, entry was impossible. The room manager has a spare key, Du Kong thought, wondering if Yucheng suspected an insider's involvement. Yet, such incidents had never transpired at the Washington Hotel in all its years of operation. With this thought, he inquired once more, Sir, you have yet to mention what you have lost. I have lost 2 bottles of liquor. Yucheng leisurely cast a glance at the manager. Upon hearing that it was merely 2 bottles of alcohol, Du Kong dismissed the concern, believing it highly unlikely that an employee was involved, considering the hotel was never short of liquor. However, when he heard Yucheng's next statement, his legs trembled. The bottles in question are 2 of Maotai, one from 88 and the other from 86. Du Kong scrutinized Yucheng, astonished that such a young man could possess such fine liquor. Each bottle was worth several hundred yuan, let alone 2. Who could have possibly stolen the alcohol? Chapter 33. The Thief of Liquor captured Manager Du. You should summon your room division manager as well, Yucheng suggested, unfazed as he met Du Kong's gaze. May I ask if you stayed here alone yesterday? Du Kong still struggled to believe that his staff could engage in such misconduct. Were they truly unafraid of jeopardizing their livelihoods? I was here with a friend. Yucheng replied candidly. Could it be possible that your friend took the 2 bottles of liquor? Du Kong considered this possibility seriously. My friend left with me this morning. And besides, he doesn't have a room key. How could he have accessed this room? Yucheng retorted with a sneer. It was evident that Du Kong was inclined to shield his employee, prioritizing the hotel's reputation over addressing the issue at hand. Yucheng detested this attitude of evasion rather than seeking solutions. If Manager Du is unwilling to resolve this matter, I shall have no choice but to report it, he stated, lacking the patience to engage in further discussions. Please, sir, don't act impulsively. How about this? The hotel will compensate you with 3 bottles of Maotai, and we can consider the matter settled? Du Kong wished to downplay the situation, hoping to resolve it quietly, investigate the individual responsible, and subsequently terminate their employment. Xiaohai. It seems Manager Du does not comprehend my words. Please assist me in filing a police report. Yucheng remarked to the intrigued Qian Xiaohai beside him, Young man, wait here. I shall summon the room manager. Du Kong, feeling dejected, exited the room. This young man seemed impervious to reason. It appeared that the situation might prove challenging. Brother Yucheng, you are quite impressive. That Manager Du went off obediently to fetch someone, Qian Xiaohai observed, astonished. Had it been anyone else, they might have attempted to negotiate with the hotel for a private resolution. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me, Yucheng thought, finding no fault in his actions. Some individuals are bullies who prey on the weak. To deal with such people, one must adopt a firm stance. He surmised that the manager must be a local, believing that an outsider like him had no support in this place, thus opting for a clandestine settlement. Du Kong, what brings you here in such haste? The speaker was none other than the housekeeping manager, Lu Xiaohong. The reason for Manager Du's urgency was significant. Lu Xiaohong was the owner's sister-in-law, and he did not wish to offend her. Sister Hong, we have a serious situation, Manager Du replied, his face etched with worry. What grave matter has you so terrified? Lu Xiaohong responded dismissively. Having been in her position for several years, she had encountered numerous predicaments. A guest in room 203 on the 2nd floor has reported a theft. Du Kong wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue. A theft? This is a grand hotel. How could such a thing happen? Lu Xiaohong frowned, recognizing the severity of the situation. Was it cash or jewelry? Both items held considerable value. If it weren't something significant, the guest wouldn't have sought out the manager. Neither. 2 bottles of Maotai liquor were stolen, one from 1988 and the other from 1986. Dukong stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohong's heart sank. Working in the hotel industry, she was acutely aware of the differing values and collectible nature of those two bottles. Even their hotel could not provide such vintage liquor. Please notify the security at the entrance that no employees are to leave today until this matter is resolved, Lu Xiaohong instructed. Concerned that the thief might exploit the end of the workday to abscond with the liquor, their first shift was set to end at 5 o'clock, which was still some time away. Understood. I will inform them at once. Dukong nodded and left. Lu Xiaohong quickly made her way to room 203, where she found two young men seated inside, one sipping a beverage while the other was engrossed in a book. She assessed the situation and deduced that the young man reading was likely the one who had lost something. May I inquire which gentleman has misplaced the liquor? I am the housekeeping manager and can assist you promptly, Lu Xiaohong inquired politely, smiling. Yu Cheng nodded, appreciating her professionalism. Manager Lu, please have a seat. My name is Yu Cheng, and I have lost my Maotai in your establishment. Might I ask at what time you departed this morning, Mr. Yu Cheng? Lu Xiaohong took a seat on the nearby sofa. I left at 7:30 in the morning and returned around 4 in the afternoon, Yu Cheng recalled. During that time? Did you bring anyone back with you? Lu Xiaohong glanced at Qian Xiaohai. No, Xiaohai returned with me this afternoon. Yu Cheng understood the implication behind her words. Lu Xiaohong nodded, already harboring suspicions. Manager Lu, I have heard that you possess a spare room card. I would like to inquire who else, besides yourself, has access to this card. Yu Cheng had long harbored doubts. The cleaning staff of the housekeeping department arrived between 8 and 9 in the morning to do their work. Lu Xiaohong recalled that Aunt Zhang, who was cleaning today, had a husband who greatly enjoyed drinking, and after imbibing, he was prone to violence. Could it be her? If not, I can summon all the cleaning staff on duty today for you to confront, Lu Xiaohong suggested after some contemplation. She had already inquired at the front desk upon her arrival, mentioning that two individuals were seen bringing Maotai into the hotel yesterday. Specifically asking for the occupant of room 203, it was likely that the liquor was intended for the young man before her. No need. Simply allow them to finish their shifts as usual, and I will wait by the entrance, Yu Cheng replied. Lu Xiaohong's approach would only serve to alert them. Even if they had taken the liquor, they would not admit to it. There was also the possibility that they might conceal the alcohol. He lacked evidence, and others would not confess. Lu Xiaohong nodded in agreement. Thus, Yu Cheng followed Lu Xiaohong downstairs. After changing into the uniform of the lobby security, he took a seat at the entrance. He raised his hand. Only 5 minutes remained until the end of the shift. He possessed a list of employees scheduled to finish at this hour, complete with photographs. Each employee was required to clock out by swiping their cards at the timekeeping machine on his desk to officially end their shift. The hotel's timekeeping system was of the traditional paper card variety. Inserting the card into the machine displayed one's clock-out time. While not as convenient as the fingerprint systems of later times, it sufficed. One by one, the employees clocked out, and Yu Cheng noted each departure until only one remained. A woman named Zhang Mei, aged 45. Glancing at the time, he noted that half an hour had elapsed. Finally, a woman approached with a somewhat anxious demeanor. Yet she bypassed the clocking process and headed directly for the exit. Aunt Zhang, you forgot to clock out, Yu Cheng called out. Oh, I completely forgot. Zhang Mei replied with a smile, returning to swipe her card, a bag in her hand that appeared somewhat heavy. Yu Cheng thought to himself, it must be her, for he detected the unmistakable aroma of Maodai. His sense of smell was particularly acute. I don't believe we have met before, Zhang Mei remarked, noticing that this security guard was unfamiliar to her. I'm new today, Yu Cheng responded casually. Aunt Zhang, what do you have in that bag? It seems rather heavy. Yu Cheng feigned a casual demeanor. Oh, just some leftover food, Zhang Mei replied, her expression flustered, even holding her card incorrectly. Yu Cheng exchanged a discreet glance, and Qian Xiaohai dashed out, snatching the bag from Zhang Mei's hands. Upon opening it, they discovered indeed 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, one from 1988 and the other from 1986. Brother Yu, this is undeniably your liquor, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is incredible, akin to a stroke of luck. At that moment, Manager Lu and Manager Du also emerged. Xiaohai, come, put the liquor away, It's time to eat, Yu Chung instructed, then turned to the two managers, saying, I leave her in your hands. As Yu Chung observed Zhang Mei slumped on the ground, he felt no sympathy whatsoever. Self-inflicted misfortune is not worthy of sympathy. As for how the two hotel managers choose to handle her, it is beyond his concern. Chapter 34. A windfall from the heavens. Yu Chung returned to his room with 2 bottles of reclaimed Maotai liquor alongside Qian Shaohai. Brother Yu, why don't you report it to the police? Qian Shaohai queried, somewhat perplexed, believing that such a thief should be dispatched to the authorities. Manager Lu will naturally deal with her. We need not complicate matters, Yu Chung replied casually. In truth, he refrained from taking such drastic measures as he did not wish to sever ties too harshly. After all, when the manager of the housekeeping department learned of the theft, she did not shield her employee but promptly assisted him in identifying the culprit. This indicated that she was, in essence, a responsible leader. In every tree, there are withered branches. It suffices to prune them. Given the multitude of individuals involved, no one can guarantee the absence of mistakes. They are, after all, human, not divine. Even computers can falter and crash. Reporting to the police would severely impact the hotel's reputation, as such an action would necessitate a formal record. There are no secrets that remain hidden. The news of employee theft would inevitably circulate, leading to a significant decline in business. The first to suffer would be the hotel owner, followed by the two managers. In these times, entrepreneurship is no easy feat. He too had started from scratch to become a real estate mogul, fully aware of the hardships that journey entailed. He bore no grudge against the hotel owner, nor the managers, and saw no reason to extinguish their means of livelihood. As the saying goes, spare those whom you can afford to spare. It is wise to leave room for future encounters. The world is neither too vast nor too small. Of course, he refrained from sharing these insights with Qian Shaohai, for he was still young and might not comprehend the nuances. Qian Shaohai nodded in agreement. Brother, you make sense. Avoiding trouble when possible is indeed wise. Yu Chung casually placed the 2 bottles of liquor on the television stand. Brother Yu, you should hide the liquor well. What if it goes missing again? Qian Shaohai expressed concern at the casual display of the bottles. Rest assured, even if I leave the door unlocked, this liquor will not vanish. After such an incident, the hotel will undoubtedly enhance its management to ensure that a second occurrence is impossible. What Yu Chung was unaware of was that manager Lu Xiaohong was currently on the phone with the hotel owner. Hello, brother-in-law, there has been an incident at the hotel? Lu Xiaohong felt it necessary to inform him of the situation. Her brother-in-law, Wan Yukai, was the owner of the hotel, and it was through him that she secured her position as the housekeeping manager. What sort of incident? Wan Yukai understood that if his sister-in-law was calling, it must be something serious. Although Lu Xiaohong was his sister-in-law, she was always organized and responsible. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted her with such a role. It is far more reassuring to employ family than outsiders. The two conversed for about 10 minutes, during which Lu Xiaohong clearly outlined the events that had transpired. Xiaohong, I shall personally visit shortly. Wan Yukai has decided to meet this young man in person. Very well, brother-in-law. Lu Xiaohong ended the call and made her way toward room 203. Xiaohai, it is nearly 6 o'clock. Xiao Gang should be arriving soon. Shall we wait for him at the hotel entrance? Yu Chung raised his hand to glance at his watch. Certainly, Qian Shaohai replied, discarding his recently finished cola into the trash bin. As the two opened the door, they spotted Lu Xiaohong, who was about to knock. Does Manager Lu require our assistance? Yu Chung assumed she sought him out regarding the earlier matter. Mr. Yu Chung, that is not the case. Are you heading out? Lu Xiaohong smiled, a tad embarrassed. She rarely encountered a man as tall, radiant, and handsome as Yu Chung, and found herself shyly stealing another glance. Yu Chung pretended not to notice. Indeed, I plan to dine at a friend's house. I hope that when I return, I won't have misplaced anything again, Yu Chung said, half jokingly, half seriously. Pfft. Qian Shaohai could not contain his laughter. Yu Chung shot him a glare, prompting Qian Shaohai to suppress his chuckles. Brother Yu Cheng's eloquence is remarkable. It leaves the beautiful lady in a difficult position. TSK. He truly lacks pity for the fairer sex. How could that be? Mr. Yu Chung, you truly have a way with words. Might I kindly request that you remain here a little longer? Our boss will be arriving shortly, and he wishes to meet you. Lu Xiaohong felt a touch awkward, yet her good upbringing kept her smiling. Very well, Manager Lu, please make yourself comfortable inside, Yu Cheng said politely. A gentleman must always maintain his decorum. One cannot allow guests to wait at the door. However, he had not anticipated the hotel owner would come personally. Nevertheless, it was a good opportunity to make an acquaintance. Yu Cheng handed a bottle of mineral water to Lu Xiaohong, saying, Manager Lu, please have some water. This was simply the courtesy of hospitality. He then picked up the finance book from the bedside and began to read. Brother Yu Cheng, I want some too, Qian Shaohai said with a mischievous grin. Are you incapable of pouring it yourself? Yu Cheng retorted, casting him a scornful glance. Accepting his fate, Qian Shaohai resignedly took a bottle of mineral water to drink. After about 10 minutes, a robust man with a square face, seemingly around 40 years of age, entered the room. Hello, you must be Mr. Yu Cheng. My name is Wan Yukai, the owner of Washington Hotel. Wan Yukai extended his hand toward Yu Cheng. Some individuals possess an innate ability to discern character through presence alone. After years of navigating the business world, he could accurately assess people. The young man seated there, sipping water, clearly appeared to be a recent graduate, sunny and innocent, yet exuding a hint of restlessness. In contrast, the one engrossed in reading appeared composed and wise. Yu Cheng set down his book and stood to shake hands. Greetings, Boss Wan. I am indeed Yu Cheng. He pondered the true reason behind Wan Youcai's desire to meet him. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. To express our hotel's regret, we have waived your accommodation fees and will additionally present you with 2 bottles of Matai liquor, Wan Yukai stated, then turned to Lu Xiaohong, saying, Manager Lu, please go to the front desk and refund Mr. Yu's room charges and deposit. Kindly retrieve it personally. In the hotel, they addressed each other with formal titles. Yes, boss. I will attend to it immediately. Lu Xiaohong promptly stood up and exited. Wan Yukai retrieved 2 bottles of exquisite Matai from a beautifully crafted handbag resting on the floor and placed them on the coffee table. He had a total of 4 bottles and brought 2 over. It was crucial to understand that if this young man reported to the police, his losses would extend far beyond this mere incident. Not only would he lose a considerable clientele, which translates to significant financial loss, but also the reputation he had meticulously built over the years in the hospitality industry, something that no amount of money could ever restore. Therefore, the 2 bottles of Matai were not a loss. Yu Cheng cast a glance and exclaimed, Goodness, an 85 vintage, how generous. Wealthy individuals certainly have a different approach. Qian Shaohai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yu Cheng had indeed stumbled upon good fortune. One boss, is this truly appropriate? My belongings have already been recovered, and there is no substantial loss. Yu Cheng feigned modesty, as a semblance of humility was necessary to avoid appearing overly presumptuous. Mr. Yu, these are tokens of our sincerity from the entire Washington Hotel. You must accept them. He surmised that if he declined, the other party would likely be troubled. Given one boss's earnestness, I shall graciously accept. Yu Cheng ceased his refusals. At that moment, Lu Xiaohong returned, holding some cash. Boss, the total is 1,500. 1,000 is for 5 days of accommodation, and 500 is the deposit. Lu Xiaohong handed the money to Wan Yukai. Yu Cheng felt a jolt in his chest. This was indeed not inexpensive, 200 per day, but comparable to international luxury hotels, placing it within a reasonable range. Mr. Yu, please take this 2,000. The additional 500 is my token of compensation for your spirit. Wan Yukai produced another 500 from his wallet and presented it together. Yu Cheng was nearly stunned, wondering if he had stumbled upon a windfall. Wan boss, this is unacceptable. How can you sustain a business at a loss? Yu Cheng declined the offer, having already accepted the wine. You must accept it. Today, I have gained you as a friend. Here is my number. Please call me if you need anything. Wan Yukai believed this young man was worth befriending, not greedy and quite adept at dealing with people. Yu Cheng, noticing the cash and business card pressed into his hand, nodded in agreement. Well, today I have forged this friendship, and perhaps it will prove beneficial in the future. The two conversed for another quarter of an hour before Wan boss and manager Lu finally departed from the room. Was Yu Cheng's luck excessively favorable? How enviable. Chapter 35. Visiting the chairman's home. Yu Cheng. You've just acquired 2 bottles of 85 Matai. Your luck is astonishing. Qian Shaohai's face was adorned with expressions of envy. Devoid of any trace of jealousy, his gaze made that clear. After all, he too was a wealthy second-generation offspring, the son of affluent parents, a university student, and had seen a fair share of the world. Indeed, luck has favored me. Perhaps I've stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, Yu Cheng replied with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, Qian Shaohai couldn't help but smile as well. Yu Cheng, your humor is truly delightful. Brother Yu Cheng, now that you live here for free, may I stay for a couple of days? Qian Shaohai inquired with an eager expression. His desire was not rooted in envy of such luxurious accommodations, but rather in the comfort and ease he felt in Yu Cheng's company. He longed to escape the confines of his own home. If you don't mind sleeping on the sofa, that's fine. I'll be heading back soon enough. Having an extra person might alleviate the loneliness. A pang of longing for his wife struck him. There was nothing quite as sweet as falling asleep beside her each night. Although everything here was undeniably more comfortable than at home, a sense of unease lingered. No wonder people say that a humble abode is preferable to a gilded cage. All right, Qian Shaohai exclaimed joyfully, bouncing on his feet. Yu Cheng shook his head, still bearing the spirit of a young boy. Youth has its merits, free from many burdens. Shaohai, we should head down. Otherwise, Xiaojiang will be waiting anxiously. With that, Yu Cheng entered the bathroom. He discreetly slipped 500 yuan into the pocket of his underwear before emerging. This sum was intended for himself, a form of mental compensation from Boss Wan. The remaining 1,500 he planned to return to Chairman Qian, as he had covered the hotel expenses. Since Boss Wan refused to accept payment, he felt it inappropriate to keep the money. The rest of the cash was neatly packed into a plastic bag, alongside a bottle of the 1988 Maotai liquor. Brother Yu Cheng, why bring the wine to my house for dinner? We have plenty to drink, Qian Shaohai remarked. This wine is a gift for the chairman. Yu Cheng replied with a smile. After all, it would not be polite to arrive empty-handed at someone's home. This was his way of honoring the occasion. Really? There's no need. My family has enough wine, Qian Shaohai insisted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing Yu Cheng's attire, he was aware of his modest financial circumstances. Initially, he had intended to invite him for a simple meal, but now it felt inappropriate to have him bring something. It's fine, I didn't spend any money. Yu Cheng reassured him, gently pushing Qian Shaohai out and locking the door behind them. If they lingered any longer, Xiaojiang would surely come looking for them. Fearing they had gone missing, with no other option, Qian Shaohai acquiesced. He thought that perhaps his father wouldn't mind. This thought made him feel more at ease. As they approached the hotel entrance, they spotted Xiaojiang waiting by the car. Xiaojiang, have you been waiting long? Sorry for the delay, we got caught up, Yu Cheng said as he climbed into the vehicle. Qian Shaohai had already opened the door and slipped inside. No worries, brother Yu Cheng. I just arrived as well, Li Xiaojiang replied, flashing a bright smile. About half an hour later, they arrived at Jinxiu Huaqing, an upscale villa district. Although somewhat secluded, the environment was exquisite, with lush greenery enhancing the surroundings. Brother Yu Cheng, we've arrived, Qian Shaohai announced as they exited the car. He entered the passcode, and the ornate gilded iron gate swung open automatically. They stepped inside, their feet sinking into the soft grass beneath them. As dusk settled, the elevation of the area brought a slight chill in the air, complemented by a gentle breeze that offered a refreshing reprieve. After walking a few meters, Qian Shaohai called out, "Dad, Mom, we're back." Qian Minghui, hearing the voice, was the first to open the door. "Yu Cheng, welcome to my home," he said with a hearty laugh, embracing Yu Cheng warmly. "Chairman, this bottle of wine is a small token of my appreciation," Yu Cheng said as he handed over the liquor. "Why bring something? Just come as you are," Qian Minghui remarked, glancing at the bottle of Matai, a rather expensive wine. "Let that young man take it back later. I can't let him spend on this." He placed the wine on the coffee table. "Yu Cheng, come, let us have dinner." "Mom, is dinner ready?" Qian Shaohai called towards the kitchen. Coming. Seaweed and pork rib soup," a cheerful voice replied, and she soon appeared. "Mom, this is my brother Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng, this is my mom. You can call her Aunt Qin." Qian Shaohai eagerly introduced them. "Hello, Aunt Qin, I apologize for the intrusion today, Yuqing said politely, standing to nod. So, you are the young Yuqing? I often hear old Qin speak of you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Qin Shuiqin thought to herself, secretly approving of him, well-mannered and quite handsome. Everyone took their seats, and during the meal, Chairman Qian even opened a bottle of red wine, a rare treat in the 1990s. The dinner was a joyous affair. After the meal, as the hostess, Qin Shuiqin naturally began to clear the dishes, leaving the men to chat. Young Yuqing, we owe you a great deal. The products we rushed out today were all delivered to the clients, and they are extremely satisfied. Since it was the first day of large-scale production, Qian Minghuai had ensured a batch was ready for inspection. Now, he regarded Yuqing as one of his own, even changing how he addressed him. That's good. I'm relieved to hear that. I'll stay here for a few days to ensure everything is running smoothly before heading back, Yuqing replied, not wishing to linger too long, as his heart was with his wife and child. Young Yuqing, I appreciate your hard work. Qian Minghuai understood his concern for his family. Such a devoted man is indeed a rarity. Dad, you don't know how amazing brother Yuqing is today, Qian Shaohai interjected eagerly, sensing an opportunity to contribute. Oh, did something happen that I'm unaware of? Chairman Qian inquired with interest. Yuqing could hardly intervene as Qian Shaohai excitedly recounted the story. Chairman, don't listen to Shaohai. He exaggerates, Yuqing said, pulling out a bag and pushing the 500 yuan inside towards Qian Minghuai. This money? Qian Minghuai was momentarily puzzled. Boss Wan refunded my hotel expenses. This is the money you gave me, and it rightfully belongs to you, Yuqing explained. Shaohai had not mentioned the money before. So that's the case. This is indeed good news. It's like you've earned it yourself, Qian Minghuai said as he repackaged the money and returned it to Yuqing. He now understood what his son had meant and was genuinely impressed by this young man. The way Yuqing retrieved his belongings without involving the police or seeking compensation demonstrated a commendable character. Understanding how to provide others with an exit is also a means of ensuring one's own survival. Achieving this at such a young age is truly a remarkable feat. It is not greed for what does not belong to oneself. Therefore, he is willing to invest this money, believing that in time, this young man will surely achieve great things. Yuqing, once again, attempted to decline, but Chairman Qian remained resolute. Ultimately, Chairman Qian was compelled to accept the bottle of Maodai from 1988. In the end, Qian Shaohai stubbornly insisted on accompanying Yuqing. Upon reaching a spot not far from the hotel, Yuqing instructed Xiao Gang to halt the car, wishing to take in the night scenery. There was a bridge nearby, reputed for its splendid views at night. As Yuqing alighted from the vehicle, Qian Shaohai naturally followed suit. Chapter 36, The Rebirth of Bruce Lee, standing on the bridge. The two gazed at the towering buildings in the distance, along with the shimmering clouds, envisioning the future prosperity of this place. Suddenly, four men emerged, brandishing an assortment of weapons, fruit knives, a shoulder pole, wooden sticks, and kitchen knives. The sight struck him as amusing. These were clearly not seasoned thugs skilled in robbery. It seemed likely that the middle-aged man leading them had summoned them. Hand over your money, or else, one of the men in his 40s threatened, waving the glinting fruit knife. Yuqing observed them with a calm demeanor, a faint smile playing on his lips. Qian Shaohai, however, was quite different. Having spent a few years at university, he had never encountered such a scene. Glancing around, he realized there were no bystanders. He moved closer to Yuqing and whispered, Brother Yuqing, if things escalate, I'll shout, and you should run. Regardless of the circumstances, Yuqing was a guest, and he could not allow him to be harmed. Patience, the show has just begun, Yuqing replied, studying the four men, confirming that he had never seen them before. Sensing Yuqing's composure, Qian Shaohai was puzzled. Brother Yuqing, they are armed, while we are unarmed. A wise man does not court danger. We should flee as far as we can. He thought Yuqing was frozen in fear, prompting him to reiterate his warning. What are you two babbling about? If you don't leave some money for the passage, none of you will leave here, the leader snarled, menacingly brandishing the fruit knife, as if to assert his superiority. Suddenly, Qian Shaohai recalled he had 200 yuan on him, and trembling, he said, I have 200 yuan, take it and leave us be. The leader, upon hearing this, grinned with satisfaction. Money makes conversation easier. This young man knows the score. And you, hand over your money too, or I'll just slice off one of your fingers. The middle-aged man's face lit up with glee at the prospect of receiving money. Brother, please don't. He is my brother. We hardly have anything between us. He was determined to keep the fact that Yu Cheng had over 1,000 yuan a secret. Observing that his father had not accepted Yu Cheng's money, Qian Shaohai reached for his cash to toss it over, only to be stopped by Yu Cheng. He realized that the leader was clearly targeting him. Why do you want one of my fingers? If you take the money, won't you just leave? Yu Cheng felt that these individuals had come specifically for him. How fortunate he was. In just 2 days since his arrival, so many events had transpired. You little brat, even a finger from you is too much. You've caused my wife to lose her job. The middle-aged man exclaimed vehemently. This man was none other than Su Kuei, the husband of Zhang Mei. Zhang Mei had returned home to inform her husband of her dismissal from the hotel, and upon inquiry, Su Kuei learned the details of the incident. Consequently, he lay in wait around the hotel, not expecting his luck to turn in his favor. Yu Cheng quickly discerned the situation. Upon hearing of the impending revenge, Qian Shaohai grew increasingly anxious for Yu Cheng's safety. Brother Yu Cheng, you must flee. They are after you. Shaohai, fear not. Today I shall treat you to a free martial arts show. Yu Cheng reassured, patting Qian Shaohai on the shoulder. He was an amateur martial artist, having devoted much of his time to practicing since the unforeseen changes in his life, with little else to occupy his time apart from earning money. He even trained under a coach alongside business partners and attended classes with other students. He had also taken a true martial arts master as his mentor, acquiring numerous techniques. And it was said that this master had once performed in martial arts dramas. Dealing with these petty thugs was well within his capabilities. Brother Yu Cheng, what time is it? You're still thinking about a show? Qian Shaohai was sweating with anxiety. If I don't pay today, what do you plan to do? Yu Cheng asked with a mischievous grin. Brother Kuei, this kid is unyielding. Let us just take action and search them for money, suggested a younger man trailing Su Kuei. In truth, they were merely local villagers, idling their time away, engaging in nefarious activities. Back in '96, many cities had not yet undergone significant planning and redevelopment, resulting in numerous urban villages. Su Kuei, a former delinquent in his youth, had stumbled upon good fortune and managed to marry. However, after 2 years of marriage, his true colors emerged. Drinking, gambling, and domestic violence became his norm, alongside petty theft. These individuals, sharing a common disposition, had formed a bond. Aside from Su Kuei, who had a wife and children, the others were all middle-aged bachelors. Your wife stole my liquor, and the hotel dismissed her. What do you want from me? I wasn't he the one who fired her, Yu Cheng remarked, regarding such men as worthless, relying on their wives to support the family. He reflected that he was not much different, except that he did not resort to violence against his spouse. Humph. If it weren't for you, my wife would still have her job, earning several hundred a month, enough for me to drink and gamble, Su Kuei boasted shamelessly. At this point, Yu Cheng could no longer contain his fury. He launched a swift kick, sending Su Kuei sprawling more than a meter away. Ouch. Everyone was taken aback by Yu Cheng's sudden strike. Now it's your turn, Yu Cheng sneered, advancing to execute a shoulder throw, causing another to crash to the ground. Crying out, my hand. The remaining two attempted to flee, but Yu Cheng executed a graceful flying kick, toppling both of them. Ouch! My teeth. Alas, spare me, young hero. Qian Shaohai stood there, transfixed, unable to divert his gaze. Let us go to the police station, Yu Cheng suggested, gathering the 4 individuals together and binding them with a rope he found among them. These scoundrels, the dregs of society, ought to spend a few years in prison to truly comprehend the need for repentance. Brother Yu Cheng, I shall hold them. You have worked hard. Qian Shaohai gazed at Yu Cheng with admiration. Goodness, Brother Yu Cheng is truly remarkable, especially that final split kick, so impressive, a true reincarnation of Bruce Lee. The two made their way to the police station. You young men, what brings you here? A police officer inquired, observing the bruised and battered figures bound by the rope. Then glancing at the 2 clean, handsome youths, he had a fair understanding of the situation. Officer, these 4 attempted robbery but failed, Yu Cheng succinctly clarified. Tossing a shoulder pole, a fruit knife, a wooden stick, and a kitchen knife onto the table. These are the weapons. Officer, we did not initiate the violence. You can see that we were the ones who were assaulted, Su Kuei interjected, anxious to avoid incarceration. The officer looked at Yu Cheng, who succinctly replied, self-defense. What my brother Yu Cheng says is entirely true. They intended to rob us, and this person was the ringleader. Qian Shaohai pointed at Su Kuei. You two may proceed to record your statements, and then you are free to go. The officer waved his hand, having grasped the situation clearly. 10 minutes later, the two emerged from the interrogation room. All right, let us return. Yu Cheng stretched lazily. Comrade, please wait a moment. The police officer called out from inside. Chapter 37. Yu Cheng only wishes to pamper his wife and raise his children. Yu Cheng turned around, noticing that the officer who had attended to them earlier was beckoning them. Officer, is there anything further you need to clarify regarding the case? Yu Cheng wondered if there were still unanswered questions. Young man, my name is Lu Jiangwo. You may call me Uncle Lu. It's not convenient to converse here. Let us discuss inside, he suggested, the term officer feeling somewhat uncomfortable to him. All right, Uncle Lu. Yu Cheng nodded and re-entered. Naturally, his companion Qian Shaohai followed him inside. Please, take a seat, young comrades. Lu Jiangwo offered them each a bottle of mineral water. Yu Cheng sat beside Qian Shaohai. You rascal, sit further away. There are no villains present, and it's too hot with us sitting so close together. Qian Shaohai chuckled as he shifted slightly. I would like to inquire. Was it truly the two of you who dealt with those four? Lu Jiangwo's eyes reflected disbelief. He had heard from Officer Chen that two had taken on four, with the adversaries armed. Uncle Lu, it was not us two. Rather, my brother Yu Cheng single-handedly subdued each of them. I hardly lifted a finger. He is merely a delicate scholar. How could he possibly strike anyone? He merely witnessed a splendid martial arts performance, just as my brother Yu Cheng said. He invited me to watch a show, and indeed, it was a splendid performance. Lu Jiangwo was taken aback. A solitary individual was confronting four thugs armed with weapons, and he was taking them down one by one. Even a graduate from a formal police academy would not possess such skill. You have no idea how formidable my brother Yu Cheng is. Each kick sends them flying, Qian Shaohai exclaimed with exuberance. Yu Cheng discreetly nudged him, wondering why this kid was so loquacious. Did he not understand the importance of humility? He was practically shouting to the world about it. Lu Jiangwo scrutinized Yu Cheng. The young man stood at an estimated height of 185 centimeters, handsome, with an air of righteousness, and such impressive skills. Was he not the perfect candidate for law enforcement? Young man, your name is Yu Cheng, correct? He mused, contemplating the possibility of keeping him on board. Yu Cheng nodded. Could you share your educational background? Becoming a police officer requires certain qualifications. High school, came the response. Why was Lu Jiangwo asking him so many questions? Surely, he did not intend to recruit him as a police officer. Yu Cheng had no interest in such a path. His sole ambition was to earn money, dote on his wife, and raise his children. Lu Jiangwo noted the slightly lower educational qualifications, but deemed it acceptable for a special recruitment. Talents like this were rare. To put it bluntly, even the special police would likely find a way to recruit him. Just as Yu Cheng was about to excuse himself, a young police officer approached. Director, the four individuals confessed. They claimed they sought revenge on this young man and insisted that he acted alone. Yu Cheng furrowed his brow, realizing that Lu Jiangwo was the director of this precinct. I understand now. It's all right. They were merely acting in self-defense. With this confirmation, Lu Jiangwo was even more inclined to retain Yu Cheng. Young Yu, would you be interested in working at the police station? Lu Jiangwo inquired directly. Director Lu, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I'm not from around here. I'm merely staying temporarily. Yu Cheng gently declined, providing a polite excuse. Lu Jiangwo instinctively tapped the edge of the table. The refusal was evident. He had even gone out of his way to give him some dignity. I can assist in transferring your household registration here, he insisted, unwilling to let go of such a promising candidate. At that time, having a household registration in a Guangdong city was highly sought after, and securing employment in law enforcement was even more desirable. I apologize, Director Lu. I truly appreciate your kindness, but I cannot come, even though I genuinely wish to. My wife is an only child, and our parents are in Xiaoda City, making it unsuitable for us to relocate here. Yu Cheng once again politely declined. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai was tugging at his sleeve, urging him to accept. This was tantamount to a civil service position, yet Yu Cheng, astonishingly, turned it down. They were even offering to facilitate his household registration. The old Yu Cheng would have readily accepted such an opportunity, but the present Yu Cheng desired only to cherish his wife and care for their parents. Lu Jiangwo recognized this shift in the young man's aspirations and could only shake his head in regret. Everyone has their own ambitions. I want to press you. Here's the station's contact information. Should you ever reconsider, do not hesitate to call. You are always welcome. Lu Jiangwo patted Yu Cheng on the shoulder and handed him a business card. Thank you, Director Lu. We shall not intrude upon your work any longer and will take our leave now. Yu Cheng politely expressed his gratitude as he tucked the card into his pocket. Lu Jiangwo escorted the two to the door before turning back inside. Once outside, Qian Shaohai could no longer contain himself. Brother Yu, what a splendid opportunity that was. Why did you turn it down? Qian Shaohai pondered in vain. You will understand once you have a wife and children. He had learned through experience what truly mattered. A wife and children are indeed significant, yet so is work. He believed there was no fundamental conflict between the two. When you are forced to choose one, then you will comprehend. Yu Cheng gazed up at the sky. The moon this evening was exquisite, and the stars twinkled above. He wondered if his wife was asleep yet. Glancing at his wrist, he realized it was already past 8 o'clock. His wife was likely drifting off, particularly since Yu Man had become increasingly slothful since her pregnancy. Fortunately, he had had the foresight to call her earlier. Qian Shaohai, unable to grasp the situation, decided to let it go. He then recalled Yu Cheng's remarkable martial arts moves from earlier that day. Brother Yu, you possess the legendary martial arts. If only I could learn even a fraction of it. A smattering of martial arts is still something. Yu Cheng replied casually, gazing at the sky. Brother Yu, did you take on 4 opponents at once, or one at a time? You call that merely a smattering? Qian Shaohai exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. It's not that impressive. It's rather mediocre. Yu Cheng remarked, deliberately downplaying his abilities. Qian Shaohai nearly stumbled, almost falling over in disbelief. Mediocre? He shouted, I might as well give up. Passers-by glanced at them as if they were deranged. Qian Shaohai, keep your voice down on the street at night. Stay away from me. I have no desire to be mistaken for a lunatic and sent to a mental institution, Yu Cheng retorted, quickening his pace. Brother Yu, wait for me. Chapter 38. A smile cancels enmity. Upon returning to the hotel, Yu Cheng took a shower, read for a while, and then went to sleep. Surprisingly, Qian Shaohai did not chatter incessantly, but instead slept soundly on the sofa. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiao Gang arrived at the hotel at 8 o'clock to drive them to the factory. During the ride, Xiao Gang made small talk, to which Yu Cheng responded appropriately. In contrast, Qian Shaohai, like a loudspeaker, animatedly recounted the events from the previous night. Yu Cheng chose to ignore him. Regrettably, he lacked headphones to block out the noise. It was a trivial matter, hardly warranting such exuberance from Qian Shaohai. Xiao Gang, through the rearview mirror, observed Yu Cheng with his eyes closed. Evidently uninterested in Qian Shaohai's tales, he surmised that Yu Cheng preferred to keep this incident under wraps. He exhibited a level of composure far beyond that of the average young person, which explained why the chairman regarded him with such esteem. Rumor had it that this significant million-dollar deal was secured largely due to Yu Cheng's efforts. Upon arriving at the factory, Yu Cheng proceeded directly to the CNC workshop, meticulously inspecting each machine one by one with utmost diligence. Not overlooking a single detail, he meticulously inspected each workshop in turn. Then he assessed the quality of their products. Some audacious employees even ventured to inquire about his expertise, to which he responded with a warm smile and thoughtful answers. Nearby, the chairman nodded in satisfaction, embodying humility, composure, and modesty, devoid of any pretense. At this moment, Qian Shaohai approached his father, eagerly recounting the events of the previous night. Qian Minghuai was secretly astonished. Realizing that this young man possessed such remarkable skills, it appeared that appearances could be deceiving. The true essence often lay hidden beneath the surface. What are you trying to achieve by sharing this with me? Qian Minghuai pondered, wishing his son could attain even half of Yu Cheng's capabilities. Dad, I wish for brother Yu Cheng to teach me martial arts. He is truly formidable, able to handle 4 opponents at once. Qian Shaohai's face radiated admiration. You little rascal. If you want to learn, why not ask Yuqing directly? Qian Minghuai suspected his son hoped to involve him in this endeavor. Dad, I'm just afraid brother Yuqing might refuse. He wants to ask, but doesn't he dare? Forget about it. He will be leaving in a few days. Qian Minghuai dismissed the notion, deeming it impossible. Then, Dad, since I've just graduated and have no suitable job, why not let me stay with brother Yuqing for a while? The branch factory is over there anyway. Qian Shaohai was reluctant to give up, eager to explore new horizons. We shall discuss this later, Qian Minghuai replied, considering the situation vaguely, understanding his father's response as a glimmer of hope. Qian Shaohai ceased his persistence. As Yucheng concluded his inspection of the final workshop, he encountered Xiao Yong. He intended to avoid interaction, for he felt no substantive ties, let alone enmity, towards Xiao Yong. To him, it was merely a reflection of youthful self-importance. He was aware that Xiao Yong had initially planned to leave, but the chairman had asked factory director Qian to persuade him to stay. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yong approached him directly. Hello, I am Xiao Yong. May we get reacquainted? He extended his hand, a sincere smile gracing his face. Hello, I am Yucheng. Yuqing, not one to hold grudges, reciprocated the gesture. They exchanged smiles. A silent resolution of past grievances. I apologize for my previous rudeness. My attitude was inappropriate, Xiao Yong expressed earnestly. Through this incident, he had learned that there were always others more accomplished than oneself. Previously, he had been somewhat arrogant, viewing others from a pedestal due to his privileged upbringing. He felt he had no right to remain. Yet he discovered that factory director Qian had informed him it was Yuqing's wish for him to stay. Moreover, he realized that he had misunderstood Yucheng. He had never intended to exact revenge or embarrass him in front of others. His criticism was solely directed at the product itself, which he found to be of such superior quality that it left him in awe. He gained newfound respect for Yuqing's capacity for tolerance. As they toured the workshop, they engaged in discussions, with Yucheng generously offering insights on Xiao Yong's areas of confusion. What had long puzzled Xiao Yong suddenly became clear and illuminating. Thank you. During this conversation with Yucheng, I have learned a great deal. This is the heartfelt sentiment of Xiao Yong. Qian Huaiya, witnessing this scene, could hardly believe his eyes. The two individuals, once at odds, engaged in conversation as if they were longtime friends. He hurried over to inform the chairman of his observations. Qian Minghuai smiled and nodded, expressing his approval. This is the best outcome. He was fortunate to have heeded Yuqing's advice to retain the personnel. As Yucheng and Xiao Yong were engrossed in their discussion, Huaming approached them purposefully, drawn by Qian Shaohai's enthusiastic praise of Yuqing's remarkable skills. Yucheng, Xiao Yong, it's almost 11 o'clock. Let's go out for dinner, Huaming said, draping an arm around each of their shoulders. Not far from the factory gate, there were 2 respectable restaurants. Though the ambience was not as refined as a grand hotel, the food was quite delightful. Both men were aware that Yucheng would not be staying much longer and would soon return to Qiaota City. Isn't there a cafeteria? We could just eat there. Yucheng understood their intentions, which were merely to treat him to a meal. The cafeteria food can't compare to the dishes prepared in restaurants. In truth, he often dined in the cafeteria, yet he recognized that some expenditures are indeed worthwhile. They had no ulterior motives. They simply wished to forge a friendship with Yucheng. Yucheng, do me a favor and join us for dinner. Xiao Yong chimed in. Naturally, the host should be the one to treat, as he had already imposed upon them twice, and he wished to make amends. Moreover, his family's circumstances were far better than Huaming's, and he did not want him to bear the cost. Seeing through their intentions, Yucheng felt that refusing their earnest invitation would be rather pretentious. Very well, let us go now. The 3 of them exited the workshop in single file. As they neared the factory gate, Qian Shaohai's voice rang out. Yucheng, wait for me. Yucheng shook his head. This lad was becoming his shadow, following him wherever he went. As for Xiao Yong and Huaming, they did not mind having an additional person join their meal, especially since he was the chairman's son. Aren't you going to dine with your father? Yucheng inquired, glancing at the perspiring Qian Shaohai. I refuse to have dinner with those old fogies. It's so dull, Qian Shaohai retorted casually. All right then. How many times have you mentioned it today? This lad was quite talkative. Hee hee. Just 3 times. Yu Cheng, Qian Shaohai grinned, holding up 3 fingers. The meal was enjoyable for all, and they emerged as friends. After dining, Xiao Yong and Huaming returned to the factory, while Yu Cheng accompanied Qian Shaohai back to the hotel. He did not see the need to remain there for the entire day. Chapter 39. Time to return home to embrace my wife. The following days unfolded smoothly, with the product quality receiving high praise from clients. Yu Cheng was set to return home the next day. At 4 o'clock, he made a phone call, a routine he had maintained over the past few days. Consequently, Jiang Yumin had become wise to this pattern and awaited his call at that hour, thus sparing Grandpa Zhang the trouble of fetching her. Once or twice was manageable, but after multiple instances, it became somewhat awkward. After all, she had business to attend to. Should one miss out on business opportunities, it would be regrettable. However, Grandpa Zhang remains unconcerned, while Jiang Yumin feels a twinge of embarrassment. Hey, Yumin, I have delightful news for you. The thought of returning home tomorrow fills Yu Cheng with joy. What news do you bear, Yu Cheng? After 5 days away, he realizes how much he has missed her. Yumin, take a wild guess. Yu Cheng playfully teases his wife over the phone. I guess you are coming home tomorrow. She replies, which is the best news she could imagine. Alas, my wife is quite perceptive. It appears Yumin is also eagerly anticipating my return, he thinks. By the way, have you purchased your ticket? Last-minute tickets can be difficult to secure. Yes. Fear not, my dear wife. There is no need for you to worry about such matters. Yu Cheng has become increasingly smooth-tongued, often addressing her as wife, and rarely using her name nowadays. As long as you have the ticket, I can rest easy. No worries as long as you have it, she reassures him. Suddenly, she wonders if there will be a seat available. Standing for such a long duration could be quite arduous. Yu Cheng, does your ticket include a seat? She inquires further. Indeed it does. I have a sleeper ticket. My dear wife truly cares for me. Yu Cheng feels as though he has consumed honey. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai, eavesdropping nearby, looks at Yu Cheng with disbelief. Brother Yu Cheng, conversing with your wife has turned you into a lovesick puppy. Ugh, who cares for you? I'm merely concerned that you may return home limping, Jiang Yumin retorts, her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall return whole and hearty, bouncing with vitality before you. This little wife, clearly concerned for him, refuses to admit it. That's good. Yu Cheng, I must end this call. Someone is approaching. I shall hang up now. Jiang Yumin hurriedly disconnects. Upon realizing the call has ended, Yu Cheng reluctantly puts down the phone. TSK. Brother Yu Cheng, soon to be a father. Yet you still behave like a lovesick youth, showering her with saccharine words. My skin crawls. If he were to date someone else, he would never utter such sentiments. Kid. Take notes. This will serve you well in the future. Besides, what's wrong with expressing affection to your own wife? It's not as if he would say it to another woman. Furthermore, he wouldn't give any other woman a chance. Forget it, Brother Yu Cheng. I have no intention of emulating you. You are nothing but a devoted husband, Qian Shaohai scoffs. Brother Yu Cheng, I see how much you cherish your wife. Is she truly as beautiful as a celestial being? Otherwise, why would you hold her in such high regard? He ponders, curious about the woman who could captivate someone as exceptional as Yu Cheng, who possesses height, looks, and talent. Naturally, in my eyes, my wife is the most beautiful, unmatched by anyone else. Haven't you heard that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? However, Jiang Yumin is indeed quite lovely. Otherwise, I would not have given her a second glance back in the day. He knows he is handsome, which is why he once held high standards for his girlfriend's appearance. Jiang Yumin, with her alluring curves, an oval face, captivating fox-like eyes, and a charming cherry blossom mouth, captivated him utterly. He was particularly enchanted by her eyes, which seemed to ensnare his very soul. Come now, Yu Cheng, you mustn't boast, Qi Shaohai remarked skeptically, thinking he was being rather exaggerated in his praise of his wife. All right, let's tidy up. We have a train to catch tomorrow. Don't forget anything. Yu Cheng chose not to engage further in the conversation. He was content as long as his wife pleased him, regardless of her appearance. As he began to gather his clothes and belongings, he soon finished packing and took a refreshing shower, retiring early to ensure he was well rested for the journey ahead. He intended to thoroughly check on his wife upon his return. At last, dawn broke. Sighing, he prepared to depart. Although this place was more vibrant than his own city, it could never replace the comfort of home, which remained the ultimate sanctuary. He had arrived alone, but he would leave with an added companion. Qi Xiaohai stubbornly insisted on accompanying him, claiming he would oversee the branch factory on behalf of the chairman. Initially reluctant to take him along, Yu Cheng felt obliged after the chairman spoke a few kind words in support of Xiaohai's presence. The return sleeper ticket was indeed procured by factory director Qian, who kept his word. Minister Zhang had also brought an assortment of local delicacies, including rare teas. Yu Cheng wished to decline the gifts, but the insistence of his benefactor left him no choice but to graciously accept them. The chairman's wife had even purchased a set of baby clothes, one for a boy and another for a girl, likely inspired by her husband's conversations. Such thoughtfulness was commendable. Xiao Yong and Huaming had also come to see them off, having bought platform tickets to assist in carrying their belongings onto the train. As they departed, Yu Cheng felt a profound sense of fulfillment from his journey, contemplating whether his wife would be overwhelmed by the abundance of gifts, perhaps thinking he had not been on a work trip, but rather a heist. Yu Cheng, you're heading home, aren't you? You must be thrilled, Qi Xiaohai observed, noticing the perpetual smile on Yu Cheng's face. Why did Xiaohai not wish to remain at home? Was it because he was yet to marry? The thought of finally seeing Yumin filled Yu Cheng with indescribable joy, as he longed to be in that small rented apartment at once. Resolutely, he vowed to acquire a home of their own before their baby arrived. Fortunately, housing prices were still reasonable. In bustling cities, they hovered just above 1,000, while in smaller locales, they were merely a few hundred. With Yumin expecting twins, he was determined to secure a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room residence. Xiaohai, I'm renting a single room. I fear you may have to endure staying in the factory's dormitory, Yu Cheng suddenly realized. You can come to our place for meals. I shall cook for you. Although he felt slightly embarrassed, the thought of putting him up in a hotel was out of the question, financially unfeasible, yet he felt too awkward to decline. Don't worry. I'll stay at the factory and just come over for meals. My father informed me about your situation before I arrived, Xiaohai assured him. Though he may be boisterous, he is by no means an unthoughtful individual. After all, those years spent in university were not in vain. A good rest and a nap will suffice. Yu Cheng nodded. It's time to return home and embrace my wife. The thought alone brings joy. Chapter 40. Is this lad involved in smuggling? Yumian, look at you. Insisting on waiting here. Can't you wait at home? Yi Mei cast a reproachful glance at her daughter. Can such a grown man truly be lost? It turned out that Jiang Yumian was worried about Yu Cheng, so the mother and daughter had come to the small shop to wait after dinner. Mom, since we've eaten, there's nothing else to do but to walk off our meal, Jiang Yumian replied with a smile. Her mother often chided her, but deep down, she was quite tender-hearted. During this period, her mother had been tirelessly preparing delicious meals for her, though she had little appetite, likely due to her severe morning sickness. Now, she only knows to protect that rascal. I hope she won't be in tears later. You may observe the couple's frequent phone calls, their exchanges dripping with sweetness. Yet, she couldn't help but worry about her daughter. Not at all. Mom, Yu Cheng has changed for the better now, Jiang Yumian cooed, wrapping her arms around Yi Mei affectionately. Yumian, are you two waiting for a phone call? Inquired old Zhang. Why hasn't that lad called yet at this hour? Normally, he would call around 4 or 5. Surely nothing unfortunate has occurred? No, old Zhang. We're waiting for Yu Cheng to return home, Jiang Yumian said, assisting old Zhang in moving some items inside the shop. These were merely small items, not burdensome at all. In about an hour, old Zhang would be closing the shop. As the evening approached, the number of shoppers dwindled, given the low foot traffic. Is that rascal Yu Cheng on his way back? Old Zhang chuckled, tidying up the items inside. He should be almost home, Jiang Yumian remarked, glancing at the now darkening sky, estimating it to be around 7 o'clock. Fortunately, there was light in old Zhang's shop. Old Zhang brought out 2 rectangular wooden stools. You two should sit and wait. Thank you, old Zhang, Yi Mei replied, taking a stool and handing one to her daughter. It didn't matter if she stood, but it wouldn't do for Yumian, who was pregnant, to stand for long. The three engaged in casual conversation, and after about half an hour, they spotted Yu Cheng wobbling towards them on his bicycle. As he drew nearer, they noticed a young man perched on the back of the bicycle, his hands laden with numerous items, and the front basket was overflowing as well. Upon seeing Yumian, he hastily dismounted and stopped the bicycle. "Mom, Yumian, what are you doing here? Why isn't my wife waiting at home, wandering out here in the dark? It's dark outside, and there are plenty of mosquitoes. The roads are uneven and often waterlogged, making it a breeding ground for them. It's because your wife fears you might be ambushed by a tiger, insisting on waiting here." Yume interjected before her daughter could respond. Mom Zhang Yumian felt a bit embarrassed. He had just returned, and her mother's words made the situation awkward. Yu Cheng felt a surge of happiness that his wife was concerned for him, though he paid no heed to his mother-in-law's remarks. Knowing that her worries stemmed from a place of love for Yumian, a mother's concern for her daughter is a natural instinct. "Mother, Yuman, this is my friend, Qian Shaohai." Yu Cheng refrained from revealing that Qian Shaohai is the son of the chairman, fearing it might make the two of them uncomfortable. "Hello, auntie. Hello, sister-in-law." Qian Shaohai dismounted from his bicycle and greeted them with politeness. "Hello." Upon seeing the young man, Yume immediately discerned that he was not from an ordinary family. "Hello." Zhang Yuman also responded courteously, though inwardly she wondered why Yu Cheng had brought someone home so late at night. "Let us not linger here. Let us return for dinner. The food is still warming on the stove," Yume remarked, knowing that Yu Cheng had returned today and had prepared an abundance of dishes. Although an additional guest had joined, there was still enough to eat. "Uncle Zhang, we shall take our leave now. This is for you to brew some tea," Yu Cheng said as he retrieved a canister of walnut powder from the bicycle basket and placed it atop the glass counter of the small shop. "Yu Cheng, this is too much. Just by looking at the packaging, one can tell it is not inexpensive." Uncle Zhang did not wish to take advantage of others. "Uncle Zhang, just accept what Yu Cheng has given you," Yume interjected. Having been here for nearly a week, she was aware of Uncle Zhang's situation, so she found nothing amiss in Yu Cheng's gesture. Yu Cheng's kindness to an outsider boded well for how he would treat his own daughter in the future. The four of them then walked back together. Uncle Zhang nodded and began assembling the wooden boards, preparing to close the shop. Upon returning home, Yu Cheng brought all the items into the house, and Yume gazed at the pile, secretly astonished. How much had her son-in-law purchased? How much had he spent? She knew he had only 200 yuan when he left, the rest having been given to their daughter, Zhang Yuman. Zhang Yuman, however, did not notice these details and brought the dishes out to the table. "Shaohai, there isn't much food today. Please make do with what we have." She felt it was not courteous to serve leftover food to a guest, but given the late hour, it was unavoidable. Qian Shaohai glanced at the two dishes and a soup on the table and found them satisfactory. One was a seaweed and pork rib soup. Another was stir-fried green peppers with meat, and the last was smashed cucumbers. "This is quite good, sister-in-law. We are all family, so there is no need for formality." "Shaohai, please serve yourself some rice," Yu Cheng said, handing him a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. "All right," Qian Shaohai replied with a cheerful smile and went to scoop rice from the aluminum pot. After Qian Shaohai finished his meal, Yu Cheng escorted him to the factory, where the director would take care of the rest, leaving no cause for concern. Once Yu Cheng departed, Zhang Yuman noticed a heap of items on the floor. "Mother, am I seeing things? How could there be so many items?" She was astonished to find 3 bottles of Maotai liquor among them. Yume walked over to examine the bottles closely. She nearly dropped one in shock. "Goodness, they are from 1986 and 1985. Whether the liquor was expensive was one thing. The real issue was that it could not be bought even with money." Zhang Yuman, unfamiliar with the significance, approached and asked, "Mother, what's wrong? Is this liquor very expensive?" "Yuman, this is Maotai. Each bottle costs at least several hundred yuan, and it's hard to come by. Where could one find liquor from the 80s? She was acutely aware of how much Yu Cheng possessed. Yume wore an expression that conveyed her own confusion. Zhang Yuman hurried to inspect the other items. Australian imported milk powder, malt extract, calcium tablets for pregnant women, Hangzhou Westlake Longjing tea, as well as red wine, baby clothes, and even longan, lychee, and mangoes. "Mother, With such an abundance of items, how could Yu Qing possibly have acquired all this through work? Jiang Yumin felt a surge of indignation. Although she had little knowledge about wine, she was well aware of the value of the other items. After all, she had previously worked in a shopping mall. Yimei glanced at the assortment and wondered if this young man had resorted to smuggling. None of these items were inexpensive, and even the fruits were astonishingly pricey, ones that she and old Jiang rarely indulged in. Yumin, when Yu Cheng returns, should we persuade him to turn himself in? If he is caught smuggling, it could have dire consequences. Yimei pondered, thinking that if her son-in-law truly engaged in such activities, their daughter's unborn child would be in jeopardy. What could be so dire? Yu Cheng happened to walk in just as he overheard those words. His mother-in-law's expression seemed rather grim, and Jiang Yumin's face bore a mix of worry, fear, and a hint of disappointment. Yu Cheng was puzzled. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. What had transpired in such a short time? Chapter 41. The first intimate encounter with my wife after rebirth. Jiang Yumin approached the door, closed it, and took Yu Cheng's hand, her face etched with concern and anxiety, along with a touch of disappointment. What's wrong, Yumin? Yu Cheng sensed that something significant had occurred. Yu Cheng, please explain where all these items have come from. Yimei pointed to the items scattered on the floor. Mother, what is wrong with those items? Yu Cheng momentarily failed to comprehend. These are all precious belongings. How could you afford them? Where did the money come from? Yimei's tone was insistent. Mother, please speak kindly. These items might have been gifted by Yu Cheng's friends. With this thought, Jiang Yumin felt a wave of relief. After all, hadn't Yu Cheng brought a friend along today? Despite his youth, it was evident from his attire that he hailed from a wealthy family. Mother, Yumin, none of these items cost me a penny. Besides, I couldn't afford them. He finally grasped why his mother-in-law was upset, fearing she thought he had engaged in reckless activities that would bring shame upon Yumin. Indeed, the young man who came today gifted them to me. He appeared to be fresh out of university. However, how could such a young man procure a bottle of Maotai? It wasn't his gift, rather. The clothes for the child and the calcium tablets and milk powder for pregnant women were sent by his parents. The Maotai was a gift from the hotel owner. To alleviate Yimei's doubts, Yu Cheng produced the business card given to him by the hotel owner, Wan Yukai, and handed it to his mother-in-law. Yimei took it with skepticism, but it indeed belonged to the owner of a prominent hotel. She had heard of the Washington Hotel. A young teacher from their circle had once boasted about her stay there during her honeymoon travels. It was then that Yimei began to believe him. Jiang Yumin, upon hearing this, finally felt reassured. Mother, Yumin, during my time there, the chairman covered all my meals and lodging, rest assured. I spent not a single cent of my own. It is indeed the plight of poverty that has led to such suspicions. Had he been wealthy, his mother-in-law would not harbor such doubts. Ah, that is a relief. Only then did Yimei feel at ease. Considering that the chairman was willing to incur such a substantial expense to invite Yu Cheng, he must possess remarkable qualities. Jiang Yumin felt elated, relieved that Yu Cheng had not engaged in any wrongdoing. She dared not contemplate what would happen if something were to befall him, and what would become of the child. Noticing that it was getting late, Yimei realized that their shared room was not conducive for sleep. Yu Cheng, since you have returned, I shall take my leave. I wonder how things are back at home. Mother, it is quite late. You should stay here for the night. I can manage to squeeze in a night at the factory. After all, it was dark outside, and he felt uneasy about her going home alone. Jiang Yumin echoed his concerns, saying, Mother, if you must return, it should be tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall worry about you. Yimei pondered for a moment and nodded. After all, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and there were fewer pedestrians on the road. It was indeed unsafe for a woman to venture out alone. Mother, Yumin, I have brought you gifts, purchased with my own money. Yu Cheng then retrieved a plastic bag from his pocket and carefully opened it, placing its contents on the bed. He handed a red velvet box to Yimei, saying, Mother, this is for you. Please see if you like it. Upon seeing the exquisite box, Yimei understood that the item within was certainly not inexpensive. What a waste of money. I am at an age where such things are unnecessary, she remarked. Though a smile graced her face as she accepted the box, opening it to reveal a beautifully crafted silver bracelet, intricately designed and shimmering under the light. Mother, you are not old at all. You appear to be in your early 30s. In truth, Yimei was only in her early 40s, yet she looked much younger, well preserved. With no blemishes on her face, only a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes that were hardly noticeable from a distance. "Mother, please try it on and see how lovely it looks," Jiang Yuman exclaimed, admiring the bracelet. It was both classic and refined, exuding elegance and luxury, perfectly suited to her mother's demeanor. Yimei, genuinely fond of the design, felt it was indeed to her taste. She had not seen anything like it in Chowda. Encouraged by her daughter, she adorned her wrist with the bracelet, admiring it under the light. "It truly is beautiful," Yimei acknowledged. Then, noticing Yu Cheng's ardent gaze fixed upon her daughter, she quickly understood the implications. If she was receiving a gift, her daughter surely had not been overlooked. Holding her stomach, she feigned discomfort, saying, "I feel a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. It might take me a while, so you two carry on." With that, Yimei exited, closing the door behind her. Yu Cheng knew that his mother-in-law was granting him and Jiang Yuman a moment alone. Once she had left, he embraced Jiang Yuman tightly. "My dear, I have missed you terribly these past few days." With a gentle whisper, Jiang Yuman confessed her own longing for him. Nestled in his soft, familiar warmth, Yu Cheng's heart found solace once more. Unable to resist, he lowered his head, quickly finding her soft, sweet lips and kissing her tenderly. Jiang Yuman gasped, trembling at the unexpected intimacy. Yu Cheng believed she was unwilling and spoke softly, "Wife, I simply miss you." He thought she was hesitant to let him draw near, which prompted him to reluctantly release Jiang Yuman. Jiang Yuman shook her head, lifting her enchanting fox-like eyes to gaze at her tall and handsome husband. She stepped forward, leaping into Yu Cheng's embrace, standing on her tiptoes, slightly tilting her head back. Her eyes shimmering with a pool of spring water, displaying a somewhat dazed and adorably innocent gaze as she looked at him. Yu Cheng smiled, and then, unable to restrain himself any longer, kissed her captivating red lips. They alternated between lowering and raising their heads, listening to the rhythmic pounding of each other's hearts. Such joy was beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. After a long while, sensing the need for air, they reluctantly parted. Yu Cheng leaned against the headboard, enveloping his wife in his arms, and produced a red gift box, placing it in Jiang Yuman's hands. "Wife, open it and see if you like it. I chose it personally." Jiang Yuman nodded, opening the box to reveal a ring adorned with 2 hearts, her delight evident on her face. "Yu Cheng, it's truly beautiful. I adore it. It must have cost a pretty penny, right?" Jiang Yuman was enchanted by the gift. They had not purchased rings at their wedding, and no woman wishes to be without a ring on such an occasion. "Darling, the cost is inconsequential. What matters is that you like it." It seemed his taste was indeed commendable. She was thrilled. Today marked their first intimate encounter since his rebirth, and he was overjoyed. "Wife, let me place the ring on your finger." "All right." Jiang Yuman shyly nodded. Yu Cheng guided her to sit at the head of the bed, and she looked at him, puzzled about his intentions. Nevertheless, she obediently remained seated. Yu Cheng knelt on one knee on the mat, holding the ring with both hands, and with deep affection asked, "Yuman, will you marry me?" Jiang Yuman chuckled, but, in the next moment, her eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded, "Yes," extending her delicate fingers. Yu Cheng smiled as he slipped the ring onto her finger. "Wife, you are now truly my wife," he murmured softly as he embraced Jiang Yuman. She was unsure of Yu Cheng's emotions, thinking he was merely overwhelmed with joy, and did not inquire further. Jiang Yuman tightened her embrace around him. Yu Cheng mused that this was merely the beginning. He intended to give her a grand wedding ceremony in the future. Chapter 42. Renting a new house, the two of them soon indulged in a tender kiss, occasionally whispering sweet nothings to one another. Outside the door, Teacher Yimei listened in, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Suddenly, a mosquito buzzed by. Initially, Yimei intended to swat it but hesitated, fearing the noise might disturb them. Instead, she opted to fan it away, though she ended up with a few bites. "Dear daughter and son-in-law, are you done yet?" she thought, having already fed the mosquitoes outside. Considering her daughter was pregnant, they shouldn't be engaging in anything too intimate. A few kisses would suffice. Why was it taking so long? Inside, the couple took a considerable time before finally parting. Yu Cheng pondered that they could not linger too long. As his mother-in-law was still outside, the two tidied their clothes, and Yu Cheng stepped out to open the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Yi Mei hurriedly darted into the bathroom. Yu Cheng glanced around but did not see his mother-in-law and wondered why she had been in the restroom for so long. He thought perhaps she had caught a chill. Not spotting her, he walked back into the room. Yumai, why hasn't Mom come out yet? Could she be unwell? A hint of concern crept into Yu Cheng's thoughts. If she fell ill while caring for Yumai, he would feel deeply remorseful. Surely not. She seemed perfectly fine all day. He mused, having noticed no signs of discomfort from her. While they were conversing, Yimei emerged, exclaiming, finally relieved. I think I caught a chill after having a green bean popsicle this afternoon. At my age, I can't compare to the youth. Mom, should we go to the hospital for some medication? Jiang Yumai approached with a worried expression. Yes. Mom, let me take you for an examination, Yu Cheng chimed in. What hospital? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. A trip to the restroom has cleared everything out. Yi Mei waved her hand dismissively. She was not truly ill. It was merely a mosquito bite that troubled her. Yumai, do you have any cooling ointment? I got bitten a few times by those wretched mosquitoes while squatting in the bathroom, Yi Mei said, scratching her arm. Although she wore long sleeves, summer clothes are thin and the mosquitoes had bitten her fiercely. I do, Mom. Just a moment. Jiang Yumai replied, rushing to find it. Mom, the cooling ointment is right here. Yu Cheng quickly produced the ointment and handed it over. Yu Mei applied the ointment, feeling a refreshing sensation wash over her, which alleviated her discomfort. Mom, Yumai, there's something I wish to discuss with you, Yu Cheng said, surveying the cramped single room, feeling an increased sense of guilt. Yu Cheng, just speak your mind. I wonder what this young man is up to now, Yu Mei commented. If there's something, just say it. Mom is here. And we can all discuss it together. Jiang Yumai assumed Yu Cheng was in some predicament. Mom, now that Yumai is pregnant, the conditions here are inadequate. And my factory is quite far. I would like to find a new place to move to. He considered reporting the situation to the factory manager the following day before searching for a new home. Moving? We used to live just fine here. Why the need to relocate? The rent is only 30 yuan a month. Even if the environment is a bit poor, Jiang Yumai replied, somewhat resistant to the idea. Though the conditions are lacking, I support your decision to move, Yi Mei remarked, taking in the dilapidated surroundings. The house exuded a faint musty odor. And despite Jiang Yumai's efforts to keep it tidy, the scent lingered. Such an environment would not be conducive to a child's development. Thus, when she heard her son-in-law's intention to search for new accommodation, she wholeheartedly agreed. Mom, you're just going along with Yu Cheng's foolishness. The home is only just starting to improve. Jiang Yumai expressed her disapproval. Yumai, there's no need to worry about finances, Yu Cheng reassured her, aware that she was concerned about future expenses after the twins arrived. After all, raising twins would indeed incur significant costs. He walked over first, made a brief visit to the restroom, and upon returning, he closed the door behind him. Yuman, here are 2,000 yuan. This should suffice for our rent, Yu Cheng said, placing the money in Yuman's hands. Jiang Yuman glanced down at the stack of bills, her immediate thought being how Yu Cheng could possess such a considerable amount of money. Yi Mei was equally astonished. Yuman, allocate a portion of this money for the new apartment and save the remainder, Yu Cheng advised. He then recounted the events that transpired at the headquarters, deliberately omitting the incident of the robbery. He chose not to disclose this, not only to avoid boasting but also out of concern for Yuman. Observing her son-in-law closely, Yi Mei noticed that he exuded a sense of composure and determination in both his words and actions. Jiang Yuman, however, remained somewhat indecisive. Yu Cheng cast a meaningful glance at his mother-in-law. Understanding his intent, Yi Mei stepped forward and took her daughter's hand, saying, Yuman, Yu Cheng is right. A better environment will benefit the baby as well. Upon hearing the mention of the baby, Jiang Yuman finally nodded in agreement, reassured by the fact that they still had some money at hand. Rest assured, I will continue to earn a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. It will suffice, he assured her, confident that their circumstances would improve. All right, I will follow your lead, Jiang Yuman replied obediently, nodding her head. That's more like it, Yi Mei remarked with a smile, affectionately ruffling her daughter's hair. It seemed that her daughter had finally found happiness and had not misjudged her partner. "Mom, Yuman, it's getting late. You should go to bed. I must return to the factory," Yuqing announced, mindful that the dormitory gate would soon close. "Yuqing, you may go. My mother and I will also retire," Jiang Yuman replied, handing Yuqing 2 bills. She was aware that he had little money left. Yuqing accepted the money with a smile, contemplating the rent payment due the following day. The next morning, Yuqing rose early, briefed Director Liu on the work situation, and then inspected all the equipment in the CNC workshop. Afterward, he rode his bicycle in search of a residence. He examined nearly all the houses near the factory. Finally, he discovered a reasonably good residential unit, which had been left vacant by a family that had emigrated to Hong Kong. The apartment was furnished with a color television, refrigerator, and washing machine. An elderly lady, who did not reside there but in her original home, was the sole caretaker. She preferred not to emigrate, wishing to spend her final days on her native soil, a sentiment common among the elderly, reflecting their deep-rooted attachment to their homeland. The elderly lady requested a monthly rent of 60 yuan, and without hesitation, Yuqing paid her 160 yuan, comprising a 100 yuan deposit and 60 for rent. Although this rent was double what he had previously paid, he considered it a worthwhile investment given the abundance of amenities. He understood that such an apartment in a major city would not be available for less than 200 yuan. The furnishings appeared to be in excellent condition, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, tiled floors, a comfortable sofa, and a Sealy mattress. It also boasted a private bathroom and kitchen. After obtaining the keys, Yuqing brought his mother-in-law, Yi Mei, and his wife, Yuman, to view the apartment, and both were exceedingly pleased with it. On that midday, Yuqing borrowed the factory's van and tidied up a few belongings before moving into his new home. In truth, there was not much to pack, just some blankets and clothes. However, the place was well equipped, even featuring a rice cooker and a pressure cooker. Yuqing, along with his mother-in-law Yi Mei, diligently cleaned every corner, transforming the room into a pristine and gleaming abode. In the afternoon, Yuqing ventured out to procure some new dishes and utensils. The location was conveniently near his workplace, with a local vegetable market and a natural stream not far away, making it easy for him to commute and prepare meals while caring for Yuman. Chapter 43, a scheme for earning money on the day he moved into his new residence. After dinner, his mother-in-law departed. Yuqing gifted her with numerous nutritional supplements, fruits, and a bottle of 1985 Maotai liquor for her to take home, knowing that his father-in-law Jiang Haichuan enjoyed a modest drink. Yi Mei declined the liquor, suggesting that Yuqing should bring it next time, clearly indicating her desire for him to appease the elder. Yuqing nodded in understanding. Once his mother-in-law had left, he found Yuman washing the dishes and hurriedly changed his shoes to assist her. "Yuman, allow me to wash the dishes. You should rest," he insisted, seizing the loofah sponge to begin cleaning. The loofah sponge was effective in removing grease and dirt. Jiang Yuman, left with no choice, dried her hands and settled onto the sofa. After washing the dishes, Yuqing prepared to store the leftover food in the refrigerator, aware that the warm weather could spoil it if left out. To his surprise, he discovered 300 yuan on the table, accompanied by a note. "Yuman, is this money from your mother?" Yuqing inquired as he handed the cash and note to Jiang Yuman. She examined it and confirmed, "Yes, it is from Mom." She then passed the note back to him, saying, "Look, Mom left you a couple of messages." Perplexed, Yuqing read the note, which conveyed, "Yuman, keep this 300 yuan for some nice treats. Your father and I are receiving a salary now and do not lack for money. Yuqing, you better be a good man and treat Yuman well, or I will take my daughter back home. I will bring Yuman to celebrate my birthday." Yuqing couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that his mother-in-law had accepted him as a son-in-law, or she wouldn't have suggested he take Yuman to celebrate her birthday. "Yuman, take this money for now, and when they need funds later, we can repay them," Yuqing said, resuming his tidying of the small kitchen. The two then settled onto the sofa to watch television, finally feeling a sense of home, and he believed that soon he would possess a residence like this one. After watching television for a while, Jiang Yuman leaned against the sofa and drifted into slumber. Yuqing smiled gently and carried her to bed. The mattress was newly purchased, as the previous bamboo mat was too small. After covering his wife with a blanket, he sat back on the sofa, lost in contemplation. With a monthly salary of 1,000, deducting living expenses and rent, he should be able to save around 600 each month, totaling about 7,000 a year. Adding his previous savings and the current remaining funds, he estimated he would have nearly 10,000. He reflected on his current role as team leader, which spared him from night shifts. The so-called night shift ran from 5 to midnight, while the day shift spanned from 8 to 5. He contemplated that he ought to engage in some endeavor. Resolutely, he decided to utilize the evening hours to set up a stall adjacent to the university. The only university in Xiaoda City is Tali University, which boasts several thousand students. These university students do not have classes in the evenings, and many of them venture out for leisure activities. Possessing a fair amount of pocket money, these students are inclined to indulge in various amusements. He recalled the popular spicy crayfish dish, which had gained immense popularity. It came to his mind that there were once countless crayfish in the river and that they proliferated abundantly in the fields. These creatures possess remarkable reproductive capabilities and tend to devastate crops, often gnawing at the stems and leaves of rice plants. Consequently, many farmers would capture them and sell them at the market. He resolved to rise early and procure them from the market. He remembered that many people used to claim that consuming crayfish could lead to allergies, making many hesitant to purchase them. Priced reasonably at just over $1 per pound, they were not fish, and ordinary households often lacked knowledge on how to prepare them. With a firm decision in mind, Yu Cheng resolved to proceed with his plan. At the break of dawn the following day, Yu Cheng rose early and made his way to the nearby vegetable market. After perusing the stalls, he discovered several vendors selling crayfish, all of considerable size. Approaching a middle-aged man, he crouched down to inspect the offerings. The black and red crayfish, with their prominent pincers, were scrambling about in a wooden basin. "Sir, how much do you charge per pound for these crayfish?" Yu Cheng inquired, pointing to the basin. "Young man, are you interested? These things are mostly shell, not much meat. If you want them, I'll let you have them for $1.50 a pound," the middle-aged man replied. After exchanging a few words, Yu Cheng learned that this man was surnamed Fu and was known as Fu Dago, hailing from a village where everyone shared the same surname. The name likely originated from the elders believing that a humble name would be easier to nurture. "Fu Dago, are there many of these crayfish in your area?" He probed further. "Indeed, there are plenty. They wreak havoc on crops and seem to multiply year after year," Fu Dago sighed. Yu Cheng discerned that he was a straightforward farmer. "How many pounds do you have in that basin?" he inquired, estimating it to be around 20 pounds. "Approximately just over 20 pounds, Fu Dago confirmed after a glance. "If I were to purchase all of it and require that same amount daily, or even more, what would be your price per pound?" Yu Cheng mused internally, hoping to negotiate down to $1 per pound. "You want that much? Young man, are you joking?" Fu Dago looked at Yu Cheng incredulously, pondering if the young man was of sound mind or merely jesting. "Fu Dago, I assure you I am serious. Let us agree on a price, and I will provide you with the money immediately." Yu Cheng produced $20 for Fu Dago to see. Only then did Fu Dago begin to believe Yu Cheng's intentions. "Very well. If you desire that quantity, I can offer you a price of $1.20. Fu Dago replied cheerfully, pleased to have encountered a significant customer. Typically, he would sell until dusk and still have half left to take home. "How about $1 a pound? I will need it daily and will consistently source from you. What do you think?" Yu Cheng smiled, engaging in the art of negotiation. He felt confident that Fu Dago would acquiesce, as these creatures could easily be gathered from the fields and waterways, abundant in their natural habitat. Life possesses an extraordinary vitality, capable of thriving in any environment. Fu Dago pondered for a moment. Although he had just lost 50 cents, his desires were greater, and he required it daily. After all, these items were effortlessly collected, amounting to 20 a day, which would sum up to 500 or 600 in a month. With this thought in mind, Fu Dago promptly nodded in agreement. "All right, let us settle on this price." After weighing, it came to 21 jin. Fu Dago cheerfully accepted payment for 20 jin. Yu Cheng readily handed him 2 large bills, and Fu Dago's face blossomed with joy. Yu Cheng then proceeded to the grocery store to purchase 2 plastic buckets, approximately 30 centimeters in height, ensuring that the crayfish would not escape. Realizing the wholesale spice shop had yet to open, he took the crayfish home. On his way back, he encountered a breakfast shop and bought soy milk and steamed buns to bring back for his wife. Upon returning home, he placed the crayfish in the buckets for care and then rode his bicycle to the factory. He first visited the workshop, where everything appeared to be functioning smoothly. Assistant foreman Liu Xiaobo was performing quite well. Yu Cheng chatted with Liu Xiaobo about work matters before heading to the single dormitory to find Qian Xiaoai. Wasn't he that fellow idling about? Chapter 44. All preparations complete. Who is it? Up so early and making noise. Have you eaten too much and are now restless? Qian Xiaohai grumbled loudly, pulling the quilt over his head to continue sleeping. He had no habit of rising early. The knocking persisted. Which rascal is it? Deaf to the noise disturbing my sleep? Reluctantly, Qian Xiaohai got up to open the door. Upon seeing Yu Cheng, he quickly plastered a smile on his face. Brother Yu Cheng, what brings you here? Quick, get dressed. I have something to discuss with you, Yu Cheng instructed, gesturing towards Qian Xiaohai's attire. Noticing he was merely clad in his underwear, Qian Xiaohai felt a wave of embarrassment. He immediately flushed and hurriedly rummaged for his pants and then donned a shirt. My apologies, Brother Yu Cheng. I didn't mean to scold you. I didn't realize it was you. Qian Xiaohai reflected on his earlier loud outburst and felt quite ashamed. It's fine. Let us discuss something serious. Yu Cheng reassured him, unbothered. Young people often exhibit such behavior. He himself had been no different in the past. Everyone experiences morning irritability. Who would wish to be awoken early? All right, Brother Yu Cheng, what is it? Qian Xiaohai inquired, sensing that Yu Cheng seemed different today. Since you are currently without work, why not join me in a small business venture? Yu Cheng suggested, considering the advantage of having a helper. After all, Qian Xiaohai had free time now, and he could spend his days catching crayfish in nearby rural areas, an activity that would not only occupy his time, but also yield some profit. Upon hearing about the business opportunity, Qian Xiaohai's interest peaked. Brother Yu Cheng, what kind of business are we talking about? He had no formal job at the moment. First, you need to go to the wholesale market and vegetable market to gather all these supplies for me, Yu Cheng replied, handing him a piece of paper listing the items needed. Brother Yu Cheng, what are all these items? Qian Xiaohai asked, glancing at the paper that mentioned star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, small chili peppers, garlic, and ginger. He recognized garlic and ginger, as his mother often used them in her cooking. But the others were entirely unfamiliar to him. Do not concern yourself with that. Just ensure everything is purchased. I shall ride my bicycle there, and after work this evening, I will take you to my home for dinner. With that, Yu Cheng departed. He visited the factory manager's office, but had yet to meet the manager in person. Such a situation is far from ideal. Others might mistakenly perceive him as aloof and haughty. Gu factory manager, I have returned. This is a token of my respect for you. He placed a pound of lychees and a pound of longans on the manager's desk. He had brought 2 portions, leaving one for Lu Wenfeng. Upon seeing the lychees and longans, Gu Dahai exclaimed, Yu Cheng, you have truly gone above and beyond. He smiled and immediately peeled a lychee, popping it into his mouth. Delicious. Gu Dahai could not resist devouring 2 or 3 more. It is no extravagance. These are mere local specialties. Yu Cheng cautioned, factory manager. You ought to consume less. These fruits can cause heatiness. Observing Gu Dahai eat 4 or 5 more, he felt compelled to intervene. 1 lychee generates considerable heat. You can imagine how intense it is. Very well, I shall refrain from eating more, not solely because they are delectable. I intend to save some for my wife and children. He was aware of the heatiness of lychees. Yu Cheng then proceeded to discuss matters concerning the main factory. Gu Dahai nodded. Yu Cheng, you have performed splendidly this time. The chairman from the other side has already called, offering high praise for your efforts. The client is exceedingly satisfied with the products, urging us to continue our hard work. Factory manager, this is merely my duty. There is no need for concern. I shall return to my work now. Yu Cheng stood, preparing to head to Director Lu's office. Yes, you may attend to your duties. Gu Dahai waved his hand. Yu Cheng then carried the other portion of fruit to Lu Wenfeng's office. Naturally, Lu Wenfeng received Yu Cheng's gesture with delight. They exchanged some thoughts regarding work before Yu Cheng returned to his own office. Before long, Qian Shaohai returned with the items and summoned Yu Cheng to his dormitory. Yu Cheng had not returned home for lunch, as there were leftovers in the fridge from the previous evening. He only needed to cook some rice. Brother Yu, are these the items? Qian Shaohai pointed to the contents of the bag. How much did it all cost? Yu Cheng inquired, glancing at the purchases, confirming everything was correct. With this quantity, it should last for at least 10 meals. And all of this for just 10 yuan? Qian Shaohai found it quite reasonable. Yu Cheng handed him 10 yuan. Brother Yu, you are being too polite. It is a modest sum. Besides, I will be dining at your home for the next few days. Must I also contribute to the meal expenses? Qian Shaohai made a playful face. Seeing his attitude, Yu Cheng decided not to insist on giving him money, considering future business dealings and profit sharing. Let us leave these here for now. I will take them home after work. After stating this, Yu Cheng departed. He then conducted a brief inspection of the workshop, discreetly offering Lu Xiaobo 2 packs of cigarettes he had specially purchased. Class leader, I cannot accept this. Lu Xiaobo felt embarrassed to accept. You have worked hard during this time. This is just a small token of my appreciation. If you refuse, it would imply you look down upon me as your class leader, Yu Cheng said, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Xiaobo finally accepted the situation. While dining in the cafeteria, he distributed a cigarette to each person present. Yu Cheng nodded, recognizing that this fellow was quite skilled at navigating social interactions. After work, Yu Cheng gathered his belongings and took Qian Shaohai to his new residence in the Xianan community. Qian Shaohai was astonished. Brother Yu Cheng, you've moved? It was impressive how quickly Yu Cheng had relocated his home within a mere day. Yu Cheng placed his items in the storage room, which was a modest space of over 10 square meters. He had chosen this apartment primarily for the storage room, having heard that the owner had purchased it specifically for storing belongings. Currently, it was empty, save for about 7 or 8 plastic stools. Yu Cheng chuckled inwardly, relieved he wouldn't need to buy any stools. Shaohai, come with me to my previous place, he said, intending to retrieve an old table and a coal stove to store in the storage room. Once he prepared the crayfish, he planned to sell them at the university entrance, anticipating a good sale. Great, Qian Shaohai exclaimed, brimming with curiosity. The two then returned to the rental property to settle the remaining rent and took the table and coal stove with them, distributing the other items to their neighbors. Everyone looked at Yu Cheng with envy, surprised by the significant changes he had undergone in less than a month, now able to afford a larger house. Yu Cheng also bought a case of beer from Old Zhang, knowing that beer was essential for cooking crayfish. Otherwise, the flavor would be lacking. With their supplies in hand, they made their way back to the Xianan community, everything prepared and ready. Yu Cheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 45. Setting up a stall to earn money for his wife and children. Yu Cheng first ignited the stove, utilizing the honeycomb coal he had moved to the storage room. Initially, he had intended to give away these coal balls since he now had liquefied gas in the house and wouldn't need the stove. However, Jiang Yuman was reluctant to part with them, having spent money on the purchase. At the time, they had cost 30 cents each, totaling 500 pieces for 150 yuan. The price of honeycomb coal varied by region. In colder areas, it would likely be more expensive, but they were fortunate here. There were still 300 pieces left from the move, worth 90 yuan, which Jiang Yuman was understandably hesitant to discard, believing they might still be useful in the future. Thankfully, he had listened to his wife's advice, or he would have had to buy honeycomb coal again. Brother Yu Cheng, what business are you planning to start? Qian Shaohai inquired, not yet understanding Yu Cheng's intentions. Yu Cheng glanced at the fire in the stove, thinking it would take some time for it to heat up. He locked the storage room and said, let's go upstairs to cook. After we eat, you'll see what business I'm about to embark on. Oh. Qian Shaohai nodded and followed Yu Cheng upstairs. Yu Cheng rented a third-floor apartment with good lighting and ventilation, facing south, which was favorable for feng shui. Here we are. This is my current residence, Yu Cheng announced as Qian Shaohai pulled out the key to unlock the door. They both changed into clean slippers before entering. Yuman, I'm back, Yu Cheng called out as he stepped inside. Yu Cheng, you have returned. I have prepared dinner. Though the dishes are yet to be sought, addition Jiang Yuman has just finished washing the last vegetable. Hello, sister-in-law. Qian Shaohai greeted politely. Oh, Shaohai is here. He inwardly lamented that Shaohai hadn't given him a heads up, but then reconsidered that it was perhaps impossible for him to do so in advance. Fortunately, there is plenty of rice cooked for this evening. Yumin, make sure to cook more rice in the evenings. Xiaohai will often join me for dinner. Yu Cheng discerned his wife's unspoken thoughts with ease. Oh, I understand. Jiang Yumin responded crisply, her voice melodious and clear. Yu Cheng skillfully untied the apron from Jiang Yumin and draped it around his own neck. Xiaohai, please have a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. The remote is on the mahogany tea table. Feel free to watch whatever you like, he indicated. Qian Xiaohai glanced around. While this apartment could not compare to their villa, it was a veritable paradise compared to Yu Cheng's previous dwelling. It boasted a television, refrigerator, washing machine, and a spacious balcony perfect for soaking up the winter sun. Most modern appliances were present. Suddenly, Yu Cheng remembered that he had yet to purchase disposable tableware. Xiaohai, could you please go to the wholesale store and buy some disposable bowls and chopsticks for me? He handed Qian Xiaohai 20 yuan. In this day and age, disposable tableware was quite affordable, with hundreds available for merely 10 yuan. All right. Qian Xiaohai hesitated to accept the money, but feared that Yu Cheng would be displeased if he refused. I'll ride my bicycle there. Yu Cheng tossed him the keys. The bicycle was stored in the shed, as leaving it outside risked theft. Okay, brother Yu Cheng, I'm off. Qian Xiaohai promptly made his way to the door to put on his shoes. Hurry back, dinner will be ready soon. Yu Cheng added. I know. Qian Xiaohai replied as he hurried down the stairs. Yu Cheng, why do you need disposable tableware? Jiang Yumin inquired once Qian Xiaohai had departed. Dear, could you check what's in the bathroom bucket? Yu Cheng replied with a mysterious smile. Jiang Yumin, puzzled, walked to the bathroom and discovered 2 buckets filled with crayfish. These creatures looked quite formidable. What could Yu Cheng possibly want with them? She had never bought such things before, both because she didn't know how to prepare them and because they appeared intimidating, leaving her uncertain on how to eat them. The sight of their large, menacing claws made her uneasy. Hastily, she returned to Yu Cheng's side. Yu Cheng, why did you buy so many crayfish? To sell. He replied with a sly grin. Don't joke, who would eat such things? There's hardly any meat, and I've heard that they can cause illness. Jiang Yumin expressed her concern. Moreover, they don't sell well. Those vendors at the market barely manage to sell a few pounds a day. My dear, you will see soon enough. Your husband would never engage in a losing venture, Yu Cheng said, stealing a quick kiss on Jiang Yumin's cheek. Jiang Yumin blushed and remarked, Yu Cheng, you've turned mischievous. This fellow now often steals kisses, a stark contrast to his former self, who was much less attentive even in their intimate moments. She was uncertain about what exactly went awry with Yu Cheng, and after much contemplation, she felt it must be the child's influence. Jiang Yumin uttered this thought and promptly seated herself on the sofa. Yu Cheng smiled gently, realizing that this was the true essence of home. Once they had a child, it would be even more perfect. Before long, a dish of minced meat with eggplant, a stir-fried cucumber with ham, and a tomato and egg soup graced the table. At that moment, Qian Xiaohai returned. Brother Yu Cheng, I bought 500 in total and an additional 10 packs of disposable chopsticks. Qian Xiaohai reported as he entered. Well done. Wash your hands and let us eat. It's simple fare, but it suffices, Yu Cheng remarked, appreciating Qian Xiaohai's efficiency. In just a few days, he had memorized the address with remarkable clarity. After their meal, the 2 men carried down 2 buckets of crayfish, and Jiang Yumin wished to accompany them, thinking perhaps she could lend a hand. Upon reaching the storage room, Yu Cheng checked the fire in the stove, which was slowly rising. He opened the door slightly to hasten the flame. To his surprise, there was even a faucet installed in the storage room, making it unnecessary to haul the crayfish upstairs in the future. Yu Cheng retrieved 2 new toothbrushes and handed one to Qian Xiaohai, saying, Here, watch how I clean them. He demonstrated how to grasp the crayfish by the sides of its head with 2 fingers and scrub it with the toothbrush, akin to brushing one's teeth. Finally, he extracted the dark intestine from the abdomen and rinsed it thoroughly. Yu Cheng demonstrated this several times in slow motion before beginning to clean one after another at a brisk pace. Yu Cheng, is there anything I can do? Jiang Yumin thought to herself, glancing at the large pincers, convinced she could not manage that task. Yumin, please wash the ginger and garlic in the basin. Yu Cheng, knowing that leaving her idle would likely discomfort her, assigned her a lighter task. Brother Yu Cheng, are you planning to cook these to sell? Qian Xiaohai finally grasped the nature of Yu Cheng's business. Exactly, Xiaohai. Do not be deceived by their fierce appearance. They are incredibly delicious. I assure you. Once you taste them, you won't be able to stop, Yu Cheng replied with a smile. Indeed, they were delectable, albeit a bit troublesome to prepare. Ouch, that hurts. My hand. Qian Xiaohai's cries echoed. Ha ha ha, you're pinching in the wrong spot. Try a little lower, Yu Cheng chuckled, guiding him through the process several times. Although Qian Xiaohai was pinched a few more times, he eventually found the trick and no longer fell victim to the crayfish's claws. The trio quickly washed and prepared everything, placing it into a large basin. Yu Cheng then borrowed a cart from the landlord to transport the stove, pots, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other spices. Yuman, hurry back. Xiaohai and I are off to set up a stall to earn some money, Yu Cheng urged, locking the storage room and prompting his wife to return home. Concerned for her safety alone at night, Jiang Yuman nodded. Yu Cheng, Xiaohai, please be careful. Brother Yu Cheng, where are we going to set up? Qian Xiaohai assisted in pushing the cart. To Talon University, Yu Cheng replied, glancing at his wrist. It was now 7 o'clock, and they would arrive by around 7:30. Just in time. At that time, students had all come out. They could stay out until 10:30, as the university's curfew was at 11. Yu Cheng felt a surge of joy within him, setting up a stall to earn money for his wife and children. Chapter 46. The crayfish craze. Yu Cheng and Qian Xiaohai pushed their cart to the right side of the university gate. There were streetlights on both sides that remained lit throughout the night, presumably for the safety of the students. The illumination was bright. Yu Cheng mused that there was no need for additional bulbs, which was quite splendid. The two of them worked together to unload their goods. Qian Xiaohai arranged the tables and stools while Yu Cheng placed the pot on the stove and opened the door, flames leaping up immediately. It was indeed quite warm for the season, yet earning money made it all worthwhile. Next, he poured in the oil and waited until it reached a temperature where small bubbles began to appear. He added the spices, ginger, and garlic, and after about a minute, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Yu Cheng poured in a portion of the crayfish and began to stir-fry them, and instantly, a delectable fragrance began to spread. Even the old man guarding the security booth peeked out, curious about what delicious dish was being prepared. Brother Yu Cheng, it smells so good. It looks absolutely delicious. Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, eyeing the vibrant red crayfish, saliva nearly pooling in his mouth. Xiaohai, you'll find out how good it is once you taste it. Yu Cheng replied, flipping the crayfish in the pot while glancing towards the university entrance. By now, students were emerging one after another. What is that smell? It's heavenly. Let us go take a look. Two students approached. Boss, are you frying shrimp? A female student pointed at the crayfish in the pot. Indeed, my fellow student. Yu Cheng replied with a cheerful smile. He then poured in some beer and water, covering the pot. Is it edible? Another female student asked, her cheeks slightly flushed, as she noticed that the vendor was quite handsome and tall. Are you teasing me? If it weren't edible, why would I be selling it? Yu Cheng chuckled, lifting the pot lid. The aroma intensified, drawing even more students to gather around, likely lured by the delightful scent. The freshly made spicy crayfish is ready. If it's not delicious, you don't have to pay. Yu Cheng began to call out. In business, one must possess a thick skin. Without it, profits would elude them. Boss, how much for your crayfish? What is the price? Some could no longer resist the tempting aroma and were eager to taste. 5 yuan per serving, and I guarantee you'll want more. You won't regret it, Yu Cheng advertised as he spoke. 5 yuan seemed a bit steep in this era. Yet some students were willing to indulge. Boss, give me a serving. Xiaohai, hand me a bowl. Yu Cheng called out to Qian Xiaohai, who quickly passed him a bowl. The first customer for the crayfish had arrived. Hee, a grand opening. You are the very first customer today, so I'll add 2 extra for you, Yu Cheng said, adding 2 more crayfish to the bowl. Thank you, boss. With a cheerful smile, the classmate brought the delectable crayfish to the table and began to indulge. Wow, boss, this crayfish is simply exquisite, exclaimed one student, unable to resist the temptation after just one bite. Of course, we spent quite a bit on the seasonings, chimed in Qian Xiaohai. Is it really that delicious? Inquired another classmate, glancing over at the enthusiastic eater. Delicious beyond belief. I've never tasted anything quite like it, replied Xiaoman, savoring each morsel. Boss, please bring me 2 portions for me and my friend, one classmate quickly said, tugging at their companion to order more. Certainly. Please take a seat at that table while I prepare your order, Yuqing indicated toward the designated area, deftly serving the crayfish. Oh, it truly is delightful. The flavor is so intriguing, spicy, numbing, aromatic, and fresh. It's absolutely scrumptious. As more classmates arrived, Yuqing found himself overwhelmed, cooking batch after batch. Yet 21 pounds of crayfish were barely sufficient. Boss, do you have any more crayfish? My dorm mates want some, a female student hurriedly approached. I'm sorry, but we've sold out for today. Please come back tomorrow. Yuqing replied with an apologetic smile. Will there be any tomorrow? She asked, initially disheartened, but quickly brightening upon hearing the affirmative. Yes, I assure you, there will be some every day, Yuqing promised. How about I give you 10 yuan to reserve 2 portions for me tomorrow? I'm worried about missing out if I come too late, she proposed. All right, bring a note tomorrow to exchange for the crayfish. Yuqing agreed, accepting the money and scribbling a receipt for 10 yuan before handing it to her. After all, with so many customers, it would be challenging to remember every order. The girl left happily with her note. Qian Xiaohai, I reserved a bowl for you. You should eat it now, Yuqing said, retrieving the previously set-aside bowl of crayfish from beneath the oilcloth. Qian Xiaohai had been busy attending to customers and collecting payments. With a grin, he accepted the bowl and sat down to relish the treat. Yuqing, this is delicious. Would you like to try some? He asked, knowing that Yuqing had been too occupied to enjoy any. No, I've had enough, Yuqing replied, having already consumed too much. He then took a half bowl of crayfish to the security room. Sir, this is for you to enjoy. Please give it a try, he offered, knowing that it was essential to be on good terms with the guardians of the school gates. How much is this, young man? The elder inquired, suspecting it must be pricey. There's no charge, please enjoy it, Yuqing assured him. The elderly gentleman hesitated, as he was not inclined to spend money on such delicacies. Oh no, young man, that simply won't do. You must incur some cost, he insisted, displaying a sense of humility common among the older generation. Sir, it's just the first day, consider it a taste test. It's not as if I'll be providing free meals every day, right? Yuqing laughed, placing the crayfish on the security desk. Well, thank you very much. The elder finally relented, accepting the offering. With that, Yuqing returned to his stall to tidy up. Glancing at his watch to find it was only 9 o'clock, he began to ponder how many more crayfish he should procure for the following day. Qian Xiaohai had just finished the bowl of crayfish, savoring the taste as he licked his lips. Yuqing chuckled. Xiaohai, is it truly that delectable? Indeed, brother you. You have no idea how exquisite your cooking is. Qian Xiaohai assumed Yuqing had never tasted it himself. Next time, pairing this dish with some beer would elevate the experience, though I forgot to mention it earlier. However, we've run out of beer for today. The male classmates enjoyed beer, while the female students preferred something sweeter. Next time, perhaps we could sell some orange soda or the like, as the girls enjoy those. The two worked together to tidy up and push the cart back. Upon returning, they counted the money in front of Qian Xiaohai. 1 pound of crayfish could typically be divided into 3 bowls, and with a total of 21 pounds, they had nearly sold 60 bowls. The total earnings amounted to 320 yuan, bolstered by some beer sales. Yuqing was astonished at the amount of money they had made. After deducting 50 yuan for costs, 270 remained, and he gave Qian Xiaohai 130. However, Qian Xiaohai adamantly refused, insisting he had merely run errands and had done little else. Eventually, he agreed to accept 50, but Yuqing insisted on giving him 80. In the end, Yuqing had earned 190 for the evening, and the thought of making such a sum in a day brought him joy. Qian Xiaohai returned to the dormitory, while Yuqing, filled with delight, headed home with the money. Chapter 47. What reward do you desire? Upon hearing the sound of keys in the door, Jiang Yumin immediately rushed from the sofa. As the door opened, she saw Yuqing standing there. Darling, why are you standing here? She asked. I heard the door open and thought it must be you returning. This was Yuqing's first venture into business at night, and she felt a tinge of worry. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was precisely 9 o'clock. He had just finished cleaning the items in the storage room, which had taken some time. Yumin, aren't you going to sleep? Pregnant women should retire early for their health. He took Jiang Yumin's hand and led her to the sofa. The sofa was quite comfortable and could be converted into a bed. Yu Cheng, I couldn't sleep, so I decided to wait for you. Seeing him return safely eased her worries. Darling, were you concerned about me? Yu Cheng pulled Jiang Yumin closer, allowing her to lean against him. Yu Cheng, what is that smell? Jiang Yumin remarked, feeling slightly nauseated. Yu Cheng suddenly remembered the odor of grease clinging to him and quickly rose. I apologize, my dear. I must have offended your senses. Please lie down while I take a quick shower. He realized he had been rather careless, with his clothes reeking. All right, I'll wait for you in bed. Jiang Yumin casually replied. Immediately, a blush crept onto her cheeks as the words sounded somewhat peculiar. Upon glancing back, she caught Yu Cheng's eyes sparkling with amusement, prompting her to shoot him a glare before retreating to the bedroom. Once Jiang Yumin had entered the room, Yu Cheng grabbed the clothes she had prepared for him on the sofa and headed for the shower. He contemplated purchasing a second-hand tricycle when he had the chance, as they were quite affordable, while new ones cost just over 100. This would be far more efficient than pushing a cart, and continually borrowing from the landlady was becoming inconvenient. As he pondered, he enjoyed his shower. He pondered that if he were to start a business, attending night school, or rather, adult education, would be unfeasible. Now at the age of 26, he could only enroll in adult education. After some contemplation, he decided to register, bringing the books home to study, dedicating an hour each evening to his studies, while also utilizing his lunchtime for revision. In his previous life, he excelled in mathematics and science, though his command of English and language arts was somewhat lacking. However, through his business dealings with foreign merchants, he had significantly improved his English. He believed that the examinations in this life would pose little challenge for him. Yes, that was settled. Engaging in business was imperative. Earning money was paramount. He swiftly tidied himself up, using some antibacterial soap, feeling considerably refreshed, in stark contrast to the lingering odors of crayfish, smoke, and sweat that had previously surrounded him. No wonder his wife had felt nauseous. Stealthily entering the room, he discovered that Yuman had not fallen asleep. Her fox-like eyes were turned toward him. With a playful grin, he asked, Darling, am I handsome? Jiang Yumin feigned a scoff and shifted to make space for him. In no time, he shed his outer garments, removing his pants to don only his boxers, slipping under the covers. He turned on the bedside lamp, bathing the room in a dim and gentle glow. Yumin, can you guess how much we earned today? He inquired, embracing her petite form and planting a kiss on her smooth back. Jiang Yumin turned her face toward him, asking, how much? Her thoughts raced. Had they actually sold all the crayfish? We made 270. I received 190, and Xiao Haidek 80, he replied candidly. So much? Jiang Yumin exclaimed. Incredulity etched across her face. That particular delicacy, which people often rejected as a gift, had surprisingly yielded such profit. Were those customers truly oblivious? We sold out today, but I'll save some for you tomorrow. However, you mustn't indulge too much, all right? It's quite spicy and heavily seasoned, and I'm concerned it might not be suitable for you as a pregnant woman. He promised only to let Jiang Yumin taste it. I won't eat it. I'll save it for selling, she remarked, unimpressed with the dish. It's fine, just a couple of bucks less, he replied dismissively. Is that crayfish truly so easy to sell? Jiang Yumin inquired again, skepticism lingering in her voice. Yumin, please prepare the meal tomorrow. I'll cook once I return from work. Oh, and make sure to cook extra rice, he instructed, considering that he would need a larger quantity for the next day, planning to bring back 30 pounds of crayfish. All right, I understand. Jiang Yumin nodded obediently. Honey, here's 100 for you. From now on, I'll give you 100 every day. He had a total of 100 left. After spending 200 on rent and necessities, he was left with only 10. And with tonight's earnings, he had exactly 100. He intended to reserve it as working capital and see how much a second-hand tricycle would cost. Yu Cheng, you need not give me this 100 today. Let us start from tomorrow. Jiang Yumin declined his money, knowing he was low on funds. The previous 200 had been spent on rent and purchases, leaving him with little. All right, starting tomorrow, Yumin, I wish to buy a second-hand tricycle. He felt it necessary to inform his wife. Yu Cheng, you really don't need to discuss these trivial matters with me, Jiang Yumin replied with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, ever since that fateful night of drunken revelry, Yu Cheng had undergone a remarkable transformation. Previously, he would never solicit her opinions, always acting on his own volition. You are my wife. If I do not discuss matters with you, shall I consult another woman? Yu Cheng teased. Yu Cheng. Jiang Yumin retaliated with a playful punch. Yet before it could reach his chest, it was ensnared by a large hand. Yu Cheng, release me, Jiang Yumin exclaimed. A mix of annoyance and coyness evident on her face as she squirmed against him. My dear wife, are you attempting to provoke your husband? Yu Cheng enveloped her in a warm embrace, his breath brushing against her fair neck, sending delightful shivers coursing through her. Yu Cheng, stop. That tickles, Jiang Yumin protested, for she was particularly sensitive to tickling. She instinctively recoiled, unable to suppress her laughter. Yu Cheng, spare me, Jiang Yumin cried in surrender. All right, I shall cease my teasing. I wish to discuss something with you, he stated earnestly, intent on withholding no secrets from her. What is it? Speak, Jiang Yumin replied, recognizing the gravity in his demeanor. I possess only a high school diploma, and I aspire to enroll in an adult education program to obtain a bachelor's degree. Education is undeniably crucial for the future, he confessed. Jiang Yumin, who herself had only completed high school and whose mother was a secondary school teacher, understood the significance of academic qualifications. Of course, Yu Cheng, I support your endeavor, but do you truly have the time to study? She inquired, knowing he worked during the day and tended to a stall at night, leaving little room for energy. Yumin, time can be carved out, he reassured her, unperturbed by the prospect of a busy schedule. A bit of review and consolidation would suffice. Jiang Yumin nodded, trusting Yu Cheng to manage his commitments effectively. My dear, does your husband not exhibit ambition? Yu Cheng remarked with a sly smile. Jiang Yumin, oblivious to his triumphant expression, merely nodded in agreement. Shouldn't I be rewarded for my diligence? He inquired shamelessly, inching closer. What reward do you desire? Jiang Yumin's voice was barely above a whisper. I desire this, Yu Cheng replied, his voice laced with temptation. Before she could comprehend, her lips were captured by his. The following day, Yu Cheng awoke at the usual hour, glancing at his peacefully sleeping wife, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Leaning down, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Jiang Yumin seemed to sense his presence, mumbling, Yu Cheng, stop it. A profound sense of fulfillment filled Yu Cheng's heart. He recognized it as happiness, simple yet profound. He tenderly tucked Jiang Yumin's exposed hand under the thin blanket, quietly dressing himself before tiptoeing out, carefully closing the door behind him. Once on the sofa, he swiftly donned his clothes and retrieved 4 eggs from the refrigerator, washing them before placing them into a newly purchased small pot. He turned on the gas and commenced boiling the eggs. Following this, he hurried to the bathroom to brush his teeth, wash his face, and attend to nature's call. Each morning, without fail, he would take care of this essential duty. After completing his morning ritual, he returned to the kitchen, extinguishing the flame before pocketing 2 eggs and grabbing his keys, scampering downstairs. He left 2 eggs for his wife. And with milk still available at home, it seemed sufficient. He retrieved his bicycle from the storeroom and ventured into the morning mist towards the vegetable market. Upon arrival, he found several farmers already selling their produce. Yu Cheng made a beeline for his usual spot and, as expected, spotted Uncle Fu seated there, peddling crayfish. His eyes scanning the surroundings. Yu Cheng knew he was waiting for him. Uncle Fu, Yu Cheng called out as he parked his bicycle nearby. Uncle Fu immediately rose. Young man, you're here. I thought you might not come. How could that be, Uncle Fu? I promised I would come. Why would I deceive you? Yu Cheng replied with a smile, glancing at the wooden basin filled with crayfish. This batch appeared larger than the last, and there seemed to be a significant increase in quantity as well. Uncle Fu, please weigh the crayfish. Let us make it quick. I have to get to work soon. You know, I've certainly got more than yesterday. If you don't want that many, I can sell the rest gradually, Uncle Fu said, considering that perhaps Yu Cheng wouldn't want such a large haul. Uncle Fu, I'll take all of them, Yu Cheng declared. It looked to be around 30 pounds. About 1.5 times more than yesterday. Given that they had wrapped up early the previous day, he was confident they would sell out. The market had already begun to flourish. His classmates were aware of the crayfish, eliminating the need for all of them to be cooked on the spot. One could prepare some at home and simply warm them on the stove, enhancing their flavor and making them even more delectable. Upon hearing that the young man wanted everything, Uncle Fu's face lit up with joy. The scale registered 298 pounds, and Yu Cheng calculated the payment for 30 pounds, not needing to fuss over the slight discrepancy. Such is the nature of business. While waiting for Uncle Fu to weigh the crayfish, Yu Cheng consumed 2 still warm eggs he had in his bicycle basket. It left him quite parched. He resolved to bring a bottle of water next time. Afterward, Yu Cheng hurried home with the crayfish, securely storing them in the storeroom and locking the door. Once everything was settled, he glanced at his watch, noting it was 7:35, ample time to reach the factory. He clocked in and entered the workshop, reviewing the employees' work schedules. Most adhered to their shifts punctually, and the discipline seemed commendable. He also assessed product quality, which was satisfactory, and shared his knife-sharpening techniques with the assistant team leader, Liu Xiaobo, who beamed with delight. At noon, Yu Cheng, like everyone else, headed to the canteen for lunch. At that moment, Qian Xiaohai approached him. "Brother Yu Cheng, let us eat together." "Xiaohai, take your time. I have something to attend to." Yu Cheng casually took a few bites of his meal before rising to leave. "Wait for me, Brother Yu Cheng." Qian Xiaohai quickly wolfed down a few more mouthfuls, setting down his tray in haste to catch up, aware that Yu Cheng was on an important errand. "Xiaohai, I really have something to do. You should go back and finish your meal." Yu Cheng suspected the little rascal hadn't finished his lunch. "Brother Yu Cheng, just take me with you. I know you're going to handle business anyway. I'm free." Reluctant to waste time indulging in idle chatter, Yu Cheng relented and took Qian Xiaohai to the only second-hand market in Xiaoda City, where one could find a plethora of used items ranging from large appliances like televisions, refrigerators, and washing machines, to smaller utensils like pots and bowls, everything one could imagine. Yu Cheng parked his bicycle in a designated spot before entering a shop specializing in second-hand motorcycles, electric bikes, and tricycles. The proprietor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a rather bushy beard, approached him and inquired, "Young man, are you interested in a motorcycle?" Yu Cheng shook his head and replied, "Boss, do you have any second-hand pedal tricycles that are about 80% new?" The owner responded, "We do have some pedal tricycles. I can't say if they'll suit your taste, but they're located at the back. Come take a look." After saying this, he led the way further into the shop. Yu Cheng and Qian Xiaohai followed him, only to discover that there was another door leading to a spacious area filled with various tricycles and bicycles. Yu Cheng stepped forward to examine the selection and soon found himself drawn to a bright red tricycle that appeared to be in excellent condition, at least 90% new. "Boss, how much for that tricycle?" he asked, pointing to the vibrant vehicle. The owner shook his head and said, "Young man, that tricycle carries a bit of bad luck. Perhaps you should consider something else." Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng pondered whether the tricycle had been involved in an unfortunate incident that led its previous owner to sell it. "No worries, boss. I'm not afraid of such things. It's like I've been reborn myself. What is there to fear?" The owner continued, "This is being sold on behalf of the previous owner, who mentioned a price of 30. If it weren't for family ties, he wouldn't sell something deemed unlucky. He is eager to part with it to avoid his wife's constant displeasure." Hearing that such a new tricycle was only 30, Yu Cheng felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. He promptly handed over 30 yuan to the owner and rode off on the tricycle. "Brother Yu, surely something bad must have happened with that tricycle. Perhaps we should look for another," Qian Xiaohai suggested, believing that vehicles associated with misfortune were ill-fated. "What bad luck? It was probably just the rider taking a sharp turn too quickly, causing the tricycle to tip over. It's not the vehicle's fault if the rider lacks skill," Yu Cheng countered, emphasizing that tricycles are naturally less stable than bicycles, particularly in sharp turns. Seeing that Yu Cheng was resolute in his decision, Qian Xiaohai opted not to press the matter further. "Brother Yu, since I have some spare time, why not assign me another task?" he proposed, feeling that returning home would only lead to more sleep. After pondering for a moment, Yu Cheng agreed. "How about you ride this tricycle back and store it in the shed? Then, when you have time, you can wash the crayfish, but don't kill them just yet. Wait for me to return from work. This way, we can save quite a bit of time. I can handle the rest when I get back. Qian Shaohai thought this would ease the burden on Yu Cheng upon his return. Are you a bit simple-minded? If you kill them too early, they won't be fresh, and the taste will suffer. Yu Cheng playfully tapped the back of Qian Shaohai's head. All right. On such a hot day, they wouldn't be fresh anymore. Qian Shaohai chuckled, feeling somewhat foolish in Yu Cheng's presence. I'll take the keys and head back to the factory now, Yu Cheng said, tossing the keys to Qian Shaohai before riding off. The chapter titled Pampering My Wife unfolds as Yu Cheng's life takes a pleasant turn with the acquisition of a tricycle, greatly facilitating his daily endeavors. The students at Tali University have become aware of a vendor selling crayfish at the school gate, where Yu Cheng's friend Qian Shaohai, known affectionately as the Prince of Crayfish due to his handsome appearance, diligently prepares fresh ingredients each afternoon. In addition to crayfish, they began to sell pond snails, which are quite economical, costing merely 30 cents per pound, although they must be kept for 2 to 3 days to expel the sand. The pond snails, transformed into a delightful dish, are immensely popular, selling for 2 yuan per serving, with sales exceeding 100 portions daily. With a steady clientele established, many local residents, enjoying evening strolls, purchase these delicacies to take home to their families. They have secured several farmers for their supply needs, as relying solely on the singular supplier, to go, proved insufficient. Consequently, Yu Cheng no longer needs to rise early for procurement. Instead, deliveries are made directly to the Xianan community in the afternoon, with Qian Shaohai overseeing the transactions. Payments are settled promptly, with Qian Shaohai opting for a monthly salary to curb his tendency to overspend. Currently, the nightly profits for Yu Cheng and his companions have reached a remarkable 500 yuan, with weekends proving even more lucrative, sometimes amassing up to 1,000 yuan in just 3 hours of operation. Qian Shaohai, suggesting a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, was offered 3,000 by Yu Cheng instead. He then called his father to inform him of his decision to remain in the city for business, earning 3,000 yuan monthly, leaving his parents resigned to his choice. Yu Cheng has chosen not to resign from his factory job, recognizing it as a steady source of income, believing in the principle of not burning bridges. He thought that leaving would be a decision for the future. On this particular Saturday, Yu Cheng indulged in a leisurely morning, rising around 8 o'clock, shortly followed by his wife, Jiang Yuman. Darling, why not sleep a little longer? He inquired as he emerged from the bathroom. She replied that she could not fall back asleep and proceeded to enter the bathroom. Noticing his wife awake, Yu Cheng retrieved some meat from the refrigerator to prepare a nourishing lean pork congee. He sliced the meat thinly and set it aside, knowing that century egg and lean pork congee is both nutritious and easily digestible. After washing the rice, he began cooking it in a clay pot specifically purchased for its superior flavor. As the congee neared completion, he added minced ginger to eliminate any fishy scent, followed by the thinly sliced meat, stirring it gently to ensure the high temperature cooked the meat to tenderness without becoming tough. Finally, he sprinkled chopped green onions before turning off the heat. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed. Wiping his hands, Yu Cheng approached the door. Shaohai, what brings you here, you rascal? Skipping your lazy morning today? He teased, tossing a pair of slippers at Qian Shaohai. Change your shoes. With the burgeoning business, Yu Cheng had little time for housekeeping, having reduced his cleaning routine to once a week instead of the previous twice. At times, Yu Man would secretly mop the floor, despite usually refraining from doing so for fear of disturbing the children. Bending over to clean, she was still wary of the impact on the little ones. Bored at the factory, I decided to check if brother Yu Cheng had any plans for the day. On weekends, many would gather to play cards, but he had little interest in such activities. Once, he was dragged into a game, only to be chased and scolded by brother Yu Cheng afterward. He never understood the cause of brother Yu Cheng's ire and didn't dare attend again, though he had never particularly enjoyed it in the first place. Back in university, his dorm mates often played cards, but he seldom participated. Shaohai, you're here, Jiang Yuman said, having finished her morning routine and spotting Qian Shaohai. She greeted him warmly. Sister-in-law, good morning. He replied respectfully, unable to meet her gaze, as she bore an uncanny resemblance to a classical beauty from ancient tales. He was quite enamored with the ethereal charm of such characters, finding modern beauties with broader features less appealing. He mused silently about Brother Yu Cheng's exceptional taste and resolved to find a wife who mirrored his sister-in-law's grace. Xiaohai, come over and have some congee. What are you standing there for? Yu Cheng called out, placing 3 bowls of lean meat congee on the table. Coming, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, rushing over. Wow, lean meat congee. Brother Yu Cheng, no need to say it, this is yet another masterpiece of yours. Having visited for quite some time, Qian Xiaohai had witnessed the extent of Brother Yu Cheng's affection for his wife. He hardly allowed her to lift a finger, whether in cooking or household chores. With food this good, who cares who made it? He thought, aware that Brother Yu Cheng was cautious of his wife's feelings. Of course it's your Brother Yu Cheng who made it. He won't let me do anything. I feel like I'm becoming useless, Jiang Yumin chuckled, taking a sip of the congee. She nodded discreetly, appreciating the improvement in his culinary skills compared to her previous cooking. She was surprised by Brother Yu's talent in the kitchen and wondered how he had endured her earlier meals. Yu Cheng cast a disapproving glance at the cheerful eater, then looked back at his wife, relieved she wasn't upset. Qian Xiaohai, grinning, remarked, Sister-in-law, you're just giving Brother Yu Cheng a chance to shine. Yu Cheng's gaze softened, recognizing the truth in his words. Jiang Yumin smiled subtly. It was clear that Qian Xiaohai had become Brother Yu Cheng's devoted follower. Having traveled from afar and lingered for so long without returning, Qian Xiaohai had inadvertently lightened Brother Yu Cheng's burdens. As Jiang Yumin sipped her congee, she noticed how much Brother Yu Cheng had slimmed down lately. Observing his dedication filled her heart with gratitude, making her thankful she and T left in a fit of anger. Brother Yu Cheng, today is Saturday. Why don't we take sister-in-law to the river to catch some crayfish? Qian Xiaohai suggested, recalling how often they had talked about it without following through. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng thought it a splendid idea, both a chance to enjoy themselves and a fruitful endeavor. It would be refreshing to take Yumin out for some fresh air. Typically, she would merely stroll through the community garden, but venturing outdoors would certainly be more delightful. My dear, what do you think? Shall we go? Suggested Yu Cheng with enthusiasm. Let us head to the countryside. The air there is exceptionally fresh. Jiang Yumin glanced at Yu Cheng's eager expression and Qian Xiaohai's pleading gaze, and she nodded in agreement. In truth, she too yearned to escape. The monotony of staying at home was quite stifling. Thus, they happily made their decision. Yu Cheng placed a sunshade hat upon his wife's head, donning a cap himself, and then they rode their bicycles toward the countryside. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaohai, trailing behind, had already acquired a second-hand bicycle for a mere $20. Though he did not carry anyone, he brought along 2 buckets. Tomorrow is a holiday. May the little ones enjoy themselves, he exclaimed cheerfully. Chapter 50. Unintentionally, my wife became my little fan. A gentle breeze wafted through the air on this splendid day. Jiang Yumin sat on the cushioned rear seat of Yu Cheng's bicycle, embracing his sturdy waist, her face resting against his solid back, inhaling the familiar scent of him. Slightly tinged with perspiration, although there was a hint of sweat, she found it not unpleasant. She knew that Yu Cheng had prepared a nourishing lean meat and century egg congee for her that morning, and now, pedaling away, it was only natural he would be perspiring. Yumin, are you feeling warm? Yu Cheng inquired, glancing back at her as he pedaled. I'm not warm. Jiang Yumin replied softly, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. Have some water. I'll ride a bit slower. Yu Cheng retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the basket, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to Jiang Yumin. She took the bottle, sipping a few mouthfuls. Yu Cheng, you should drink some too. He accepted the bottle back, took a couple of swigs, tightened the cap, and placed it back in the basket. Behind them, Qian Xiaohai shouted, Brother Yu Cheng, I'm thirsty too. If you're thirsty, can't you fetch it yourself? Yu Cheng replied, aware that Qian Xiaohai had 2 bottles of water in his basket as well. The young man was being deliberately playful. Oh, Brother Yu Cheng, I forgot, Qian Xiaohai chuckled, fully aware of his antics. As they rode past fields of golden, ripe rice, Yu Cheng mused that this year would indeed be another bountiful harvest. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at a natural riverside, finding a spot beneath a large willow tree, shielding them from the sun. They parked their bicycles nearby, ensuring they wouldn't be stolen by passers-by. Xiaohai, could you go to that patch of bamboo ahead? and bring back a couple of empty bamboo shoots? Yucheng pointed to a grove a few meters away. These were slender bamboo shoots that would grow tall, but not thick. This variety produced a type of bamboo shoot known as ma sun, which was unpalatable and slightly bitter. Qian Shaohai hurried to comply, soon returning with 2 or 3 long, slender bamboo shoots. Yumin, you sit here first. We're going to make fishing rods to catch some crayfish, Yucheng announced, pulling a foldable stool from the basket and placing it on a rock. All right, you all go ahead. I'll just watch, she replied, content to observe their endeavors. These matters are beyond my expertise. I shall merely observe from the sidelines. Yucheng, is there a chance to fish for shrimp here? Jiang Yumin glanced at the river, where an abundance of aquatic plants thrived and the current flowed gently. Indeed, the little crayfish delight in hiding amidst the greenery. He had fished for shrimp before and possessed experience. Brother Yucheng, you truly are remarkable. You seem to know everything, Qian Shaohai remarked, genuinely impressed by Yucheng's vast knowledge. Oh, Shaohai, what do you expect? You grew up in the city, far removed from such experiences. We, on the other hand, spent our childhood in the countryside, exploring and learning these things naturally. Those of us born in the late 70s or early 80s ran wild across the hills, or returned home caked in mud. The girls were somewhat more refined, gathering pigweed and foraging for mushrooms, while the boys would venture into the rivers to catch fish or scour the rice fields for snails, often plunging into the water in the summer, carefree and unclothed. Some mischievous ones would engage in mud fights in the fields, returning home in disarray and inevitably facing a meal of bamboo shoots stir-fried with cured meat. Many times, mothers would chase after them with brooms, scolding them throughout the village. Yet, it proved futile. They never learned their lesson and repeated the same antics the next time. Yucheng, was your childhood similar? Jiang Yumin suddenly expressed curiosity about his early years. Yucheng hesitated before breaking into an embarrassed smile. Yumin, I was quite the rascal. Once, I nearly set fire to a neighbor's haystack. My father chased me around the village for 3 laps, panting and exhausted. As I was taller and had longer legs than my peers, I thought I had escaped unscathed, but my father, wise as he was, waited until I fell asleep that night and then gave me a thorough scolding. The next day, he twisted my ear and made me apologize to the neighbors, and that was the end of it. Ha. So, Brother Yucheng was also quite mischievous as a child. Qian Shaohai laughed heartily. But why did you burn the neighbor's haystack? Jiang Yumin inquired further. She had grown up in the city and had never encountered such amusing tales. She found Yucheng's childhood adventures to be so delightful and joyful. The haystack is simply a mound of dried straw, stacked to resemble a small tower, Yucheng explained, realizing that city children might have never seen a real one. But why do we go through such effort to stack the straw? Qian Shaohai asked curiously. The rice grains can be hulled, cooked, and transformed into fragrant, fluffy rice. But what purpose does the straw serve? Such details are seldom addressed in textbooks. Indeed, Yucheng, what is the use of that straw? I am curious as well, Jiang Yumin chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at him. Seeing his beloved's adorable and endearing expression made Yucheng wish to embrace her. He glanced at Qian Shaohai, who was also watching him with eager eyes, wishing he could send him back home in a package. He regretted bringing this proverbial light bulb along. Indeed, a 1,000-watt super light bulb. He sighed, realizing he had miscalculated. Qian Shaohai remained oblivious to the disdain directed at him. Noticing Yucheng's silence, he inquired once more, Brother Yucheng, what exactly is straw used for? With an air of exasperation, Yucheng asked, Shaohai, do you know what cows eat? Of course, they eat grass, Shaohai replied, demonstrating his understanding. Cows, sheep, and horses are all herbivorous animals reliant on grass. Then that as settled, Yucheng remarked, looking at Qian Shaohai with a bemused expression. It dawned on Shaohai that the straw was intended for feeding cows. Jiang Yumin nodded in realization, acknowledging that straw could indeed nourish cattle, affirming that rice plants are truly invaluable. She suddenly perceived Yucheng as possessing a wealth of knowledge. Unbeknownst to her, children raised in rural areas are well versed in such matters. These are fundamental truths known to every child in the countryside. When Yucheng caught a glimpse of his wife casting him an admiring look, he blushed and turned his head shyly. He had unwittingly transformed his wife into his little fan. This brought him immense joy. In the future, he resolved to share tales of rural life with her whenever time allowed. He expressed gratitude to Shui Ling for the update incentive, to Heibai Wuye for a heartfelt letter, and to user 414261117 for the floral tribute. Today, an additional chapter would be added. Thank you to all the wonderful supporters. Chapter 51. This couple has struck lucky before long. Yu Cheng had completed his fishing rod. The process was rather simple. He tied fishing line to a bamboo pole, affixed a section of reed in the middle, which he had gathered from the riverbank, and attached a small fish hook. Finally, he secured a small piece of fatty meat to the hook. Qian Shaohai was puzzled upon seeing the piece of meat dangling from Yu Cheng's hook. Brother Yu Cheng, aren't we supposed to use worms to catch crayfish? Why are we using fatty meat? Don't people usually fish with worms? Well, worms would work, but I found it too troublesome to dig them up, so I opted for fatty meat instead, Yu Cheng explained. Finding it much easier to simply retrieve a piece of meat from the refrigerator, cut it into small chunks, and store it in a plastic bag. In his youth, they would often catch a small frog from the fields or vegetable patches, give it a good whack to incapacitate it, and then tie it to the fishing line to catch crayfish. Jiang Yumin watched with keen interest, realizing that fatty meat could not only be used for frying, but also for fishing. She wondered if they might catch a fish later. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Yu Cheng quickly averted his gaze, fearing that his wife might notice his lingering gaze upon her. Goodness, I can't even steal a glance at my own wife, he thought. Sighing inwardly, Qian Shaohai, intrigued by the notion of using fatty meat to fish for crayfish, decided to follow suit and placed a piece of meat on his own hook. Yumin, are you getting enough sun? Even though you have a sun hat, this willow tree provides some shade, but it is still rather warm at over 30 degrees. I'm not hot, Yu Cheng. Can we start fishing for crayfish now? Jiang Yumin shook her head, feeling quite comfortable despite the heat, as a gentle breeze occasionally wafted by, making the moment even more pleasant. The time has come. Let us prepare to catch some shrimp. Yu Cheng plopped himself down on a rock and cast his fishing rod with a flourish. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai found a shaded spot beneath a tree, skillfully tossing his line into the water. Yamong, could you fetch that fishing net for me? Yu Cheng noticed the reeds swaying, indicating that something had taken the bait. He had momentarily forgotten to bring the net. The so-called fishing net was not the large type used for catching fish, but rather a small, netted pouch reminiscent of those used for fruit, secured to a wire frame and attached to a long bamboo pole. This contraption was quite simple to make, requiring only a thicker wire, a bamboo stick, and a small net. One could even substitute a rice bag for the net, albeit with slower drainage. Many preferred not to invest the time and simply purchased one for a couple of yuan. Jiang Yamong dashed over and handed the fishing net to Yu Cheng. Here you go, Yu Cheng, she said, passing him the net. He plunged it into the water, which, while not crystal clear, was satisfactory. Jiang Yumong's gaze remained fixed on the depths. As Yu Cheng slowly pulled the hook from the water, he kept it just beneath the surface. At that moment, Jiang Yumong distinctly spotted a small red crayfish nibbling on a piece of fat meat just a centimeter below the surface. She found it quite peculiar. Why was this crayfish so foolish as to remain still? Yu Cheng maneuvered the net beneath the crayfish and lifted the rod. Strangely, the moment the crayfish was out of the water, it released its pincers and fell directly into the net. He then submerged the fishing rod once more, emptying the captured crayfish into a nearby bucket. Yu Cheng, is this crayfish a bit dull-witted? Don't most creatures flee when faced with danger? Like fish, for instance. My dear, this crayfish is different. It will not relinquish its food until it has consumed it completely. However, after being fished repeatedly from the same spot, they become as astute as fish. At first, they are oblivious to danger, mistaking it for a fresh catch, but once you pull them from the water, they instinctively let go, he explained, tousling Jiang Yumong's hair. She had already hung her sun hat on her back, as there was no sun beneath the tree. Oh, I see. No wonder there is so much to learn about shrimp fishing. In truth, these insights stemmed from Yu Cheng's experiences in his previous life. He continued to catch one after another, sometimes even two at a time. Perhaps it was because this area had not seen many fishermen, resulting in an abundance of shrimp. In less than half an hour, He had caught 7 or 8 pounds, leaving Jiang Yumeng dazzled yet thoroughly entertained. Yumeng, would you like to give it a try? Yu Qing asked, noticing her envious and excited expression. Can I, Yu Cheng? She replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, as she had never engaged in such activities before. Of course you can. You absolutely can, because you are my wife. After Yu Cheng finished speaking, he stealthily kissed Jiang Yumin on the cheek. Jiang Yumin, blushing, cast a shy glance at Yu Cheng before looking up towards the direction of Qian Shaohai, relieved that he was not observing them. Yumin, take your time with the fishing. There's no rush. I'll go check on Shaohai. After a prolonged silence without hearing Qian Shaohai's voice, he wondered how his friend was faring. He surmised that Shaohai likely hadn't team-mastered the technique yet, and probably had little success. All right, go see how Shaohai is doing. I will ponder over this myself. Jiang Yumin nodded, feeling a bit anxious in his presence, and thought it better that he left. Yu Cheng, understanding her feelings without needing to express them, cautioned her to be careful and not to fall in. He then strode towards Qian Shaohai. Upon reaching Shaohai, Yu Cheng glanced at the bucket and estimated there were only 2 or 3 pounds of catch. Brother Yu, what is the deal with these crayfish? Every time I try to lift them, they just drop off and escape. It's infuriating. Qian Shaohai wore a pitiful expression, akin to that of a child whose candy had been snatched away. Get up, Shaohai, let me demonstrate. Yu Cheng quickly discerned the issue. He lifted the fishing rod, causing the crayfish to release their grip. They were simply too slow to catch them, resulting in most escaping. Upon hearing Yu Cheng's explanation, Qian Shaohai hurriedly stood up, shifted aside, and focused intently. Within minutes, Yu Cheng had caught over a pound. After observing several times, Shaohai finally grasped the technique. Brother Yu, I figured it out. These crayfish let go the moment they leave the water, but they keep eating as long as they remain submerged. There's indeed a knack to this. Let me give it a try, Shaohai exclaimed, eager to test his newfound understanding. These creatures are quite foolish, aren't they? Yu Cheng chuckled, standing up and moving to the side, handing the rod to Shaohai. Go ahead, give it a shot. Indeed, it wasn't long before Shaohai had caught a considerable number, his grin wide enough to show all his teeth. Yu Cheng then returned to his spot, curious to see how Jiang Yumin was faring. To his surprise, he found her vigorously pulling back on her rod. Yu Cheng dashed over to assist her. Yu Cheng, it's so heavy. Jiang Yumin wondered if she had caught something else. Don't worry, I'm here. With considerable effort, he pulled and swung the rod up. Together, they witnessed a large dark object descending from the sky. Yumin, come on, let us see what it is. Yu Cheng guided his wife towards the grassy bank. Haha. My dear, you're incredible. It's a giant soft-shelled turtle. It appeared to weigh 3 or 4 pounds. This was a highly nutritious catch, perfect for making soup for Yumin. Yu Cheng embraced his wife and showered her with kisses, but she quickly pushed him away, reminding him that they were outside. Qian Shaohai, hearing the commotion, rushed over and was equally astonished. This couple had indeed struck a stroke of luck. He resolved to draw closer, hoping some of their fortune might rub off on him. Chapter 52. The turtle gifted to the mother-in-law sister-in-law. You're truly remarkable for catching a giant soft-shelled turtle. This is wild. Qian Shaohai could not help but admire the couple's extraordinary fortune. He had heard from his mother that such a creature was a powerhouse of nourishment. A considerable sum can be earned, as the affluent residents of the city increasingly prioritize health and are willing to spend on quality nourishment. Brother Yu Cheng, he remarked, this big soft-shelled turtle can fetch a handsome price. It must weigh around 4 to 5 pounds. It's not easy for a wild creature to grow this large. What are you talking about? You, my friend, value money more than I do. This should be used to make soup to nourish your sister-in-law. Yu Cheng playfully tapped Qian Shaohai on the head. Oh, Qian Shaohai thought to himself, Brother Yu Cheng is truly generous. Most people would hesitate. Don't you know? Your sister-in-law is expecting a child, he mused, recalling that Qian Shaohai might have forgotten this detail. Even the chairman's wife was aware, so surely as her son. He must have heard. I apologize, Brother Yu Cheng. I truly forgot. How could I have overlooked such an important matter? Yu Cheng, why scold Shaohai? I can't consume this turtle. It would be better to sell it, he pondered, believing it could be worth a decent sum. Yumin, since you caught this turtle, it should be for your nourishment. Why can't you eat it? Yu Cheng assumed his wife was considering selling it. Indeed, sister-in-law, brother Yu Cheng said it should nourish you. So you shouldn't be so focused on selling it, Qian Shaohai chimed in, also thinking that Jiang Yumin was reluctant to eat it. Jiang Yumin found their concern endearing. Yet she felt a tinge of emotion and explained, "It's not that I don't want to eat it. Rather, pregnant women are advised against consuming soft-shelled turtles." She had learned this from an older colleague, who had mentioned that soft-shelled turtles invigorate the blood and are cold in nature, making them unsuitable for pregnant women. Is that so? Then indeed, Yumin cannot eat this turtle. I was unaware of this and nearly made a grave mistake, Yu Cheng admitted. Sister-in-law, I had no knowledge of this. My apologies. Qian Shaohai, too, was oblivious but now understood not to offer such delicacies to his wife during her pregnancy. No worries. You two gentlemen are unlikely to be aware of such matters, Jiang Yumin smiled. All right, Shaohai, it's nearly 10 o'clock. We should head back. Please tidy up your belongings quickly, as it's almost time to prepare lunch. As Yu Cheng spoke, he began to gather his things. Certainly, brother Yu Cheng, I will take care of it right away, he replied, sprinting off. Yu Cheng looked forward to spending the afternoon napping alongside his wife, as he would later return to his stall for the evening. Jiang Yumin had grown accustomed to her daily hour-long nap, and he intended to keep her company at home. Once they had gathered their belongings, they set off for home. Today, Jiang Yumin was particularly joyful. It might have been the happiest day since her marriage to Yu Cheng. Upon arriving home, they weighed their catch. They had caught 15 pounds, while Qian Shaohai had 8 pounds and 2 ounces, with the soft-shelled turtle weighing 4 pounds and 8 ounces. With deliveries now made directly to homes, Yu Cheng had purchased a scale for convenience. Calculating their haul, they had over 20 pounds of crayfish, predicting a profitable day, especially since it was Saturday. During lunch, Qian Shaohai stayed to eat, and Yu Cheng offered him a room to rest, as it saved the trouble of him running back and forth. Typically, Yumin would be alone at home, but today it was fine since he was present. In the afternoon, Yu Cheng secretly delivered the soft-shelled turtle to his mother-in-law, who was teaching at school. Yi Mei answered the call with great delight, pondering the opportunity to prepare something special for her husband. She was well aware that her daughter, being pregnant, should avoid certain foods. So she purchased additional apples for Yu Cheng to take home to her daughter. Yu Cheng initially intended to decline, thinking they had enough at home. But recognizing it as a gesture of affection from his mother-in-law, he accepted with a cheerful demeanor. After dinner, Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai took their tricycle to set up their stall at the university. As anticipated, the evening crowd was particularly bustling, and they found themselves busier than usual. However, their efforts bore fruit, as they earned over 900 yuan that night, in addition to the 20 kilograms of fish Yu Cheng had caught. Later that evening, Jiang Yumin counted the money, her smile uncontainable. Having already taken a nap earlier, she found herself restless and decided to sit outside, watching television as she awaited Yu Cheng's return. She had not anticipated such a generous sum that evening. Yu Cheng, do you know how much you earned tonight? Jiang Yumin waved the cash in her hand. How much? He replied, having already counted it himself, merely wanting to bring joy to his wife. 966, Jiang Yumin announced, thinking the figure was quite auspicious. Such a substantial amount. Yu Cheng used a hairdryer to hasten the drying of his hair, as he wished to read a bit before bed. He had salvaged some old books from a recycling station, finding the price of new books too steep. I counted 3 times. It can't be wrong, Jiang Yumin mused, contemplating saving the money by the end of next month. Yumin, next Saturday is Mom's birthday, and I have the day off. Shall we celebrate together? Yu Cheng thought about his paycheck arriving on the 20th of next month, amounting to 1,000 yuan, which was not an insignificant sum. He calculated that July 20th fell on a Saturday, and if it hadn't, he would have had to request leave. It was fortuitous that he wouldn't need to. Good. I almost forgot about our daughter's birthday without your reminder. How negligent of me. Jiang Yumin reflected. Yumin, it's getting late. Be a good girl and head to bed, Yu Cheng instructed, pressing the remote to turn off the television. Jiang Yumin was about to protest that she wasn't tired when Yu Cheng swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry and brought her back to the bedroom. He gently placed her down and joined her in bed. Jiang Yumin, with her fox-like eyes, silently expressed her restlessness. Darling, be good and close your eyes. I'll read for a bit while you sleep, Yu Qing soothed her. Upon hearing that he intended to read, Jiang Yumin nodded obediently and closed her eyes. Though she could do nothing else, she resolved not to disturb him. With that thought, she surprisingly fell asleep, allowing Yu Cheng to delve into his studies. He was enrolled in night school, and if he were to pursue a formal education, the time for this year's college entrance examination had already passed. He could apply to a public school, but that would mean waiting until next year, which he was reluctant to do. He did not wish to squander any more time on education, as he was already 26. In this private night school, attendance was not strictly enforced. If one failed, they could simply retake the exams. There would be one exam at the end of July this year, 2 next year, and 2 more in the 3rd year before he could obtain his diploma. By that time, I would also be 28 years old. He was born on the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, so he would just have turned 28. It was imperative for him to seize the moment and review his studies. Fortunately, he retained a considerable amount of knowledge, making the revision process relatively effortless. He aspired to enhance his own worth, to fortify his abilities, and to cherish his beloved Jiang Yumin, preparing for the future children they would have together. After approximately an hour of study, he glanced at the watch on the bedside table and realized it was already 11 o'clock, with just an hour left until midnight. He set aside his books, adjusted the desk lamp, removed his clothing, and lay down. Gently, he pulled the sleeping Jiang Yumin into his embrace, planted a soft kiss on her petite lips, and whispered, "Wife, sweet dreams." The examination time is a fictional construct. Please do not take it seriously. Chapter 53. Celebrating my mother-in-law's birthday soon. It was July 20th, the birthday of his mother-in-law, Yimei. The couple rose early that day and ventured to a large shopping mall, where they purchased some nutritional supplements, along with apples and bananas, and also carried a bottle of 1985 Moutai liquor. Yu Cheng initially intended to buy a birthday cake, but Yumin dissuaded him, explaining that her parents did not appreciate such confections, deeming them foreign and unpalatable, both expensive and unappetizing. He reflected that while children adored such treats for their creamy essence, they were indeed unsuitable for the elderly, given their high sugar content. Yu Cheng affixed the items to his bicycle, placing the Moutai bottle carefully in the basket to prevent it from breaking, while Jiang Yumin sat on the rear seat. The Nuan community, where Yu Cheng resided, was not far from his mother-in-law's Kuaitian community, approximately a 15-minute ride away. Due to the proximity, Yimei occasionally took the time to visit her daughter, sometimes bringing nourishing soups or stews for her to enjoy. As a dutiful son-in-law, Yu Cheng naturally benefited from these gestures, often able to indulge in a modest bowl himself. In fact, Yimei consistently brought a portion for him, knowing that he worked during the day and operated a stall in the evening, enduring considerable hardship. She recognized her son-in-law's willingness to toil, as he devoted all his earnings to their daughter, Yumin. Before long, they arrived at Kuaitian community, and Yu Cheng asked Jiang Yumin to lead the way. Throughout their relationship, her parents had never approved of their marriage, which led Yu Cheng to feel a sense of disdain from them. He questioned why he should persist in seeking their favor. At that time, he had not considered Yumin's feelings, simply wishing to avoid the discomfort of their disapproval. In retrospect, he realized how selfish he had been. Our home is just ahead. Building 10, Unit 1, 3rd floor, Room 301. Jiang Yumin indicated a nearby building. The community boasted commendable greenery, and the buildings appeared relatively new. Yumin, you didn't reside here before, did you? This property must be less than 5 years old, Yu Cheng inquired. No. We previously lived in the staff dormitory at the hospital, Jiang Yumin explained. The staff dormitory was allocated by the employer to married couples, commonly referred to as a couple-S residence. Many organizations provided such accommodations to support those with families. Oh, that makes sense. No wonder the buildings are so new. They must have been constructed only a few years ago. The unsightly, murky yellow hue of the outer powder is truly unappealing, a sight that stings the eyes. As the two ascended to the 3rd floor, Jiang Yumin began to knock on the door. Without a doorbell installed, they had no choice but to rap on the door. Yumin, Yu Cheng, you're here. Come in. Yimei greeted them with a smile, her mood evidently buoyant. Mom, happy birthday. Jiang Yumin sweetly offered her wishes. Happy birthday, Mom. Yu Cheng added with genuine warmth, extending the items he held. You didn't have to bring anything, Yume replied politely, though her heart was brimming with joy. A casual glance at the gifts revealed their worth. Yuqing was indeed thoughtful. Old man, Yuman and Yuqing have arrived. You should come out and entertain them. Yume called into the room. The old man, who had been watching television in the living room, had retreated to his room, clearly on purpose, having overheard their voices. Yuman, please attend to Yuqing. I'll go stir-fry. Just a couple more dishes to finish, Yume said as she headed to the kitchen. Yuqing glanced at the dining table, already adorned with 6 or 7 dishes, quite ample. Mom, you need tea fuss. There is plenty of food, he reassured her. Too many dishes would be wasteful. Thankfully, your mother has a refrigerator. Otherwise, the food would spoil. Upon entering, Yuqing surveyed the modest abode. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The dining area, connected to the living room, was smaller, while the living room was spacious. The balcony appeared quite large, even partitioned off with a small room. How could that little bit of food suffice? Yume believed it insufficient. Mom, as long as there is enough to eat. That is what matters. Cooking can indeed be quite laborious. Today was her birthday, yet her husband remained hidden away. Looking at Yuqing, she suddenly felt that he had truly matured. He generally handled household chores without her intervention and often took her out for leisure. What other dishes are there, Mom? Yuqing pondered whether he should assist in the kitchen. There is sweet and sour ribs and braised fish. Yume replied, somewhat puzzled by his inquiry. Mom, since it's your birthday, let your son-in-law prepare a couple of dishes for you to taste, Yuqing announced, rising from his seat. Oh, that might not be appropriate. After all, he is a guest, Yume protested. Mom, let Yuqing give it a try. You sit and relax, Jiang Yuman insisted, deftly removing her mother's apron and tying it around Yuqing instead. Yuman, keep your mother company. Oh, and have her try on the cheongsam I bought for her, Yuqing said before making his way into the kitchen. He knew his mother-in-law cherished classical cheongsams, which he had specially requested from the factory director Gu Dehai during his business trip. The size was provided by Yuman. Mom, hurry and try it on. I must see it on you. It will surely look splendid. Jiang Yuman retrieved a beautiful cheongsam adorned with a blue and white porcelain pattern, featuring a mandarin collar, narrow sleeves, a fitted waist, and a side-slit skirt. Yume was instantly enamored, as she had always held a fondness for cheongsams. The design and style of this qipao are both innovative and imbued with classical beauty. Yuman, could this be too expensive? Yume inquired, feeling the fabric, which was unexpectedly silk. It must be quite costly. Jiang Yuman quickly replied with a smile. Mom, this was specially brought over from Suzhou by Yucheng. Please don't ask about the price. All right. I have no idea. She suspected it might cost over 100. In truth, Yucheng spent more than 200, but he would never disclose such a sum. Seeing that her son-in-law had already purchased it and it couldn't be returned, Yume took the garment inside to try it on. About 10 minutes later, she emerged. Standing at 165 centimeters, she had her hair elegantly pinned up with a plum blossom peachwood hairpin, complemented by a pair of clean, approximately 5-centimeter high shoes. As a teacher, Yume naturally exuded an air of scholarly elegance, and now, adorned in this qipao, she was truly breathtaking. Mom, you look so beautiful. I hardly recognize you, Jiang Yuman sincerely praised. The qipao accentuated her mother's figure and grace flawlessly. Hidden away in the house, Jiang Haichuan caught a glimpse and was equally astonished. How had his partner suddenly transformed into a different person? He barely recognized her. My goodness! Those high curves, that figure, that full and perky dairy suddenly. He felt a trickle from his nose. Oh dear, I'm bleeding. Jiang Haichuan hurriedly found a tissue to wipe it away, muttering to himself, how has she become so alluring? He continued to sneak peeks, though she indeed looked captivating. Mom, if you go out like this, I guarantee you'll turn heads. Jiang Yuman thought her mother could easily pass for someone in their 20s. Jiang Lao interjected, if you go out dressed like this, his mind flooded with vivid images. No. You are not allowed to wear that. Jiang Haichuan burst forth. The suddenness of his voice startled both women. You think I won't wear it just because you said so? Yume raised her head defiantly, her fair neck subtly exposed. You are a teacher. This undermines the image of a public educator. Jiang Haichuan finally found an excuse after much deliberation. Ha ha ha, Dad, you're too funny. This isn't ancient times anymore. Jiang Yumin couldn't help but laugh. Her father was clearly worried about her mother going out in such attire. Dear ones, please shower us with positive reviews and gifts. Chapter 54. Father-in-law Humph. You wretched girl. Do you still remember this home? Ever since the rift, my daughter hasn't returned. He cherished his only daughter, never imagining she would be taken away by some young scoundrel. It was only natural for him to feel anger. More importantly, he had secretly inquired about the young man, discovering he was a ne'er-do-well, not a worthy person. Thus, he and his spouse opposed the match, fearing their daughter would not find happiness. Who would have thought his daughter would be so stubborn, insisting she would only marry him, even going so far as to steal the household registration booklet to obtain a marriage license with that scoundrel? In a fit of rage, he verbally severed ties with her, declaring that if she married that boy, she should not return home. For the past 2 or 3 years, aware that his daughter was not living well, he had not visited her, holding on to his pride. Recently, Ime unexpectedly took a week off, which was unprecedented. Following that, she occasionally prepared some soup to take out, claiming that a colleague's husband was away, and she was looking after her colleague who was pregnant. He found it peculiar and, on one occasion, discreetly followed her, only to see Yimei strolling in the neighborhood with her daughter. Upon returning, he inquired about it, and it was then he learned that the young man had indeed reformed. As for Yimei during those days, she had been beseeched by Yu Cheng to go, a fact that Jiang Haichuan had also come to know. This stirred a slight shift in his perception of that insufferable young man. Deep down, he felt a flicker of joy, yet his pride prevented him from showing it. Father, my daughter has erred and caused you worry. Jiang Yumin observed the faint strands of white in her father's hair as he knelt on the ground, his eyes reddening. You old man, Yumin is pregnant, and yet you let her kneel. Yimei scolded Jiang Haichuan, her heart aching as she attempted to lift her daughter. At that moment, Yu Cheng emerged from the kitchen, swiftly scooping Yumin up and placing her on the couch. Yumin, you are with child, you must not kneel. If anyone should kneel, it should be I. Yu Cheng had just completed the final dish of braised fish and, upon catching sight of the scene in the living room, rushed out without a second thought. Yimei was taken aback and silently gave Yu Cheng a thumbs up in her heart. Well done, son-in-law. Yu Cheng knelt before Jiang Haichuan, exclaiming, Father, it is all my fault. Do not blame Yumin. For the years she has not been able to fulfill her filial duties before you and mother. I shall make amends in the future. He had heard Yumin mention that her father was the one who cherished and doted on her the most. Perhaps it was true that the deeper the love, the harsher the expectations. Meanwhile, sitting on the couch, Jiang Yumin's tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Jiang Haichuan remained silent, merely thinking that since this young man had taken his daughter away for years, it was only fitting that he kneel for a while. After all, did he think it was so easy to win over his precious daughter? Yimei, watching anxiously from the side, kept signaling Jiang Haichuan with her eyes. Her meaning clear. Old man, just put on a show. Do not make it hard for our son-in-law or upset our daughter. Jiang Haichuan pretended not to see. Yu Cheng remained kneeling, motionless, his back straight, thinking that since the elder was upset, he should let him vent his feelings. Once that pent-up frustration was released, the elder's heart would be at ease, and his mood would improve. A good mood would lead to better health. It was indeed his fault, and he had gained a beautiful daughter-in-law. After all, she had been raised with great care for 20 years. What did his kneeling amount to? In any case, it was all his own gain. Noticing his wife's slightly pained gaze, Yu Cheng shook his head, indicating that he was fine. Jiang Haichuan discreetly assessed the young man with his peripheral vision and silently nodded in approval. This young man displayed no hint of impatience. His sincerity was palpable, and the love he held for his daughter was unmistakable. They say that a man seldom sheds tears, yet this young man remained neither servile nor arrogant, showing no sign of grievance or frustration. Father, Yu Cheng acknowledges his mistake, but he still needs to set up his stall tonight. What if he injures his foot? Jiang Yumin could not help but speak out. Father, the dishes have gone cold. Are we still celebrating my birthday? Yimei glared at Jiang Haichuan. This old man had brought his hospital demeanor home. All right, get up. It's time to eat. Once Jiang Haichuan deemed it sufficient, he proceeded towards the dining room. Jiang Yumin and Yi Mei assisted Yu Cheng to his feet. Yu Cheng, are you all right? Don't take it to heart. That old man has been holding in his temper for far too long. Yi Mei understood that once the old man vented, everything would be fine. Mom, I don't blame Dad. Let us go eat. Yu Cheng realized that his father-in-law had already accepted him. From now on, he could proudly bring Yumin home. Yu Cheng, are you okay? Does your leg hurt? He thought to himself how stern his father-in-law could be. He had been kneeling for nearly half an hour. Yumin, I'm fine. Just a bit sore in the legs. Yu Cheng chuckled as he rubbed his aching knee. The group then made their way to the dining room to eat. The dining table was a long, oval-shaped piece made of solid wood. Yumin, why don't you open that bottle of Matai you brought for your father? Yi Mei called out deliberately in a loud voice. Oh, I'll go get it right now. Yumin responded cheerfully, rising to fetch the wine. Yumin, sit down, I'll go. Yu Cheng stood up, pulling out a chair, intending to retrieve the liquor. Wait, Yi Mei, what kind of wine did you mention? He thought he heard Matai and wondered if he had misheard. He had few other passions besides medical research, and wine was one of them. Old man, I was referring to Matai, Yi Mei proudly clarified. Son-in-law, which year is it from? Yi Mei teasingly inquired again. Mom, it's from 85. Jiang Yumin chimed in before Yu Cheng could respond, knowing her father enjoyed wine. Dad, I'll bring the wine over for you to taste. Yu Cheng was taken aback by his father-in-law's enthusiastic reaction. 85 Matai? Kid, don't move. I'll get it. Jiang Haichuan hurried off to rummage through the gifts for the wine. This young man is too clumsy. He mustn't drop my treasure. Ha ha. Yi Mei and her daughter exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Yu Cheng, eat your fill. Don't mind that old man. As long as he has his wine. He is content. Yi Mei playfully placed a piece of rib on Yu Cheng's plate. Today, he appeared slightly thinner than the last time they met, and it was evident he had endured a tough time. Thank you, Mom. Your son-in-law wishes you boundless fortune and longevity. Yu Cheng raised a glass of beer in both hands to toast. This was his first time celebrating his mother-in-law's birthday. Mom, I wish you good health and a long life. Jiang Yumin poured a glass of juice and respectfully offered her toast. Thank you, Yumin. Thank you, Yu Cheng. Yi Mei's eyes glistened with emotion. This birthday truly felt complete. Witnessing her daughter's happiness today brought her immense joy. And me, my dear wife. I also wish you a bit more patience and less salt in your dishes, and may you grow ever younger. Jiang Haichuan rushed over with the Matai, pouring a glass of beer and cheerfully offering his blessings. You old man, if you can't speak well, then don't speak at all, Yi Mei teased with a smile. I'm merely stating the truth, Jiang Haichuan replied. Laughter and joy filled the room once more. Thank you all for your thoughtful gifts. They bring me immense joy. Although the circumstances are not ideal, I shall strive to improve. Chapter 55. Father, Mother, I kindly ask for your assistance. After the meal, Yu Cheng took the initiative to clear the dishes. Yu Cheng, go and chat with your father. I can handle the washing up. Yi Mei smiled, preparing to tidy up. Mother, today you are the guest of honor. You should relish this moment. Jiang Yumin playfully intertwined her arm with her mother's, embodying the innocence of a little girl. My dear child, you truly lack understanding. One must not impose dishwashing duties on guests. Yi Mei chuckled, playfully reprimanding her. Today, Yu Cheng prepared 2 dishes. How could I let our guests enter the kitchen repeatedly? She glanced at her husband, sighed. For while he was a wonderful man, he had little inclination for household chores and an even lesser desire to cook. Darling, come here and help me ponder where to hide this Matai liquor. Let the younger generation handle the washing, Jiang Haichuan exclaimed, gleefully inspecting the bottle. An 85 vintage, the retirees in the hospital will surely envy it. This community housed numerous retired officials from hospitals, affectionately dubbed old scholars by the residents. Upon hearing this, Yi Mei retorted, You old man, all you think about is wine. Jiang Yumin and Yu Cheng could not contain their laughter. Yu Cheng found the dynamic between his in-laws quite amusing. Mother, please take a seat on the sofa. I will assist Yu Cheng, Jiang Yumin insisted, gently ushering Yi Mei to the couch. She then returned to the dining area, ready to help Yu Cheng with the dishes. However, Yu Cheng stopped her. Yumin, go and spend some time with Mom and Dad. I can manage the dishes alone. It won't take me long. Ultimately, Jiang Yuman could not resist Yu Cheng's insistence and was gently nudged to sit beside Yi Mei on the sofa. Within minutes, Yu Cheng had cleared the dishes and entered the kitchen, where the sound of running water soon echoed. "You old man, look at Yu Cheng, cooking and washing dishes," Yi Mei chided, casting a reproachful glance at her husband. "Hey, my dear lady, do not fret. Frowning causes wrinkles, and that is quite unappealing." Jiang Haichuan chuckled, adding, "Yu Cheng is young. Exerting himself a bit won't harm him." While he spoke lightly, he felt immensely pleased with Yu Cheng's efforts. As long as this young man continued to demonstrate such diligence, they would gladly assist him when needed in the future. Of course, these thoughts were not something he would express to the lad at this moment. It is commendable for the youth to embrace hard work. He juggles both employment and a side venture, displaying humility and practicality. I have heard he is preparing for exams, which indicates ambition, a promising sign for the future. Now, nearly a decade into the era of reform and opening up, the days of relying on a secure job until old age are long gone. Times are progressing. Society is evolving, and the youth must strive to make their mark and dare to persevere. At this moment, Yu Cheng emerged from the kitchen, having finished washing the dishes. "Yu Cheng, your mother claims I made you work too hard." Jiang Haichuan seized the opportunity to complain. "Dad, how could that be? In my youth, washing dishes was hardly a laborious task." Yu Cheng cheerfully settled beside Yu Man. "By the way, I heard you were preparing for an examination. How is your preparation coming along?" Jiang Haichuan finally broached this serious matter. "It's nearly done. I should manage without much trouble." Yu Cheng speculated that his mother-in-law, Yi Mei, must have informed him about it. "That is wonderful. Obtaining a diploma will certainly benefit you in the future. It is always wise to be prepared." With the rapid development of New China, the demand for qualifications is steadily increasing. "Father is right." Yu Cheng nodded, pouring a cup of tea for his father-in-law. A bit of tea can alleviate the effects of alcohol and is beneficial to one's health. He mused that the factory would soon grant a harvest break, and he intended to assist his parents in the rice harvest. In his past, he had been reckless, oblivious to the hardships his parents endured. Previously, it was Yu Man who returned alone to help her parents, while he took it for granted, devoid of any sense of gratitude. Reflecting on this now filled him with shame. In this new life, he vowed never to allow her to suffer such burdens again. Considering that Yu Man was expecting a child, he decided to leave her in the care of his in-laws, so they could look after her. He feared he might not have the time to attend to her in the countryside during the busy harvest season, which required swift action to gather the rice, plow the fields, and transplant seedlings. The late July thunderstorms were frequent. One moment the sun might be shining brightly, only for a dark cloud to appear and unleash a torrential downpour. Once the clouds dissipated, the sun would emerge once more, leaving one exasperated. Typically, during such times, the village echoed with the sounds of frustrated exclamations. When the time came for harvesting rice, drying it, collecting it, and transplanting seedlings, everyone would be busily occupied, with scarcely a moment to spare for Yu Man. Although his in-laws also had jobs, it was far better for Yu Man to stay here than to be alone at home, as he feared she might feel frightened. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Cheng spoke up. "Father, mother, I have a request for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Yu Mei quickly interjected, eager to prevent her husband from declining. "Yu Cheng, please, tell us what you need help with." Jiang Haichuan glanced at his wife, and then spoke as well. "What is it? Do share." This old woman truly underestimated him. After all, he was her son-in-law. Out of respect for his daughter, he felt compelled to assist. Jiang Yuman looked at Yu Cheng with confusion. Was there something she was unaware of? Why had he not mentioned any matter earlier today? Yu Cheng glanced at Yu Man and continued, "Father, mother, the factory is granting a harvest break tomorrow, and I intend to return to my hometown in Yong'an County to help my parents with the rice harvest. With Yu Man expecting, I worry I won't be able to care for her properly there." As soon as he spoke, the two elders understood his intentions. He was seeking their help to look after Yu Man. "No problem at all. While you are back in your hometown for the next few days, Yu Man will stay here." Yi Mei readily agreed. She could not bear the thought of her daughter suffering under the scorching sun in the countryside. It was not that she looked down upon rural folk, but the July sun was particularly harsh, and one could easily succumb to heat stroke if not careful. Now, my daughter is in a special situation. If Jiang Haichuan remained silent, he fell into deep contemplation. He lifted his gaze thoughtfully towards Yu Cheng, recognizing the young man's commendable qualities, his ambition, resilience, and understanding towards his parents. Indeed, his daughter has made a wise choice. No, Yu Cheng, I insist on returning to our hometown with you. Rest assured, I will take utmost care of myself. I will stay at home, not venture out, and prepare meals for all of you. Jiang Yumin firmly rejected Yu Cheng's arrangement. As a daughter-in-law, how could she remain at her parental home without contributing even a little, even if it meant merely cooking for them? The child is nearly 3 months along. Everything should be stable by now. Yumin, you must be obedient, my dear. I will return in a week, Yu Cheng coaxed patiently. I will be back just in time for the exams. Nothing can be delayed. As for the stall business, I will inform them. There's no need to deliver goods these days. They will likely be busy with the double harvest and won't have time to catch crayfish or gather snails. Yu Cheng, this time I will not heed your advice. Please let me accompany you. Yumin began to plead, disregarding her parents' presence. Jiang Haichuan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. I support Yumin's decision to go. How can a daughter-in-law behave this way? Even if she cannot be of great assistance, cooking is certainly within her capacity. After all, she is now part of the Yu family. Would the in-laws truly expect a pregnant daughter-in-law to engage in heavy labor, like harvesting? But if she doesn't go at all, that would be unacceptable. Listening to her husband's words, Yu Mei found them reasonable. Ultimately, the majority prevailed, and Yu Cheng had no choice but to agree. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Cheng and Yumin prepared to bid farewell and return home, as they needed to set up their stall that evening. The in-laws accompanied them to the community entrance, only turning back once they could no longer see the young couple's figures. To my beloved readers, I kindly ask for your positive reviews. Thank you. A heartfelt thanks to Lin Guodong from Jingguang K for the urging gift, to Fengma Shuchong for the blade gift, to Li Su for the light gift, and to Yi Yu for the love gift. I appreciate all the reader friends. I love you all. Chapter 56, Mom and Dad. I've returned with my wife. Xiaohai, I want to be setting up the stall these days. Tomorrow, the factory will commence the agricultural break. So take this time to rest. You have been working hard lately, Yu Cheng said while bending down with a broom, tidying up as he spoke with Qian Xiaohai, who was packing up. I've heard about the factory break, but why can't we set up a stall? Qian Xiaohai was puzzled about the conflict between the two. Because those uncles delivering snails and crayfish also need to harvest rice and transplant seedlings. I must return to help my parents with the double harvest, Yu Cheng replied candidly. During this time, he realized that this young man was quite capable of enduring hardship and showed no signs of a privileged background. Oh, I see. Qian Xiaohai, having grown up in a big city, was unaware of what the double harvest entailed for farmers. Why don't you return to Dongguan for a few days? Go visit your parents. Yu Cheng continued to load the remaining items onto the tricycle, contemplating the notion that perhaps the chairman and his associates yearn for this son. It seems an opportune moment for a gathering. Yet, Qian Xiaohai harbored no thoughts of returning home. He had never truly experienced the rural life and was oblivious to the essence of the double harvest. Everything was new and intriguing to him. Brother Yu Cheng, I do not wish to go back. May I accompany you to your home? Rest assured, I shall not be a burden, he implored, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Yu Cheng. Xiaohai, don't you think of your parents? What purpose would it serve to join me in the countryside? It is far from entertaining. Yu Cheng promptly rejected the idea, knowing he would lack the time to entertain him. Of course, I miss my parents, but there will always be opportunities to return. However, I have never visited your hometown. Qian Xiaohai continued to persuade. Life at my home is not as convenient as in the city. I fear you may find it uncomfortable. This lad likely has never witnessed the harvesting of rice or the planting of seedlings. I can only imagine that even using the restroom would pose a significant challenge for him. In 1996, rural toilets were quite primitive, merely a deep pit with a few clods of earth piled atop, secured with wooden boards and thatched reeds. A simple cover was placed, and a few wooden planks were laid over it, leaving small gaps for use. In winter, it was bearable, but in summer, it was infested with plump white worms. some even crawling atop the boards, terrifying children into seeking relief in secluded spots outdoors. I am not afraid. If Brother Yu Cheng is not afraid, why should I be? Qian Shaohai believed Yu Cheng was merely exaggerating to dissuade him. Observing Qian Shaohai's unwavering determination, Yu Cheng sighed and shook his head, realizing the lad would not be dissuaded until he faced the harsh realities himself. Very well, let him endure the hardship. This profound experience will surely leave an indelible mark on him. Shaohai, let me be frank. Once you arrive, do not lament or cry for your parents, nor expect to lounge idly at home. There are no attendants to cater to you there. It was essential to clarify this, lest he demand to return prematurely. All right, Brother Yu Cheng, I assure you I will not cry for my parents. I will assist you with your work. Qian Shaohai beamed with childlike joy at Yu Cheng's acquiescence. Excellent. Then retire early tonight. We shall catch the early bus back tomorrow morning. Be here by 6:30 for breakfast, Yu Cheng reminded him once more. Understood, Brother Yu Cheng. Today, I shall ride the tricycle. You always carry me and my things. He observed how Yu Cheng frequently perspired profusely, yet never complained, remaining cheerful throughout the day. This aspect of him earned Qian Shaohai's deep respect, for even the slightest hospitality towards guests left him feeling sore and weary. Yu Cheng regarded Qian Shaohai, nodding affirmatively. Very well, you may drive today, but be cautious. Do not lead me into a ditch. That evening, Yu Cheng and Jiang Yumin prepared their belongings. Upon noticing the malted milk and royal jelly on the coffee table, he inquired, Yumin, did you visit the market today? Such items are only available at large stores. Jiang Yumin shook her head. Initially, I intended to purchase some items on the way back for my parents tomorrow. However, my mother delivered these items in the evening, stating they were a token of their affection. My parents have shown their thoughtfulness. Yu Cheng contemplated treating the elderly couple with greater care in the future. Indeed, my mother insisted that I accept them, claiming it was also my father's wish, as he was at the hospital and could not be present. Jiang Yumin understood that her parents acted this way to save her some expenses, sparing her the need to buy anything. Since it was their heartfelt intention, she decided to accept the gifts, promising to be kinder to them in the future. Her mother had made a special effort to deliver them. It would be inappropriate to return them. Thus, Jiang Yumin nodded in agreement, feeling it was the only way forward. The couple tidied up and proceeded to wash up before heading to bed, aware that an early rise was necessary for the next day. A lack of rest would leave them feeling unrefreshed. At 6 a.m, Yu Cheng rose quietly. He completed his morning routine in an orderly fashion. Next, he retrieved a packet of dried noodles from the cupboard, weighing 500 grams, precisely 1 pound. After rinsing the pot, he filled it with clean water, approximately 2/3 full. Once the water boiled, he added the noodles, stirring with chopsticks to prevent them from sticking. Unlike some who prefer to cook them directly, he preferred to rinse the noodles first, believing it rendered them more refreshing. Once the noodles were sufficiently soft, he drained them and rinsed them with cold water. He then cleaned the pot again, adding a touch of oil and introducing minced garlic and ginger into the hot oil, allowing their fragrance to fill the air. A pinch of salt could be added, though it was optional. Finally, he poured in fresh water, and once it boiled, he added the rinsed noodles back into the pot. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng took the opportunity to fry 4 eggs in a skillet, 2 for Jiang Yumin, 1 for himself, and 1 for Shaohai. As the noodles neared completion, he diced a tomato and added it, finishing with a sprinkle of chopped scallions. At that moment, Jiang Yumin awoke. Yu Cheng, good morning, she greeted before heading to the bathroom. The delightful aroma indicated that he had prepared something delicious once again. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Hearing the sound, Yu Cheng turned off the stove, wiped his hands, and went to answer the door. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was precisely 6:30. The young man was indeed punctual. Good morning, Brother Yu Cheng, Shaohai greeted cheerfully. Morning. Go wash your hands. We're having noodles for breakfast. Yu Cheng replied with a nod. He then served 3 bowls of noodles, each topped with a perfectly cooked egg. Jiang Yumin approached. Yumin, enjoy your noodles. Once we finish, we'll head to the bus station. Yu Cheng handed her the chopsticks. All right, Brother Yu Cheng, how did you fry the eggs? They're so tender. Shaohai marveled, thinking it might take him years to master such a skill. Practice makes perfect, Yu Cheng simply stated. The trio fell into a comfortable silence, finishing their noodles completely. With their belongings in hand, they rode their bicycles toward the bus station. Upon arrival, Yucheng purchased 3 tickets to Yong'an County. The 3 boarded the bus, with Yucheng and Jiang Yumin sitting together, while Xiaohai took a seat of his own. Yucheng embraced Jiang Yumin, silently uttering, "Mom and Dad, I have returned with my wife. I kindly ask for your understanding of any shortcomings in my writing. Your positive feedback and affectionate gifts would be much appreciated." Chapter 57. A minor incident on the minibus. The minibus from 1996 was rather low, unlike the more spacious and comfortable ones that followed. Inside, it felt stifling, requiring the windows to be opened for some relief. During this era, boarding the bus often involved jostling, particularly during the Spring Festival, when it was packed to the brim, making it difficult to even shift one's feet. The air was utterly chaotic. For those fortunate enough to have seats, it was better. However, for those without, it was a matter of being pressed against one another, with pickpockets lurking to snatch away the fruits of a year's hard work. Truly a perilous situation. The cement roads in the county could hardly compare to the asphalt roads in the city, riddled with potholes, and as one approached the countryside, many roads were still unpaved. A sudden break from the driver sent a wave of bodies lurching forward, creating a scene of utter disarray. Some men seized the opportunity to take advantage of women. "Who dares to touch my backside?" cried one woman. "Ouch! Who stepped on my foot?" exclaimed another. "Damn it! You haven't even matured, and yet you dare to be so brazen. Who would desire your scrawny tofu?" someone retorted, as the onlookers burst into laughter. Amidst the cursing and banter, the atmosphere remained tumultuous, while the driver continued to steer the vehicle and the ticket collector remained seated in her designated spot. As long as no one brandished a knife, they turned a blind eye to the chaos. This was precisely why Yucheng preferred the early bus. Firstly, the sun was not as harsh, and secondly, the number of passengers was significantly reduced, even though the ticket collector would still try to attract more passengers midway. It was much more manageable. At least one could secure a seat. After boarding, Yucheng opened the window halfway, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in. He was aware that Jiang Yumin was not prone to motion sickness, which eased his mind somewhat. He himself experienced a slight discomfort, though it was not severe. He simply forgot to inquire whether Qian Xiaohai was susceptible to motion sickness. Halfway through the journey, Qian Xiaohai suddenly exclaimed, "Brother Yucheng, I feel unwell. I think I might vomit." Yucheng had anticipated that Qian Xiaohai would be affected by motion sickness and glanced around for any vacant seats. "Xiaohai, go sit in that window seat. Open the window and lean against it to get some fresh air. That should help alleviate the nausea. Just remember, do not lean too far out for safety," Yucheng instructed, pointing to the empty window seat. Fortunately, it was the earliest bus, and there weren't many passengers. The ticket collector, having overheard Yucheng, turned to look and remarked, "Young man, please don't vomit on the bus. It was just cleaned yesterday." Qian Xiaohai, disregarding the ticket collector's comment, swiftly moved to the window seat, opened the glass, and was instantly greeted by a rush of fresh air. "This feels wonderful. I can finally breathe again." Qian Xiaohai sighed in relief. "Are you feeling better?" Jiang Yumin asked with concern. "Sister-in-law, I feel much better now. Brother Yucheng truly knows what to do. Just a moment ago, I was in terrible discomfort." Qian Xiaohai replied cheerfully. "Xiaohai, it's not that he has a solution. It's just that you lack experience," Jiang Yumin remarked, realizing that Qian Xiaohai likely hadn't traveled on such a bus before. "Do not underestimate my capabilities. Even in the county, the public transport consists solely of these minivans, which you have likely never experienced." Yucheng responded with a cheerful smile. Despite his reluctance, he insisted on coming. "It would be more comfortable to keep this in your mouth." Yucheng tossed a packet of ginger slices over. Qian Xiaohai received the small package, contemplating how ginger could be consumed in such a manner. "Is ginger not meant for stir-frying? What are you staring at? Hurry and open it. This is vinegar ginger, specifically for treating motion sickness and nausea." At 3 cents a pack, he purchased 2, just to avoid feeling queasy. Upon hearing its efficacy against motion sickness, Qian Xiaohai eagerly tore it open and popped a slice into his mouth. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, surprisingly palatable. After consuming several slices, He found his nausea had dissipated entirely. Yuman, you should have some too. Yu Chung offered a piece to his wife, Jiang Yuman, who accepted it and remarked, "It's a bit spicy. Just let it rest in your mouth without chewing." Yu Chung encouraged her to lean against him. He sat sideways, close to the edge, allowing her to recline comfortably. "My dear, does this feel better?" Yu Chung shifted his feet slightly. Jiang Yuman, for reasons unknown, felt a slight dizziness. Though it was not pronounced, perhaps it was due to her pregnancy. "Darling, why not take a little nap? It will take about an hour to arrive. Enough time for a rest." She nodded and closed her eyes. Yu Chung retrieved a jacket from his bag and draped it over her. Perhaps all pregnant women share a fondness for sleep, he mused, as Jiang Yuman quickly drifted off, emitting soft breaths. Yu Chung glanced at Qian Shaohai, who had also succumbed to slumber. Sleep was a blessing. It meant no motion sickness and, consequently, no discomfort. At that moment, a few more passengers boarded, prompting the conductor to collect their fares. Upon noticing Yu Chung and Jiang Yuman, who lay across his lap, the conductor's face bore a hint of derision, likely deeming their posture inappropriate in broad daylight. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke up. "Young man, this isn't quite right, is it? There are others on the bus watching." Yu Chung feigned ignorance, deliberately. "Madam, what seems to be the issue? What have we done wrong?" He smiled warmly, akin to the gentle spring breeze. In truth, the conductor appeared to be no older than 25 or 26, but Yu Chung intentionally referred to her as Madam. The conductor's face flushed with irritation. "Who are you calling Madam? I'm only 25, you know." Yu Chung offered an apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon. My rural eyes have failed me, and I mistook your age for that of a 46-year-old. The other passengers could not contain their laughter. "You truly lack understanding. I was only trying to kindly remind you that your wife's position is rather unbecoming." The conductor pointed at Jiang Yuman, still reclined. "What's all this noise? Who's arguing?" Jiang Yuman, drowsy, sensed a commotion. "It's nothing. You must be dreaming, dear. Just a bothersome crow cawing a few times." Yu Chung gently patted Yuman, urging her to continue her slumber. "Who are you calling a crow?" The ticket collector seethed, grinding her teeth in frustration, yet unable to resort to violence. She could only glare in silence. "I simply speak of whoever fits the bill," Yu Chung retorted, his displeasure evident upon his face. Disturbing his wife's rest naturally dampened his spirits. "If you're unhappy, just let us off the bus and refund our fare," he added nonchalantly. The ticket collector immediately wilted, for her wages were directly tied to the daily passenger count, including that of the driver. "Xiaolu, come here. Do not argue with the customers." The driver in front seemed to have overheard Yu Cheng's remark. He had pretended to be deaf and mute until it concerned his own interests. Only then did the ticket collector, Xiaolu, cast a resentful glance at Yu Chung before moving to the front. In this day and age, it is prudent to mind one's own business. Why meddle in matters that do not concern you? We are a lawful couple, free to act as we please. Yu Chung mused as he closed his eyes to rest. This minor altercation quickly passed, and indeed, time flew by as they dozed. Soon, they arrived at Yong'an County City, the ticket collector announcing their arrival. Yu Chung awakened Qian Shaohai, while Jiang Yuman had already stirred, likely due to the boisterous announcements from the front. The three of them disembarked, carrying their belongings. "Please leave us a good review, kisses. Gifts. Thank you to user 31750145 and Meng Xingyi for the floral gifts. And gratitude to Jiang Ming and Yin Shirong for their heartfelt support. Thank you to all our dear patrons." Chapter 58. I have returned to Daxing Village, Yu Chung. "This is Yong'an County City," Qian Shaohai exclaimed, surveying his surroundings. He noticed the area was rather modest, the roads not particularly wide, with a Huimin store across the street and a nearby vegetable market. Yu Chung detected the barely perceptible astonishment in Qian Shaohai's eyes. He likely had not anticipated the county city to resemble this. Yes, this is indeed Yong'an County City. It pales in comparison to the city and certainly to larger urban centers, Yu Chung confirmed. Qian Shaohai nodded thoughtfully. This county city appears significantly smaller. Considering his visit, he felt he ought not to arrive empty-handed. "Yu Chung, I'm going to buy a bottle of water," he announced, recalling that everyone had finished their water on the bus. Yu Chung nodded, believing he was genuinely going to purchase water without pondering further. He also recalled that procuring fresh meat in the countryside was inconvenient, especially during the busy farming season when families typically pre-purchased meat for several days, storing it in their backyard wells. Almost every household had a well, making it convenient and saving them from the chore of fetching water. In those times, many rural areas lacked running water or liquefied gas. Most relied on firewood, with a few using coal briquettes, though many were reluctant to spend money on such luxuries, often scavenging for dry branches in the woods. Yucheng contemplated his parents' financial situation, surmising they would be hesitant to purchase meat. He was aware that humans sent money home, yet he understood his parents well enough to know they would not buy much. If at all, they might only indulge a little, perhaps because Yumin would be returning home. With this thought in mind, Yucheng resolved to buy some vegetables to take home. Yumin, there probably isn't much meat at home. Let's buy some in the county city to bring back. Yucheng held one hand of Jiang Yumin while carrying something in the other. All right. Jiang Yumin obediently nodded. She had intended to do the same, and was pleasantly surprised that Yucheng not only took the initiative to return and assist his parents-in-law, but also thought to buy groceries for their return. Glancing at the items in Yucheng's hand, she offered, "Let me help you carry something." "No need. I can manage this," he replied. "Let us go buy some vegetables." He then called out to Qian Shaohai, who was at the shop buying water. "Shaohai, we are going to buy some vegetables. You wait for us here." "I understand. Brother Yucheng, I'll wait right here," Qian Shaohai responded loudly. Yucheng nodded, concerned that if he spoke to the boy, he might get curious and wander off, and it would be troublesome if he got lost. "Yucheng, do you seem worried about Shaohai getting lost?" Jiang Yumin remarked, sensing his excessive concern. He must be around 20. How could he possibly get lost in such a small town? Yes. He is young and naturally curious about everything. If he wanders off and we can't find him, it would certainly delay our return, Yucheng explained. Although Yong'an County was small, its streets were quite tangled and there were many old alleys. Getting lost was not out of the question. Jiang Yumin nodded, finding his reasoning quite valid. They entered the vegetable market, where the ground was lined with stalls selling fresh produce. Old, worn clothes and oilcloths served as makeshift mats, upon which the vegetables were laid out for sale. Yucheng looked up at the overhead cover, which was also made of waterproof oilcloth, albeit slightly thicker. The stalls were crudely constructed from wooden frames, creating a simple marketplace. Outside, vegetables were sold, while inside, various meats were available. The selection was limited to pork, beef, eggs, fish, and chicken, with the fish and chicken still alive. "What do you wish to eat, Yumin?" he inquired, mindful to ask his wife's preferences. Her cravings seemed to have improved lately, likely a sign that she had passed the morning sickness phase. "I'm fine with anything. Perhaps buy some extra meat to nourish Dad, Mom, and Big Brother," Jiang Yumin suggested, considering that those who engaged in heavy labor needed hearty meals to sustain their energy. "All right." Yucheng nodded in agreement. They purchased 5 pounds of well-marbled pork belly, 3 pounds of lean meat, and 3 pounds of beef. As they exited the market, they noticed an elderly man selling his home-raised ducks, 2 in total. With the sun rising higher, Yucheng proposed to his wife, Yumin, "How about we buy these 2 ducks from the old man?" Jiang Yumin nodded enthusiastically, "Sure." She found herself increasingly fond of Yucheng, recognizing his growing compassion and tenderness. "How much are your ducks, sir?" Yucheng inquired as he crouched down to examine them. The ducks' feathers shimmered with health, a testament to the careful feeding they received. He inspected the feathers and confirmed they were indeed older ducks, weighing about 6 or 7 pounds each. In this day and age, duck prices are not comparable to pork or beef, as they are less filling and have more bones, making them harder to sell. 8 yuan each, young man. If you take both, I can let them go for 15. The elderly woman feared that Yucheng might not want her ducks. "Very well. I shall take both of them," she said. "Here is the money, no need for change." Yucheng handed her 2 large notes, contemplating that duck soup is soothing and that it would be refreshing for everyone in this sweltering weather. "Young man, I need to give you change," the elderly woman said, pulling out a handkerchief from her inner pocket, revealing it filled with small bills, save for a couple of 1 yuan notes. "I've insisted you need not give me change. Quickly, put the money away and don't lose it." Jiang Yumin assisted her in tidying her wallet, also placing the 2 large notes inside before wrapping it up again. The elderly woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude and placed the ducks into a nylon bag, leaving 2 openings for their heads to protrude, ensuring they wouldn't suffocate. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 9:30. There was still about half an hour until the bus to Daxing Village would arrive. At that moment, Qian Shaohai rushed over to Yu Cheng and Jiang Yumin, his hands laden with items. "Shaohai, weren't you off to buy water? It seems you've gone on a shopping spree instead," Yu Cheng jested. "The water is right here," Qian Shaohai replied, lifting one of the bags, which indeed contained several bottles of mineral water. Upon inspecting the other contents, Yu Cheng realized that Shaohai had purchased various nutritious items for the elderly woman: sesame paste, oatmeal, lotus root powder, and 2 bottles of calcium supplements. It was evident that he had bought these for his parents. "Oh dear, this young man is too considerate. Shaohai, you've got too much. Let me help carry some of it." Jiang Yumin stepped forward with a smile, eager to assist. Qian Shaohai sidestepped, saying, "Sister-in-law, what is this little bit? Besides, when the bus arrives, I can just place them on it. I won't tire from it. You're expecting a child. How could I let you carry anything?" Though the items appeared numerous, they were not heavy. "Yumin, let him carry it. He is young, and it won't be a burden. Let us wait over there for the bus. It should be arriving soon." Yu Cheng was aware of the weight of the items. For a 20-year-old, it was hardly a challenge. With no other option, Jiang Yumin followed behind them empty-handed, worried that they might drop something. The bus to the countryside had a designated pickup point in the county, which served as the starting station. Therefore, there was no concern about seating, as a few others waiting for the bus had begun to arrive. Yu Cheng noted that fortunately, the crowd wasn't overwhelming. Approximately 10 minutes later, the bus arrived. Yu Cheng urged Jiang Yumin to board first, then followed her with the items in hand. Jiang Yumin, experienced and shrewd, chose a seat near the front by the window, placing Yu Cheng's belongings behind her on the adjacent window seat, effectively reserving that spot. Qian Shaohai, who was prone to motion sickness, would naturally prefer a window seat. After a few more passengers boarded, Qian Shaohai appeared, carrying his belongings. "Shaohai, sit here," Jiang Yumin called out, gesturing to the seat behind her. Upon seeing this, Qian Shaohai understood immediately, grinning as he bent down to occupy the seat. "Thank you, sister-in-law," he thought to himself, appreciating her cleverness. "No need for thanks. I have my experience," Jiang Yumin replied playfully with a smile, speaking softly. Approximately 10 minutes later, the vehicle set in motion. Yu Cheng gazed at the charming Jiang Yumin, his thin lips pressed together. "Daxing Village, I have returned." As the weather grew increasingly warm, he reminded, "Dear ones, do take care to guard against the heat." A playful kiss was sent forth. Please take a moment to leave a comment, offer a good review, and share some love. Chapter 59. Mother has aged half an hour later. They finally arrived at Daxing Village. "Shaohai, prepare yourself. We are disembarking." Yu Cheng glanced outside at the familiar golden rice fields that he had long missed. This year promises another bountiful harvest. Indeed, the conductor squeezed through the front, calling out, "Daxing Village has arrived. Those disembarking, hurry up." He then approached the door, bracing himself with one hand while pulling the latch with the other. With a creak, the door swung open. The 1996 rural passenger minibus employed such manual latches, lacking the advancements of the future where a simple button press could automatically open and close the doors. At that time, these small passenger vehicles were quite lucrative. Do not underestimate the income. Making 5 or 6 trips a day could yield a substantial amount. Yu Cheng called out, "Everyone, please step aside. Do not bump into my wife. She is with child." Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively moved aside. Even the conductor shifted to the side. No one wished to encounter any mishap, and so they all hurried to avoid any potential danger. Jiang Yumin smiled gently as she gracefully stepped off the bus. Subsequently, both Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai exited without hindrance. The door closed swiftly behind them. The vehicle vanished from sight, for there were still many villages along the route. "Brother Yu Cheng, you truly have a way with words. Your shout made everyone part ways," Qian Shaohai remarked, though he had only taken 2 rides. He felt he had learned much. "Shaohai, do not emulate your brother Yu Cheng. He merely calculated that others would shy away from misfortune. Jiang Yumin shot Yu Cheng a sidelong glance. "Wife, you are indeed wise." Yu Cheng grinned, showering her with flattery. Jiang Yumin deliberately ignored him, walking ahead. "Brother Yu Cheng, this road leads directly to Daxing Village." Qian Shaohai pointed to a wooden signpost beside the road, where Daxing Village was inscribed in bold calligraphy. Yu Cheng observed that it was the handwriting of the old village chief. The village chief, Yu Aigua, was among the rare few from their elders' generation to have graduated from junior high, and he was already 55 years old. 80% of the households in Daxing Village bore the Yu surname, hence it was also known as Yujia Village. Yu Cheng nodded. "Indeed. Walking down this way leads to Daxing Village, also referred to as Yujia Village." Beneath the highway was a straight path lined with gravel, leading directly into the village. The surface was naturally a muddy road, with the gravel laid down by villagers who had painstakingly transported it from the river, ensuring that even in rain, they would not slip. "These rice fields are absolutely beautiful," Qian Shaohai exclaimed in awe. The golden expanses resembled a shimmering sea, even more splendid than the illustrations in books. "Indeed, I dare say you have never witnessed such beauty," Yu Cheng replied with a hint of pride. "Never have I seen such a sight, brother Yu Cheng. I am fortunate to have accompanied you this time. Otherwise, he would miss witnessing the breathtaking beauty of nature." Yu Cheng contemplated. "You may find it beautiful now, but when you descend to harvest rice, the sharp stubble will cut into your flesh, and you will no longer perceive it as beautiful. The pain it inflicts will undoubtedly leave a profound impression on you. Shaohai, you have yet to witness the blooming of rapeseed flowers. That is true beauty." Jiang Yumin, overhearing their conversation, turned with a smile and interjected, "Really? Sister-in-law, why don't you and brother you take me to see it later, all right?" Upon hearing of something even more beautiful, Qian Shaohai became increasingly eager. Jiang Yumin couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Shaohai, looking perplexed, wondered if he had said something wrong. Nevertheless, he found her smile enchanting, though he dared not gaze too long, stealing just a glance. "Shaohai, you truly are oblivious to the seasons. Do you even know when rapeseed flowers bloom?" Yu Cheng mused, bemused by Shaohai's ignorance. "I don't know," Qian Shaohai replied, shaking his head, as no one had informed him. Rapeseed flowers blossom every March, typically lasting a month. During that time, you can come here. Daxing Village plants vast fields of rapeseed every year. It is truly stunning." Tian Yumin explained upon realizing Qian Shaohai's ignorance. "Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. It's already July, and the flowering season has long passed. I shall return when the rapeseed flowers bloom." Qian Shaohai lamented slightly, though he still found the current expanse of rice fields quite beautiful. The three continued their conversation as they strolled home, arriving swiftly. Their abode remained the same old earthen brick house, built from bricks painstakingly fashioned by his father and brother. The clay was transported from the mountain in carts, mixed with chopped dry straw to mold into bricks that were left to dry under the sun. Each brick represented countless hours of labor and sweat from his father and brother. The roof was covered with the cheapest tiles, while the beams were made of fir trees from the mountains, erected with the help of villagers. To the left were 2 rooms flanking a living room, while the right side also housed 2 rooms adjacent to the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, serving as the primary dining area, with the main living room reserved for festive occasions. At the back of the kitchen was a pig pen, with 2 pigs confined on each side, while a latrine occupied the middle, covered with thick camphor wood planks. The waste from the pigs was flushed into the latrine, where humans also attended to their daily needs. In those times, parents were reluctant to spend money on pig feed. They would gather pig fodder, chop sweet potato vines, add a bit of rice, and mix it with a ladle of rice bran to cook for the pigs. The house, built in 1985, had remained unchanged for 11 years. Yu Cheng sighed inwardly. "Shaohai, this is my home. Let us go inside." He unfastened the rope, and the 2 bamboo doors swung open. The small doors were designed to prevent chickens and ducks from entering, as their droppings would be everywhere. "Yumin, watch your step," Yu Cheng cautioned. Old houses often featured thresholds, and most were built this way. "I understand." Jiang Yumin nodded. She is now expecting a child, naturally becoming more cautious. "Mother, I have returned." Jiang Yumin was the first to step inside, immediately spotting her mother-in-law, Pan Dafin, washing vegetables. At 50 years old, Pan Dafin appeared aged beyond her years. Looking closer to 55 due to excessive toil, her hair already graying significantly. Upon hearing the familiar voice, she paused her work, looked up, and was astonished to see her daughter-in-law, Jiang Yumin, had indeed come back. Each year, her daughter-in-law would return around this time. "Yumin, you're back." Pan Dafin hurried over, her face adorned with a warm and loving smile. However, as she approached, she noticed two young men following Jiang Yumin, one of whom was her own son. This son, who seldom returned home except during the new year, was inexplicably back now. In contrast, his wife was dutiful and filial, sending money every month to support them and returning during the harvest season to lend a hand, far exceeding what her own son contributed. "Mother, your unfilial son has returned." Yu Cheng, seeing the weathered face of his mother, with dry and darkened skin, choked out the words. "Mother, you have aged." He fought back tears, overwhelmed with a myriad of emotions. It's good to be back," Pan Dafin replied, trying to maintain decorum in front of guests, suppressing her true feelings. Her emotions were complex. While she was indeed happy her son was back, it also stirred frustration. She was somewhat aware of his affairs outside and had discreetly advised him to treat his wife better and focus on his work. Yet, her son remained obstinate in his ways. His father had suffered multiple heart ailments due to this situation, constantly sighing in despair. However, the fact that her son had returned with his wife this time might signal a positive change. Parents invariably wish for the well-being of their children. The heart of a parent is indeed a compassionate one. Only by raising children does one truly understand the sacrifices made by their own parents. Please, dear children, show me your affection with kind reviews and gifts. Thank you for the encouragement and support, everyone. Your likes and heartfelt gifts mean the world to me. Love you all. Chapter 60. This son has finally grown up. Jiang Yumin sensed her mother-in-law's complicated emotions and quickly diverted the conversation. "Mother, this time we returned. Yu Cheng has brought back many nourishing items for you." She refrained from mentioning that these gifts were purchased by her own parents. Hoping to shift her mother-in-law's perspective about Yu Cheng, Pan Dafin thought to herself that she did not care for what her son bought her. All she wished for was for him to live well with his wife. Why spend money on these things? You should save it for your own well-being. She suspected that these items were likely purchased by Yumin through her own frugality. Jiang Yumin exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Cheng, discreetly acknowledging the slightly awkward presence of Qian Shaohai, who was carrying items behind them. Yu Cheng, lost in his own thoughts, only realized the need to introduce his companion when he caught Yumin's signal. "Mother, this is my friend, Qian Shaohai. He is a recent university graduate. You can just call him Shaohai." Yu Cheng presented Qian Shaohai to his mother, aware of her admiration for educated individuals, as a university student was indeed a cultured person. "Hello, Aunt. My name is Qian Shaohai, and I am a dear brother of Yu Cheng. These items are intended to supplement your and Uncle's health." Qian Shaohai hurriedly and respectfully exclaimed. "Shaohai, why are you being so courteous? You are most welcome to visit us. There is no need to spend excessively on gifts." Pan Dafin replied warmly as she accepted the items, secretly contemplating returning them to the child when he departs. One could tell these gifts were not inexpensive. Though their family was modest, they held firm principles and did not wish to take advantage of others. Throughout her conversation, Pan Dafin wore a constant smile, though it was absent when she looked at her son. "It's nothing. I simply bought a few things casually in the county. Please do not find them lacking." Qian Shaohai thought the offerings were rather meager. "Mom, please continue your conversation. I will prepare lunch. Father and my elder brother will be home shortly," Jiang Yumin said deliberately. She was well aware that her father-in-law and elder brother had gone out to work and would not return until mealtime. In rural areas, meals are seldom served early. It was only around 11 o'clock, and during the busy farming season, lunch could be as late as 1 or 2 in the afternoon. With dinner around 7 or 8, this was the norm. "Yumin, you must be tired from your journey. Please keep them company while I prepare the meal," Pan Dafin said, turning to fetch rice from the large earthenware jar. She considered the lack of vegetables at home and wondered if Zhang the butcher still had any meat available at this hour. Zhang the butcher. who had inherited the family trade of pig slaughtering, would rise early, often around 4 in the morning, to kill a pig as agreed upon the previous day. After weighing and settling the payment, he would sell the meat beneath the large banyan tree at the village entrance. Pandafin pondered that she could not simply serve a few fried eggs and stir-fried vegetables for guests. The young man appeared to be from the city. He would surely find it difficult to adjust to a meal devoid of meat. Yuman, I will check with Uncle Zhang to see if there is any meat left. Please entertain our guests in the meantime, Pandafin whispered to Jiang Yuman, mindful of others overhearing their conversation. Mom, it's unnecessary. Yucheng has purchased plenty of meat and vegetables, enough to last several days, Jiang Yuman said with a smile, pointing to the snakeskin bag on the ground. Pandafin noticed one bag bulging with various items and wondered how much it had cost. Another nylon bag emitted the quacking of ducks, with their heads stretching long as they pecked at the ground. Mom, look, we even bought ducks. With this warm weather, we should make some old duck soup. It will be refreshing, Jiang Yuman said, and since there were indeed ingredients, she decided to begin cooking. Unbeknownst to Yucheng, he and Qian Shaohai had shared some conversation, after which he stood and walked over. Mom, Yuman is pregnant. You should keep her company and chat with Shaohai, Yucheng said with a voice that was exceptionally gentle and kind. Chengzi, are you saying Yuman is expecting? Pandafin could hardly believe her ears. Chengzi was Yucheng's childhood name, used affectionately by family and villagers alike. Yes, Mom, Yuman is truly pregnant, nearly 3 months along, and it's twins. Yucheng chuckled as he removed the apron from his mother's waist and deftly tied it around himself. Pandafin felt an even greater joy upon learning that she was expecting twins. She had previously harbored concerns that her son, being somewhat unreliable, might lead to her beautiful and elegant daughter-in-law, Yuman, considering divorce. After all, they had been married for 2 to 3 years without any sign of wanting children. She had thought perhaps Yuman did not desire them, fearing that having children would impede her own life. What woman does not cherish a husband who is ambitious, hardworking, and free from vices such as gambling, domestic violence, or a life of indulgence? Pandafin turned her gaze to her daughter-in-law, who nodded affirmatively. Mom, everything Yucheng said is true. He has not deceived you. Meanwhile, Qian Shaohai, sitting nearby, felt that in his mother's eyes, Yucheng seemed to embody the traits of a disreputable spendthrift. It appeared that his mother did not favor Yucheng, while she held a warm affection for his sister-in-law. He was puzzled by the entire situation. Mom, I will prepare lunch today, Yucheng declared, promptly moving to wash the rice. He was well aware of where everything was kept and proceeded to wash the pot and boil water, as he tended to the fire with ease. It was evident that he had often engaged in such tasks during his visits to his mother in the countryside. Watching her son execute these familiar actions, Pandafin felt as if she were witnessing a miracle. She could scarcely believe this capable young man was indeed her son. Yuman, has he been possessed? She mused, recalling that she had never partaken in a meal prepared by this mischievous boy. Mom, he is your Chengzi, the one you raised. How could you mistake him? Yuman replied with a smile. Shaohai, are you truly a good friend of Yucheng? Pandafin inquired of Qian Shaohai. The young man was a university student, and she found it perplexing that someone of his stature would befriend her son. Moreover, Shaohai appeared to hold a certain admiration for Yucheng, which struck her as odd. Indeed, Auntie, Yucheng is my brother, and he is quite impressive. My father values him greatly, Qian Shaohai exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Who is your father? Pandafin asked, increasingly bewildered. Mom, Shaohai's father is the chairman of Yucheng's company, the top leader, Yuman clarified, concerned that her mother-in-law might not grasp the significance. Meanwhile, Yucheng had already scooped the rice from the pot and poured it into a large wooden tub, crafted by a carpenter in the village at his father's request. Perfect for steaming rice. After approximately half an hour, the rice would be ready to eat. Once finished, he cut pieces of both beef and pork, along with some chili, storing the leftovers in the well water in the backyard to prevent spoilage. Upon hearing that Shaohai was the son of a high-ranking official, Pandafin felt a sense of disbelief and became more reserved in her speech. Observing her son's adeptness in his tasks, she reflected on how he had indeed transformed. Mother, Yu Chung has truly changed for the better, which is why his boss holds him in high regard. Now that I am expecting, he has encouraged me to resign from work and focus on nurturing the baby, Yu Man said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Yu Man, I am so happy that Qingzi has improved. You should cherish your life together, and do not worry about us. Once you both are thriving, that is all that will bring me joy. Pan Dafin finally revealed a smile of contentment. Her son had indeed grown up. The love that parents harbor for their children is truly selfless. Chapter 61. Father and elder brother. Around 12:30, the Yu family men returned home, wielding their hoes. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the rice harvest had yet to commence, which allowed them to return a tad earlier than usual. At this moment, Yu Chung placed the final dish upon the table. The dining table was a square 8 immortals table. Father, brother, you're back just in time for the meal, Yu Chung announced as he removed his apron. Yu Dafu and Yu Zhou gazed at Yu Chung as if he were an enigma. Yu Dafu remarked, "Could this fellow possibly not be my son, merely resembling him?" Yu Zhou added, "What on earth was his younger brother doing just now? Cooking? This is a sight to behold. I've never witnessed him prepare a meal in all his years. Defun, what is going on? Is that our pesky little brat?" Yu Dafu pulled his wife aside and whispered, "Why not inquire with your daughter-in-law? She would know if it's your son," Pan Dafin suggested, casting a glance towards Jiang Yuman's seat. It was only then that Yu Dafu realized his daughter-in-law Jiang Yuman had also returned, confirming the truth. "Dinner is nearly ready. Rest assured, that is indeed your son. I would know, having given birth to him myself." Pan Dafin chuckled softly, adding, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. We have guests in the house." Yu Dafu surveyed the surroundings and noticed an unfamiliar face among them. "Father, mother, brother, please take a seat and enjoy the meal," Jiang Yuman called out. The 8 immortals table could accommodate 8 individuals, yet there were only 6 of them, ample space indeed. This table had been passed down from Yu Chung's grandfather, traditionally reserved for ancestral rites. Seating was determined by seniority, with the eldest generally positioned at the northern seat, facing south, and others seated according to their generational hierarchy. Children were typically not allowed at the table, nor were they permitted to clink utensils against bowls or the table's surface. However, in this modern era, such customs had relaxed considerably. Looking at the array of dishes, Yu Dafu couldn't help but inquire, "Chengzi, did you prepare these dishes? They appear delightful and smell marvelous." "Yes, father. Please give it a try," Yu Chung replied with a cheerful grin, offering a pair of chopsticks to his father. "Brother, you should sample it as well," Yu Chung called to his silent elder brother. Yu Zhou seemed momentarily dazed, as if awakening from a dream, before responding, "All right, I shall also taste your culinary skills. Xiaohai, make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Feel free to eat whatever you desire." Yu Chung encouraged Qian Xiaohai, noticing his mild discomfort with the unfamiliar situation. He then introduced Qian Xiaohai to his father and brother. Naturally, Qian Xiaohai politely greeted them as uncle and elder brother. Soon, everyone settled down and commenced their meal. Yuman and her mother-in-law sat together, while Qian Xiaohai took a seat beside Yu Chung. Yu Dafu and Yu Zhou, the father and son duo, occupied another side. "Chengzi, did you truly make this? It is so delicious, even surpassing dishes from fine restaurants," Yu Dafu exclaimed after savoring a piece of braised pork, only to reach for another piece. "It's absolutely exquisite." Compared to his previous trip with the village chief to the county to purchase fertilizer, the meal they were enjoying now was far more exquisite. However, he had no money to dine out. It was the village chief who graciously treated him. Yu Zhou picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his mouth, intending to savor it slowly. Yet, it was so delicious that he swallowed it whole. "This is truly delightful." Even the usually reticent Yu Zhou gave a thumbs up. "Defun, quickly bring me some wine. Such delectable dishes cannot be enjoyed without a drink." Pan Dafin scolded him. "You're craving alcohol again. With your heart condition, you shouldn't indulge. Just a small cup, just a small cup." Yu Dafu interjected with a grin, extending a finger in a playful manner. Within minutes, Pan Dafun produced a cherished bottle of Erguo she had long saved. Yu Chung had originally planned to bring home a bottle of Matai, but had forgotten in his haste. "Uncle, why not drink the wine I brought?" Qian Shaohai glanced at the remaining third of the erguo on the table and decided to speak up. Young man, you brought wine. Let us see what you have. Yu Defu asked with a cheerful smile. This young lad was quite perceptive, knowing his fondness for wine, unlike his own son who had tea brought any. Yu Cheng remained silent, adopting a turtle-like demeanor. He was unaware that the young man had purchased wine or when he had done so. You old fool. Are you already tipsy before drinking? Talking nonsense? Pandafan shot a glare at Yu Defu and then smiled apologetically at Qian Shaohai. Don't mind him. Just let him have this erguo. Qian Shaohai smiled bashfully. It's all right, Aunt. Mom, Dad is rarely this happy. Let him have a drink. Zhang Yuman urged her mother-in-law. Pandafan fell silent, feeling it wasn't quite right. Yu Cheng searched through the gifts for wine. His mother had moved all the gifts to the room next door, where they slept. When he finally retrieved the wine, he was astonished to discover it was Matai, a 1996 vintage, nonetheless, not inexpensive at over 100 a bottle. This lad was certainly willing to spend. He hadn't noticed the wine when he was loading the car, only the nutritional supplements. Clearly, this was intended for his father, Yu Defu, who was in for a treat today. Hurry up, will you? Stop dawdling like an old woman. Yu Defu's loud voice boomed again. Coming, Yu Cheng replied, grabbing the wine and turning to leave. Yu Defu observed his younger son returning home, enjoying the dishes he had personally cooked, and thought his culinary skills were fit for a restaurant. The boy appeared darker and thinner than before, yet more spirited. Watching his daughter-in-law sweetly smile at his son, he realized something had changed. This son was different now. Once carefree and aimless, he had matured. Here, Dad, Shaohai bought you some Matai, Yu Cheng said. Glancing at Qian Shaohai, Qian Shaohai chuckled. In truth, it was his father's idea. Before coming here, he had spoken with his parents. His father had urged him to buy a bottle of Matai, while his mother reminded him to bring some nutritional supplements, so he wouldn't go empty-handed. Thus, he had complied. Qingzi, your culinary skills are remarkable. I have yet to savor such delectable dishes. Yuzhou perceived that his younger brother must have devoted considerable effort to mastering the art of cooking. He was aware that merely being able to cook the food thoroughly was an achievement for his brother, let alone to attain a certain level of expertise. Brother, if you enjoy it, that's all that matters. I shall prepare meals for you every day for the next few days, he said. Yet, in his heart, Yu Cheng pondered when to convince his elder brother to visit the large hospital in the city for an examination of his leg, hoping for a potential remedy. His brother had suffered from polio in his youth and, lacking the financial means for timely treatment, now exhibited a slight imbalance in his left leg, resulting in a slight limp. Although Yuzhou stood tall at 180 centimeters, this condition had prevented him from marrying to this day. As Yu Cheng contemplated his brother's predicament, their father's voice interrupted his thoughts. Qingzi, is this Matai liquor? Yu Defu was taken aback. He had never anticipated such an expensive drink. Despite being a native farmer, he had accompanied the village chief to town on several occasions and was aware of the liquor's price. Yu Cheng nodded in acknowledgement. Shaohai, this liquor is far too costly for me to indulge in. It would be a waste for us rough old men to partake in such fine spirits, Yu Defu insisted, feeling it inappropriate to accept such generosity from the young man. Uncle, if you feel this way, then I shall cover your meals and accommodation while I am here, Shaohai declared, feigning a sense of formality. You, young man, are speaking too formally. How much could meals possibly cost? If others were to hear of this, they would surely mock you, Yu Defu replied. Well, that's precisely it. Yu Cheng and I are close brothers, so there's no need for such formality, Shaohai insisted, casting meaningful glances at Yu Cheng. Eventually, Yu Cheng, along with Yuman, managed to persuade Yu Defu. After dinner, Yu Defu took Yuzhou out again, claiming it was necessary to irrigate the fields in preparation for the rice harvest the following day. As two people were sufficient for this task, Yu Cheng opted to remain behind and engage in conversation with his mother. Today, I managed to carve out a little extra time to add a chapter. I am grateful for all the support from my dear readers. Much love to you all. Chapter 62. Watching television and eating melons this evening. Perhaps due to the return of his son and daughter-in-law, coupled with guests in the house, Yu Defu and his son returned home later than usual. As was customary, Yu Cheng took charge of the cooking, while Jiang Yumin insisted on helping with tasks within her capability, such as selecting and preparing the vegetables, removing the old ones, cleaning them thoroughly, and washing them before chopping. At this time, an abundance of cucumbers, eggplants, and green beans could be found in the fields. Yudafu had also planted watermelons and cantaloupes. Indeed, upon returning from work in the afternoon, he had harvested 2 large watermelons and several pounds of cantaloupe, which is also known by various names in different regions. Moreover, there are numerous varieties. Some possess a green skin with many seeds, but an even more intense aroma. It is said that this particular type was introduced from elsewhere, though the exact origin remains untraceable. Another variety, initially green in youth, matures into a plump, white fruit. The crops grown in their own garden are nourished with organic fertilizer, resulting in an exceptionally sweet and delightful taste. Its sweetness is not cloying like sugar, but rather carries the fragrant sweetness characteristic of fruit. It is far superior to those cultivated in greenhouses using chemical fertilizers. Additionally, the cantaloupe contains many seeds, which some people consume alongside the fruit. The flesh is utterly delicious. Swallowing seeds whole proves futile, as they are indigestible and are expelled during subsequent visits to the restroom. These discarded seeds, when utilized as fertilizer for peppers and similar crops, can sprout anew, though the resulting melons are typically smaller than the first harvest, commonly referred to as autumn melons. Some individuals, aware of this, opt to discard the seeds altogether, consuming only the flesh. Future generations have become even more discerning, often peeling the skin prior to consumption. In truth, if one cultivates their own produce, there is little to fear regarding pesticide residues. A thorough wash ensures safety for consumption. In her backyard, Pan Dafeng has also planted several tomato plants, specifically for her daughter-in-law, knowing that she returns each year at this time. After dinner, the family gathers to watch television. The set is a 17-inch color television, procured by Yudafu through the village chief from town. The funds for the television were cobbled together from the earnings of Yu Zhou and his labor outside, along with money from Pan Dafeng's cotton sales. The intention was to provide entertainment during the New Year celebrations, as otherwise, the atmosphere would be rather dull, particularly with guests visiting. Currently, a well-known television series, Journey to the West, is airing, a show beloved by all ages that remains endlessly enjoyable. Yu Chung is also quite fond of it. Pan Dafeng has sliced a large watermelon, bringing it out for everyone to enjoy. She first hands a piece to Qian Xiaohai, saying, "Xiaohai, have some watermelon. Grown in our own fields, these are the fruits of our land. Being a guest, he deserves special consideration." "Thank you, Aunt." Qian Xiaohai responds with a smile, eagerly taking a bite and exclaiming, "Aunt, your melons are truly sweet, sweeter than those sold in the city, even if they do have a few more seeds." The next piece goes to Yu Man, carefully chosen from the center, the sweetest part, as the ends are less flavorful. "Yu Man, enjoy this slice of watermelon. But remember to spit out the seeds. Be cautious not to swallow them," Pan Dafeng advises as she places the watermelon in Yu Man's hands. Jiang Yuman beams, saying, "Thank you, Mom. You gentlemen can help yourselves," Pan Dafeng adds, settling beside Yu Man with her own slice. The so-called gentlemen are simply expected to fend for themselves. "Is this watermelon sweet, Yu Man?" Pan Dafeng inquires while enjoying her piece. "Yes, Mom, it's quite good and sweet," Jiang Yuman replies with a smile, though she notes that as she is pregnant, she mustn't indulge too much, as it may upset her stomach. "It's delicious, but moderation is key. I also washed some tomatoes for you," Pan Dafeng continues, having specifically sent Yudafu to the county this year to procure seeds meant for fruit, small, delightful ones. Noticing that Qian Xiaohai has nearly finished his piece, Pan Dafeng sets down her watermelon and rises to offer him a large, vibrant slice. "Xiaohai, please don't hesitate. Consider this your home." Concerned that the young man might feel shy about accepting more, she adds, "Thank you, Aunt. You are so kind." He is still not satisfied, surprised by her generosity in offering him another piece. Indeed, this watermelon is exceptionally delicious. Typically, he only manages to eat one slice of the melons bought at home. "Xiaohai, feel free to enjoy yourself. You're at home here," Pan Dafeng reassures him. As Yu Defuk munched on a melon, he spoke with a slurred tongue. "Xiaohai, Since you are friends with my younger brother, feel free to be at ease here. Rarely did Yu Zhou utter a word. Qian Shaohai nodded, feeling the warmth and simplicity of the Yu family, so unlike the guardedness prevalent among city dwellers, which was exhausting. Shaohai, just relax. This isn't the city. Whatever we eat, you are welcome to join, Yu Cheng stated candidly. I understand, brother Yu Cheng. You are like a brother to me. I will consider this my home, he replied, relishing the camaraderie of their shared company. Pan Dafan brought over a small plate of cherry tomatoes and handed it to her daughter-in-law. Yumin, enjoy this. It's all for you. They don't get any. It was peculiar. The yield of tomatoes was scant, hence only Yumin could partake. Upon seeing the cherry tomatoes, Yu Cheng was surprised that his mother had grown them, likely with Yumin in mind. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Yumin felt a surge of gratitude, knowing her in-laws had always treated her kindly. I heard these are tart yet sweet, and I thought Yumin would enjoy them, so I planted a few, Pan Dafan said with a smile. Mom, have one too, Jiang Yumin insisted, forcing one into her mother-in-law's mouth. Pan Dafan's expression contorted with shock, pondering how sour they were, while her daughter-in-law savored them with delight. As everyone gathered around the television, indulging in fruits and conversing, the atmosphere was joyful. Even Qian Shaohai found this way of life quite agreeable. Gratitude was expressed for the encouragement and support from friends, as well as their consistent backing. As the weather grew warmer, everyone was reminded to take care of their health. Let us aim for good reviews and celebrate with flowers. Chapter 63. Discussing with parents about eldest brother's leg treatment time was drawing near, so Yu Defuk suggested, everyone should retire early. I need to rise early tomorrow to harvest rice. Father, I will join you and my brother in the rice fields tomorrow. Mother and Yumin can prepare the meals at home, Yu Cheng proposed. In previous years, Yumin would assist their parents before returning to cook, but this year was different. She was pregnant and could not work in the fields. Now, in late July, the sun was at its most merciless, and exposure could lead to skin peeling. His mother suffered from rheumatoid arthritis, which would worsen with prolonged exposure to the muddy fields, especially on rainy days. There had been times when she could barely rise from bed. Therefore, he was determined not to let her toil in the rice fields. It was too arduous. Shaohai, you stay home and help with drying the rice instead. It's far more comfortable than harvesting in the fields, Yu Defuk conceded. Yu Cheng nodded. All right. Let us follow your plan, but don't complain of fatigue later. Though he jested, Yu Defuk felt a swell of joy in his heart. It was a significant improvement that his younger son had volunteered to help, regardless of how much assistance he could truly offer. What mattered was his willingness to contribute. As for his daughter-in-law Jiang Yumin's son, he would not allow her to go. Previously, his late wife had discreetly informed him of his daughter-in-law's pregnancy. No wonder he noticed that she seemed slightly plumper this time. It turned out she was expecting a child. This would be the first grandchild of the Yu family. And of course, it was to be cherished. Upon hearing that brother Yu Cheng wanted him to stay at home, Qian Shaohai immediately protested. Brother Yu Cheng, I also wish to join you in harvesting rice. How could you leave me behind at home? As a grown man, he found it unacceptable to sit idly at home. He was not merely visiting for leisure. He was eager to experience the hardships of rural life. Despite being a university student, he did not perceive himself as different. Shaohai, harvesting rice is both exhausting and under the scorching sun. You should remain at home. Pan Dafan believed that a city-bred university student would struggle with such labor. Moreover, he was a guest. This young man had likely never engaged in such work, unaware of its toil, thinking it would be amusing and novel. In this sweltering weather, simply standing idle would leave one sunburned. Not to mention Shaohai, she doubted even her own son could endure half a day of it. When at home, he would evade labor, unlike his diligent brother. Aunt, we are young and unafraid. You need not worry. He cannot stay at home anyway. Shaohai, it is sufficient that Chengzi is going. You should heed your aunt's advice and assist her at home. Yu Dafu thought that this young man likely had no idea how to dry grain. Nevertheless, with his late wife and daughter-in-law at home, a bit of help would be acceptable. Dad, Mom, please allow Shaohai to go. I will keep an eye on him there. He understood his parents' concerns that Qian Shaohai might not withstand such hardship. Seeing that Qian Shaohai was determined to go, Yu Cheng intervened. Shaohai, then you should retire early. We must rise at 5 tomorrow. It will be less scorching if you go earlier. Brother Qingzi, you take Xiaohai to sleep in the room next door? Pan Dafan instructed her eldest son. The room for her eldest son was the largest and longest, so she had separated it into 2 sections with 2 beds, which guests would use when visiting. She had changed the bedding to new ones. After previous guests stayed for a couple of days, she had washed and sun-dried the linens. Xiaohai, let us go. Mind the threshold, Yuzhou reminded him. The threshold at home was a bit high, and one could easily stumble if unaccustomed. I understand. Brother Yuzhou, Qin Xiaohai replied cautiously, watching his step. Yu Cheng observed his elder brother's tall figure, his gaze lingering on his left leg, lost in thought. In a previous life, his elder brother Yuzhou had met a rural girl named Ma Xiaoong in 1998 through introductions. After several months of courtship, they decided to marry. The bride's family requested a dowry of 10,000 yuan, which was quite substantial for that era in the countryside. Their parents believed that with his brother's circumstances, it would be commendable to find a suitable partner for life, providing companionship for the latter half of his days. After some deliberation, they managed to gather the 10,000 yuan for the bride price. However, on the day of the wedding, the bride left a letter and eloped with her lover. Apologies to his brother. She mentioned that she was already carrying that man's child and that her marriage to him was merely for the sake of that 10,000 yuan. Unable to bear the blow, his brother, Yuzhou, succumbed to despair and took his own life by drinking pesticide. At that time, he was striving away from home, only to discover this tragedy later, but by then, it was too late, for his brother was gone. This incident nearly blinded their mother with tears, while their father suffered a heart attack and underwent surgery to save his life. The elderly couple lived in perpetual guilt. Following Yuman's death, their indifference towards each other only deepened. He had endured a life filled with resentment and guilt. Now that he had returned, he would not allow a similar fate to befall anyone again. With this thought in mind, Yu Cheng spoke up. Dad, Mom, once the double harvest is finished, I wish to take my brother to the city hospital for a leg examination. He cannot live like this forever. After speaking, Yu Cheng cast a glance at Yuman, fearful of her displeasure, as treatment would undoubtedly incur considerable expenses. However, Jiang Yuman was delighted that Yu Cheng had begun to show concern for family. How could she possibly be upset? In the past, her elder brother had cared for her greatly, always eager to take on heavy tasks and often reprimanding Yu Cheng to vent his frustrations. She lamented how unfortunate it was that her tall and strong brother had to suffer such a fate. Opportunities for work were scarce, and employers were often dismissive. Yu Cheng, pursue whatever you wish. I will support you, Jiang Yuman said, glancing at the elderly couple, who seemed worried about her aspirations. Thank you, Yuman, Yu Cheng replied, squeezing his wife's hand. Qingzi, going to the city for a consultation will likely cost a fortune. Pan Dafing voiced her concerns. With Yuman now pregnant and without a job, only Yu Cheng was working, and his salary was hardly sufficient. The family barely scraped by, often relying on sporadic labor for sustenance. The elderly man's heart condition required monthly medication, which was an additional expense. Yu Dafing raised his head and said, Dafing, if Josie's leg can be treated, we will spare no effort. We could even sell half of this house if necessary. Indeed, if there is hope, we shall pursue treatment. Pan Dafing agreed with a determined nod. The greatest regret of their lives was their eldest son. Dad, Mom, please do not worry about the money. There is no way I will let you sell the house. Where would you live if you sold it? I cannot allow you to do that. This house was built from every drop of sweat shed by his father and brother. Dad, Mom, please do not sell the house. Let us first assess my brother's condition. The in-laws had long harbored deep-seated guilt towards Yuzhou, as a lack of funds had delayed timely treatment in his childhood, resulting in his disability. He had only completed middle school before dropping out. Yu Cheng, perhaps we could ask my father if he knows any experienced orthopedic specialists, Jiang Yuman suddenly suggested, recalling that her father was the vice dean and likely had many contacts. That would be wonderful, Yuman. But regarding your parents, Pan Dafing was initially pleased. Yet knowing that her in-laws had disapproved of their marriage, she feared they might not be willing to help. Yuman, do you think your father would agree to assist? It is truly regrettable that my son has wronged someone's daughter, and during their wedding, our family did not present any monetary gift. Yu Dafu has always felt that his family has let down the in-laws. Jiang Yumin is certainly aware of the concerns held by the elders. Had it been in the past, her parents would undoubtedly have disapproved. Now, however, their approval is unequivocal. Jiang Yumin nudged Yu Cheng, saying, "Yu Cheng, what do you think?" Yu Cheng nodded, reassuringly addressing his parents. "Rest assured, my in-laws have consented to my marriage with Yumin, and they will surely lend their support." The elderly couple responded in unison, "That is splendid." Thus, the matter was settled. They exchanged a few more words before retiring for the night, knowing they would face laborious tasks the following day. Chapter 64. My silly wife Yu Cheng and Jiang Yumin slept in the same room as before. After freshening up, they climbed into bed. The bed was still the old wooden one, and as they lay together, even the slightest movement produced a creaking sound. "Yumin, tomorrow you and your mother should stay at home. Do not venture out, especially not under the scorching sun. If you must go out, ensure your mother accompanies you. And do not forget to wear a straw hat," Yu Cheng advised, unable to suppress his concern. "Yu Cheng, do not fret. I am not a delicate panda from a zoo. I am not that fragile," Jiang Yumin replied, feeling that Yu Cheng was overly anxious. She was nearly 3 months pregnant now and had begun to show a slight roundness, for after all, she was carrying twins, which naturally made her appear larger than someone expecting a single child. "In our family, you are as cherished as a panda. You are our national treasure," Yu Cheng remarked, playfully blowing a breath against her neck, sending tingles through her. Jiang Yumin squirmed away, glaring at him in annoyance. He clearly knew her ticklishness and was being deliberately mischievous. She wriggled a bit, but realized she was still encased in Yu Cheng's embrace. "Darling, be good and don't move around," Yu Cheng rasped, unbeknownst to Jiang Yumin. Her previous movements had ignited a fervor within him, akin to a ball of dough in a hot frying pan, ready to explode. Yu Cheng, struggling against his own desires, remained still. Noticing the unusual tone in Yu Cheng's voice, Jiang Yumin lifted her head slightly and saw his flushed face, instantly understanding the reason for his discomfort. She quickly settled down, not daring to stir again. It had been 3 months since they had been intimate. While it may not have affected her much, it was indeed a torment for a young man like Yu Cheng. "Yu Cheng, why don't we?" Jiang Yumin whispered softly, her voice barely audible. Yet, Yu Cheng caught her words. "What is it?" he asked hoarsely. At 26, he was no longer an innocent youth and had certainly overheard tales in the workshop from a colleague who enjoyed sharing amusing anecdotes to lighten the mood. As Jiang Yumin leaned closer, Yu Cheng cradled her delicate face and began to shower her with fervent kisses, on her hair, eyes, nose, earlobes, finally resting on her crimson lips. Perhaps it was Jiang Yumin's growing trust in him and the deepening of her feelings that led her to gradually reciprocate his tender, yet slightly audacious kisses. After a considerable time, the two finally separated, fearing a lack of oxygen and difficulty in breathing. Jiang Yumin's complexion was flushed, and she exhibited slight breathlessness. "My dear, I feel a bit warm. I shall take a bath," Yu Cheng stated as he rose from the bed. He thought to himself that it would be embarrassing if his mother saw them together the next day. Jiang Yumin shyly nodded, covering her face with the blanket. "Thank you, my love, you have worked hard." Yu Cheng tenderly kissed her forehead before heading to the well in the backyard. Jiang Yumin lay in bed, waiting for Yu Cheng, her eyelids heavy with no trace of sleep. Hearing the sound of water flowing from the backyard, she knew it was Yu Cheng using the well water to wash up. Why did this fool not think to use the hot water from the kitchen stove? The water near the chimney was warm, specifically meant for washing. Recalling their earlier encounter made Jiang Yumin's heart race and her cheeks flush. This was her first time being so proactive since marrying him. She had learned such things from a more experienced female colleague at the marketplace, who had secretly advised her to prevent her husband from being tempted by other women during this period. However, the thought of her husband being unfaithful had never crossed her mind. Perhaps she subconsciously trusted him. It was merely that she felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Thus, she had employed the methods the colleague had suggested. What a dilemma. She wondered if Yu Cheng would think she had become a bad woman or where she had learned such things. Would he perceive her as that kind of woman? This thought made Jiang Yumin anxious again. Alas, what could be done now that they had already crossed that line? Had she known, she might have chosen to ignore him altogether. Just as Jiang Yumin tossed and turned in her blanket, lost in thought, a freshly bathed Yu Cheng stepped back into the room. Yumin, why are you still awake? Upon entering, he heard the creaking of the bed, indicating she had not yet succumbed to slumber. I cannot sleep, Jiang Yumin murmured, peeking her head out from under the covers. Yu Cheng, are you done washing? Regret washed over her as soon as the question left her lips. It was a rather redundant inquiry. Yu Cheng paused for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I'm done. Yumin, you should get to bed. It's getting late. He was oblivious to the unusual air surrounding Jiang Yumin. Do you think I'm a bad woman? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Yumin posed the question, fearing she would be unable to sleep otherwise. Yumin, why do you ask that? Yu Cheng, caught off guard, inquired innocently. Jiang Yumin wished she could take back her words in that moment. Ha ha ha. Yu Cheng finally caught on and laughed heartily. Yu Cheng, you're still laughing. I won't pay you any mind. Jiang Yumin turned away in embarrassment and anger. My silly wife, Yu Cheng said, turning her back towards him and embracing her. Jiang Yumin gazed at him with her enchanting eyes. Actually, I like you very much, he whispered in a low, husky voice close to her ear. You are so mischievous, Jiang Yumin responded, playfully punching him a few times. My dear, don't be angry. I was just teasing. It's quite late. Let us sleep. Or I won't be able to get up in the morning, and my father will come after me with a broom. Yu Cheng half jokingly, half seriously remarked, All right, time to sleep. Jiang Yumin, aware that they needed to rise early the next morning, obediently nodded and nestled into Yu Cheng's embrace, closing her eyes. The two of them drifted into slumber, wrapped in each other's warmth. Outside, the moon quietly ascended the treetops, casting its gentle light upon the windowsill. Chapter 65. Harvesting rice the following day, Yu Cheng rose quietly, dressing himself with care. Glancing at the slumbering Jiang Yumin, he grinned and lightly kissed her cherry lips before heading to the kitchen to wash up. Mom, you're up so early too? Yu Cheng raised his hand to check his watch. It was only 4:50 a.m., still shy of 5. His mother, Pan Dafeng, was already preparing breakfast, planning to boil rice and prepare pig feed, as well as chicken feed. She glanced at her son, noting with a hint of pride that he had risen without being called. Reflecting on the numerous tasks ahead, Yu Cheng realized they would need to sun-dry the rice once it was harvested. Mom, where's Dad and brother? He inquired while brushing his teeth and washing his face. They're in the hall, getting the baskets and sickles ready. Pan Dafeng stirred the remaining firewood in the stove, revealing a few plump, red sweet potatoes. She brushed off the ashes, letting them cool. The aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted into Yu Cheng's nostrils, a familiar and nostalgic scent. His eyes sparkled with delight. His mother had made sweet potatoes, a cherished memory from his childhood, and an essential snack from their youth. Mom, those sweet potatoes smell wonderful. Take some with you for the road. It's too early to cook a proper meal, Pan Dafeng suggested, having prepared the sweet potatoes. Knowing that porridge alone would suffice to stave off hunger, these sweet potatoes had been well preserved in the cellar. Still fresh and likely sweeter now due to slight moisture evaporation. During the busy farming season, many families in the countryside skipped breakfast to begin their work at dawn, usually returning around 8 for their first meal. Rural breakfasts differed from urban ones. In the city, nutrition and simplicity were emphasized, while in the countryside, the focus was solely on filling one's stomach to gain strength for labor. Thus, breakfast was referred to as early meal. Chengzi, take this basket. It contains sweet potatoes and a few boiled eggs for you to snack on during your journey. Also, grab that kettle of water from the table. You'll need it later, Pan Dafeng instructed, wrapping the sweet potatoes in an old piece of clothing and placing the eggs in a bowl, all neatly arranged in the basket. Got it. Mom, let Yumin sleep a bit longer. Pregnant women need their rest. I know, no need for you to remind me. It's nice to see you caring for your wife. I wonder why you never did before, Pan Dafeng teased with a laugh. Mom, I was just a clueless son back then, but I've learned now, Yu Cheng replied with a smile, acutely aware of his past follies. All right, hurry along. I suspect your father and brother are nearly ready. She waved him off. Yu Cheng nodded, sighed, and carried the basket toward the hall. The hall was spacious. During the harvest season, After sun-drying the grains, they were temporarily placed there until thoroughly dried, before being transferred into a large wooden container, colloquially known as a grain bin. Upon entering the hall, I noticed the main door was ajar, allowing the faint light of dawn to illuminate the nearby ground. Though the distant landscape remained obscured in a gray haze, my father was busy organizing the baskets for the grains, which contained several sickles and a few straw hats. Wearing a straw hat was essential, as the summer sun was merciless, capable of causing heat stroke. My elder brother, Yujo, was outside tending to the threshing machine, applying a few drops of machine oil to the axle to ensure it would operate smoothly later. At this moment, Qian Xiaohai was also awake, preparing to wash up in the kitchen. "Xiaohai, are you really going to cut the rice in that outfit?" Yucheng remarked, surprised to see him in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts. "Getting sunburned is minor. Those prickly stalks will be far more uncomfortable in such sweltering weather. Was it not absurd to wear long sleeves and trousers?" Qian Xiaohai chuckled dismissively, only to realize that everyone else was indeed dressed in long sleeves and trousers. "Did you not bring any long-sleeved shirts or long pants?" he was asked, and he nodded, admitting he had only packed 2 or 3 sets of summer clothes. "Were mine for now, though they might be a tad large," Yucheng offered, as he was slightly taller than Qian Xiaohai, who he estimated to be around 178 centimeters. "All right." Qian Xiaohai nodded in agreement, trusting Yucheng's judgment. "I'll fetch the clothes. You wash up first. We must depart soon," Yucheng reminded him, glancing at the clock, which read 5:10. Upon hearing that they were about to set off, Qian Xiaohai hurried to the kitchen to wash up. In less than 2 minutes, he returned, and Yucheng handed him the clothes. Qian Xiaohai rushed back to his room to change, planning to wear his own clothes after showering that evening, so they would be clean and dry for the next day. "Father, brother, Xiaohai, have some sweet potatoes and eggs," Yucheng called out. "Mother prepared them this morning. A hearty meal will help with the work." He distributed the sweet potatoes and eggs from the basket. It was Qian Xiaohai's first time tasting sweet potatoes that had been slow-cooked over firewood, and he couldn't stop exclaiming how delicious they were. Seeing him finish, Yucheng remarked, "Young man, you certainly have an appetite." Once everyone was satisfied, they finally set off. Elder brother Yujo carried the threshing machine on a pole, while father pulled a cart equipped with 2 bamboo trays. The cart was intended for transporting the grains, alleviating the arduous task of carrying them back, which could be quite laborious. A single load of freshly threshed rice, still containing moisture, could weigh over 100 pounds, enough to chafe the shoulders painfully. In severe cases, it could lead to swelling, making it difficult to sleep at night. Those who have never farmed would not comprehend the hardships involved. Hence, it is crucial to cherish every grain. The saying, "Who knows the labor that goes into the food on the plate? Every grain is born of toil," rings particularly true and is far from an exaggeration. Qian Xiaohai picked up 2 baskets, which contained straw hats, sickles, and 2 large oilcloths approximately 2 meters wide. Oilcloth is utilized for sifting grains. The grain within the threshing machine must first be screened using a bamboo tray with holes, before being packed and poured into a basket. Yucheng himself carried 2 baskets, placing his water jug and a single bowl for drinking inside. Country folk do not have many such pretensions. Their family possesses approximately 8 acres of land, and harvesting 1 acre daily would still take a week. It seems they did not originally own so much land. His parents cultivated a bit of someone else's to increase their income. Yucheng, however, remained oblivious to these particulars, as he had never taken an interest in such matters at home. Qian Xiaohai was exuberant throughout the journey, engaging in lively conversation with Yu Dafeng, cultivating a sense of camaraderie that transcended their age difference. Along the way, they occasionally encountered acquaintances from the village, each expressing astonishment at the sight of Yucheng. "Yucheng has returned to harvest rice? Isn't it usually his wife who comes to help? Indeed, has the sun risen from the west? This lad has come back to lend a hand. I doubt he can last half a day." Yucheng felt immensely awkward, forcing himself to greet them. "Greetings, Uncle Fu." "Greetings, Uncle Lu." "Greetings, Aunt Chunhua." Yu Dafeng shot a warning glance at his younger son. "Yucheng, it's all my fault." Chapter 66. The rice harvesting competition. Fortunately, their fields are expansive, with the smallest plot encompassing at least half an acre. An acre consists of 10 parts. Typically, they commence with the rice closest to home before proceeding to the more distant fields. However, if any grain is already leaning precariously in the field, it must be harvested first. Otherwise, the moisture in the soil, along with any lingering water, could cause the drooping rice to sprout, rendering it unusable except as feed for chickens and ducks. Fortunately, their rice grows tall and straight, with only the ears bending slightly. Upon arrival, Yuzhou set down the threshing machine and began preparations. Yu Dafeng removed his liberation shoes and descended into the field with his sickle. Crouching low, he bent over, gripping a gleaming sickle, and began to harvest, cutting down stalks one by one in the direction they leaned. He arranged them neatly, placing them pairwise along the ridge of the field to form small stacks of rice. To make space for the threshing machine, which is also referred to as a grain machine, the freshly cut rice must be piled on the ridge. Care must be taken to align the rice ears in one direction and the stalks in another to facilitate the threshing process later. The stalks were stacked in an orderly fashion, allowing for easy handling. A suitable handful typically consists of 7 or 8 stalks, if the rice plants are robust and vigorous. 4 or 5 stalks suffice. Too many in a grip can be cumbersome, and excessive grain may not be threshed cleanly, leading to waste. Yu Dafeng was an experienced farmer, moving with remarkable speed. Rows of rice fell swiftly, and several stacks materialized on the ridge almost instantaneously, leaving a clear patch in the field. Xiaohai, wait a moment before coming down. Let my brother and I lift the threshing machine. Yu Cheng called out upon seeing Qian Xiaohai remove his shoes. Eager to enter the field, watching Yu Dafeng's swift pace in harvesting rice filled Qian Xiaohai with envy. Not even a minute was needed to cut a handful. He felt a surge of excitement and wanted to give it a try. All right, Qian Xiaohai responded loudly, then stood by the small ditch, waiting. The water in the ditch was quite clear, revealing small fish swimming about. Soon, the threshing machine was lowered and properly positioned. The 2 adjacent fields belonged to their family, approximately 1 acre in size. If only they had a harvester, the process would be much quicker. However, during this era, harvesters were not yet widespread, and they had to rely on manual labor for the harvesting. Besides, even if they had a harvester, his parents would be reluctant to spend money hiring one for the rice harvest. Xiaohai, you can come down now, Yu Cheng called out to Qian Xiaohai. He immediately scampered down, removing his shoes and placing them on the edge of the field. By this time, Yuzhou had already stepped onto the threshing machine and started the process. Threshing rice was not difficult. Yu Cheng was also capable, having done it before. Grasping the heads of the rice stalks with both hands, he placed them into the machine, ensuring he did not let go. Extra caution was required while working, otherwise, his hands could get caught in the machinery, posing a danger. He rhythmically pressed the pedals beneath his feet, and the grains fell with a satisfying sound into the rectangular wooden barrel below. His hands needed to turn the rice back and forth twice to ensure it was thoroughly threshed. Many people habitually gave it a couple of extra strikes to achieve a cleaner result. Once finished, they spread the rice stalks out in the field to dry. It was essential to keep them organized, as they would later be burned to enrich the soil. However, the stalks from the late rice harvest would not be burned, but rather stored as feed for the oxen during the winter. Xiaohai, observe how I cut. Later, you'll do it yourself, but take it slow at first. What if you cut yourself too quickly? All right. Qian Xiaohai nodded attentively. Yu Dafeng, upon hearing his younger son's words, thought to himself that he was only half knowledgeable yet was teaching someone else. Still, he refrained from speaking out, allowing him to teach slowly to avoid dampening his enthusiasm. In truth, Yu Dafeng was overthinking. Yu Qin was simply lazy, not incapable. Yuzhou cast a curious glance at his younger brother, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, pleased that his brother was finally contributing. Xiaohai, your left hand should grip the rice stalk about 1/3 of the way from the ground, while your right hand holds the sickle, gripping the handle 2 centimeters away. This way, you won't cut your hand while harvesting, Yu Cheng explained, demonstrating the technique for him. Qian Xiaohai nodded repeatedly, surprised that what appeared to be a simple task had so many nuances. Also, your feet should be slightly apart, not too close together, otherwise, you might end up cutting your foot instead of your hand. Yu Cheng demonstrated the proper distance again. I understand, Brother Cheng. Can I start now? Qian Shaohai glanced over at Yu Dafeng, who had already harvested a large patch, feeling a bit anxious. What's the rush? I haven't finished explaining yet. When cutting rice, you should always cut in one direction for both speed and neatness. Watch me demonstrate, and then you can take your time, Yu Cheng said, beginning to cut the rice. He started slowly, so Qian Shaohai could observe clearly. I got it, Brother Cheng. Qian Shaohai diligently scrutinized the task at hand twice before setting to work. Yu Cheng nodded and commenced cutting as well. Yu Dafu and Yu Shou listened intently as Yu Cheng explained the process to Qian Shaohai with the meticulousness of a teacher instructing a student. Could this truly be their familiar Yu Cheng? His explanations were remarkably thorough. One could only wonder how he would fare in practice. Swish, swish, swish. Piles of cut stalks began to accumulate rapidly. In no time, Yu Cheng cleared a substantial area, surpassing Yu Dafu, who, after all, was older. Dad, I'm about to overtake you. You're getting old. Yu Cheng exclaimed triumphantly. Yu Dafu widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that this insolent boy had genuinely outpaced him. If memory served him right, this young man had scarcely harvested rice before, yet here he was, demonstrating remarkable speed. Dad, little brother has truly surpassed you, Yu Zhou chuckled. Taking a moment to rest, feeling slightly fatigued. Although his left foot posed some trouble, his right was unencumbered. Standing too long on his left foot was uncomfortable. Seizing the opportunity, he glanced over at Yu Cheng and the others. Just you wait, young man. I may be aging, but I still have my prowess. Let us have a proper contest. Yu Dafu, unwilling to concede, quickened his pace. Uncle, brother Yu Cheng, you are both far too swift, Qian Shaohai exclaimed. Enviously observing their rapid progress, feeling utterly inadequate in comparison. Take your time, Shaohai. This is your first attempt, and merely avoiding injury is a blessing. Yu Cheng recalled his own initial experience, where he had cut his finger and promptly refused to continue. Qian Shaohai, in contrast, was far more resilient than he had been back then. Determined to improve, he resolved not to embarrass himself. The three engaged in a subtle competition, swiftly cutting down an expansive area. Yu Cheng surveyed the rice laid out in the field, realizing the sheer volume was overwhelming. Even his elder brother was struggling to keep up. The rice could not be left to dry for too long, or it would become too soft to thresh effectively. With this thought, he approached his brother. Brother, take a break. Allow me to help. He wished to relieve his brother, who could not stand for prolonged periods. Yet, in the past, he would have never considered such things. No worries, I'm not tired. Yu Zhou replied with a simple smile. Eldest brother, step aside and let this young rascal take over, Yu Dafu called out from afar. Allowing the eldest to rest was a fine idea. At least his youngest son was beginning to show some sense. Brother, see? Dad has spoken. Yu Cheng finished his task and promptly seized the rice from his brother's hands. With no alternative, Yu Zhou moved to the edge of the field to sit and rest, sipping some water. Shaohai, take a breather and drink some water. Yu Cheng called out to Qian Shaohai. Brother Yu Cheng, I'm not thirsty, Qian Shaohai replied, determined to finish harvesting the section in front of him before taking a break. This lad truly showed no fear of hardship. Chapter 67, Feeding the Pigs. Drying the rice around 6 in the morning, Jiang Yumin also rose. As she made her way to the kitchen, preparing to brush her teeth and wash her face, she heard her mother-in-law's voice behind her. Yumin, why don't you sleep a little longer? Pan Dafeng thought to let Yumin wake naturally. After all, she was more than capable of managing the household duties. Mom, I've had enough rest. Jiang Yumin ladled a scoop of hot water from the stove using a gourd dipper and proceeded to the backyard to freshen up. Pan Dafeng retrieved 2 boiled eggs, which had been kept warm in the pot, placing them in a bowl. She then took out 2 sweet potatoes, still warm from the residual heat of the stove, having been gently cooked. By this time, Jiang Yumin had finished her ablutions, positioning the wash basin and hanging up the towel. Yumin, come here and eat something to fill your stomach. Breakfast will be ready in a little while, Pan Dafeng called. If you feel drowsy after eating, you can take a nap. There are still 2 hours until breakfast. This should suffice. Jiang Yumin glanced at the eggs and sweet potatoes on the table and inquired, Mom, have you eaten? I have eaten. It's just you who hasn't tea. Hurry and eat, or it will get cold. I'll go feed the chickens. You sit for a moment. She had indeed eaten, though she hadn't boiled an egg for herself, instead preparing an extra one for her daughter-in-law. It was essential to supplement nutrition during pregnancy, but sadly, their circumstances were limited. Pan Dafin sighed, contemplating the possibility of slaughtering a chicken in the afternoon to nourish humans' health. Mom, I can't eat that much. Could you do me a favor and digest one for me? Jiang Yumin playfully suggested, slipping an egg into her mother-in-law's apron pocket. She was well aware that her mother-in-law had not eaten the egg. My dear, how can you eat so little? There are two little ones who need nourishment. Pan Dafin insisted, pushing the egg back. Jiang Yumin quickly evaded, saying, Mom, I still have sweet potatoes. They're my favorite. If I eat both eggs, I want to have room for the sweet potatoes, and I might not even be able to eat breakfast later. Seeing her daughter-in-law's reluctance, Pan Dafin finally sat down to join her for a meal. Mom, I'll help you chop the pig feed later, Jiang Yumin said while enjoying her sweet potatoes. They had 3 pigs at home, the largest weighing nearly 200 pounds and the smallest around 70 to 80 pounds. She had seen them while using the restroom, always able to hear their snorts from her position. Pigs generally took about a year to reach market size, and although Jiang Yumin had not personally raised them, she knew a bit about pig husbandry. Pigs typically ate 3 meals a day, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 in the evening, much like humans. Many farmers relied on selling them for a little money during the new year. It had been a long time since she had tasted sweet potatoes grown at home. These sweet potatoes are truly sweet. Jiang Yumin couldn't help but lick the corners of her lips, which were smeared with the sweet potato. No need. I've already chopped and cooked the pig feed. After I feed the chickens, I'll go feed those 3 pigs, Pan Dafin replied, shaking her head. Then I'll go feed the pigs, Jiang Yumin insisted. I can't just sit idly. She felt quite embarrassed being the last one to rise in the household. Her mother-in-law had just suggested she eat before taking a nap, but whether she could sleep or not, she would feel guilty. No need. After I've fed the chickens, I'll let them out. It won't take long, Pan Dafin thought, hoping that the pigs wouldn't frighten her daughter-in-law. Every time she scooped the pig feed, the pigs would dive straight into the trough, their mouths full of food. Occasionally, she would emit sounds, and when displeased, she would nudge the pig trough with her nose, appearing quite ferocious. Typically, it was only when she received a swift reprimand that she would resume her meal in obedience. Jiang Yumin glanced at the basket of sweet potato vines on the ground, recognizing them as the pig's midday sustenance. A clever idea sparked in her mind. All right, mother. You go tend to the chickens. I shall sit for a while after I've eaten my fill. Jiang Yumin contemplated that her mother-in-law would need at least 20 minutes to feed the chickens, as she would wait until they finished eating before letting them roam free. The household also kept 2 geese, which required feeding as well. The geese might consume some vegetables and grass, but these had to be chopped finely for feeding, creating a bit of a mess that was troublesome to clean. Seeing her daughter-in-law relent, Pan Dafin finally took the prepared chicken feed to the backyard. At the far end of the yard, there was a rectangular passage, approximately 1 meter wide and 3 meters long, allowing the chickens to move freely while feeding. As soon as Jiang Yumin observed her mother-in-law entering the backyard, she hurriedly grabbed a small stool, took a handful of sweet potato vines from the basket, and placed them beneath the cutting tool. This tool, crafted by her father-in-law specifically for slicing sweet potato vines, was exceptionally effective. In rural households, it was commonplace to have such a cutting tool made by the family. The sweet potato vines were tied in bundles, making them convenient to cut. Previously, Yumin would assist with these tasks when returning to Daxing. She was initially slow, but with practice, her speed improved. In under 20 minutes, Jiang Yumin had finished cutting the entire basket of vines. She swiftly gathered them back up and returned them to the basket. Just as she completed her task, she heard Yu Cheng calling from the entrance, "Mother, we're back." Jiang Yumin opened the small bamboo gate and stepped outside, where she saw Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai pushing a cart back. Yu Cheng was pulling from the front, while Qian Shaohai pushed from behind, both drenched in sweat. "Where's Mother?" "Father said to dry these grains quickly. We need to return to help," Yu Cheng stated as he steadied the cart. "Mother is feeding the chickens. She should be nearly done." Jiang Yumin estimated the timing. "Why have you 2 returned so early today?" The cart was laden with 4 baskets filled with grains. likely weighing around 300 pounds. Turning, Yumin retrieved 2 towels from a bamboo pole under the eaves and handed them to Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai. You both should wipe your sweat. Take a moment to rest. After a brief respite, they felt much improved. This infernal heat is unbearable. Yu Cheng, you and Shaohai carry the drying mats from under the eaves to the large lawn behind the house, Jiang Yumin instructed, pointing to the 3 or 4 rolled-up mats. Yu Cheng immediately understood, recalling how he often watched his mother spread grains to dry in his childhood. The two hurriedly carried the mats to the spacious lawn at the back of the house, which served as their family's designated area for drying grains and other items, as it was the closest spot for them, deterring others from coming. Untying the ropes from the mats, they spread them apart side by side. Jiang Yumin had already fetched a clean broom to sweep the mats. Although they had been swept when gathered, dust had accumulated over time. Yumin, let me sweep. You stand back a bit to avoid inhaling the dust, Yu Cheng offered. Yu Cheng directly took the broom and began to sweep vigorously. Together with Qian Shaohai, they pushed the cart over, pouring the millet onto the drying mat and using the rake brought by Jiang Yumin to spread it out. Each drying mat held a load of millet, laid out thinly to facilitate drying. Yumin, we'll head back to help now. Just let Mom know. She knows what to do, Yu Cheng said with a smile as he affectionately ruffled Yumin's hair. Chengzi, you're back and didn't even call Mom over. Oh dear. Yumin, you mustn't do such heavy work, Pan Dafin said, having come looking for Yumin after feeding the pigs and not finding her. Mom, I didn't do anything. It was Yu Cheng and Shaohai who did all the work, Jiang Yumin explained. Shaohai, you've worked hard. Pan Dafin felt grateful to this young man. Mom, enough talk. Please hurry and prepare dinner. We're hungry and need to eat when we return, Yu Cheng said, pushing the cart along with Qian Shaohai. Chapter 68. My dear. The chicken soup is yours on the first day. Everyone was working with great enthusiasm, and astonishingly, for people managed to finish 2 acres of land. Though they were all exhausted, resembling deflated balloons, only exhaling without inhaling. Yu Defuck and Yu Zhou fared slightly better, as they toiled in the fields every day. However, Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai suffered the most, particularly Qian Shaohai, who was accustomed to the comforts of the city and had never endured such hardship. Chengzi Shaohai, hurry to the backyard and wash up. Dinner will be ready soon, Pan Dafin instructed her younger son and Qian Shaohai. You'll feel better after a bath. Understood, Mom. Yu Cheng replied, nudging the muddy Qian Shaohai. Qian Shaohai nodded in acknowledgement. I understand, Aunt. Yu Cheng helped Qian Shaohai up, and the two headed to the backyard to bathe. Old man, you really should let Shaohai do less work. Look how exhausted he is, Pan Dafin complained. Feeling a pang of guilt. That is not me. The young man insisted on competing with me. Shaohai is quite capable, hardworking, and doesn't fall behind the rural youth at all, Yu Defuck chuckled. Throughout the day, they were engaged in a spirited competition, with no one willing to back down. The younger son occasionally urged the elder to take a break, noticing that the young man was doing so deliberately, which pleased him. This lad had never cared for his brother growing up. He had always looked after that little rascal. Now, he was finally considering taking his elder brother to the city for treatment. Regardless of the outcome, the thought alone was commendable. The elderly couple had done their best and no longer felt indebted to their eldest son. There was a time when we were truly poor. We are still poor now, but it's somewhat better than before. You should have advised him. What if that boy tires himself out? Pan Dafin shot a glare at Yu Defuck. Mom, don't blame Dad. He said. Shaohai wouldn't listen, Yu Zhou interjected, coming to his father's defense as Pan Dafin fell silent. This evening, let us indulge a bit more, for I have prepared a sumptuous feast comprising of twice-cooked pork, spicy scrambled eggs with chili, minced eggplant, and a stewed chicken. You may savor the meat, but the soup is reserved for Yumin. Pan Dafin reflected on the arduous nature of farm work and aimed to nourish everyone's bodies. Dafin, you have slaughtered a chicken, exclaimed one. For she typically guards her beloved chickens fiercely. Pan Dafin's treasures were the chickens she had lovingly tended to, numbering around a dozen or 20. After the harvest, she would often gather some grains from the rice fields, amounting to 5 or 6 pounds daily. During quieter times, she would venture into the fields to gather wild vegetables, finally chopping them to feed her chickens. Indeed, Yumin is pregnant and deserves proper nourishment. Our family owes her daughter so much. Pan Dafeng spoke from her heart. This daughter-in-law is truly remarkable, a rare gem to be found even with a lantern. It is unlikely one could find such a wonderful daughter-in-law in the neighboring villages. Although she was raised in the city, she lacks any of the city's frivolities. She is obedient, dutiful, and genuine, a blessing indeed. Dafeng, you are right. We must ensure this child is well taken care of. We shall leave all the chicken for our daughter-in-law, said Yu Dafu, taking a puff from his cigarette and tapping the ash from the tip. The villagers of Daxing typically cultivate a bit of tobacco for personal use, saving money and avoiding the expense of purchasing it. Their family also grew a modest amount, enough for the elderly man alone. As Yuzhou did not smoke and Yuqing was not home, he grew his own tobacco, dried it, and sliced it finely to enjoy, finding contentment in the simplicity. He even crafted his own mouthpieces from aged bamboo. Mother, we shall not consume the chicken. It is for our sister-in-law, who has endured much hardship over the years. Yuzhou remarked, acknowledging their sister-in-law's struggles since marrying his brother. Very well, let us reserve it for her. I heed your counsel, agreed Pan Dafeng. Initially concerned about leaving all the chicken for Yumin, but now reassured. At that moment, Jiang Yumin, just stepping through the door, overheard their conversation, her eyes glistening with tears. This family was genuinely sincere and kind to her. Aside from Yuqing's earlier mischief, things had improved, and she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after harvesting the grains, her mother-in-law took out the chicken that had been confined in a cage since morning. Yumin initially believed it was meant for everyone, but upon realizing, Mother, that chicken must weigh 5 or 6 pounds. I cannot possibly consume all of it. If I cannot finish it, it will spoil, and that would be wasteful, she interjected, her nose sniffing back tears. Currently, she had little to do at home, as her mother-in-law rarely allowed her to work, permitting her only to sit beneath the grand camphor tree, which had stood for a century, watching over the chickens that came to eat the grains. Do not worry, Yumin, they have plenty to eat. I have also prepared some braised beef and a dish of peanuts. They will have enough food and drink, Pan Dafeng reassured her, for she knew her daughter-in-law's good intentions. It was this thoughtful nature that made her heart ache with affection. The so-called braised beef is prepared with dried chili peppers, while Sichuan peppercorns, a hint of soy sauce, white wine, and ginger, slowly simmered for half an hour to achieve perfection. While the flavor may not rival that of a restaurant, it remains quite palatable. Just as Jiang Yumin was about to say something, Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai emerged from their baths. Mom, Yumin can't eat so much. Let everyone share. Yu Cheng understood his wife's sentiment, fearing that if she were to eat alone, she would feel guilty. Pan Dafeng, upon seeing Qian Shaohai, suddenly recalled her oversight. She should have reserved a bowl for the young man, feeling it would be rather impolite otherwise. How about this, Yumin? Later, serve a bowl of chicken soup and a portion of chicken for Shaohai, and the rest will be for you. Does that sound good? Pan Dafeng believed this to be the best solution. Upon hearing that his sister-in-law was making nourishing chicken soup for him, Qian Shaohai quickly shook his head. Aunt, I don't drink chicken soup. I don't particularly enjoy it. I want to eat the braised beef you made. How could he dare to vie for food with his sister-in-law? Moreover, he didn't find stewed chicken nearly as appetizing as spicy fried chicken. Observing that Qian Shaohai's refusal was genuine rather than mere politeness, Pan Dafeng responded cheerfully. All right, Shaohai, make sure to enjoy the beef later. She planned to prepare a cold dish of sliced beef, combining the braised beef with dried chili peppers, chopped scallions, minced garlic, ginger, salt, and sesame oil, a delectable concoction indeed. Jiang Yumin looked at Yuqing with a resigned expression. Yuqing affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, Dear, the chicken soup is all yours. Laughter erupted among everyone, alleviating the weariness of the day. The dinner was bountiful, and all were satisfied and content. Chapter 69. Stargazing with my wife. As night fell, the temperature dropped significantly. In this era, environmental degradation was not as severe, and the rural air remained rather pleasant. Qian Shaohai, exhausted from the day's toil, despite wearing long sleeves and pants, had sustained some cuts. Pan Dafeng fetched medicine for Yu Cheng to apply, expressing her concern, insisting he should not go out the next day. Qian Shaohai shook his head firmly, determined to go. Although he was indeed fatigued, he found the experience quite enjoyable. Shaohai, you've worked hard today. Get some rest early. I will take your sister for a stroll around the village to help digest. Yu Cheng recognized that Qian Shaohai was more exhausted than they were and urged him to rest. Qian Shaohai nodded. All right, you both go ahead. I want to join you. He was genuinely tired, perhaps more than ever before, and needed to rest well to regain his strength for another day of rice harvesting. He had never realized how arduous it was to procure food. Simply cutting rice had left him sore and aching. In the past, he often wasted leftovers, discarding uneaten food. But now he considered that behavior shameful. He silently vowed never to waste food again. Lost in thought, Qian Shaohai soon drifted off to sleep. Yu Cheng covered him with a blanket, ensuring his belly was warm, for even in warm weather, it was wise to keep the stomach covered to avoid chills. Sleep well, he murmured. Yu Cheng contemplated that having another brother like this would indeed be quite delightful. After exiting the room, he sought out his wife, greeting his parents and older brother before stepping out the door. Yu Cheng, are you not tired? Harvesting rice is such a laborious task, and you still accompany her for a leisurely stroll. To be honest, she had overindulged this evening. A large bowl of chicken, 2 bowls of soup, half a bowl of white rice, and a bit of beef, entirely meat dishes. After dinner, her mother-in-law had even washed her 7 or 8 cherry tomatoes. She felt as if her stomach might burst. She had truly eaten too much. Yet, she couldn't quite understand why, but ever since she became pregnant, her appetite had surged, consuming twice her usual portion. It was as if she had transformed into one of the pigs raised at home, capable of eating and sleeping heartily. She wondered whether she would continue this way after giving birth. I'm not tired. I'm merely accompanying you for a walk, not engaging in any strenuous activity. As for the exercises one does at night, I certainly wouldn't be able to manage that due to a lack of energy. Yu Cheng teased his wife with a smile. Jiang Yumin, momentarily bewildered, asked, Yu Cheng, what sort of exercises happen at night? Why would that require strength? She had never considered such matters. Exercise is simply sleeping, commonly referred to as bedroom activities, Yu Cheng exclaimed with a hearty laugh before dashing away. His wife was too innocent. Yu Cheng, you naughty one. Jiang Yumin quickly caught on and chased after him. Dear wife, stay right there. Don't run away. Wait for me to catch up. Suddenly recalling that his wife was pregnant and shouldn't be running, Jiang Yumin paused, realizing her unique situation, and waited for Yu Cheng to approach. He swiftly walked over, taking Jiang Yumin's hand, and they strolled forward slowly. My dear wife, I was merely joking earlier. Observing the pout on her lips made him want to take a playful bite. Humph, you're becoming increasingly mischievous. Where did you learn such behavior? Is it from flirting with those college girls at the university gate every day? Jiang Yumin remarked casually. However, she soon considered Yu Cheng's height and handsome features, pondering that it was indeed possible for college girls to take notice of him. My dear wife, how could I dare? You are all I need. He responded. Besides, I'm just a poor fellow. Why would a university student be interested in me? The only one who has eyes for me is you, my beloved. It is often said that pregnant women tend to become suspicious and overthink things. And he certainly did not want Jiang Yumin to dwell on such trivialities that might affect her mood. The doctor had mentioned that a pregnant woman's emotions directly influence the child within her, a notion Yu Cheng wholeheartedly believed. Otherwise, there would be no concept of prenatal education. In truth, during his time at the market, a few female students had indeed cast flirtatious glances his way, even slipping him notes. Yu Cheng either burned them in the stove or tossed them in front of Qian Shaohai, causing the college girls to storm off in annoyance. There were also those who, without saying a word, would come daily to enjoy crawfish and snails, occasionally stealing glances at him while they ate. He was indifferent to it. Turning down money would be foolish. However, he never mentioned any of this to Jiang Yumin, fearing it might lead her to overthink. Humph, you silver-tongued charmer. Jiang Yumin, seeing his playful demeanor, chose to believe him. Kiki, my dear wife, I only use my charm on you. With a playful grin, Yu Cheng leaned closer to Jiang Yumin and planted a kiss on her cheek. Jiang Yumin glanced around, relieved to find no one in sight. The rural landscape lacked streetlights. Yet the moonlight was splendid tonight, illuminating their surroundings. Gazing up at the vast expanse of stars, Yu Cheng was suddenly struck by a thought. "Yumin, shall I take you to see the stars?" he proposed. She nodded obediently. Hand in hand, Yu Cheng guided Jiang Yumin to the summit behind the house. Although it was referred to as a peak, it was merely a height of about 10 meters. The area was covered in grass, leading further into the mountains. They sat together, perfectly positioned to admire the twinkling stars above, as if the celestial bodies were hovering just above their heads. Tonight, the stars shone brilliantly. Jiang Yumin nestled in Yu Cheng's embrace, tilting her head to gaze at the sky. Listening to her words, Yu Cheng looked up and was taken aback to discover that he had spotted the fabled star. A surge of excitement coursed through him. "Yumin, do you know which star is the brightest?" he inquired, pointing to the largest, most luminous star, his tone markedly different. Jiang Yumin shook her head. "I don't know." The rural nights were enchanting, with a sky full of stars that one could hardly see in the city, where they appeared as mere scattered dots. "In our area, the brightest star is called the Seven-Generation Star," Yu Cheng mused, reflecting on the rarity of its appearance. The elders claimed that one might not see it even after decades of life. "What does Seven-Generation Star mean?" Jiang Yumin asked, puzzled. Yet, she sensed that Yu Cheng was somewhat exhilarated. "I'm not entirely sure. The older generation says if a couple sees it together, they can be lovers for 7 lifetimes. If a married couple sees it, then they can be 7 lifetimes of spouses." Yu Cheng had previously dismissed such tales, but now he found the notion rather appealing. "Yu Cheng, do you mean that since we've seen it together, we could be 7 lifetimes of partners?" Jiang Yumin contemplated this, finding the idea a bit far-fetched. "Is that even possible? Just because of one star? My dear, don't you wish it to be true?" Yu Cheng observed her somewhat subdued demeanor. Jiang Yumin reflected on their current circumstances. If it could be so, it would indeed be wonderful and quite blissful. She nodded. "Yu Cheng, I certainly hope it is true. Being with you is quite nice." With that, she shyly nestled deeper into his embrace. Yu Cheng held her close, silently wishing, "Yumin, I hope it's true." Chapter 70. The downpour the following afternoon, they returned home for lunch, having busied themselves until 1 o'clock. Yu Dafeng entered first, his loud voice echoing, "Dafeng, is the meal ready?" "I'm starving." Pan Dafeng playfully scolded him. "You old rascal, have you just been released from prison? You barge in demanding food." Jiang Yumin approached and took the straw hat from Yu Dafeng's hands, smiling. "Father, Mother has already prepared the meal." "That's splendid. That's splendid." Yu Dafeng chuckled, his gaze falling upon the table laden with several dishes: stir-fried pork with chili, scrambled eggs with chives, cold cucumber salad, and a simple sautéed zucchini, accompanied by a large bowl of old duck soup. As the weather turned warm, my mother-in-law took the opportunity in the morning to boil water and prepare a duck, stewing it to create a nourishing broth, hoping everyone could sip the soup to cool off. The old duck soup was enriched with goji leaves, which, while the berries are warming, the leaves provide a cooling effect. However, it is essential to use the tender leaves rather than the older ones. My mother-in-law had planted 2 goji bushes in the garden, though for reasons unknown, they had yet to bear fruit. Yu Dafeng gazed at the abundance of vegetables, nearly salivating. Swallowing hard, he glanced at his spouse and swiftly reached out to seize a piece of meat to toss into his mouth, thinking to himself how the old lady's culinary skills had improved. Unbeknownst to him, Pan Dafeng had added a bit more oil due to the presence of guests, naturally enhancing the flavor of the dishes. 1 piece was not enough. Yu Dafeng reached for a second. However, a sharp clap resounded as his hand was swatted away, followed by Pan Dafeng scolding. "You rascal, have you washed your hands? At your age, have you no shame? The 3 children aren't back yet, and you're already sneaking bites. Hey, Dafeng, I only took 1 piece. They are out threshing the grain and will be back soon. I was merely sampling the seasoning." Yu Dafeng defended himself with a well-crafted excuse. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumin observed the exchange with great interest. In truth, the meal had long been prepared, with Jiang Yumin assisting her mother-in-law in the kitchen. She had no desire to sit idly by. Otherwise, she might as well have stayed at her parental home. Her intention in coming here was to lend a hand during the busy farming season. Just as Pan Dafeng was about to say something further, Yu Cheng and the others entered, prompting her to refrain from continuing her reprimand, casting a disapproving glance at Yu Defuk instead. Turning with a beaming smile, she addressed Qian Xiaohai and the others. Xiaohai, you three, hurry to the backyard and wash your faces. It's time to eat. All right, Auntie. Sure thing, Mom. Got it. Mom. The three responded in unison before heading to the backyard to freshen up. After lunch, it was nearly 2 o'clock. They could rest until 3:30. As the sun was particularly fierce between 1 and 2, making it easy to suffer from heat exhaustion. They would return to work around 3:30, wrapping up around 7:30, and arrive home by 8 for dinner. This was the typical routine during the busy harvesting season in rural areas. You gentlemen should rest well. Yumin, you two should take a nap, Pan Dafin urged. With such strenuous labor, it's essential to recuperate. Otherwise, your bodies won't withstand it. Then we shall rest. We leave the remainder to you, Yu Defuk replied as he rose and returned to his room. Go on, take the children and enjoy a good rest, Pan Dafin encouraged. Yuqing offered to help wash the dishes, but was promptly shooed away by Pan Dafin. Thus, the men retreated to rest. Even if they could not sleep, simply lying down would suffice to alleviate their fatigue. Observing them settle down, Pan Dafin began to tidy up the dishes, and Jiang Yumin came over to assist. Yumin, go take a nap. I can handle these dishes, Pan Dafin insisted, not allowing her daughter-in-law to help. Unable to argue with her mother-in-law, Jiang Yumin secretly donned a straw hat hanging from the eaves and slipped outside. She ventured to the backyard to thresh grain, using a wooden board to push the grains line by line. After the grains have been adequately sun-dried, the direction is changed to facilitate the drying process further. On a scorching summer day, with such intense sunlight, the grains can completely lose their moisture. The final step involves using a windmill to separate the empty, flattened grains, chaff, and good grains. The windmill, crafted from wood, features a large trapezoidal hopper at the top, into which the grains are poured. A sizable outlet on the side is designated for expelling impurities and light debris, which are not consumable. Below, there are 2 exits, a larger one for the good grains and a smaller one for the inferior grains. The flattened grains are not to be discarded, as they possess their own value. They can be ground into powder, commonly known as rice bran, and used as feed for chickens, ducks, and pigs. Jiang Yumin swiftly finished turning over 3 or 4 beds of grains laid out to dry, and then settled beneath a camphor tree to enjoy the shade. After washing the dishes, Pan Dafing utilized the dishwater, which contained some grease, along with the water used for rinsing rice, to boil the chopped sweet potato vines. She believed Jiang Yumin had gone for a nap and paid little attention to her whereabouts. Once she finished feeding the pigs, she intended to check on the grains drying behind the house, only to discover her daughter-in-law sitting beneath the camphor tree, fanning herself with a straw hat. Yumin, why are you not resting? Come back quickly. Pan Dafing felt a mixture of concern and irritation. In these past few days, her daughter-in-law had been secretly helping her with various tasks, seemingly unable to remain idle. Mom, it's fine. There's a bit of breeze here. So it's not hot, Jiang Yumin replied with a smile, her eyes crinkling with joy. Not hot. Yet you're still sneaking around with the grains. Pan Dafing shook her head, smiling resignedly. Mom, I find it hard to sleep all day long. If I nap too much during the day, I can't sleep at night. I wonder if other pregnant women feel the same. Then try to sleep less. Perhaps a half-hour nap at noon will suffice, suggested Pan Dafing, believing that an inability to sleep at night was not ideal. If you sleep less during the day, you should be able to sleep at night. Mom, it seems the sun has disappeared. Jiang Yumin observed that the sky appeared to be clouding over. Pan Dafing then looked up to see a few dark clouds drifting across the sky. With a sudden realization, she slapped her thigh. Oh no, it's going to rain. Yumin, I'll start gathering the grains. You go call your father and the others to help. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yumin hurried back to summon them. Behind her, her mother-in-law called out, Yumin, be careful, don't fall. Mom, I know. Jiang Yumin responded loudly. With a rumble, thunder echoed in the sky, startling everyone awake. Jiang Yumin called out, Dad, elder brother, Yuqing, it's going to rain. The 3 men quickly dressed and dashed toward the area where the grains were drying. Qian Xiaohai, slightly delayed, also hurried over. Just as they finished gathering all the grains and rolled up the drying mats, they barely stepped inside when a torrential downpour began, obscuring everything outside. Chapter 71. How wonderful it is now. Together as a family, it is fortunate that the harvest was timely. Otherwise, the millet would have been completely soaked, rendering today's efforts to dry it fruitless. Pan Doffing brushed off the dust clinging to her clothes, a common occurrence when gathering millet. Those with experience know that no matter how carefully they gather the last remnants, a fine layer of dust will always settle atop. It is essential to sweep it away. Though some dust inevitably lingers, and one cannot afford to be lazy about it. What a bizarre weather pattern. The rain arrives without warning. If one were outside, it would be nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Yu Dafu glanced out at the pouring rain. Brother Yu Cheng, with such heavy rain, will we still attempt to cut the rice this afternoon? Qian Shaohai pondered the intensity of the downpour. Jiang Yumin couldn't help but chuckle at his question. Qian Shaohai, feeling the weight of everyone's incredulous gazes, suddenly felt as though he had asked a foolish question. Shaohai, with rain this heavy, will the millet sprout if we bring it back? Yu Qing also let out a laugh. Hey, brother Yu Cheng, I didn't know. I was merely inquiring. Qian Shaohai replied bashfully, scratching the back of his head. While transplanting seedlings could theoretically be done under a raincoat, such torrential rain would make it impossible. One might even risk being struck by lightning. It is said that several years ago, a middle-aged man in the village was caught in a downpour while transplanting seedlings. His misfortune led to him being struck by lightning, resulting in his immediate death. When the rain finally ceased, the villagers discovered him, his body already stiffened. What shall we do now? Qian Shaohai asked once more. Watching television or sleeping are viable options. What else can one do in such a downpour? Yu Cheng raised his hand to check the time. It was 3:30, and it seemed the rain would not relent anytime soon. Oh dear. I must go check if my chickens have returned, Pan Doffing exclaimed as she dashed toward the backyard. The area where the chickens were kept was secured with a bamboo gate, though there were gaps at the bottom through which the chickens could slip in, just as they did at noon to feed. However, one needed to keep a vigilant eye during feeding, for just beyond lay the mountains where weasels would come to prey on the chickens. Weasels are quite cunning. They kill the chickens and carry them away. Additionally, sparrows often invade to compete for food, and larger chickens can bully the smaller ones, necessitating protection for the chicks. Animals are remarkably intelligent during heavy rain. They instinctively seek shelter. Particularly, mother hens with chicks prefer to endure the rain themselves rather than leave their young exposed. The chicks nestle beneath their mother's wings, warm and shielded from the rain, while roosters, having fulfilled their duties, nonchalantly seek new companions. Approximately 10 minutes later, Pan Doffing returned, announcing, fortunately, not a single chicken is missing. Yu Dafu could not restrain himself from interjecting. Those chickens are your lifeblood. Old man, you misspoke, Pan Doffing retorted. How could I be wrong? Unless you are unable to rise, you wouldn't neglect those few chickens. During the spring festival, when illness plagued many, she had meticulously cared for them. You are indeed mistaken. You should say they are more precious to you than your own life, Pan Doffing declared with a triumphant expression. Looking at Yu Dafu. Father, you have lost again. Yu Cheng could not help but utter a truth. Observing his parents engaged in their cheerful banter, he felt a profound sense of stability and authenticity. He recalled the life prior to his rebirth, where Yu Man was lost, and his elder brother faced dire circumstances, leaving their elderly parents to exist as mere shells devoid of spirit. Their health deteriorated early, and no amount of imported medication provided any substantial relief. The thought of this caused Yu Cheng's heart to ache as if cut by a knife, his eyes reddening. Yet, how wonderful it was now with the family united. You little rascal, 3 days without a beating and you're already climbing the walls, Yu Dafu exclaimed as he removed his slippers, preparing to strike Yu Cheng. In his youth, Yu Cheng had been mischievous and had often faced the consequences of his actions. Dad, I was wrong. Mom, save me. Dad is going to hit me again, Yu Cheng shouted, darting into the living room. Each time his father attempted to discipline him, his mother would intervene. As expected, all right. Chengzi merely spoke a truth, and you're ready to resort to violence, with guests present no less. Can't you spare him some dignity? Pan Doffing stood at the doorway, blocking Yu Dafu's pursuit. Yu Dafu glanced at the amused Qian Xiaohai and chuckled. Xiaohai, you're a good kid. This one at home just needs a good thrashing. He is a bit too cheeky. In truth, Qian Xiaohai saw nothing wrong with this. His own father had often chastised him in his youth. Uncle, Aunt, Yu Qingji really is a great person and takes good care of me. I've learned so much from him. Qian Xiaohai felt that Yu Cheng's parents had some misconceptions about him. Yes, Xiaohai, they're just playing around. Don't take it to heart. Pan Dafeng suspected that Xiaohai might have noticed something. Regardless, he was still their son, and since he had changed for the better, the past held little significance. There was no need to share his son's history with outsiders. After all, he still had to live his life. Indeed, Anne is right. We enjoy this playful banter. Yu Dafu was not foolish and quickly grasped the situation. Sometimes, it was essential to grant their son a measure of respect. At that moment, Yu Cheng approached. Xiaohai, why not take a nap? This lad had many commendable traits, though he tended to be quite chatty. Yu Qingji, I've already rested. I don't want to sleep anymore. Qian Xiaohai mistakenly believed Yu Qing genuinely wanted him to nap. We want to be working this afternoon. Let us all relax and take a breather, Yu Dafu remarked, glancing at the sky. Given the heavy rain, even if it ceased, the fields would still be soaked, rendering any work impossible. Yu Qingji, I truly don't want to sleep. Qian Xiaohai was pulled into the living room by Yu Cheng, who said anything about sleeping. Soon, I'll take you to do something fun and exciting, Yu Cheng said with a mysterious pat on Qian Xiaohai's shoulder. What kind of fun and exciting thing? Yu Qingji, tell me quickly. Qian Xiaohai's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 72. The rain has stopped. Let us go fish. Upon witnessing the boy's excitement and impatience, Yu Cheng thought to himself that young people simply couldn't remain cooped up at home. Looking outside, he estimated the rain would soon cease. It was likely that many fish from the upstream reservoirs would be venturing out today. The fish there were wild and not artificially stocked. The ditches downstream would likely hold a good number of fish, and with a bit of luck, they might even catch some sizable ones. Yu Cheng contemplated the prospect of not having to work this afternoon and considered going fishing to supplement the family meal. He wondered if he could catch a few sizable crucian carp to help his wife with her calcium intake. Having heard that crucian carp soup is beneficial for both pregnant women and children, though he was uncertain of the truth in that claim. Yu Cheng, do speak up, Qian Xiaohai exclaimed, noticing Yu Cheng gazing outside in silence, his impatience palpable. Calm down. The rain hasn't ceased yet. Yu Cheng gestured towards the downpour. With this rain, catching fish is impossible. Oh, then do share what the interesting activity is. His curiosity clawed at him like a restless cat. Xiaohai, the interesting activity I refer to as fishing. We plan to have a delightful meal tonight, Yu Cheng chuckled, amused by the boy's eagerness. Though he too felt a sense of anticipation. Fishing? How do you go about it? It must be quite enjoyable. Qian Xiaohai's interest piqued at the mention of fishing. He had never experienced it himself, having only seen it depicted on television, yet it appeared to be quite an exhilarating endeavor. How to catch fish? You'll find out shortly, Yu Cheng replied, unable to articulate the details just yet. Nodding, Qian Xiaohai kept his gaze fixed on the rain-soaked world outside, muttering to himself, Rain, please stop. Yu Cheng couldn't help but smile. You too needn't fret. The rain should let up in about 10 minutes. Yu Zhou interjected as he approached. Hey, brother. You overheard us. Since we have no plans this afternoon, I was just thinking about it, and I didn't expect you to catch on, Qian Xiaohai responded. Are you joining us? He believed that a larger group would enhance the fun. Brother, you should come. It's a rare opportunity, Yu Cheng encouraged, noticing his brother's hesitation. Yu Zhou, due to a leg ailment, was not fond of socializing outside of work. His interactions were largely limited to labor or casual exchanges with the village chief's son, who had been his companion since childhood. Their families were close due to their father's amicable relationship, which had fostered a bond between them, while Yu Cheng, often mischievous and unruly, struggled to find playmates. Seeing the eager expressions on his younger brother and Qian Xiaohai's faces, Yu Zhou relented with a nod. Very well. Once the rain subsides, we shall go. Let us ask Mom to prepare an extra dish for dinner. The thought of adding a meaty dish to the family meal brought him joy, considering that sitting idly at home was hardly appealing. Brother, Keep Xiaohai company while I inform my wife, he added, knowing he must tell Jiang Yumin about his fishing plans. Don't forget to mention it to Mom and Dad as well, Yuzhou called after him. Indeed, this fellow has become rather preoccupied with his wife. He has matured quite a bit, Yu Cheng mused as he waved in acknowledgement. Entering the small living room, he found his father, mother, and wife engaged in conversation. Father, mother, Yumin, once the rain stops, my brother, Xiaohai, and I intend to go fishing to enrich our family meal, he announced directly. Fishing? With such heavy rain, it's likely that the waters are rising everywhere. Isn't it unsafe? Pan Dafeng expressed her concerns. With this downpour, the water levels are bound to rise, she added. Her worry evident. Dafeng, rising water levels are precisely what makes fishing better. The fish from upstream will migrate downstream. Who knows, we might even catch something substantial. Yu Dafu replied, his face alight with excitement. During the leisurely agricultural off-season, one often indulges in fishing. Regardless of the circumstances, fish constitutes a source of protein. Albeit not comparable to pork, nevertheless, it remains a meat option. In this era, it seems that individuals predominantly prefer pork, overlooking the superior nutritional value of fish. Their mindset is rather simplistic. One must have sufficient fat to stave off hunger. Yuqing, is fishing safe? Jiang Yumin, unfamiliar with the intricacies of fishing, harbored reservations due to the heavy rain. Yumin, fret not. We shall only go once the rain subsides. He understood that his wife was concerned for his well-being. Daughter-in-law, there's nothing to worry about. Your father will accompany them, and I will keep an eye on them. In truth, he was eager to partake in the outing. You old fool, at your age, why do you still want to join in? Pan Dafeng saw through Yu Dafu's intentions. Dafeng, I find myself with nothing to do at home. Idleness is unappealing, and I have nothing to add to your female conversation. As a man, he felt out of place in discussions among women. Moreover, with everyone else heading out, he was disinclined to remain indoors. Mother, please allow Dad to go. We're all here. It's perfectly safe. The Yu family understood that their mother was genuinely worried about their father. The roads, slick from the rain, posed a risk for someone of his age. Yu Dafu was 52, merely 2 years older than his wife, neither particularly young nor old. He discreetly gave Yuqing a thumbs up behind Pan Dafeng's back, which made Yuqing chuckle. Despite his age, his father maintained a cheerful disposition, never lamenting or blaming fate. He approached his daily tasks with joy, enjoyed his meals, and engaged in playful banter with his wife. He was a man who concealed his worries well, harboring a profound love for his children. As for his wife, she worried excessively, attending to both their eldest son and herself, resulting in more than a few strands of gray in her hair. Though she frequently nagged, her words were imbued with care and affection for her family. Pan Dafeng remained silent, contemplating the muddy village paths that would surely be treacherous after such a downpour. Jiang Yumin noticed her father-in-law's pleading gaze and nodded in agreement. Mother, please let Dad go. It's safe. Yuqing and his brother are here, along with Xiaohai, all of whom are young and capable. It appeared that her father-in-law was quite eager to join. Very well. Old man, you may go, but tread carefully on grassy areas. Pan Dafeng nodded in acquiescence. It was likely that if she forbade him, he would sneak out anyway. Thus, it seemed wiser to permit him to go openly, knowing the younger ones would look after him, which eased her mind. Dafeng, I shall be cautious on my way. Yu Dafu replied with a cheerful grin upon receiving her approval. Father, the rain has ceased. Let us fetch our tools and depart. Yuqing observed the outside world, where the rain had indeed stopped. Excellent. Yu Dafu responded with enthusiastic vigor. Brother, Xiaohai, come quickly. It's time to gather our supplies for fishing. Yuqing called out down the corridor. Yuqing, we're on our way, came the resonant reply from Qian Xiaohai. Yuqing glanced outside and was astonished to see the sun emerging. How peculiar it was that the rain had barely ceased before the sun shone forth, much like a child's capriciousness, ever changing at a moment's notice. With great enthusiasm, everyone set off. Armed with dustpans, buckets, and fishing nets, their faces alight with joy. Chapter 73. Little Hai learns to catch fish. Dad, why are you carrying a hoe? Suddenly, Yu Cheng noticed that his father, who had been trailing behind, was inexplicably shouldering a hoe. You little rascal, You'll see it's worth shortly. Yu Dafeng replied with an air of mystery. Uncle, can a hoe really be used for fishing? Qian Shaohai asked, his curiosity piqued. He found it quite astonishing that a hoe could serve such a purpose. Dad, we're going fishing, not tilling the fields. What do you need a hoe for? Yu Shou couldn't help but interject. People will laugh at us. Yu Dafeng snorted dismissively. This hoe is quite valuable, soon enough. You want to look at me with such skepticism. The four boys exchanged glances, perceiving him as somewhat eccentric, unaware that he was well aware of their judgment. As they proceeded, they occasionally encountered familiar faces, with Yu Dafeng cheerfully greeting them. At this moment, they all donned their straw hats, although it had just rained. The temperature remained quite high, causing the ground to radiate warmth. Having walked for about 20 minutes, they came to a lengthy ditch. One side bordered a road, while the other was flanked by fields, with the ditch lying significantly lower than the fields. The water upstream was broader and deeper, cascading into a large pit. While further back, the ditch narrowed to roughly the width of a dustpan. Aquatic vegetation flourished along its edges, as fish often sought refuge among the weeds. Given the recent heavy rainfall, it was likely that many large fish had ventured out. Yu Dafeng set the hoe down. Son, the water upstream is rather deep. Catching fish might prove challenging. Yu Zhou assessed the upstream water and estimated it could reach waist deep. Such depth makes fishing difficult. Brother, let us fish downstream where the water is shallower, Yu Cheng suggested, glancing downstream, where the water appeared to reach no higher than the knee. All right, Yu Zhou agreed. You foolish boys, if there are any sizable fish, they will undoubtedly be in that deep pit. Yu Dafeng pointed toward the substantial hole. Dad, there is so much water in that pit, it's not easy to catch fish. Moreover, blocking the water upstream is no simple task. If only there were some large stones to help divert it. Just you wait, your father has a plan. Go catch some small fish downstream first. With a grand gesture, Yu Dafeng rolled up his pant legs. Dad, be careful not to fall in. Yu Qing called out. While falling into the water wouldn't be life-threatening due to its shallow depth, getting wet could lead to a cold. You little brat. Did you forget to brush your teeth today? Not a single compliment. Yu Dafeng chided with a chuckle, then began to dig above the ditch with the hoe. Dad, what are you digging for? Yu Zhou expressed concern, wary of his father slipping into the murky waters of the ditch, a consequence of the recent downpour. Don't mind me. Hurry and help your brother catch fish, Yu Dafeng replied impatiently, waving his hand dismissively, his expression one of mild annoyance. The eldest son was overly anxious. He was not an old man, after all. Did they really think he was useless? With a soft exclamation, Yu Zhou made his way downstream. Brother, take the fish net upstream and scoop your way back. Here, Shaohai and I can manage just fine. Yu Qing observed that the downstream area was rather narrow, barely accommodating a single person. The handle of the fish net was adjustable, enabling it to extend or retract. By lengthening it and standing on the bank, he could effortlessly catch fish without having to wade into the water. Excellent, Yu Shou exclaimed, seizing the fish net and heading upstream. Let us see who catches more fish. Yu Qing called out cheerfully. All right, Yu Zhou thought to himself. As long as his brother was happy, it mattered little who caught the most. Yu Cheng, clutching a scoop, leapt into the water, placing the scoop within it while holding the sides down with both hands. He raised his head and shouted to Qian Shaohai, Shaohai, walk from upstream and stir the water plants with your feet, driving the fish down towards me. Brother Yu Qing, how do I stir? How do I drive the fish? Qian Shaohai looked bewildered at the small waterway. He wondered how fish could possibly inhabit such a narrow channel. Yu Cheng realized that this lad had never done such a thing before and decided it was best to demonstrate. Come over here, Shaohai, he beckoned. Shaohai hurried over. Now, support the scoop in the water. Remember, do not lift the scoop until I am in front of you. Yu Cheng instructed before climbing onto the bank to begin herding the fish from above. I understand, brother Yu Cheng. I promise I won't lift the scoop until you are here. Qian Shaohai nodded earnestly. Yu Cheng jumped back into the water and began to stir the aquatic plants vigorously with his feet, churning the water into a murky swirl. Shaohai, watch closely. This is how you drive the fish. Pay attention, as you will take your turn soon. He continued to nudge the fish toward the scoop. I understand, brother Yu Cheng. Shaohai thought to himself, marveling at how knowledgeable his brother was. There were indeed numerous methods for catching fish. After a few minutes, Yu Cheng approached Qian Shaohai. "All right, Shaohai, lift the scoop with both hands. Keep it level and be quick." Instantly, Shaohai raised the scoop above the water, and a cascade of water flowed out, revealing a flurry of fish, vibrant and colorful. "Wow, Brother Yu Cheng, there really are fish. So many," Qian Shaohai exclaimed, his face beaming with joy as he observed the lively fish within the scoop. Yu Cheng took a glance and noted that there were about a dozen crucian carp, although they were quite small, roughly the size of a thumb. Additionally, there were wild African fish, colorful little flatfish, jumping fish, and even a couple of small shrimp and 2 tiny loaches. "Look at you, so amazed. This is considered a good catch," Yu Cheng remarked while transferring the fish into a bucket filled with clean water that he had prepared earlier. "Brother Yu Cheng, these fish are truly beautiful, so colorful, but they are rather small." Qian Shaohai pointed at the tiny flatfish in the water. "These fish are abundant, but they don't grow large. They likely have good reproductive capabilities. Brother Yu Cheng, let me give it a try this time," Qian Shaohai said with eager anticipation. "All right, you try your luck this time," Yu Cheng replied, recognizing the lad's eagerness. He handed the scoop to him as they continued along the lengthy waterway that stretched from the village's entrance to its end. "Brother Yu Cheng, how do you proceed?" Qian Shaohai inquired, puzzled. "The fish above have all descended below. Fish are not foolish. They instinctively flee to safety. So that's how it is," he mused, feeling enlightened. "All right. Then, you go catch the fish." Yu Cheng placed the scoop into the water, steadying it. Qian Shaohai promptly leaped in, mimicking Yu Cheng's actions, adeptly learning the technique. Just as he was nearing Yu Cheng swiftly lifted the scoop and tossed it ashore. "Brother Yu Cheng, what is the matter? I haven't finished catching them yet." Chapter 74, A Bountiful Return. "Shaohai, what do you see over there?" Yu Cheng pointed to a large, dark creature writhing on the grass. Just as Shaohai was a meter away, he sensed a powerful force surging in. Anticipating that a large fish had entered, he quickly lifted the scoop and cast it out, fearing that if it were a big fish, it might leap back into the ditch. "What kind of fish is that black one?" "It looks enormous," Qian Shaohai remarked, pointing at the fish. He observed its flat mouth, small eyes, and whiskers, noting its slimy appearance due to a layer of mucus. It vaguely resembled something whose name eluded him. Indeed, it is quite large, perhaps 4 or 5 pounds. This fish is called catfish or 8-bearded catfish, due to its 8 whiskers. Yu Cheng envisioned preparing a substantial portion as braised fish chunks and a smaller portion as soup for his wife. He must consider not only his wife, but also his parents. Both require attention. One must care for a spouse while honoring one's parents. This fish is rich in protein, beneficial for pregnant women to promote fetal growth. Thus, his wife could enjoy both braised fish and soup, a dual delight. Listening to Yu Cheng, Qian Shaohai counted the catfish's whiskers. "Hey, there are indeed 8. You were right, Brother Yu Cheng, neither more nor less." "Shaohai, would I deceive you? Quickly, catch it and place it in the bucket before it dies. If it perishes, it will lose its freshness, and freshness is essential for taste." "Oh, well, you catch the catfish. I'll handle the other fish." Yu Cheng suddenly recalled that this lad had never caught such a fish. He might get hurt by the catfish's sharp spines. Being pricked by a catfish spine is quite painful and could even draw blood. Catching catfish requires skill and caution. "Brother Yu Cheng, our harvest is quite substantial," Qian Shaohai exclaimed, his hands never ceasing their fishing motions. Yu Cheng glanced over, spotting 7 or 8 crucian carp along with a mix of smaller fish. "Brother Yu Cheng, look, there are crayfish too." Qian Shaohai was surprised to find such creatures in the ditch. "Is that surprising? There are indeed quite a few, around 7 or 8 of varying sizes." At that moment, their elder brother, Yu Zhou, approached. "Brother Yu Zhou, how many fish have you caught?" Qian Shaohai asked curiously. "All of them are right here," Yu Zhou replied, directly emptying the net's contents onto the ground. The area was overgrown with weeds and other such detritus. "Wow, are those 2 large carp?" Yu Cheng's attention was immediately drawn to the 2 sizable fish. They appeared to weigh around 7 or 8 taels each. It is indeed a rarity for wild carp to grow to such proportions. He contemplated the prospect of preparing a nourishing carp soup rich in calcium. planning to keep them until his wife finished the catfish soup before transitioning to the carp. Wow, Brother Yuzhou, you have so many crayfish here. Qian Shaohai was fixated on the crayfish. I don't understand why there are so many of these creatures. They aren't particularly appetizing. Perhaps we should release them, as no one in the village seems to eat them. Brother, how can we let them go? They're a valuable catch. Tonight, I will cook for you and our parents, and I assure you, you will enjoy it. Yu Cheng proceeded to toss the crayfish one by one into a bucket. Estimating their weight, he believed he had collected 2 to 3 jin, and combined with his own catch, they had about 4 jin, sufficient for a large stir-fry. He planned to visit the village chief's small shop later for a few bottles of beer. This village boasted only one shop, owned by the village chief himself. Crayfish and beer were a perfect match. Chengzi, you've also caught a sizable catfish. That's impressive. You've outdone me, Yuzhou remarked, noticing the large catfish in the bucket. Is Dad over there digging mud to build a dam? Let us go lend a hand. Upon approaching, Yuzhou observed that their father had already made significant progress, though he was unsure of the purpose behind it. What was their father trying to achieve? The three of them hurried upstream, arriving to witness their father excavating clumps of sod to block the large water hole. Yu Cheng quickly grasped the situation. His father wielded the hoe for this very task. Dad, let me dig. You take a break, Yu Cheng offered as he stepped forward. All right, you give it a try. Yu Defu replied, passing the hoe to his younger son, who was just a bit fatigued. I'm not getting any younger, it seems. Yu Cheng swiftly dug several clumps of sod, placing them in position. Yu Zhou and Xiao Hai procured a few sizable stones from somewhere and pressed the sod firmly in place. Before long, the dam was constructed, rising significantly above the water level, prompting the group to cease their efforts. Next, they set about building a smaller dam at the outlet of the large pit. Given that the water level was lower and the area narrower, the dam did not need to be particularly high. Now you two, take turns with the buckets and scoop out the water from the pit, Yu Defu commanded, confident that ample fish resided within. For the large and deep water hole had drawn fish in during the recent rains. Once the rain ceased and the water receded, the fish would settle here, unable to escape. Yu Zhou descended first to remove the water, and after he had scooped out half, Yu Cheng took his turn. It was no wonder their father insisted on bringing 2 buckets. Yu Cheng had found it curious at first. Was there truly that many fish to catch? Now, he understood the purpose. Experience truly speaks volumes. His father was wise. Brother Yu Cheng, come up. Let me give it a try, Qian Shaohai exclaimed, finding the task rather enjoyable. Sure, here you go, Yu Cheng responded, handing the bucket to Qian Shaohai. In less than half an hour, the three of them had nearly drained the pit of water. What a big wave. There must be large fish. Let us stop scooping water and start catching fish. Yu Defu shouted eagerly. Yu Cheng was the first to leap into the water, armed with a scoop net to catch fish. Yu Zhou shortened the handle and followed suit, beginning to net fish as well. Qian Shaohai, lacking any tools, decided to dive in directly and feel for the fish with his hands. Meanwhile, Yu Defu sat on a dry stone by the shore, observing them with a sense of youthful nostalgia. How delightful it is to be young. He watched these 3 spirited young men with admiration. Wow, I've caught a big crucian carp, exclaimed Qian Shaohai, proudly holding up his catch. Well done, Xiaohai. Yu Defu laughed heartily, praising him. This young lad is quite impressive. It seems my youngest son has chosen his friends wisely this time. Dad, I've caught a big grass carp, Yu Cheng shouted excitedly, rushing to the shore to transfer the fish into another bucket. He quickly grabbed a large catfish as well, wary of the pincers of the crayfish. Haha, I told you there would be big catches. Yu Defu beamed with joy, feeling younger in the company of the youth. Dad, I've caught a hefty head fish. It's enormous, Yu Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone turned to see Yu Zhou supporting the net with his hands, likely afraid it would tear. The fish seemed to weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds, leaving Qian Shaohai increasingly amazed as each catch surpassed the last. Soon, the group had also netted numerous palm-sized crucian carp, along with 2 grass carps weighing 3 to 4 pounds each and 2 carp weighing 2 to 3 pounds. Eventually, as they returned to shore, Qian Shaohai triumphantly revealed a 2 to 3 pound base, his joy evident as he couldn't contain his excitement. base, when steamed, are delicious and highly nutritious. Thus, on their way home, Yudafuku and his eldest son carried one bucket of fish, while Yu Qing and Qian Shaohai managed another. The four of them walked home merrily, truly laden with a bountiful haul. Chapter 75. Buying wine at the village head's house along the way. They encountered familiar faces from the village, who, upon seeing the fish in their buckets, expressed their admiration with exclamations of praise. Yudafuku beamed with delight as compliments poured in. Observing his father's joy, Yu Qing felt a swell of happiness within himself. As they neared their doorstep, Yudafuku called out in a booming voice, Dafin, Dafin, come out quickly, he caught some big ones. Dad, are you planning to announce to the whole village that you've caught large fish? Yu Qing thought, noting his father's proud expression. You rascal, let your father be happy. Yudafuku playfully ruffled his youngest son's hair. Old man, what are you shouting about? Pan Dafin emerged, apron tied around her waist, presumably preparing dinner. It was nearly 6 o'clock, not too late, and a suitable time to begin cooking, given that there was no work to be done that afternoon. She thought it wise to have an early dinner so everyone could rest well. Jiang Yumin soon followed her out. The two women gasped in surprise at the sight of the fish in the bucket. How did you catch so many? And so many large ones too? Pan Dafin was astonished at their bounty. Dad, you all are amazing. Jiang Yumin exclaimed sincerely. Tonight, I'll prepare a fish feast for you. The catfish will be perfect for soup for my daughter-in-law. Pan Dafin was well aware that catfish are beneficial for pregnant women. Mother, this catfish weighs at least 4 to 5 pounds. I cannot possibly finish it in a soup. It would be better to prepare it in a braised style. Which I prefer. Jiang Yumin's words held a semblance of truth and deception. She pondered that if the fish were braised, everyone could partake. But if it were made into soup, the others would likely leave it all for her. She felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, she was merely pregnant and now required no labor, with her family treating her like a precious gem. What woman in the countryside could claim such happiness? On another note, she truly wished to avoid daily soup, finding its flavor too bland and uninviting. Mother, Yumin cannot eat so much on her own. Perhaps you could prepare a small portion as soup and the majority braised. Yu Qing contemplated that his daughter-in-law would enjoy fish soup tomorrow, and the head of the fatty fish could be stewed with tofu as well. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Pan Dafin nodded in agreement. She noticed that there remained a fatty fish in the bucket, along with a dozen or so palm-sized crucian carp, which could be kept for stewing for her daughter-in-law. Mother, have you started cooking yet? She was uncertain if her mother had begun. The rice has been rinsed and the water is boiling. Once it reaches a rolling boil, the rice can be added. We may have dinner a little earlier today. Mother, I will take charge of the cooking tonight. You can chat with Yumin. He intended to personally prepare the meal that evening, while also making a spicy crayfish dish for his parents and elder brother to savor. He harbored another thought, albeit uncertain of its feasibility. Eldest brother, could you visit the small grocery store and procure a few bottles of beer? We have a feast tonight, and it would be delightful for the gentleman to share a drink. Given the heat and the abundance of dishes, how could we not indulge in a bit of beer? Upon hearing his father's command, Yu Zhou was just about to head to the village chief's house. Wait. Please invite your uncle chief to join us for dinner and bring some fish as well, Yu Dafu added after a moment's consideration. All right, father, I shall go at once. Yu Zhou responded, preparing to gather the fish. Father, I shall go to Uncle Chief's house to buy the beer. I will also invite him over. Yu Qing desired to improve his rapport, as the village chief had previously held a poor impression of him and had reprimanded him more than once. Although the chief was merely a village official, his words held weight within the community. Establishing a good relationship would serve him well in the future. It would benefit both him and his brother. Yu Dafu observed his youngest son, who had previously resisted running errands to the chief's house for oil, salt, and vinegar. He was unaware that Yu Qing avoided the trips to escape the chief's earnest lectures. Today, however, he had proactively volunteered to procure beer. If you wish to go, then go. Yu Dafu thought it would be advantageous for his son to make an impression before the chief. Brother Qing, could you prepare spicy crayfish tonight? He felt a craving for that flavor. Yes, wait for my return. Yu Qing nodded. Then I will clean and prepare these crayfish in anticipation of your arrival. Qian Shaohai joyfully turned to Pan Dafin, requesting a clean toothbrush. Xiaohai, that dish is not particularly filling, with hardly 2 ounces of meat. Tonight, I will prepare fish for you. Pan Dafan assumed he was merely being greedy. Aunt, this is quite delicious. You will see tonight, he assured her. Qian Xiaohai smiled as he took the vegetable washing basin and picked out the lobsters, placing them into the basin before heading to the backyard to process them. Old man, has this child not been eating enough lately? Perhaps we should prepare some braised pork for dinner. Pan Dafeng remarked to Yu Dafu, who was leisurely smoking beside her. Mom, there's no need for that. We have plenty of fish for dinner, more than we can finish, and Xiaohai enjoys those, Yu Cheng replied, gathering 2 carp, a 3 to 4 pound grass carp, and a variety of small crucian carp into a bucket. Dad, Mom, Yuman, big brother, I'm off to buy some beer, Yu Cheng announced, lifting the bucket and striding towards the village chief's house. The chief's residence was conveniently situated in the middle of the village, making it easier for everyone to shop. Go on, be a bit more charming. Don't be like a gourd with a sealed mouth, Yu Dafu advised. I got it, Dad. Rest assured. Yu Qin waved his hand and walked on. Upon reaching the village chief's home, he found Chief Yu Igwa relaxing under the large tree at the entrance. The saying that one benefits from the shade of a big tree holds true. The large camphor tree at the entrance provided a welcome coolness. Uncle Chief, this afternoon my dad and I caught some fish, and I brought some for you, Yu Cheng called out cheerfully. Xingzi has come. So much fish, take it back and keep it for yourselves, the chief replied, well aware of Yu Dafu's family's circumstances, feeling it was too much to accept. Just one fish would be fine, but so many. Uncle Chief, you must accept them. Otherwise, my dad will surely scold me when I return. Rest assured. We caught plenty today, and there are still more at home, he cleverly offered as an excuse. Haha, you little rascal, afraid of your dad scolding? I've watched you grow up, the chief chuckled. You jest, Uncle Chief. Quickly take the fish inside to keep them alive. If they languish in this small bucket for too long, they might perish, Yu Zhengwo urged, calling inside. Xiaomei, come out and take the fish inside. Yu Xiaomei, the chief's youngest daughter, was just 27 years younger than her brother, Yu Xiaozhong, who was 27. Dad, I'm coming. A delicate girl with slightly tanned skin emerged from inside. She paused upon seeing Yu Cheng, but the moment was fleeting as she softly greeted. Yu Chenggu, hello. Hello. Xiaomei, Yu Cheng responded politely. Where's Yu Zhougu? Xiaomei inquired while taking the bucket. Xiaomei, the chief called out, prompting her to quickly carry the fish inside. Yu Cheng remained momentarily stunned. Soon, Xiaomei returned with the empty bucket and handed it back to Yu Cheng. She seemed to hesitate, glancing at her father before turning away. Yu Cheng sensed something was amiss, but could not pinpoint it. Uncle Chief, please get me a case of beer. My dad also invites you for dinner tonight. Yu Cheng decided to address the matter at hand. All right, I'll come over this evening, the chief replied, stepping inside to fetch a case of beer. He appeared to have something on his mind, occasionally glancing back inside. The beer was securely bound with a nylon rope. Village Chief, I shall take my leave now. Do make your way over early. I mentioned, knowing my father awaited your company for drinks. Yu Cheng observed that Yu Igwa seemed somewhat distracted. Yet he dared not inquire further. Understood, you little rascal, hurry home. Your father might think you've wandered off again, Yu Zhengwo replied with a smile, masking his emotions. As Yu Cheng departed, he couldn't help but glance back, noticing the village chief sitting there, sighing heavily. Yu Cheng pondered the reason behind it all. Chapter 76. Fragrant little lobsters arriving at the doorstep with a beer in hand, a delightful aroma wafted from within. The meal was evidently being prepared. He hurried inside, where Qian Xiaoai greeted him, saying, Yu Cheng, I've already cleaned the little lobsters and chopped the other ingredients. He took the beer from Yu Cheng's hands and placed it on a vacant spot on the table. Well done, Xiaohai. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me and take a good rest. Prepare for a sumptuous dinner later. Yu Cheng patted Qian Xiaohai on the shoulder. Yu Cheng, it's no trouble at all. Qian Xiaohai blushed at the compliment. This is hardly anything. Everyone in this household toils. Xingzi, did you see the village chief? Yu Dafu, freshly bathed and donned in clean attire, approached. Yes, I did. The village chief mentioned he would join you for drinks soon, Yu Cheng replied cheerfully, casting an inadvertent glance at his elder brother, who was engrossed in plucking water spinach, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. Ha ha ha. That old fellow wishes to challenge me in drinking once more. Yu Dafu laughed heartily. Typically, the two would casually share a drink together whenever the opportunity arose. By the way, I also saw Xiao Mei. I never expected that girl to have grown so graceful, a true young lady, Yu Cheng remarked casually, as though engaged in light conversation. Upon hearing Xiao Mei's name, Jiang Yuman's eyes flickered. Yu Cheng seldom spoke of girls, and today he seemed particularly complimentary. Yu Cheng remained unaware of his wife's reaction, his gaze fixed on his elder brother, who still sat like a statue, motionless. Perhaps he was mistaken. Xiao Mei was indeed a fine girl, charming and delicate. One could only wonder which fortunate lad would capture her heart. Yu Dafu glanced at his eldest son, who sat there like a block of wood, and sighed inwardly. He mused that if only his eldest son's leg were uninjured, it would be splendid. Such a fortunate match should ideally be drawn closer to home. Regrettably, it appeared that fortune favored another. With a smile, Yu Cheng began to prepare the dishes. He selected a large grass carp, cleaned it, filleted it, and sliced the fish meat thinly. Yu Cheng, are you planning to make boiled fish slices? Jiang Yuman inquired as she approached. Yuman, I intend to prepare fish with pickled vegetables, Yu Cheng replied while marinating the fish slices. I just hope we have pickled vegetables at home. If not, it's of little consequence. We have plenty of fish. Mother, do we have any pickled vegetables? Yu Cheng called out. Yes, Pan Dafin responded. Last winter, I planted some mustard greens and made 2 jars, which have yet to be opened. Mother, could you please bring out a piece of pickled cabbage? I intend to use it shortly. With pickled cabbage, we can prepare the exquisite dish of pickled cabbage fish, which boasts a delightful blend of sour, spicy, aromatic, and fresh flavors. Mother, I will accompany you to fetch it. Jiang Yuman took a plate to gather the pickled cabbage. No need, Yuman, I can handle it myself. You should take a good rest, Pan Dafing interjected, taking the plate from her daughter-in-law's hands. Soon, Pan Dafing returned with the pickled cabbage, thoroughly washed, and placed it on the cutting board. Yuman, let Qingzi manage on his own today. We shall enjoy our leisure while awaiting our meal. Pan Dafing pulled her daughter-in-law away, and they sat at the entrance, enjoying the gentle breeze. With the sun now set, the heat had diminished, replaced by a mild wind. Approximately half an hour passed, and an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, a scent they had never encountered before. Qian Shaohai and Jiang Yuman recognized it as Yu Cheng preparing crayfish. What on earth are you cooking, you rascal? It's choking me. Yu Dafing grumbled as he approached. Upon seeing the vibrant red crayfish in the pan, he realized it was this seldom consumed delicacy. While stirring the dish, Yu Cheng remarked, Dad, these are crayfish. You'll be unable to stop eating them once you try. Uncle, the flavor of these crayfish is exceptional. I absolutely adore them. Qian Shaohai chimed in from the side, assisting with the fire. Shaohai, refrain from tending to the fire. Otherwise, I shall summon your aunt, Yu Dafing said, feeling somewhat embarrassed to see Qian Shaohai working while the host rested. Uncle, it's quite all right. I enjoyed doing it, Qian Shaohai replied, pushing the fire inward a bit. He had learned how to manage the fire from Yu Cheng. Initially, he found it quite challenging, but after observing a few times, he had mastered it. Dad, just let Shaohai be. Could you check if the village head has arrived? Yu Cheng said, while biting open a bottle of beer and pouring it into the pot. He was soon met with a kick to his backside, startling him enough that he nearly dropped the spatula. Cover the pot, he exclaimed. What was that kick for? Yu Cheng asked, bewildered. Even Qian Shaohai sat there, stunned by Yu Dafing's unexpected action. The firewood almost toppled over. Shaohai, no need to keep the fire going. Just let the remaining wood burn down for a while, Yu Cheng reminded him, concerned he might evaporate the broth. You wasteful child, do you think that beer is free? You've poured an entire bottle in. Yu Dafing lamented, feeling a pang of regret. That was a whole bottle of beer. Dad, there is still plenty left. Moreover, adding beer enhances the flavor of the crayfish and helps eliminate any fishy taste, Yu Cheng said, half amused and half exasperated. His father nearly kicked him into the pot along with the crayfish over a single bottle of beer. Wasn't he their rice wine at home? Why insist on using this? Yu Dafing still deemed it too extravagant to use a bottle of beer for such a dish that he would not even eat. Just then, the village head, Yu Jiangwo, walked in. Dafing, What are you cooking? It smells wonderful, he remarked, having caught the enticing aroma before even entering. At that moment, Yu Qing lifted the pot lid, ready to serve the dish. What was that called again? Crayfish? Yu Dafu pointed towards the large iron pot. Village chief, please have a seat. The dish will be ready shortly. Yu Cheng greeted him with a cheerful smile, then took a large basin to scoop out the crayfish with a spatula. Chengzi, these are the crayfish you prepared, he said. The enticing aroma drew Yu Zhou over as well. The vibrant red basin looked quite appetizing, causing involuntary salivation. Indeed, brother, it looks delicious. Be sure to have a couple more later, Yu Qing thought to himself, anticipating that everyone would eagerly rush to eat. Mom, Yuman, it's time for dinner. Yu Qing called out to the outside. The crayfish was the last dish to be served, as the others had already arrived. Wow, Dafu, your family's spread tonight is even more lavish than during the New Year, Yu Zhangwo exclaimed, surveying the table laden with an abundance of dishes. He felt a bit embarrassed arriving empty-handed. On the 8 immortals table sat a steamed bass, sauerkraut boiled fish, braised catfish, a large basin of spicy crayfish in the center, catfish soup, stir-fried water spinach, and a cold cucumber salad. Come, let's dig in. Aigua, please take the seat of honor, Yu Dafu urged, pulling the village chief into the esteemed position. Dafu, how can I sit here? You should be the one. Yu Aigua protested, attempting to rise. Yu Dafu firmly pressed him back down, insisting, you must sit here today. Village chief, since Dafu insists, please take your seat. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Pan Dafeng remarked, noting their back and forth. Village chief, just sit there. Otherwise, we won't be able to enjoy the wine or the meal. As Yu Qing spoke, he filled a bowl with beer and placed it before Yu Aigua. Indeed, village chief, look, Yu Cheng has poured you a drink. You cannot refuse. Jiang Yuman chimed in with a smile. With that, Yu Aigua finally relented. All right, let's drink. Everyone settled into their seats, and the gentlemen each poured themselves a bowl of beer. In the countryside, drinking is done from bowls, without much formality. Pan Dafeng and Jiang Yuman each ate a bowl of rice and had a bowl of soup before leaving the table, allowing the men to indulge. Is this the shrimp found in the fields and ditches? Yu Aigua inquired, picking up a crayfish. He observed the young lad enjoying the dish, devouring one after another. And even Yu Zhou seemed to have quite a few. Indeed, village chief, do give it a try, Yu Cheng encouraged, peeling a shrimp as he spoke. Noticing his father staring at the crayfish, which had been diminished to a third, he questioned, Dad, why aren't you eating? Before Yu Dafu could respond, the village chief interrupted him. Dafu Omai, this is absolutely delectable. The spice is truly invigorating, Yu Aigua exclaimed, mimicking their method of peeling the shrimp. After finishing one, he quickly grabbed several more for his small plate, continuing to peel and eat. Aigua, is it really that delicious? Yu Dafu asked, eyeing the village chief's exaggerated expression with skepticism. Why not try it yourself? Yu Aigua replied, grinning as he popped a freshly peeled crayfish into his mouth. Yu Dafu could not resist the temptation and began to imitate their method of peeling shrimp. After a moment's hesitation, with a spirit of defiance, he tossed one into his mouth and started to chew it meticulously. Subsequently, he found himself unable to stop, directly placing a dozen or so into a small dish before him. Dad, how does this crayfish taste? Yu Cheng intentionally inquired. You rascal, such a delicious dish. And you didn't mention it to your old man. Make sure to prepare a large bowl for me tomorrow, Yu Dafu retorted while indulging in the feast. Chengzi, gather more. Uncle will be coming over tomorrow. He contemplated bringing a couple of bottles of beer, as one cannot simply abstain from food and drink. The crayfish was simply exquisite. Indeed, when did this lad become such a skilled cook? Yu Qing thought about the rice harvesting scheduled for the next day and realized how late it had become upon returning home. Everyone was utterly exhausted, devoid of the energy to prepare anything. However, it would be impolite to refuse the village chief's request. Perhaps he could have Qian Shaohai return early to clean the crayfish while he took care of the rest. But who would catch the crayfish? Village chief, if it doesn't rain tomorrow, we'll be busy harvesting rice. I worry there won't be time to catch those critters, Yu Qing pondered aloud. It is indeed difficult to work without the proper resources. That is easily resolved. I'll take some time to catch them tomorrow. There are plenty of those crayfish in the fish pond behind my house. A few scoops would yield 7 or 8. A dozen scoops. And we'll have more than enough. It won't take long. Half an hour would suffice. Very well. Yu Cheng acknowledged the village chief's assurance. Qian Shaohai mused that the village chief was indeed a true food enthusiast. Village chief, allow me to raise a toast to you, Yu Cheng said, lifting his beer in salute. Good, good. Chengzi, you are becoming more accomplished. I am glad for you, and I shall drink this toast, the village chief replied, recognizing the transformation in the young man before him. This lad had changed significantly, returning to assist with the harvest. A prodigal son returning is worth more than gold. Yu Cheng seated himself and exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Zhou. Initially taken aback, Yu Zhou soon understood and rose, holding his glass aloft. Village chief, please accept my toast. I drink to you. Upon finishing his beer, Yu Zhou received praise. Well done. You have worked hard for this family over the years. Yu Aigua lamented, filled with emotion. This young man was indeed commendable, tall, diligent, honest, and dutiful to his parents. If Xiaomei were to marry him, she would surely find happiness. Alas, the matter of his leg was unfortunate. He himself was unconcerned, but her mother would never agree. She believed their circumstances were poor. The eldest son was a cripple, and he was 8 years older than her daughter, while the second son was a wastrel, and both parents were not in good health. If Xiaomei were to marry into such a family, she would face endless hardships. Her mother's objections left him powerless. Originally, both families were well acquainted and lived nearby. Naturally, he understood his wife's feelings. Who wouldn't he desire a good future for their children? Village chief, your Xiaomei must be 20 now. Has she spoken of a suitor? Yu Cheng seized the opportunity to inquire. Your memory serves you well. She turned 20 at the end of last year, making her 21 this year by Chinese reckoning. Having yet to find a suitable match, Yu Aigua spoke candidly, not delving deeply into the matter. Aigua, hurry and eat your vegetables. There is an abundance, and it would be a shame to waste them. Yu Dafeng swiftly redirected the conversation, discreetly kicking his son beneath the table. Noticing his son's posture, he understood the urgency of his need. Yu Cheng, ignoring his father's gesture, continued, this time, aside from assisting with the harvest, I intend to take my elder brother to the city for treatment of his leg. Aigua, is what Chengzi said true? You are indeed taking your elder brother for treatment? Yu Aigua's inebriation momentarily lifted. This was indeed promising. If Yu Zhou's leg could be healed, he would be able to earn a living, leaving no grounds for dissent from the family. It is true, Aigua, Yu Dafeng wiped his brow. Having initially feared that his son intended to propose for his brother, Yu Zhou gazed at Yu Cheng in astonishment, unaware of this plan. Had the family concealed this from him? How could his younger brother be so oblivious to their financial circumstances? Father, Chengzi, I oppose the treatment for my leg. It has been in this state for so many years. I've grown accustomed to it, Yu Zhou stated, standing resolutely before returning to his meal. Yu Aigua felt a twinge of awkwardness. Having eaten sufficiently, he decided to take his leave. On the way home, he pondered the matter deeply. Chapter 78. The elder brother agrees to treatment after the village chief departed. Yu Dafeng could no longer contain his frustration. Eldest, the village chief has barely left. What is wrong with you? You showed no manners. He clearly had intentions, and you extinguished all hope with your refusal to seek treatment. Father, I bear no ill will towards the village chief. I simply do not wish to pursue treatment. It is a waste of money, considering our family's situation. Which you know better than I, Yu Zhou replied, his eyes reddening with emotion. He had not intended to embarrass his father. Yu Cheng understood now. His elder brother's reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid expenditure, not from a genuine aversion to treatment. Thus, the issue seemed resolvable. As long as his brother was willing, all would be well. Old man, can't you see the pain your child is in? Why do you persist in this discussion? Pan Dafeng, concerned for her son, shot a glare at Yu Dafeng. With a sigh, Yu Dafeng responded, am I not doing this for his benefit? If his leg is healed, he will have a better chance of marrying in the future. We wouldn't have to worry about our elder son growing old without anyone to care for him. Father, I do not wish to marry. Rest assured, I will take care of you both, Yu Zhou asserted, believing his father was concerned about their future. You foolish boy. Do you think your mother and I cannot care for ourselves? Worry about your own well-being, Yu Dafeng retorted, observing his elder son's stubbornness akin to a bull. Typically docile and compliant, today he was unyielding, dismissing the advice of adults and dismissing thoughts of marriage. Realizing his father's concern was rooted in care for him, Yu Zhou's eyes grew even more moist. Father, in my current state, how could I possibly marry a good woman without burdening her? This situation is rather unfortunate. I have never truly considered the prospect of marriage. You rascal, if you do not marry, who will warm your bed? Who will engage you in conversation? Care for you when you fall ill, or assist you in times of need? How will you manage alone? Yu Dafu, filled with anger, expressed his thoughts passionately, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke. Enough, old man, Pan Dafeng interjected, also moved to tears, attempting to comfort Yu Dafu. Father, mother, I have been unfilial. Yu Zhou lamented, kneeling before his aging parents. The towering figure of the young man was reduced to sobs, his tears streaming down his face. He was acutely aware of his parents' worries, not only for him, but also for his younger brother. While his brother had settled down, he remained solitary, and he could only imagine the weight of their concern for him. Seeing this, Yu Qing felt a sting in his own eyes and approached, saying, "Brother, please rise. Your kneeling only adds to our parents' distress." Yu Zhou then accepted his brother's hand and stood up. "Elder brother, wash your face," Jiang Yuman suggested, bringing a basin of clean water. "Thank you, Yuman," Yu Zhou replied, acknowledging his earlier emotional outburst and the disheveled appearance it had caused. "No need for thanks. We are family," she reassured him, having recognized the genuine sorrow in her brother today. He typically refrained from speaking much, not out of indifference, but rather from a reluctance to express his feelings. "Father, mother, please do not worry. My brother simply needs time to process his thoughts. I will speak with him." Yu Cheng comforted their parents, who nodded in hope that their younger son could reach the elder. After washing his face, Yu Shou felt a sense of calm wash over him. "Brother, it has been quite some time since we had a proper conversation. Let us take a walk," Yu Cheng suggested, patting Yu Zhou on the shoulder, eager to share his thoughts. Yu Zhou nodded, sensing that his brother had something important to convey. It was undeniable that his brother had changed. Although he had only returned for a brief 2 days, Yu Zhou could distinctly feel the transformation in him and thus agreed with a nod. "Father, mother, Yuman, I am going for a walk with my brother," Yu Cheng announced to their parents. The two brothers then stepped outside together. "Brother, while you focus on the costs of treating your leg, have you considered how much you could earn if it were healed?" Yu Cheng initiated the conversation with a different approach. He refrained from admonishing his brother for his negative thoughts, instead presenting a perspective that might be easier for him to accept. Yu Zhou pondered this and found a semblance of truth in it. Noticing a shift in his brother's expression, Yu Cheng continued, "You understand our parents' feelings better than I do." Yu Zhou nodded in agreement. "I know. They have always wished for the best for us both." He reflected on his younger brother's past misdeeds that had caused their parents distress. It was only after Yuman's pregnancy that he had a moment of realization, understanding the importance of living a good life. "Brother, now that I am improving, I naturally wish the same for you," Yu Qing earnestly expressed. "Qingzi, I am glad to see your growth, but my situation is different. Whether my leg can be healed is uncertain, and if I spend money without results, wouldn't that be a waste?" Yu Zhou replied, expressing his concerns. "Brother, I comprehend your thoughts. There is no need to fret about finances. I have not disclosed to you that I am not only employed but also engaged in business, earning several hundred each day." Yu Cheng discerned the concerns that plagued his elder brother's mind. Yu Zhou gazed at his younger sibling with astonishment, as if encountering a stranger. "Qingzi, several hundred a day? What business are you involved in? Pray, do not indulge in any unlawful activities." Yu Zhou's initial reaction was a fear that his brother might have ventured into illegal dealings. Although he had never worked in the city, he was aware of the prevailing wages there, typically 200 to 300, with better jobs offering 400 to 500, and even formal positions yielding only a little over 300. What kind of business allows you to earn several hundred a day? He pondered. Could it be drug trafficking? The mere thought quickened Yu Zhou's heartbeat. Yu Cheng, bemused, replied, "Brother, where do your thoughts wander? I have a wife and children. How could I possibly engage in illegal activities?" That is a relief. Upon witnessing the unwavering confidence in his brother's eyes, Yu Zhou exhaled in relief. Do you recall the crawfish we had for dinner? You certainly indulged. Yu Qing chuckled heartily. Yu Zhou felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, he had consumed quite a bit. Of course, I remember. The taste was delightful. I sell these crawfish daily. They are currently in high demand. Brother, even if your leg does not heal, you could assist me in selling them. Yu Qing contemplated that even if his brother's leg remained unhealed, there could still be alternative arrangements. Hearing this, Yu Zhou felt reassured. Even if he could not recover, he could still aid his brother. Realizing how hard his brother worked, juggling both a job and a business, he nodded in agreement. All right. I will accompany you to seek treatment for your leg. That's the spirit. Yu Qing felt a weight lifted from his heart upon his brother's consent. Qingzi, it's getting late. Let us return home. Our parents are waiting. Yu Zhou chuckled. Very well, let us head home. Yu Qing nodded in affirmation. Chapter 79. Brother. Perhaps he has yet to awaken Suiping. May I share something with you? Yu Aiguo pondered the matter of Yu Zhou's leg treatment after returning home. Suiping, the village chief's wife, was named Tian Suiping. He had always held a fondness for the young man Yu Zhou. Had it not been for his leg's affliction, he would have long arranged a match between the two young individuals. However, he remained uncertain whether Yu Zhou harbored any romantic intentions toward his daughter. Regardless, it was evident that his daughter held a deep affection for Yu Zhou. Even a blind person could perceive it. Ever since his daughter was bitten by a venomous snake at the age of 16, she had been fortunate to encounter that young man, who, without hesitation, had extracted the venom from her wound. Since that incident, he had noticed his daughter occasionally inquiring about Yu Zhou's circumstances. Initially, he paid little attention, but as time passed, both he and his wife became aware of it. Subsequently, his wife had sternly declared that their daughter should not pine for Yu Zhou. What is it? Is it about the eldest of the Yu family? Do not even think about it. Do not presume that a few bowls of liquor could lead to the foolish selling of our daughter. Tian Suiping shot a glance at her husband, knowing that Yu Dafeng had likely summoned him for drinks, which could only bode ill. It is not that she is disdainful of poverty or holds the young man Yu Zhou in contempt due to his humble background. The family's financial struggles are inconsequential. Youth possesses the potential to forge a path towards prosperity over time. The young man is indeed commendable. Yet the unfortunate condition of his leg casts a shadow over his prospects. It is likely that he will find it challenging to secure employment in the city, particularly in reputable factories. He may only manage to find odd jobs, which will scarcely suffice to support himself, and he will probably spend most of his time toiling in the fields. She has but one son and one daughter. How could she bear the thought of subjecting her daughter to such hardships? Wife, I have made no commitments. They haven't even mentioned Xiaomei, Yu Aiguo remarked, drawing close to his wife and exhaling playfully. You reek. Go wash up, Tian Suiping exclaimed, waving her hand dismissively, her expression one of clear distaste. Suiping, I haven't finished speaking yet. I can wash afterwards. I'll keep my distance so you won't have to endure my odor, Yu Aiguo retorted, playfully jumping back a foot. With this, Tian Suiping refrained from insisting he leave. Speak quickly, don't dawdle, she urged, while habitually brushing her hair with her hands. Today, I heard from Yu Dafeng that he intends to take his eldest son to the city for treatment of his leg. Yu Aiguo contemplated that if the leg could be healed, perhaps his wife would acquiesce to the matter regarding their daughter. That leg has been afflicted for so many years. Can it truly be cured? I wouldn't believe it even if a ghost told me. Besides, have you ever seen anyone recover from polio? And even if it were possible, where would their family find the funds? The entire Daxing village knows they are the poorest. Tian Suiping surmised that even if a cure existed, they would likely lack the means to afford it. I noticed that Yu's second son seems different upon returning. Perhaps he has earned some money, Yu Aiguo speculated, thinking that the idea of treating the leg must have originated from that young man. Otherwise, Yu Dafeng would not have raised the issue after all these years. He, Yu's second son, a carefree lad, making money? That's a laugh. This year, at least he has shown some sense by returning to help with the harvest. Tian Suiping expressed her profound disappointment in Yu Qing. Suiping, you should have seen the feast he prepared tonight. It was exquisite, far surpassing anything from the grand restaurants in Yong'an County, Yu Aiguo reminisced. saliva nearly pooling in his mouth. I didn't get enough to satisfy my appetite. Enough of your ramblings. Unless that young man stands before me whole and healthy, I am unlikely to consent, Tian Tsuaping decisively stated, turning her back on her husband. Yu Aigwa sighed, conceding, well then, I suppose I shall go bathe. We'll see what happens once that boy has his leg treated. Yu Dafeng and the others were elated to learn that their eldest son had agreed to go to the city for treatment. The following morning, everyone rose early to harvest the rice. After lunch, as they prepared to rest, a melodious voice echoed from outside. Yu Zhou. Peering out, Yu Cheng recognized it was none other than the village chief's daughter, Xiaomei. Brother, there is a young lady looking for you, he announced, intentionally raising his voice. The others, initially intending to nap, halted their movements, turning their gazes toward the door. Who is it, Qingzi? Yu Zhou inquired, returning from his near approach to his room. A young girl has come looking for him. Could it be that his younger brother has made a mistake? Which girl Wu Ti gazed at him with disdain, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune? Upon reaching the door, he spotted a vibrant young lady standing there, holding a bucket. As he leaned down, he noticed that the bucket was filled to the brim with crayfish, appearing quite heavy. Hastily, he opened the small bamboo door. Xiaomei, is that you? He exclaimed, instinctively reaching for the bucket, inadvertently brushing against Xiaomei's hand, causing him to nearly topple the crayfish. I'm so sorry, Xiaomei, I didn't mean to. Yu Zhou was flustered, unable to articulate his words. He truly hadn't intended to touch her. What if she misconstrued him as a rogue? She was merely 20, at an age as delicate as a flower. Don't worry, Yu Zhou, I know you are a gentleman, Xiaomei responded, her cheeks flushed as she glanced at him shyly. That's a relief. What brings you here with all these crayfish? Yu Zhou inquired, feeling reassured now that Xiaomei did not harbor any misunderstandings. However, he was puzzled as to why she had brought such a hefty load to their home. Oh, these were caught by my father. He asked me to deliver them to you, saying, she hesitated, a touch of embarrassment gracing her features. Xiaomei, I feel a bit shy. How brazen of her father to indulge in their generosity yesterday and return for more today. What else did she say? Why did she only share half of her message? He also mentioned he would come to your house for dinner tonight. I must return now. I'll come by tomorrow to retrieve the bucket. With that, she swiftly turned and dashed away, fearing her mother might scold her for visiting Yu Zhou. Thoughts of the bucket remaining there filled her with excitement. It meant she would see Yu Zhou again tomorrow. Those watching from the shadows whispered among themselves, there's something brewing. Yu Cheng discerned that Xiaomei likely harbored feelings for his elder brother, while it seemed that his brother had yet to realize this. Delighted, Yu Xiaomei hummed a tune all the way home, where she found her father seated beneath the large camphor tree at their doorstep. Quickly, she composed herself. Dad, I delivered the crayfish. Go rest inside. We have rice harvesting to do this afternoon. Got it, Dad. Yu Xiaomei obediently replied and retreated to her room to rest. Chapter 80. Transplanting rice seedlings that evening is scheduled. The village head, Yu Aigwa, arrived to savor his spicy crayfish. Once again, it was Yu Cheng who took to the kitchen. Despite a long day, he managed to endure. The village head left, satisfied and well-fed. However, beyond indulging in a hearty meal, he had come to a significant realization. Yu Dafu's eldest son was to go to the city for treatment of his leg. This meal was not in vain. Later that night, after a refreshing bath, it was already 10 o'clock. Yu Cheng, you must be exhausted today. Are your wounds painful? Jiang Yumin inquired, her heart aching as she noticed the red cuts adorning his hands and feet. Not at all. I applied some medicine, Yu Cheng reassured her, gently pulling her into his embrace. Holding his wife brought comfort, alleviating much of his fatigue. He was not alone in this. The other men in the household felt similarly, though fortunately, they had all tended to their wounds. Yumin, once we finish harvesting the rice and transplanting the seedlings, we shall return home. By then, the holiday will nearly be over. All right. Jiang Yumin nestled obediently in his embrace and softly responded. This time, her elder brother would accompany them to treat his leg, and she wished to bring their parents along to stay for a while. Yu Cheng believed that if her brother were to undergo treatment, their parents could assist him. And of course, also look after his wife. That sounds splendid. Jiang Yumin hoped her in-laws could spend some time in the city. Previously, Their living space had been so modest that she felt hesitant to invite them over. After all, it was hardly feasible for them to stay comfortably. Daily hotel accommodations would be far too costly. It was quite late today. Let us retire for the night. He truly felt a bit fatigued. A good night's rest would help restore his energy. Indeed, Jiang Yumin agreed softly. She could perceive that Yu Cheng was quite worn out today. The two soon embraced and drifted off to sleep. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and the rice harvest was complete. The next steps involved plowing the fields and transplanting seedlings. Primarily, it was Yu Dafu and Yu Zhou, the father and son duo, who managed the plowing. Yu Cheng and Qian Shaohai were rather inept at tilling the soil. The initial step in transplanting seedlings required them to rise early in the morning to gather seedlings from the nursery. They had to set out at dawn, carrying baskets to collect the robust seedlings. As they gathered, they would bind them with rice stalks once they had sufficient quantities. There were also techniques to consider while uprooting the seedlings. It was advisable to pull them close to the ground to avoid snapping them. Initially, Qian Shaohai often broke the seedlings, but soon he mastered the technique, becoming increasingly adept and quicker at the task. "You're improving, Shaohai. You're getting faster," Yu Cheng praised sincerely. "Of course, brother Yu Cheng. I can't afford to bring you shame. I will surely improve with practice," Qian Shaohai replied cheerfully, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Shame?" Yu Haven T slacked off. "The villagers all commend your diligence. Indeed, the entire Daxing village now knows I have brought a capable university student to assist with the harvest." He thought, initially worried that the young man might not be able to endure the labor. To his surprise, he had held up well, enduring the hardships without complaint. Earning Yu Cheng's respect. "That should be enough for 2 baskets. Let us head over to transplant the seedlings," Yu Cheng remarked, glancing at the seedlings in the basket. The basket for carrying seedlings was crafted from long, sturdy bamboo strips, with the part that entered the basket sharpened and thin. Typically, such baskets were handmade from bamboo by the families themselves, a common practice among rural households with modest means. A basket of seedlings was not light, but fortunately, the nursery was adjacent to their rice paddies, just separated by 2 other fields. If it were closer, they would simply bundle the seedlings with rice straw and toss them directly into the field. "Shaohai, are you tired?" Yu Cheng inquired, balancing the seedlings as he walked along the narrow path. Qian Shaohai trailed behind, panting from exhaustion. "Brother Yu Cheng, I'm managing. It's just that my shoulders are sore from the weight." The heavy shoulder pole bent under the load, causing him to sway as he walked, leaving a trail of footprints along the path. "Shaohai, you've never transplanted seedlings before, have you?" Yu Cheng asked, tossing handfuls of seedlings into the field. Qian Shaohai shook his head. "No, I haven't even seen it done before. Today, we can attempt to discover which task is more exhausting, transplanting rice seedlings or harvesting grain. Do not underestimate the intricacies of transplanting. It is not significantly easier than reaping. Regardless, let's simply proceed with the labor at hand," shrugged Qian Shaohai nonchalantly. At this moment, Yu Dafu and Yu Zhou, having finished plowing their field, came over to assist with the transplanting. "Chengzi, do you still remember how to transplant rice?" Yu Zhou teased, recalling that his younger brother had not engaged in this task for many years. "Brother, rest assured, I remember quite well. Shall we have a friendly competition to see who can transplant faster?" Chengzi replied, recalling how he used to return to the countryside during busy farming seasons to help his parents. His parents, unwilling to return to the city due to matters concerning Yu Man, left him with no choice. "You 2 brothers can compete. I shall serve as the judge," Yu Dafu declared, while inserting seedlings into the soil. "Father, do not just be a judge. Why not join in the competition yourself?" Yu Cheng jested. "Humph. I shall not compete with you 2. Otherwise, who would judge you?" Yu Dafu retorted, remaining focused on his work. "Chengzi, our father is over 50. Let us not involve him. It's better if we just compete ourselves." In truth, Yu Dafu was not significantly slower than them. "Brother Chengzi, my feet seem to be itching and hurting a bit," Qian Shaohai called out. Upon hearing the words itching and hurting, Yu Cheng wondered if the lad had been bitten by leeches. "Shaohai, step onto the ridge," he instructed. "Oh," Qian Shaohai immediately complied. Yu Cheng glanced over and was taken aback to see 2 hefty, green leeches clinging to Shaohai's feet. At that moment, Qian Shaohai noticed them too, shrieking in fright and nearly tumbling into the field. Thankfully, Yu Cheng rushed to support him, preventing a fall. Fear not, Shaohai, those are leeches. I will help you remove them. Noticing the leeches were plump and likely well-fed, Yu Cheng took action. Father, may I borrow your dry tobacco? Lacking his own, and as his elder brother did not smoke, he turned to their father's supply. Yu Dafu, unsure of the boy's intentions, nevertheless produced his bamboo pipe from his pocket. Father, take a few puffs, Yu Cheng said, handing the lit pipe to his father. Yu Dafu took several deep inhales before passing it to his younger son. Yu Cheng then held the glowing end of the pipe towards the leeches, singeing them until they fell away. Blood oozed from the wounds, prompting Yu Cheng to lead Shaohai to a cleaner area, where he rinsed the wounds with fresh water, quickly stemming the flow of blood. Shaohai, why not rest at home? You need not return to the field, Yu Cheng suggested, noting that Shaohai seemed quite shaken. Brother Qingzi, I won't go back. I was merely startled for a moment. It's just a little blood. After all, Qian Shaohai regrettably, I must admit that I failed to remind him from the outset. Qingzi, instruct Shaohai to return and rest, called Yu Dafeng from a distance. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had grown accustomed to the leech-like pest in the fields. Yet he overlooked the fact that the young man, Shaohai, was oblivious to it. You see, even my father suggests you take a break, Yu Cheng implied, echoing a similar sentiment. After all, the harvest of grain was nearly complete, and the task of transplanting rice could be leisurely attended to by the three of them. Uncle, I'm fine. The bleeding has ceased, protested Shaohai, asserting that a young man like him should not remain idle at home. Ultimately, they could not dissuade Qian Shaohai, and thus, they embarked on yet another round of the rice transplanting competition. Chapter 81. The family goes to the city to treat the eldest brother's injury after approximately 10 days of diligent labor. The double harvest concluded. The following day, everyone enjoyed a well-deserved respite. In the evening, they gathered to share dinner and subsequently settled in the living room to watch television. Brother, please gather the items you wish to take. We shall depart tomorrow, Yu Cheng calculated, noting that the holiday was nearing its end in 2 days. Certainly, Jingxi. I will begin packing immediately, Yu Zhou replied, promptly rising to head to his room. In truth, there was not much to prepare, merely a few changes of clothing. Father, mother, you should accompany eldest brother. He requires assistance with his leg injury, Yu Cheng suggested, contemplating how their parents could also enjoy a glimpse of the city. The countryside has its charms, while the city possesses its own allure. Why don't you, mother, go with them? I shall remain to tend to the home. Yu Dafeng mused, recognizing that his wife was far more adept at caregiving than he. The rice seedlings had just been planted, and with chickens and pigs to care for. Someone must attend to them. No, you should go? There are too many chores at home for an old man like you to handle. Typically, it is she who tends to the chickens and pigs. I fear you would not manage well, Yu Cheng realized, having momentarily forgotten about the livestock. Perhaps we could ask the village head to assist for a week, and then reassess eldest brother's condition. Yu Cheng reasoned that the village head would likely extend such a favor. Moreover, the village head's seedlings had been planted a few days earlier than theirs due to having fewer to manage. Nonetheless, it was essential for his father to make the request personally, as it would be inappropriate for the younger generation to approach him. His father maintained a cordial relationship with the village head, making him the most suitable candidate to speak on this matter, especially given the significance of his brother's leg injury. Chengzi, would this arrangement be acceptable? Pan Dafeng expressed some reservations. What is there to object to? I was the one who once entrusted him with the role of village head, Yu Dafeng declared, striding purposefully outside. If, after a week, eldest son's leg shows progress, he shall return, allowing his spouse to care for him. If not, he would accompany both his spouse and eldest son back. Mother, what did father mean by that? It was only after living 2 lives that he realized his father had also been a candidate for village head. Oh, that's an old story, long forgotten. Your father still dares to bring it up after so many years, Pan Dafeng chuckled, shaking her head. Mother, would you indulge me with a recounting? Yu Cheng inquired, intrigued and leaning closer. Pan Dafeng, noticing her son's newfound interest, recounted the events of yesteryear in brief. In the past, Both Yu Defuku and Yu Aigwa were popular candidates for village chief, with nearly equal support for the two. However, the old village chief favored Yu Defuku. Despite this, Yu Defuku and Yu Aigwa were as close as brothers. Ultimately, Yu Defuku took the initiative to approach the old village chief and withdrew from the election, allowing Yu Aigwa to ascend to the position of village chief without difficulty. Consequently, the bond between Yu Aigwa and Yu Defuku remained strong. It all makes sense now. No wonder Dad was so fierce just now. Like a bull, Yu Qing chuckled. Pan Dafeng shot him a glare, cautioning, "Be careful your father hears you, otherwise you'll find yourself in trouble." Hiki. "Mom, I'm not afraid of Dad now. He can't take me on," Yu Qing retorted playfully, sticking out his tongue. Jiang Yuman gently pinched Yu Qing's arm, signaling him to tone it down. "You are still as mischievous as you were in childhood. All right, you keep Yuman company. I need to tidy up a few things. When going to the city, one must prepare for the journey. Go ahead, Mom. I'll take Yuman out for a stroll." Yu Cheng waved his hand and led Jiang Yuman outside. Qian Shaohai had possibly indulged in some drinks the previous night and had gone to bed early after a shower. Meanwhile, Yu Defuka visited the village chief's home. He wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Aigwa, tomorrow, Dafin and I will take our eldest to the city hospital for treatment for his leg. I would appreciate it if you could look after some of our livestock for a week." Upon hearing this, Yu Aigwa responded promptly. "Taking care of your eldest's leg is a good thing. No worries. I'll ensure everything is well taken care of. Defuku, you and your wife can rest assured. I will tend to your chickens and pigs and make sure they are well fed," chimed in Tian Suiping, who had just entered. Although she did not approve of her daughter being with Yu Zhou, she held no reservations about Yu Defuku and his wife. Moreover, she remembered how Yu Zhou had saved her daughter and acknowledged that her husband, as a village official, owed a part of his success to Yu Defuku. "Thank you, Aigwa and Sister Suiping," Yu Defuku expressed sincerely, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I will leave the keys on the table. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to pack up. When I return, I'll treat you to a drink." Yu Defuku placed a set of keys on the table. "I look forward to that drink," Yu Aigwa replied with a smile. "All right then." Yu Defuku responded cheerfully before turning to leave. After Yu Defuku exited, Yu Xiaomei hurried in. "Dad, Mom, is it true that Yu Zhou is going to the city to treat his leg?" Yu Xiaomei's face lit up with joy. If his leg heals, then perhaps her mother would no longer oppose her marrying Yu Zhou. So what if he does? "You little girl, don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Let me tell you, it's all futile," Tian Suiping replied coldly, dousing Yu Xiaomei with a bucket of icy water, leaving her feeling utterly chilled. "Mom, if Yu Zhou gets his leg treated successfully, would you still be against us being together?" Yu Xiaomei asked, her face filled with grievance. Unable to grasp her mother's intentions. "Xiaomei, would I harm you? Yu Zhou's leg cannot be healed. I only wish to protect you," Tian Suiping asserted firmly. Tian Suiping sighed, pondering why her daughter had chosen to fixate on that young man, Yu Zhou. "Mother, what are your true thoughts? Do you not wish for a bit of goodwill towards him?" Yu Xiaomei's frustration surfaced, causing her voice to rise considerably. "Xiaomei, you must not speak to your mother in such a manner," Yu Aigwa cautioned, wary of inciting Tian Suiping's ire, which would only complicate their daughter's marriage prospects further. "What is the matter with you, child? Have you ingested gunpowder? Are you possessed?" Tian Suiping's irritation grew. Her usually obedient daughter had transformed into someone so defiant. Yu Aigwa subtly shook his head at their daughter, signaling her to cease her outburst. Enraged, Yu Xiaomei turned and retreated to her room, contemplating. "If you disapprove, do you think I won't find a way? Look at how you have spoiled Xiaomei." Tian Suiping vented her frustration upon her husband. "Suiping, calm down. It is all my fault. Do not hold a grudge against the child." Yu Aigwa gently approached his wife, offering a soothing massage to her back. Only then did Tian Suiping's expression soften slightly. The following day, the family arose early, reheating the leftover food from the previous night. Once everything was in order, they shouldered their bags and made their way to the village entrance to await their transport.